disappointing or mixed earnings, definitely larger than expected loss per share. But then we get reports that this deal they announced is actually a deal with Anthropic, valued at $9 billion, because they just said a major client. So that's an interesting look here for RIOT. Whole bunch of other earnings to go over, including Hims and Hers, Rocket Lab, ASTS. But before we get into that, we'll do some quick housekeeping. We're going to be getting at 10 a.m. existing home sales and the NY Fed credit report. That'll be at 11, the NY Fed credit report at 12 p.m. Comments from Goolsbee. And then you're going to get President Trump on camera in the evening. So that'll be after the market closes. But yeah, I mean, pretty light day for economic data ahead of a much heavier back half of the week. With Wednesday, you're going to get CPI, Thursday, PPI, and Friday, the University of Michigan consumer sentiment, as well as retail sales data. So as always, Sharif, lots to get into. Good morning. Happy Tuesday morning. How are you doing?
I'm good, Adair. Thank you for asking. Lots to talk about today, guys. SpaceX back to its IPO price of $135-ish. Eli Lilly continuing to expand its weight loss medication globally. And Palo Alto Networks and CrowdStrike getting into all-time highs as both those guys knock, well, some of them are past 100% up on a year. And then we got space reports here. Rocket Labs down 4%. AST Space Mobile up 2.89. So a tale of two different stories there. And as Adair mentioned, Riot Blockchain absolutely ripping it up on a great deal with Anthropic for obviously hosting their Hims with their report down almost 6%. Plug Power up almost 13. Then you have C Limited, Adair alluding to the call there. They're a big 8.7%. And then On Holdings, On, not a company that I really care for their shoes. And it looks like as if maybe some other people don't care here too. 16 2/3% in the negative.
Yeah, I have to mention a story that just came out here as well here. IBM apparently deploying NVIDIA's HGX B300 cluster on the IBM cloud. So NVIDIA, IBM tie-up, good look here for IBM. NVIDIA, of course, with its own story. We already heard reports of this yesterday, but that $500 billion AI financing deal with a whole bunch of major financial institutions, including Goldman and KKR. We'll likely get into that more towards the bell. But in the meantime, the men that will guide you towards the bell when it comes to trading, we have Sean and we have Joe. Good morning and happy Tuesday to both of you.
What's going on, everybody?
What's up, everybody?
What did my wife send me over here?
Who's here?
Oh, practice in a cathedral. Oh, where is this? This looks like a pretty sick place
That
to
looks
play.
like a.
There's one in Burlington.
Looks like but see all the logos on there? It looks like a European rink, to be honest.
Yeah, it actually does. Yeah,
Yeah.
these guys look like they're
Yeah,
from Europe
Europe.
here. Well, someone practice in a cathedral.
That'd be
Anyways,
pretty cool.
That'd be sick. What's up, everybody? Yeah, we've got Joe. Andre, you just got to turn Joe off in my ear if you do get a second.
I do have my mic.
How's it going, man?
Everything's good, man. I mean,
Good
we're
to
ready.
see
We're
you.
ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, we had
Neil-
some unfortunate news with Neil today.
Neil with the day off today, but that's all right. I'm sure we'll get. Listen, man.
He hurt his elbow pitching to 8-year-olds.
Stop, Katina.
We'll
That's
talk
it.
to Leno.
That's it.
Okay.
Listen, you're gonna catch some flack. It's that simple.
Of course he
but
has to.
we give him a little.
I made a joke in our chat.
Yeah.
He knows this is not like
Look-
I said I heard it on the radio on the way in. Trader gets elbow tendonitis and has to miss a day of trading.
I hope there's more substance to this.
There's not.
There's not.
Well, I don't know. I have no idea.
Well,
I didn't even know he wasn't going to be here. So that's how the
what I had to say to him, I was like, man, Schneider was on the phone early. Obviously, John Schneider, the Toronto Blue Jays manager. But no, as for
He's
Riot,
the oldest, youngest man here.
yeah, I mean he is. Yeah, I mean I don't know. The guy, he gets injuries, man. But he said that from day one. He said it earlier since his athletic career, he was always
Athletic
slightly injured. Well, I mean, he was.
No, I don't mean that. No,
Yeah.
no, it's just funny about the pitching.
Yeah, well,
That's all. That's
Hey,
all.
man.
I throw 300 pitches a week, I guess.
Yeah.
But everyone's different.
Well, I think because he hurt his Achilles. He tore his
he did,
Achilles playing
Yeah, that's a
with
bad
his
luck.
with his daughter, and then with now playing baseball.
That's funny.
you
Carpal
gotta-
tunnel on your mouse hand. Be careful.
You got to.
That is another thing that's
the
true.
Timbits leagues. You got to stay away
What's up
from.
to MF Dane Generous?
What's up, MF?
Over there.
But no, in all seriousness, Riot up here today looking pretty good. I mean, a 20-year deal, 191 megawatts computing to Anthropic. We talk about a lot of these Bitcoin mining companies transitioning into cloud compute, neo cloud. So, I mean, hey, what are the margins going to look like on this is one of the questions that I'm going to be asking. But 20-year deal, it's pretty lengthy if you ask me, so not too bad. one of the bigger names starting to, I guess, officially see what's going on in regards to this whole AI trade, swaying away from Bitcoin mining, and getting involved with some AI tools. So
Yeah, good. As I just said, not a great report there. Actually, revenue 174 versus 153. That looks a little bit better. But it's that 191 megawatt data center lease. I don't know what they're going to do with that, but
they got smoked on EPS.
It's a nice move.
It was a big miss on EPS. So.
Yeah, but I mean, how far? So we were at 23. It's just because I don't know how this moves the needle really here for them, but we'll have to wait to see what's going on with Riot blockchain. And, you know, a couple other names moving around. Super Micro's up a little bit today, SMCI. So I know Neil, actually, speaking of Neil, he was looking at this yesterday as well. Every time someone asks him about SMCI, he just says the answer Dell, which is kind of interesting because Dell's been on a move and so has SMCI there. Earnings release after the bell today, August the 11th. So we'll see what happens with SMCI. And, you know, if this data center craze is still going to be a thing, SMCI gets ready to go. Marissa thinks that was in Switzerland. So I think you're right about that. Davos. That's where Neil went. Davos, Switzerland. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
He's our correspondent down there. So, and then NVIDIA today as well, a couple more news there. Oh, we just heard about, Adair just dropped that story to us about IBM. They're linking up a little bit with, okay, it's coming right back in there with some new NVIDIA chips or GPUs there, but that's come right back in as well. So we'll have to wait. I mean, the NASDAQ right now up 0.35. You know, the story yesterday afternoon is, I started shorting it for some reason, but we still did okay yesterday. But this move on SpaceX, wow, into the afternoon, just absolutely, you know, took off. It was a pretty like nothing kind of day in SpaceX. I mean, there was some good opportunities, obviously, but when you open up, you know, the day around 135, you get into that lows of 130, which we nailed yesterday. And then, you know, coming back into today, what do we think about holding this 137 area right here for SpaceX? Let's wait to see if that is something that we can come up with here, 137 and change there on SPCX. So something definitely to look forward to there. But yeah, that should be a good mover.
Yeah.
Joe's having iced coffee. You've decided to switch it up a little bit there. I know I hear the ice going, and it's like makes me want to have.
Yeah, I mean,
some
it's
ice
high quality.
coffee.
Well, I make it like, so I put the cubes in. We got the little ice tray and everything on those.
Yeah. You gotta put those cubes
You
up
gotta
in
get
there.
those cubes.
ON. What, are you not buying any of those shoes over there, my guy?
No, I'm not buying any of those shoes.
ON.
I like the look of SpaceX. Just to touch on this quickly, I mean, look at the volume really start to pick up here. So you have the release date, but then if you ask me, the more volume supporting this up move, the more I would classify it as genuine. And I think there could be a little bit more substance to it than just somewhat of a rebound and a recovery from just consecutive selling. So up to $138 yesterday, 39 almost, and at 138.74 right now. So, hey, I would like to see this thing climb back up into that 150 marker for sure. So I was happy to grab a little bit more just before the earnings report at 120. So
yeah, that was a good one. Yeah, I mean, it's and here's this. I like SpaceX. I think it'll be. I mean, as I said, I have a joke like any day that's ending in Y. It seems like we're trading SpaceX. I mean, it has some good opportunities. Yeah, gapping down after Q2 earnings here. This ON, not doing great there. Company guided 3.47 to 3.56 when the estimates were at that high side there. So not a great guide for ON as Roger Federer and company there get hit. I mean, I don't think it's a surprise. We've seen Nike been in the sort of the doldrums for a minute as well. Right? So Lulu. Yeah, I mean, it's just On is a little different, obviously, but yeah, maybe more compares with the athleisure. So I think you might be right about Lululemon and On, but there that goes now. And so, you know, even some of these newer names that were once like, oh, the problem with Nike is all this competition. Well, maybe now the problem with On is all this competition as well, right? Because once you get a established brand, then you start fighting everybody else. And this goes all the way back to May of 24. This is the thing about the stock market, man. The more, you know, the older I get, which you can see is happening every day over here, the more I think that just investing in the index is the right way of going. Because like you could have been smart as you know what, investing in ON. And I'll take, you know, Kramer says, you know, individuals can beat the market by buying stocks. That's never been proven. But at the end of the day, it's just about the fact is some stocks, if you don't get out, you know, at the right times, it's much more of a managed situation at the end of the day. And I just think that if you are someone that's actively trading in a portfolio, then you have to be careful, because like looking at something like the SPY or the Qs or you know, anything, the Dow, I mean, you know, you're not going to zoom out. And I mean, sure, there's been times when, you know, you can go back and maybe the market's at the same spot it was 2 years ago. I mean, if we can go back to the financial crisis and things like that. But, you know, this is what I was saying about, like, if you were smart enough to buy on holdings down here back in April, but then you didn't actively manage your account, then you're still flat, you know, on that stock. Or maybe you got some out on the top side, maybe you got some out on the downside, maybe you averaged in. Who knows what your average price is. But right here on the SPY, that's 520, no matter what, when you bought it there. You know, was it back, and here's a month later, right? So, or a year later, back in April, still that same 520. But we've had such a nice run in the market that's what it's like. Every time I look at some stocks, it's like, I don't even want to compare it to the S&P sometimes, because it just makes you feel silly.
Yeah.
You know, we could have, instead of sitting in Tesla or instead of sitting in any of these stocks, we could have just pumped forward and bought the index. But
it helps eliminate a lot of the noise.
Well, that's what I'm, yeah, exactly. You don't have to worry about like these peaks and valleys. And then I think also when you're invested in indexes, the strategy is more set, because you're just like, I'm buying the S&P 500 and your plan is to always hold it forever. You know, these stocks, you get sort of in your feelings sometimes.
I had one of my good friends message me yesterday. He said, what do you think about HIMS? And I said, and I simply replied, what do you think about HIMS?
Right.
Right? Like, again, I told him, man, don't get involved. I'll show you the text message. I said, literally, don't get involved in all of that noise, and just every paycheck, put $300 into the NASDAQ.
Right.
It doesn't matter, up, down, sideways, just continuously do that. And then 10 years from now, can be a completely different story opposed to investing in a name like On or Hims and Hers and stuff like that, the Lululemons of the world. And also for me, it's a little bit tough to, I mean, we talk about this every day and we're involved in the ecosystem, we're embedded in it. It's just really difficult for me to wrap my head around the fact is, what am I doing messing around with Lululemon and Nike and On-Ons of the world when you have this whole infrastructure build out? But again, that's because we're involved in this every day and we see.
We're a problem.
Right? So I mean, at the end of the day, I would just, hey, if you're not going to be doing your due diligence, if you're not involved in the world and you're looking to just invest your money, stay away from those speculative assets like the Hims and Hers.
It's like what I told Adara, I mean, 100% great advice. So I told Adara and Sia.
Yeah.
If you put your $300, like you said, away a month or whatever you're saying, your paycheck every 2 weeks, whatever it happens to be, there, you'll be a millionaire before you know it. Like, honestly, and by the time you're 50 or 60 years old, I mean, we can do the math. I could ask these LLMs.
As for Sia, she's 20-something years old.
Same as Adara, bro.
Yeah, exactly. If you start now and just put away and just eliminate, like, yeah, you can have your one-off stock that can work for you.
The power of compounding is absolutely ridiculous.
It's insane.
Okay, they're getting bored behind us. We have another question to ask right here. Poor Sharif surfing the gram over there. What's going on, Sharif? Don't sleep on IBM. Back to $300. Thoughts? Yeah, I mean, I really like the stock. I mean, this has been one. So I got lucky and bought it the first time down here. And then, as we were just talking about, didn't do jack all when it went all the way back up and then let it fall all the way there. So, that one great buy that we had down there was able to been bought at even better prices than we got, and then now it's right back up to the upside. So look, I said this yesterday, I think, and you and I are probably like-minded here. We like some IBM, we like some Google for the quantum plays. I think IBM just does continue to work. Support from the government in the quantum space, as well as getting hit a little bit on worries that SaaSmageddon, some of their, I forget what their product is called there, starts with a C, but that was going to be diluted by some of these LLMs and this coding and all that kind of stuff. So, but yeah, I like IBM. I think with a 3 or 4% dividend. I'm not sure. Let me see how expensive it is quickly here. IBM, International Business Machines. All right, so short float of just 3.9%. This is what I'm talking about. Look how cheap that is, 19 and 21.
Oh.
You get some good forward PEs. This is actually cheaper than the current market multiple. So market multiple around 22 right now, as far as I last checked. I mean, market multiple is actually changing because of the S&P 500 and all the earnings. We have to probably get reweighted there. It's been such a great earnings season, actually, if you look at the numbers, the percentage of companies that are beating and what those numbers look like. And, you put it like a 20 times multiple on those numbers, and you'll get an ES price target of higher than where it is right now. So I still think the market has some maturation to go through over the next little while. But yeah, I like that IBM call. I think that's a smart one. Would you be IBM or Google? I would still be Google.
Yeah, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah. I think there's something to think about, but I would say right now, just because of IBM's depressed price, I think you can get in now on IBM, and it'd be a good one there. So.
There's a small cap. Before we send it over to the desk, I'm sure Sharif's looking at this one. Plague here, PLAG to the top side, up over 100% since the open. So 50 million shares traded so far this morning. So I'm sure the guys in the chat and Casey also looking at this one. All right, let's send it over to the desk, see what they got going.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to talk here about one of those earnings plays that is in focus, but I also want to mention here JOBY, Joby. A little bit of a move here. They did have a catalyst. They've acquired a defense tech firm called Resonant Sciences for roughly $500 million, significantly expanding their defense business. Apparently, Resonant makes $100 million plus per year in TTM revenue, which is up 40% year over year. So that's the JOBY. Look, now I know Sharif, like this is completely off the dome, but I know you follow Joby. Do you think this is something that has the potential, I mean, having not read too much into it now, to be a needle mover for JOBY?
Well, it's what I've been talking about on the midday show for a long time. I said, why does this company not throw its hat into the military application ring? It is one of the most quickest ways to recognize revenue. We're in a very, very belligerent world right now. We're definitely advancing in how we conduct military operations. It stood as the most obvious avenue. Then you see Archer throwing their hat into that ring. It was like, where is Joby at? And then Anduril yesterday coming out with a very, very specific eVTOL looking kind of aircraft, which is going to have air-to-air capabilities. It's going to be able to kind of act as a wingman for the current fighter aircraft. So this made pure sense to me. I know that the stock is dropping. Typically, when you make acquisitions, they do. But this is something that I've been calling for, Adair.
Yeah, you got to almost wonder, with all of the context that you just provided there, Sharif, if they timed this intentionally, kind of everybody else is talking about it. Either way, I mean, I think it's an interesting look here for JOBY. We're going to talk about one of these earnings plays now that I believe ON was the one we were going to talk about here. So this one just running to the downside, unfortunately, looks like we're going to break that $32 low. This chart looks nasty, and this earnings report kind of mixed.
It is mixed, exactly. There was some good here, but there was also some concerns. First of all, you missed consensus expectations for sales, about 850 million Swiss francs. That's up 13.5% year over year, but it was not good enough for the market. Now, look, currency is a bit of a headwind for them, so they make money in other currencies. They transfer back into Swiss francs. Swiss franc is very strong at the moment, as you may know, so they lose money in that regard. So a bit of a currency headwind there. Gross margins surged 390 basis points. Guys, this is a physical product that they're able to make 65.9% gross margins on. That's like 10% lower than NVIDIA. And NVIDIA is kind of in a world on its own. So that was pretty good to me anyway. Apparel segment also kind of growing. So a second moat for them, not just shoes. That grew at 56.2% constant currency. Record DTC channel sales. So, you have to make a decision as an apparel and a footwear manufacturer, right? Do you want to take the lower margin with the wholesale? You go that three-wall route, or do you go direct to consumer like Nike tried and failed? Well, they're doing it, and they're doing it a lot better than Nike. That grew 34.3% year over year, and now it's bringing in a little bit less than half of their revenue. 45.7% is what they're bringing in from the DTC. But as Sean mentioned, there was a bit of a blip here. They did miss their near-term endless consensus for the guide to Dara, and that's probably why they're down aggressively.
Yeah, I mean, ON, I know you guys kind of talked about this one a little bit. How do you feel about this stock here, or again, any sympathy plays like the Nikes, like the Lulus that do exist?
I mean, I didn't even look at a Lulu yet, but you have a little bit of a note there.
Yeah, so I'm just reading here. I mean, to add to Sharif's point, I mean, they are taking market share from Adidas and Nike, but that's what you expect, right? We talk about this all the time, just the fact that when you do own the majority of it, you get chewed away by some of these companies up and coming, but they're also expecting full year net sales to be in the range of 3.47 billion Swiss francs to 3.56. So there's an increase, but I mean, adjusted terms down 17% increase in the March quarter. Listen, I think it's a tougher play. It doesn't look great right now. But I just think that's the narrative in the retail space. And if we zoom out a little bit, it's pretty volatile. I mean, we can head over to a weekly as well and see what we got going on. IPO is back here in September of 2022, so still relatively new, but you're down 50% off of the highs. And if we go through some of the other names that we can compare it to, like the Nikes of the world, who, I don't know, I was saying this to Sharif the other day as well. What is Nike's best bet at this point? Is it to go private? I don't know, because you're down 76%, and I don't think you can ever recover fully from that, regardless of what happens, right? They've gone through the prime. I guess the peak of what the brand had the ability to grab from a market share standpoint. It's probably still the most popular brand on the planet, but there's only so much you can do. Same thing here with Lululemon, down 74%. But then you also have other competitors stepping into the market. I understand that these guys are wearing their shoes, their footwear, but then you also have the Aloes of the world where they're mixing their bag. You got the Lulus once again getting into shoes, and then you have Gymshark who are just who are continuing to expand but still private. So it's an extremely competitive space, and it's just something that I don't know if I'm overly interested in, regardless of how good some of these numbers may be.
Yeah, I was just looking at stock like that Lulu here and was thinking to myself the same kind of thing, like, you know, they had that kitchen sink quarter, and we sort of were talking about that. And I know we've been talking a little bit about Lululemon and sort of that rebound. And we talked about Target yesterday and how retail has been trying to get going. And I think that Walmart is probably a little underpriced where it is right now, considering I think the moat that Walmart has around them as well. And I think all that's been proven here with an ON, or we can even go up to Nike there, you know, with any of these stocks, is that there is no moat anymore. You know, you can come out with a new product, Hoka's or you know, new Nike shoes or whatever, and come up with all these new ideas. But at the end of the day, a shoe is a shoe. And I just think it's just such a tough business right now because of, honestly, Instagram and TikTok and all that. Things become like a fad, you know, and if you don't get part of that, it's like the Sydney Sweeney was what? Abercrombie? What is that? That was A&F, right? So, or was that A&E?
I thought it was, it was American Eagle.
AEO, right? So American Eagle, so not A&F, right? So if you look at American Eagle, right? I know you and Sharif sort of had that fun bet there when that was happening. But it's just, what winds up happening is it must have been right here when it was going parabolic. Was it? Or yeah, I think it was up to $30. Yeah, right. It was. You guys had that bet about 28, 29, whatever it was. Yeah. So it's just, you know, she gets announced as, you know, this spokesperson, all of a sudden picks up a little bit of steam on Instagram or whatever, you know, and then they had those videos with her out there and it's in the jeans and all that stuff. And then, you know, so that hype train comes in, and then just a quarter later, right, it's off, you know? And then so it's like, okay, now who's that next sort of spokesperson? And is that even revolving around the product that they're selling, or is it just a hype?
It's a revolving door. Like, it's one day, like you said, you hit it on the head. One day you're hot, the next day you're not. Right?
Yeah.
That's what makes it a difficult space to be.
Were you around when there was that website, Hot or Not? That was like such a bad website.
No,
it was just like you just put random people's faces on there and you just go Hot or Not. It was like before the swiping and all that stuff.
Yeah, Hot or
not. Well, right now, we should have a segment like that.
Hot or Not.
Hot or Not. I'm trying to come up with some content.
Yeah, that's good. The Hot or Not.
Then we swipe right or we swipe left.
On the stock.
Which way is this? If you think someone's your type, which way is the swipe? Is that right or left? I have no idea.
You know,
right, Joe.
Right.
Adira?
I think from music, when I hear people reference, I think left is no, right is yes, but I'm not positive.
So left, so swiping right on the screen, or you're swiping right?
You're swiping left if it's a no.
Yeah.
You're swiping.
Get out of here, yeah.
Right, get out of here, that way. Okay, I get it. It'll be different when we're on the screens over here. U.S. fires on ship breaking its U.S. fires on ship breaking its blockade of Iran.
Yeah.
That's a little bit of a strange headline. I guess it's just some more actionable.
USO is doing.
Yeah, that is exactly how the Wall Street Journal worded it. But yeah, basically just sounds like a ship broke through the blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. fired at the ship.
Oh, U.S. fires on ship breaking its blockade of Iran. Okay, so yeah, it looks like, I mean, at the end of the day, thanks, Adira, it just seems like we are picking up right here on some escalation worries again. But I was talking about it, like gas prices. I mean, I don't know if you've seen that again, a little bit better around here these days, but back up over the last couple of days. I know your car takes that premium stuff. Absolutely.
I put 89 in because it's sub $2.
It's supposed to be 91 normally if the prices are better. Is that what
Yeah,
you
that's
use?
what I use. But I usually put 93 because it's more efficient. It lasts longer.
Yeah, I like.
So.
Yo, Randy. Is there protein? Eggs.
What
Are
do
they
we got?
eggs from a box?
Scrambled?
Ooh, hard-boiled eggs from a box. Okay. Come on, Sharif. That's okay.
Come on.
Sharif was upset last week when it was only samosas. Remember?
Yeah.
I thought the samosas were
we
good.
know, yeah. Oh.
Yeah, what's up with pork prices? I actually went to Farm Boy, my guy.
Oh, yeah.
And we got 3 pork tenderloins.
Oh, you got that.
For like $17, and they were really good, and they're Ontario pork. And
Okay.
oh,
All right.
you go to Farm Boy? Is there one up by you? Yeah. Oh yeah.
You go to Farm Boy too?
Joe told you about it, or? A little bit.
Yeah, a little bit, man. I told
No,
you,
Joe's been
man.
telling everybody. I've loved Farm Boy. Their burgers there.
I told you, my boy.
Shut up, my guy.
Playing.
You better
told you.
honestly.
Man, I
Neil's
told
elbow
you
better
about
get repaired
those. I
ASAP.
told you about those, man.
I just hope Neil doesn't need Tommy John.
I'm like, hey, man, did you try?
Don't even
No,
start.
Hold on,
I'll give you as
listen.
much credit as possible. Meatballs.
Yeah,
That's all about
the
you.
sausages.
You told. That's it.
The flat
That's
bird.
it.
The flat
Marissa,
bird. The
zoom
flat
in.
Birds, the
Yeah, you did.
bird.
No, you mentioned. I had them before, but you mentioned the lemon pepper.
Yeah,
I
the
give
lemon
that was
pepper, yeah.
credit. Fire on that
Did you
one.
try the Wagyu
veal. Did not try the Wagyu burgers.
Oh,
that was
alright,
yours
that's
as well.
all right, man.
Anyways, there's like a store here. It's like Whole Foods basically, and it's just it's literally my favorite store.
Yeah, it's it. You go have a day there.
Okay, Love Trader
Gio.
TV. When to bring Iren to your daily watch list? Yo, what's up, Gio?
Gio.
I like that name, man. Gio.
Yeah, Gio.
Love Trader, what's up, West Palm
Yeah.
Beach, man? Talking about West Palm Beach. It's 30. It's like 100 degrees again here today. It's absolutely amazing.
Yesterday was
What do you mean,
muggy.
when bring Iren to watch list? I mean, yeah, we bring Iren to watch list when there's news. Is Iren in the watch list today? I thought I saw. No. Thanks.
right.
This is Bray Madeira. It's an easy thing to do.
Yeah.
Where are you going? You're going to go get some.
Well, you're gonna go over to the
Yeah, go.
board
You
there.
could go.
man.
Oh, are you going to the board today?
Man, what do you mean? What do you mean
Okay,
today?
all right. I thought you were going to go get some of those boiled eggs over there. All right. Yeah, look, we actually talked about this yesterday, West Palm Beach, and that is that, and I think it's an interesting story with Riot today. Iren, we're talking about powering these data centers up. Sia, good morning. How are you? Oh, thumbs down? This is just not, is your elbow okay? How's your elbow? Oh, your family left. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, but still, everything's still okay, but just not here. Yeah, okay. All right. So, anyways, I was going to say about Iren is that with these data center builds out and everything, and power still going to be an issue. I was thinking that Iren did have an opportunity to get back up to the upside. I'm a little disappointed there. After we had that flush out, it was situational awareness. It's so funny because last night I was thinking, I was like, I can never ever remember the name of that hedge fund, and I always ask it. Yeah, that's a good one, Leopold Lowe. But now I think I remembered situational awareness, and now I've got something else in my head with the Leopold Lowe. I like that one, Ashenberger, I think. But anyways, Brenner, yeah, not Burger, Brenner. Joe's got me thinking about those burgers. $42 breaking out. So I think to answer your question there, West Palm, I said this yesterday. I like this stock. I think a break of this $43 area gets Iren going again. But I'm a shareholder here as well. Just pretty disappointed that we haven't got like a severe kind of bounce back, right? I think the best of breed in the space is going to be like a GE Vernova, and unfortunately, I chose Iren because I thought there was be some more juice to Iren, and maybe there's not. But actually, looking at this, Iren's kind of like down here near some of this support. GE Vernova is not too much higher. I think Constellation, with their boots in the ground a little earlier than all of these names, is going to be a winner as well. So I'm actually in both of these names, Constellation and Iren there. So yeah, a little bit more work needs to be done for me to figure out what the catalyst to get an Iren back there to the upside. But, I like all that space. And I don't think that we're in late days at all as far as the data center. It's 8:30 already? Okay, let's go back over to the desk. We're having a lot of fun here this morning, a lot of good talk. Hope you guys like the show. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Make sure you get the watch list ASAP. And this is what's on my sticky note so far. Nothing. So we're going to find out some good ideas coming up right now. We're going to put SpaceX on there. Yeah, CoreWeave is another good name there. I see Boylan World over there. And then there's West Palm Beach, another note here. I meant, when should I bring it back to your watch list? Yeah, that's sort of what I'm saying there, West Palm Beach. I think that you can get it back in right now. I think IREN is about to break here. For me, I like to see it. To trade something for the longer term where you're kind of like holding on to see if there's a bigger move, you always want to be above the 200 period moving average, because like right now you're sort of sifting down, as is your 50 period. So I would just say, if you're not in it, you got to wait. I would rather be flat on this name, and I am thinking about doing that, and then waiting for this to get above 47 and then watch it break higher, because, you know, the highs are 67, 70 bucks. So that's like a double back up to the upside from here. So thank you for the super chats. I do like IREN. I think it's better to have a basket including GE Vernova, though. I do like GE Vernova here. All right, Joe's been at the desk or at the screen for a minute. Let's go find out why.
All right, guys, welcome. Let's take a look at some of the options activity. Here we're going to be looking at a potential strategy for USO. Guys, what I'm going to be pointing out here, and we often go over this type of stuff, is we can look at this in multiple ways. Now, we can look at it as a spread or just a credit-based trade altogether. Now, with the volatility and the volatility spike stepping in, and you have the risk of Donald Trump truthing and the conflict going on in the Middle East, this is why we're going to set up this credit spread, because we were looking at USO before with increased implied volatility. Now with that starting to cool off, there's ways that we can maximize and utilize the decrease in IV here. So what we have is a bear call spread. Now, for this specific strategy, we're always going to write our option first. So what we'll be collecting on this potential trade, and why I selected this $135 strike price, is because you can see there's a clear pivot. And what we want to do is select a strike above the pivot. Why? Because we can use that as our potential out. Now, if you have the capital here, guys, you're going to be collecting $7.30, and you can see that is going to be expiring October 16th, okay? Now, if you're just looking to collect that premium, you need the capital. Otherwise, what you can do if you're still looking to construct this style of trade is you can purchase a contract a couple strike prices higher, 5 in this instance. You can even go 10, whereas the premium paid will be a little bit less and you will collect more premium off of this credit-based trade. Now, this $140 strike price, guys, going to be expiring the exact same time. You can also do a calendar spread, right? So you can offset the purchase of your call strike, all right? So you're going to be paying $6.80. If you minus that here, you're going to be collecting $50 on this bear call spread that expires October 16th. Now, that may not seem so much, but that's when you want to take a look at your probability of profit. It's really increased, okay? So you're looking in the 90 percentile of what the chances of you collecting premium. Also, you don't need to hold until expiration. One thing that I will note is just keep an eye on your delta. Extremely elevated here because we are closer to at the money, right, guys? So, and then also our out of the money spread sitting around 37 cents. So essentially what we have here is if you're just looking to be a writer, you're collecting $730. If you want to construct the spread, what you can do here is purchase a contract 5 strike prices or even more higher, establishing the bear call spread, and to the tune of you collecting $50 per contract combination. Moving forward, let's take a look at some more put activity here, guys. What we have is some potential floors. I was looking, hey, just in case NVDA decided that it wanted to pull back, where is there going to be some support levels? And that led me to the 14th $212 strike price. Now, open interest sitting around 21,000 contracts. That's going to be the most amount of size that we see throughout this expiration cycle. Now, as for the volume, 9,900 contracts open and closed on yesterday's session. Relatively light for this name. So what we're going to be doing, if it does decide to sell into the teens, I'm going to be looking at 212 to hold as support. Now, moving forward, Apple, $300 marker. You can see if you zoom out on your daily, $300 held. And with that being said, I want to see what the derivatives market is telling me. This is going to be expiring on the 21st, though, guys, so a week after the NVDA contract. So open interest sitting around 6,700 contracts with 9,100 opened and closed on yesterday's session. Let's see if these levels come into play and hold up and act as support for both NVDA and AAPL. Let's send it back to the desk.
Yeah, let's take a look here at some other names before we get into the bell. Let's take a look here at INTC Intel. I'm actually going to zoom out because I think this chart tells quite the story. If you look at the 30-minute here, we've just kind of been hanging out around this $96 level. And this comes as we have Intel with an upsize offering, initially looking for $15 billion, now coming out here at $20 billion.
Yeah, and it could be more. They're giving their underwriters an option to buy some more. So let's talk about that. As Adira mentioned, upsized offering there. And insatiable is the appetite, Adira. 5 times oversubscribed. If they wanted to right now, they could rake in $100 billion. That's how much demand their underwriters have for some of these Intel shares. So it's going to be at $95 a pop, which is a 2.6% discount to where they were trading, but I think it's trading at around 95, give or take right now. So not much of a big deal there, but there is a green shoe option purchase. What am I talking about? So the offering could be as high as $23 billion because you've got the likes of JP, Goldman, Morgan, Citigroup, all who have rights, a 30-day option that is, to buy an additional 31.58 million shares. That would bring the total raise to $23 billion, but $300 million of that is going to be safe for the underwriters. They're not going to be able to use that, Adira. That's going to be their little fee here. Again, JP, Goldman, Morgan, and Citi all going to split up that $300 million that's due to them. And then there's going to be a direct equity offset for their raise. So what am I talking about here? Well, they guided, I believe, about $100 billion. Let me just double check that 1 second. I believe it was $100 billion that they were looking to spend on their, 19 points. They're looking to spend $20 billion on the refurbishment of their plant in Ireland, which is supposed to house some of their latest chip making equipment. So this raise apparently will cover the entirety of that build out or that renovation. So it looks like it's just going to come in from one side into the other.
Yeah, I guess, like, Cherise, the thing here that's interesting is we were talking about this yesterday. In a way, it's a good look because, they're showing they're going to be spending on AI. But also, I guess, given the dilution as well, I guess, where would you see this on a scale of, like, bearish to bullish? I know it's kind of tough to pinpoint, but I think there are a lot of different ways to look at this.
Yeah, that's the thing, Adira. I mean, you're going to have to look through the dilution at the moment because the risk of not building out and being left behind versus some of your competitors, I would say, outweighs the dilution risk. But you asked me a good question yesterday. You asked me, does the U.S. government sell their position in Intel? And I had a little thinking about that after you asked me yesterday. And, to me, President Trump, likes to pound the table that he's a fantastic negotiator. Whether he is in reality or not, that's not really what I'm trying to get at, right? His moat is negotiations. And then negotiations, to a large extent, they're determined by leverage, right? Who has more leverage in a negotiation? Yeah. To me, if he lets go that 10% Adira, he lets go a lot of that leverage in a space that, as I mentioned yesterday, is, in my opinion, as important as defense. Yeah. So I don't think he does.
That's a really good point. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see because at the very least, one of his economic advisors, Kevin Hassett, is really pressuring him, at least it seems. He's brought this up a couple times to do so. So we'll have to wait and see. But as you know, President Trump calls himself the great negotiator, and he, I think, is going to have the final say. So we'll have to wait, keep an eye on this INTC here. But in the meantime, we'll keep an eye back over with Sean and Joe.
I really like Intel there. I was just telling Joe, I think that there's good opportunities to buy some of this dip there because that offering relatively unexpected there. And then we got the news. I mean, it was a little disturbing yesterday that there was a thought of maybe selling it there from the U.S. government. But I do agree with Sharif and Joe. Like, if it's working, it's working. They don't need to get in there and start selling for what reason? I mean, it's just another one of those things to pound the table on. Like, we've got another winning trade. And if you're looking to grab some winning trades, and size has been a problem, well, check it out right here with Trade Funder. Right setups, wrong size. These guys can definitely help you out. Trade Funder has changed the rules with 100K for stocks, 25K for options. You get that today. You keep 80%. And as is very important to Joe, you get paid every Friday on your trading. So never risk your own money. It's just $99 to start, and you get funded or refunded on your first qualifying payout. That's very important as well. You could start in just 1 hour. So you started now, just a little bit after the market opens. No evaluation, no background checks, just you and the size that you feel you've been missing out on. Scan the code on your screen right now and get involved with tradefunder.com. You can choose stocks or, as Joey, just talked about up there, you could choose options. I think that there's been some very interesting. So thank you to Trade Funder. Thank you so much for your continued support of the show as well. And if you are looking to get involved in that kind of a situation with a prop firm and looking to trade someone else's money, do that. 80% payouts.
Yeah.
Quite nice. Okay, so we said we would talk about this. So what's up, Arthur Axton?
Yeah.
Thank you for continuously reminding us in the chat of that, because we definitely don't want to forget what we're talking about here with all of y'all, and that today is going to be SpaceX. And we talked about SpaceX with you guys just for a minute here over the last little while. Yesterday's sticky note, of course, we had SpaceX bottom at 130 to 132. We started trading SpaceX like crazy yesterday, and it was a really good day. We grabbed the longs there, then we grabbed the short and got railroaded there at the end of the day. At least we got, this is the thing about using VWAP, is when you get out of VWAP or playing off of it, it gives you that out. So you're not caught in these kind of moves. There's that 137 area that we wound up taking out and just kind of hovering around there for the close, and we were going to open up around today. But here's that 130 to 132 that we had mentioned there on our sticky note yesterday. So we know that there was a huge run on Friday in the afternoon, and then there was a huge run again today or yesterday in the afternoon on SpaceX. And I was just talking about that there with Joe, and we ran right back up to the day's high again, and now that looks like it wants to hold. So I think the easy no-brainer trade right now is to say long at 137, but if you look at what we did yesterday off the open, it was just too choppy. Like, the market opened up, it actually just started going down, went down about $3, open up around 135, down to 132. Then it was giving us these nice wicks to play off of. So you could have actually started to get involved about 940. That's kind of the play that I'm looking to do. But it was a good move back up to the upside. You probably would have got faked out though, because that was only about $1.50 before it once again crushed that low, right? And so if you're going to look to see again sort of how I traded that open, we did not take it in the first little bit. We waited and then took it there once it came back in and hit those lows and gave us kind of a little bit of a wick bottom there. And we were playing off this level. We only had half a unit there, so it wasn't even as big of a trade as maybe it should have been. But it wound up working out, because then we wound up getting on this 132 or so, 130, 150 filler. So wound up going up there. We got 134s and change. That's a breakout of 134 there. So we make our $2 or $3 that way. But at the end of the day, it comes back in and sort of respects some of these lows. So what I'm trying to do here for SpaceX today is actually giving this a little bit of room to breathe again. So if you like the short, that this is a great trade, this 137 break, because if it doesn't hold, then yeah, man, its next area is going to be back here at 133, and SpaceX has $5 in it, man. Like, it does easily. This move was 133 to 139, essentially. But I don't like to take the very top, because, as you know, Joe, there's those imbalances that come out.
Yeah.
So that influences price where it probably shouldn't have been. But let's just say that's $5 straight to the upside in the last half hour. Well, we can easily, if those machines aren't on, you can fall right back into this area and start looking for bids. But says Stone Cold. I'm going to wait for 135. I'm just going to try to wait for somewhere in the middle here. We did have a little bit, and this is kind of picking at straws a little bit. We did have a little bit of a dip right into there where we, during that move higher, that we were deciding about 135. 135 was a little bit of a decision area right back into here as well. Good morning, Danger Carlene.
What's up, Danger?
Interesting name there, Carlene. I like that name. But 135 is, and we want to say what's up to everybody on TikTok as well. We never want to forget them. But here's, this is Palantir. I was just looking at that interesting name here. This is a 5-minute chart. So what I'm going to write down on SpaceX is there's 135.50. So this is a 5-minute rate here that's been actually decent when you're trying to look for some kind of support. Bounced off of it there, was actually really good early yesterday. So that's kind of what I'm looking at today for an early take, is 135.50 off of a 5-minute chart there for SpaceX. So that's going to be another play. And then I was trying to find out maybe if there was going to be a play on Palantir as well.
You
but
like Palantir.
you can see in the back, man, we do have the chat up.
Yeah.
So shout out to everybody that's part of our family here again today, as we hope. Joe's sitting in, thank you for that. As Neil yesterday, I was just messaging him, he's fine. He was feeling some like tightness in his elbow, and then it was like getting into his hands.
Yeah. There's obviously more substance.
No. It is what it is. It's just, he just said it's tendonitis.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll be back in. So I want to thank Joe for coming here today, and another double duty day over there, Joe.
Yeah, exactly.
Coming through, but yeah, I forget what I was getting at, but it's about everybody, about our family.
Yeah, about our family.
And just how great to have everybody here as part of the chat. Keep your comments going in. Message at Joe, at myself, at
the-
Sharif, at Adara.
Get the fuck
Let us
out.
know what's going on, because today is going to be hopefully a money-making day with SpaceX. Did you trade it at all yesterday?
Speaking, yeah, via SSPC, and I, I took a long on it on actual SpaceX as well too. You talked about making money there, Sharif. Well, we were expecting a 26-cent loss here, EPS. It comes in at 6 cents. Also, Elon stating the fact that, hey, we might be seeing $1 trillion here in the next couple of years in revenue. So I think this can give an opportunity for this name to start climbing. I mean, people are expecting it to continuously lose money, even though it is right now. I wouldn't be surprised next quarter if EPS comes in positive. Man, this name can really go on a little bit of a run, but we all know that's being driven by XAI and Starlink. So for me personally, SpaceX, I think it's most definitely in play right now, and things are starting to pick up a little bit faster than what we were anticipating. CapEx is there. That's not anything that we should be surprised about, but other than that, SpaceX, 3 strong days in a row, the latter half of yesterday's session being one of the stronger ones, so there's no reason for me to not have my eyes on it whatsoever. So other than that, I have my eyes on Riot and HIMS to see if we can get a little bit of continuation in Riot. SpaceX continuation as well too, but I wouldn't be surprised if you have some form of an inside day, and then HIMS and HERS for a potential rebound or a continuation on the sell-off off of the earnings report last night. I think that's enough rambling on from my half. Let's see if we can send it back to the desk.
Indeed we can. And yeah, guys, I think it's time for some core info on CoreWeave. I mean, we've got a couple interesting earnings after the bell today. CoreWeave, SMCI, we're going to have Lumentum, we're going to have Kava. All of those, I think, are usually of note to at least some of our traders. But CoreWeave, I think, probably the most interesting here. You've got CRWV, very much in that AI circular space here, and this is its only 6th ever earnings report as a public company.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of history, and investors continue to question whether growth can keep up with the pace of the rapid pace, I should say, of the CapEx build out, which, you know, is keeping this company from being profitable still, believe it or not. So look, the neocloud sector, they face large constraints here, supply constraints. They can't build it out, these data centers, as fast as they're bringing in the demand. Just to give you an idea here, we almost have $100 billion in whatever you want to call it, RPO, backlog, whatever the term you want to use is. They have more orders from clients than they have capacity to give them. That is a good problem to have. How long does it last for, and can they monetize it? So that's what analysts will be looking for. But in terms of numbers, Adara, we're looking for Q2 revenue to come in at $2.55 billion. That would be higher sequentially over Q1 of $2.08 billion, with EPS, as I mentioned, continuing to be negative. They're looking for a $1.49 loss per share. They did end up, as I mentioned, $99.4 billion in backlog and 3.5 gigawatts of contracted power. They do have plans to build out over 5 gigawatts of AI compute. We know that was largely backstopped by NVIDIA's investments. We've talked about the circularity of the investments between CoreWeave, NVIDIA, and all the other players that are intertwined as well. Let's see how they do, Adara, but yet no shortage of demand. Yeah,
and you mentioned here growth, Sharif. What's interesting is CoreWeave's revenue growth has actually slowed kind of considerably over the last 3 or so quarters. I mean, to be fair, still over 100% year-over-year growth, but when you're previously having 400%, sometimes, you know, investors, they want results right away. They want that growth to stay elevated. So I think seeing like an increase in that year-over-year growth, that could be a good look for CRWV today. How are you guys feeling about this stock?
I just want to mention one thing, guys. So the morning note for the premium paying subscribers, it had the wrong link. That's since been updated. So if you guys want to go over, just get the new link there. It's all ready to go. I do apologize about that.
Yeah, in the meantime, I guess we'll go over to Joe and Sean for thoughts on CoreWeave.
What's going on, my guy?
No, I was just I see my name on the board there, so I was just reading the old comment there.
Okay. Well, you don't have you don't have it open on your
chat right now. Listen, you know I love you guys, but let me finish.
Don't worry.
No, let me finish my coffee first before.
What do you mean? Who's saying something about Joe?
Active.
No, I'm.
Yeah, this one here, Joe.
I'm in a band mood over here.
Yeah. Okay. Listen, is it expensive in capital expenditures to harvest asteroids and go to Mars? Listen.
Well, Joe's an expert at this.
No. But in all seriousness, if you do your due diligence and you
where'd Sharif go?
I don't know. You get the eggs, my
guy. No,
guy.
because he's good at this.
He's very good, and I think he can agree with what I'm about to say. If you actually read it with the total addressable market, and Adara made a very valid point. such a small fraction of it is space exploration. And Adair said, hey, this is odd for a company to be called space exploration when such a small fraction is actually about exploring space.
And when your space revenue is declining for the first half of the year.
Exactly. This is a data center and a Starlink play, a satellite play. All right. So I mean, eventually the costs are going to get there, but that's why you have to be extremely forward-looking. If you are playing SpaceX due to the fact that these guys are going to be mining asteroids and going who knows where in outer space, then you're going to be sitting in this for quite some time. Right now, it's XAI. Yeah, Paz, right. XAI and Starlink. That's what you're playing this trade off of.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea.
Merger?
That's the other thing. I'm not sure that's going to affect anything. Like, I don't.
Merger?
Well, because it's merger, would that affect the SpaceX stock? Like, because it's gonna, wouldn't it take over right now? Because the market cap of Tesla and SpaceX, I think, is relatively close.
It's relatively close
at this point. So I don't know what a merger actually winds up looking like. I don't know if that benefits which end of that. And I think Neil and I talked about this in the last couple of days there, is like trying to figure out if it is a Tesla story or if it's a SpaceX story. And we kept on saying like a backdoor to maybe SpaceX shares, if you think they're a little high right now, is possibly, grabbing some Tesla, hoping that at some point there is that merger without dilution of Tesla's shareholder wealth. And I don't know how that exactly is going to go down and what that looks like. Maybe if you guys have some notes, message us there in the chat and let us know what that might look like. But there's other ways to play the space game. We saw Rocket Lab the other day or last night. ASTS, AST Mobile, ASTS is a symbol. I think Boeing is also a pretty good way. They have deal with NASA and some sort of contracts there, as well as the U.S. government. And then we have Space Force, which does exist, believe it or not, although there was that Netflix show. I think it was called Space Force with Steve Carell. I thought that could have been a lot funnier than it actually was. But I mean, I know. They only did like one season there.
You gotta watch Ad Astra, too.
What is it? Is that
it's like a Brad Pitt space.
Ad Astra, I never seen that one. Yeah.
But I mean,
but
Sean,
lots of ways to play it.
There is, but I mean, we talk about this quite often. If you feel like you've missed the boat on Tesla, I don't think you have, because you're at levels from October of 2021. So that's almost 5 years ago, right? Stock's still at the same price, unless you've been buying in around the lows. But I'm convinced that autonomy AV, what he's got going on with Cybercab, not so much the robotic side of things just yet. That can most definitely pick up some momentum. But with AV and autonomous vehicles, I think it's just going to absolutely just blow everything out of the water. People aren't going to want to drive. Katina Man no longer owns a Tesla. It's not. Well, I mean.
Well, it's in my name.
Yeah, but it's not yours though anymore. Which I said.
But I mean, honestly, I understand that you're not married and everything, and that's great. But I think actually legally you are married. I think.
Yeah.
You've been with her more than 6 months.
Yeah.
And have you been sharing a residence for more than 6 months?
Yeah.
Then you are common law married. Congratulations. Let's just say congratulations right now to bang to Joe.
Yeah.
Right there.
Everything's in my grandma's name.
To put a ring on it. What's that song? But no, at the end of the day. I can't remember what we were talking about again. And I'm distracted.
How the Tesla is in yours.
Oh yeah, Tesla's not in my name anymore. No, and I think it's just we're just joking around about that. But yeah, she's got it again as they're out for the day.
I told you, I knew.
She'd rather roll around in the Tesla than in the SUV.
Well, because he doesn't have to you just hit the FSD.
Well, she actually said today they were on the highway, and yesterday because they were painting new lines on the highway.
Oh, it was.
And yesterday it was like thinking about. She thought it was a little too close to the left. So today, as they were approaching that same area, she was like getting ready to take it over, because when you're on the highway, you're a little nervous. You want to make sure it's in the right lane. She's not nervous, but that wasn't nervous. But then today, it didn't happen at all. So it self-learned yesterday, apparently, where she had to sort of correct it yesterday because she felt like the paint on the line just wasn't clear enough. And then today she was ready to do it again at the same spot, and she messaged me and didn't have to do it. So wild stuff. And got home and just plugged it in, and it added a couple 100 kilometers overnight. So it's just like, It's been an amazing.
Where I stand on this is like, think about all the people commuting north of like Highway 7 or even from
Anywhere.
Woodbridge and
I can't believe Randy,
coming
yeah.
into the city, right? Like, think about it. You just have to eliminate that hyper focus of driving into the city in the morning, and I think that's just going to really what you and Sharif swatting at these five is crazy. All right, we have a $2 Omen.
Ooh, a $2 super chat. What's going on?
Yeah, what's up, brother? I love how Joe went from no coffee to where is my coffee. You can thank your boy behind me for that one. Yeah. Thanks, Sharif.
I have no idea.
On the
Why Sharif got you back on?
Yeah,
that?
well, he got me on it in the first.
Sharif, I think in the morning drinks the most coffee, but you might be next.
Well, I've been ramping up. Well, I said, but think about how many years I wasn't drinking it, so I have to play catch up and drink it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I've seen Sharif fills up this big, huge.
11 o'clock. I won't have more caffeine after 11 a.m.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think you have the most coffee in the morning.
Bro, what do you mean after 11 a.m.? You walk into the midday with a
cup.
Yeah, with
right?
this one.
And that's I pour it like 10:45. Done by 11:30.
Okay.
Don't have anything after.
Yeah. I think he's probably the most caffeine here.
I don't know. I feel like
I have one in the afternoon maybe, and then I have like maybe one this morning because this is actually pretty good because it gets, you fill it a little bit and then it stays.
And also keeps the flies out.
It keeps the flies out. Yeah, it's a good one. And then every once in a while when we're nice enough, Randy will bring us one, but then it just sits here and gets cold. There's nothing wrong with drinking some coffee. All right, we have so many super chats coming through there. So we want to thank everybody for all of the love. We do have to get through
small cap
our the small cap. Is it small cap recap?
Yeah.
Over here, WXM. Here it goes. What's up, Tisha?
Awesome.
Here goes WXM. So you might have been onto one again right here. I'm getting that small cap feeling. So you guys got to get ready for some more small cap madness trading with Joseph and myself.
Yeah.
But there it is, man. Nice breakout there. We can throw to Adair for the news. This looks like it was pretty immediate. 725. It started to bust out there, but the move actually happened overnight. So $9 up to 10.50. We can definitely take a look here at Yes.
I'm actually not seeing any news.
Okay, forget that. No news on that one. This is WXM on a longer time frame. This is yesterday at 4:15, Adara. So I think it was yesterday afternoon. Something there with WF International starting to go a little higher right there. So definitely worth a check. There isn't too much. On it. Yes. Oh, I thought that was Adara. Yep.
No, yeah. So I'm reading. Apparently, people are saying, people I'm seeing are connecting this WF story to WXM. They don't seem to be directly corrected when I read about it. People are just saying, oh, there's volatility in WF and WXM is trading higher. The last story in Benzinga related to this name was from June 25th, 2026. Yeah, I mean, everything I'm seeing is about this WF.
Yeah, okay. So, they could be definitely tied there if that's going to make some sense here. This is what the chart looks like split adjusted. So you're already at, what is it, $11 right now? So you're already up here. I just got to put this to the pre-market. So you're already up here. And then, so basically support around 7 at this point now. Probably clear sailing, man. I mean, this one did split there back in June. So I would say, I don't think it's blue skies to 18, but that would be pretty awesome. And then you get a gap right there from 26 to 18 with no news. Recent high, $42 back in last September. So this seems like a relatively legit stock. I mean, obviously that 1 for 10 there doesn't help on that split, but at reverse split. But at the end of the day, reverse splits are good because you get lower shares out there, right? So the float becomes a little decreased, thus increasing the chance of this move. So I think you're right, Tisha, there. Clear skies till about 13 or 14. Wait to see what winds up happening there around 11. And then just a quick look, and then we've got to go back. I've been here today going over all these stories and all these super chats that I've just, I typed in INTC. That's what I'm working on right now.
Talk to us about the PE first.
Is a note. No, that's right. I'm going to do INTC. Yeah. I have Intel written as a long. I got some names coming up. The sticky note is once again going to be out very shortly. But I just wanted to see what the volume was going to be like here. So short float just 3.7 on this WXM. So not huge. Float there it is 2.2 million shares, already done 12. But yeah, you're right, man. Congratulations. That looks like if you're in this one, then bang, you've definitely hit it now, upside. And we always say, and I know Shreve talks about this too, and you guys do, on the midday, they're pulling back into VWAP is worth a look now as we trade above it. I think this satisfies some of the looks there, Sharif, for you, like above $1, above VWAP, relatively new volume coming into the play right here. So I think WXM, wow, there it goes, man, ripping through there. So we were just going through like all of the requirements right there. Recent volume, story, couldn't really find one specifically, but you know, it's starting to go back upside. You're taking out VWAP. You have a good base. There goes WXM. So yeah, man, remember, won't halt once in the pre-market, but I'm willing to bet, as Neil always says, I'll bet you a quarter that this name halts within the first 5 minutes. What do you think, Joe?
You want to do it?
Well, it's just Neil's quarter, so yeah, let's do it. All right, so we'll bet. You think it's going to halt or not?
Oh, yeah, I do. But
okay, so do I. But we'll,
the same thing.
We'll bet. We'll bet anyways. Let's see if this halts within the first 5 minutes. Thank you, Tisha, for that review and that look on WXM getting us all excited over here. Joe and I do have halt scanners, so you know, anything that will halt, we will do our best to cover that as the market gets a little spicy here off open. But okay, let's go back over the desk now. We got this great watch list to run down through, right? You can get that. The link is in description. Go have a look at that. Lots of names on there, high-flying names as well, but we're going to go through some of the ideas. How about now?
773, guys, is where we closed yesterday on the SPY. We're above it nicely right now. 774 and a third. We're up 0.16. Is not a bad look, but we're continuing to use that 775 area as resistance as we have for the last few days. Not surprising there. We always look at these $5 and $10 increments on the SPY as support and resistance. This no different. We didn't quite make it down, though, yesterday into 770, so I'm reluctant to say, you know, that that's been a tested support level, but we're going to go with it again like we did yesterday. We're going to say support level 1, 770, resistance level 1, 775. If we break out or break down, we're looking at 767.50 as support level 2, and then we're going to have to look basically right at that 780 level as our 2 Adair.
Yeah, lots to talk about today, and to follow along with us to see what we're going to be talking about on the rundown, you have to check out our free Trader TV Live watch list. This is earnings, events, economic data, everything you need and more to tackle the day. How do you get it, you may ask? Click the link in that description or type the URL that you see on your screen. Either or works, so you can join us and follow along with what we're going to be talking about. For that WXM as well, thank you, Sheree, for mentioning to me. Apparently that, yeah, they are WF International. They had earnings. I guess I did not find this on my platform. I didn't find it consistently when I Googled, but I guess the earnings is the catalyst there for WXM, so keep that in mind. Again, clearly not a lot of info floating around on that one, so interesting look there. We'll take a look here at RIOT, though. Riot, this one having a riot to the upside. Now, it's interesting. Initially, kind of a muted reaction here. Like we had, you know, EPS miss, sales beat. They announced this Frontier AI Lab deal, and then we get a report that the Frontier AI Lab is actually Anthropic.
Absolutely, it is, and this is a good look for them. And we've been seeing a lot more of this, guys. We've been seeing a lot more of these former, you know, miners who have a lot of experience with compute and in large, you know, kind of warehouse settings, kind of flip the script here and do what's working, which is obviously AI compute. So the details are as follows: $9.1 billion, 20-year agreement to supply 191 megawatts of data center compute at its Rockdale, Texas campus, specifically to Anthropic. But look, it sounds great on paper, right? But it's going to be a staggered 2-year build out. So the 191 megawatts, they're not all going to come in at the same time. First, you're going to have 96 megawatts by December of 27, so about a year and a half. And then the full 191, that's going to come by June 2028. So essentially, you're going to have 6 consecutive quarters where you don't realize any of this revenue. So it's all forward looking at this point. That's number one. Number two, they had to go to the debt market in order to be able to finance this $573 million bridge loan for Morgan Stanley to Riot. And there's also an extension to increase this, right? So the value of the deal could be more than $9.1 billion. It could almost double here to $16.1 billion. That is, of course, if Anthropic chooses to exercise that. So it could be all the way up to $16.1 billion and for 30 years instead of 20. Last but not least, Adara, they are using AMD hardware here. So AMD, a read-through for them as well.
Yeah, I mean, good look there for AMD. Great look for Riot. And before we send you back to the guys, I have to talk about another AI-related story. Feels like the information is releasing some story around 9 a.m. almost every day the last couple of weeks. Today, it's on NVDA, who is reportedly developing new open source AI model called Nematron 4. So again, new reported open source AI model for NVDA. Not much of a move on this, but keep an eye on this one. Riot, what are your guys' thoughts?
I mean, it's my primary look here this morning to see if we get any form of continuation. One thing I like about this deal is the length of it, Sean, 20 years. But so if you break down what Sri was just mentioning, the $9 billion over 20 years, it may not seem like a lot, but it can increase over time. After the first couple of years, building the data center obviously is going to be expensive. But my big question is, what's going to happen to all of the Bitcoin mining rigs? Is it easily transitioned into some of this cloud compute? That's something that I'm not familiar with, but 20 years, I like the duration of this specifically, and I also like that we had a nice little move in the post last night. So Riot, a hold of $22. You can see there's a support level right there, break of this trend line, and then maybe even a break through this high of the day is something that I'm going to be aiming towards. Below the volume weighted average price right now or trading right at it, this is what I like to see in the pre-market.
Yeah, I think I was looking at NVIDIA as well there. The sticky notes out, I just have some pretty chalk names on there. But I do like that NVIDIA story. I think there's going to be more runway, and I really like the idea of buying more of this name. That is for sure. I think we're going to get, we are not going to get to NVIDIA on the rundown. So, okay. But yeah, look, I think if Joe's going to be looking at it, he'll probably have some trades on it and be covering this for you guys there today. But, whenever there's this gap, like we talk about it coming through, especially on earnings, we do like to play it back to VWAP. So right now, 2250 is where the volume weighted average price sits, and that's not a horrible level to look at either. You did dip down into 22. So I actually would expect there to be some selling in this name. You come up with this deal and you're just going from 19, bust up to 20, then people figuring out it's Anthropic up there to $23, $24. Remember, Anthropic, these guys are spending money like drunken sailors out there. So there is going to be a lot of deals that come through, and we've seen sort of pullbacks happen after the exuberance sort of sets in. But I do think that, the fact that this is 20 years, $9 billion, it does mean a lot to Riot. And again, like just looking here at market cap and everything for some of these stocks, RIOT, you want to look at here on the details, you're going to come through 14% short float, so they're not expecting that, right? The quarter wasn't the greatest, right? No. But look at that market cap, $7 billion. So it's not a huge market cap here for our RIOT Riot. So I do think that there is room to run here. If people like it, they'll probably come in, buy this name. I mean, the market cap isn't that relevant right now. It's going to be more about the momentum. And so that looks to be a try to break through 24.50. I would say if you get long now, $23, the top to me looks like it will be around this 24 to 24.50 area. So I like Riot here today, but I do think that there is going to be some kind of a lid on it. So just watch out for $24. I think that'll be awesome if it gets there, and you definitely want to take some profit if that is the case. And for me, dropping below this 21.50 here, which is the 200 period moving average, is a no. So that's a no-go there if we break below 21.50. So I'd like to see it kind of hover in this area, and then we take the long on Riot. Let's go find out what the story is with HIMS, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, HIMS and hers here. We actually had pretty strong revenue growth for this company, with revenue specifically in their international segment growing by more than 1,600% year over year. Stock, they're just not reacting too well to, again, what was in a lot of ways a pretty strong report.
It was a good report. It's just they missed on one thing. It was really earnings. But the top line growth, as you mentioned, Adair, really, really doing well. $753.2 million in revenue. That main top line, up 38% year over year. Now they're guiding pretty good as well for their full year revenue, $3.1 to $3.3 billion. But as you saw in the pre-market, it continues to sell off. The earnings miss here. Let's talk about the Eucalyptus acquisition. That was the Australian company that I think they closed in June. That added a lot of money here to their, as Adair mentioned, their world revenue, because prior to that, it had been $7.5 million, quite anemic for a company this size. Now it's a healthy 131.4, and that's in Q2. However, they did take a hit on their gross margins. It dropped from 76% this time last year down to 64%. They're blaming it on product fulfillment costs, international lower margin mix from the Eucalyptus acquisition, as well as upfront investments in their weight loss category. But This is a company that made in earnings, their GAAP net earnings last year, this quarter, $42.5 million. Now they're bleeding $86.3 million negative net loss. Why? Well, what happened since last year? They can't compound these GLP-1 drugs anymore. The reason is they're not on back order anymore. The companies are able to meet demand, so there's no statutory reason for them to be able to compound it. So what they've had to do is they've had to go to the brand names, and when they sell the brand names Adara, they don't make as much money.
Yeah, I mean, certainly compounding issues here for HIMS. Are you guys looking at Hims and Hers Health, or even the likes of Lilly or Novo Nordisk today?
I mean, being down 6.5% is not great there for Hims, but I mean, just looking at some of those numbers, revenue grew. We like that. GAAP earnings came in at 37 cents negative on the negative side, so that's not great. And their EBITDA declined 27% year over year. There's just a lot of opportunities in this space, and I just don't know if Hims is right now going to be the right one, as Sharif was talking about the compounding there. 29, and there's also that Reptutride coming through. There's some more drugs that will be coming through for Eli Lilly as well. Retrutide, yes, thank you. And so, there's more coming. You're going to get underneath the 200 period. That's never going to be a good thing. It will trade a lot. There is going to be there's a decent short float as well. Man, I keep on checking the same website. We should just have the short floats coming out automatically there. 32% short float on Hims. So, down 7%. Look to see if it gets down 10, maybe bouncing somewhere off this 26 to 28 area in there. I'm not it's not doing too much here in the pre-market. So to be honest with you, I think this break is probably pretty good. 29.50 breaking to the downside. That's going to happen immediately off the open. So, that little wick that was made there on earnings, that's going to be put into test for sure. That's 29.20. So I think if you break 29 to the downside, you want to continue to ride this. Not a great look. EBITDA down, like I said, 27%. But they did guide stronger than expected revenues. But again, if you have strong revenues, but you're unable to put that together to make money, that's a problem. So Hims right now heading a little lower right now, HIMS. Speak about coffee, I'm going to go grab one.
Google.
Joe, so what's your coffee situation saying?
We're good, brother.
You don't need a next one?
No, we got
That's almost done over
there. It's
there.
almost done, I know, but
I haven't had instant coffee in a minute.
Yeah, it's not bad, man.
Yeah.
Did you want it? Are you going to make a nice coffee?
No.
Why?
But make an iced coffee?
Yeah.
Is there ice in there still?
Why? Yeah.
Ramin told me never to trust that ice. What was it? Just an ice that's in the?
But I'm the one who put the ice.
Oh, you're the one
water.
that put the ice with the water in there. I think iced coffee is nice to have.
So I mean, listen. I mean, what we have here in regards to Hims and Hers subscriber growth is up, right? So that's not horrible. But across the board, the stock hasn't been performing well whatsoever. So if you ask me, if you go out and zoom out a little bit here, you're still down 60%. All right. So that's something that you definitely have to keep an eye out on. It's tough. We know that they're going to be probably the first to market with some of these peptide releases, as Sharif was mentioning not too long ago. But when you have a name that has been performing like this, I don't know, is this something that we want to keep our eyes on? Is this something that, from an intraday vehicle, I think it's a completely different story. I have it for both directions. So I just believe the stock is in play, right? We can pull it up here. Riot's going to be one of my primary, but Hims and Hers, definitely going to be on my list just due to the fact that, hey, it's in play. We had the earnings report. Now, it's going to be a continuation. You're down 7% already here this morning. It's going to be a continuation into the selling, or it's going to find somewhat of a rebound and give back the majority of its move. Now, as for if it exceeded its expected move, that I'm not aware of, but other than that, it's going to be in play. Support level at $29. If that breaks, then we're going to see some more downside, in my opinion. And if it holds and sits above the volume-weighted average price, then I'm going to be looking for it as a potential long and a momentum style trade. All right, guys, let's talk SpaceX $300 price target. Oh my, who set this? What analyst put that target, guys?
Yeah, I guess it's kind of misleading here because it was a maintained price target from Adam Jonas of Morgan Stanley. He was known for being really bullish on Tesla. Now he's being really bullish here with SpaceX because Sharif, what's interesting here, this is just their main price target. Their long-term bull case price target,
Yeah.
$600 for SpaceX.
Yeah, I remember you mentioning that. That was a long term for them. And yeah, look, hey, if you believe some of the numbers that Elon was throwing out in the call, maybe 600 does make sense. But look, we're going to have to deal with the numbers we have for now, Adira. So look, it closed up 4.2% yesterday, 138 3/4. That means it reclaims the IPO price of 135, but it's still, well, actually, it's still well off, obviously, the all-time highs, but it has rebounded about 32% off its 105 low on the 3rd of August. We know the expiry lockup came and went. That was August the 6th. That was, you're expecting a lot of selling, and institutions were expecting it as well. So some people are saying, and you never really know if this is true, that there was a lot of institutional short covering when the lockup period came and went, and there wasn't the selling en masse as had been predicted. But that's not the end of that. We're going to have another unlocking period here, the 20th of August. So that will be yet another test. And we're at a very critical area in terms of support and resistance. Throw the hour chart, the 4 hour, whatever you want on there. 135 to 140 could be a critical test here. So let's see how that trades. And last but not least, Adira, this didn't sell off for no reason. We know why it sold off. CapEx. Right now, it's not in favor, and they upsized their CapEx for the quarter, which pushed them into negative EPS territory, 9 pennies negative.
Yeah, and if you look here as well at CapEx for the whole fiscal H1 2026, so Q1 and Q2 cumulatively, it grew by 400%.
Wow.
So that's significant CapEx growth. I mean, I know, Joe, we were talking about this name earlier here, SPCX, and maybe some, I guess, space revenue being a relatively small portion of what they actually do. This is our top name, though, in our stock watch. So this is the name all you guys want to look at today. How are you feeling about this one, Joe? I almost said JOE, like a stock ticker.
That's all right. No, listen, it's been on a big time run, right? And I'm glad that it came in, earnings per share came in better than expected. That definitely helped fuel the fire. Now you have the locked up shares being able to release, so those people can do as they please with whatever it's going to continue to hold. As Michael Noss was talking about yesterday, it's like, okay, well, if you've seen a drastic cut from where the shares were trading at prior to them being locked up, now they're free, and it's like, okay, well, that's almost cut in half off of the highs. Are you going to continue to hold on to it, or are you willing to release some? What we can tell is that from a daily perspective is that the volume is most definitely increased, okay? And it's starting to climb the list in the options name. For me personally, I think that maybe not today, but at some point, we're going to be able to make a nice strong move up into $150. All right, I think that's reasonable. $300 price target. We might not see that for some time, but the next quarter, I'm not going to be surprised if these guys start turning a profit. Now, capital expenditures going through the roof. We've seen that across the board with all these hyperscalers. Terafab going to cost a boatload of money. That I'm not surprised by anymore. So what we can have potentially here in SpaceX, another additional pullback maybe to 135, and then you continue. Right now, we're trading above the volume-weighted average price in the pre-market. Not in love with that, but in the bigger picture, and I guess in a shorter time frame, I do believe that we're going to be able to climb into some higher prices and recover a lot of those losses that we experienced over the past month or so in SpaceX.
We have a SpaceX written down here on the sheet today. It's going to be a long again for me on SpaceX. I wrote down 135 long. Right, we hit it yesterday at 130. Let's see if we can do it again today. I mean, I think there's definitely a $3 move coming, and I already showed you guys. I'm just looking at that level. I'm not like in love with it. I thought that there was going to be a good little level there. And by the way, Joe, I used all the ice that was left.
Oh, you made one?
Yeah, man.
Nice. But you didn't refill the tray?
I did.
Oh, okay, my God.
Of course, I refilled it completely full.
And
I have, there's like maybe 8 or 9 of those little ice. Yeah. I like that's an ice cube tray that we have at our house. The light plastic. It's not hard.
It just gets me, I
like
that one?
No, because it's not a hard one. Yeah. When you crack it, it's the soft. That sound, I thought it was worse for the hard one.
Yeah, I know.
Anyways, and I wanted to show you, there's, I don't know if you saw them, there's dumplings.
I did.
Yeah, so there we go. We can share one or not, up to you there, Mr. Carbman. Yeah. But yeah, I just wanted to say that right down here, 135, 135.50, and we sort of showed you that, and I'm just kind of picking at straws a little bit here, drawing at straws, because that was held yesterday off the open, was this 5 minute, this is a 5 minute chart, this is a 200 period moving average. Excuse me. So I wrote that down there on the note today. That's something that I'm going to look for. So that's going to be an early look for potential hold. It kind of lines up with some of the consolidation that we saw yesterday in the midday, basically before we had that move down. So yeah, just trying to figure that out right there around 135. So for me, that's a look. And it's just, it's a name that I don't think you can avoid, because it's like, once it starts trending, it's actually very good. Like once it breaks levels, and you know, if you're looking for shorts, you could just wait. Like you would have waited for this short here of 136, and then yeah, you would have had to give it $1. I think giving SpaceX less than $1 on your trades is irresponsible. You know, because there are these violent moves, and that happened to me yesterday, and I can show it to you yesterday too. We kept on getting stopped out trying to short it right here underneath VWAP, and we are actually part of this crazy wick where we got stopped out. It didn't matter because eventually it ran higher. It just made me get back in and caused me 0 for 2 on that trade there. But trying to get it underneath VWAP has been something there, and then it busted through, and then once it does, man, the volume kind of picks back up there into the close, and then we have that huge run up to 138. So I know a lot of you are like, you know, hating on Elon or whatever. You think that this stock is well overvalued. It probably is, right? But at the end of the day, we pay for future growth and future expectations, and SpaceX right now is an AI machine, and I feel like it's going to, you know, pay off. And, you know, for me, not getting more at that 105 area, not that 105 was the ultimate bottom, but like 110 or so, seems to have been an early miss here on SpaceX, because next time it falls back in, I think there will be some traders waiting with open arms to buy this up. So I'm not sure you get back into $100. I'm not going to call an all-time low there on SpaceX, but it wouldn't surprise me if it was close to that.
On the pullback?
No, we might have just already seen the low on SpaceX. I don't want to just say that after 4 days of it going back up. I mean, negative stories are abound. And if you do hear something, a slowdown in the data centers, something messed up with XAI, obviously we don't wish that, you know, these launches go awry, but, you know, something happens. There are lots of opportunities there for this stock to come back in, but I do think Starlink is something to worry about for, you know, the legacy names,
absolutely,
you know, with the internet providers and all that kind of stuff.
AT&Ts,
so, yeah, the AT&Ts, the Rogers for us, the Verizons, and all that kind of stuff. I think that there is a little bit of a problem there, but it's 9:22, and we still have a few more stocks. So let's go over and discuss whatever SE is.
This is CE Holdings, SE. At one point, this is actually on our, I think it might still be in a smaller position here, the list of that our viewers wanted to look at. So we had really strong revenue, a little bit of a miss here when it comes to earnings as far as I saw, but strong revenue growth straight, even in these segments like Shopee, where in all three of the revenue segments, 30% plus year-over-year strength.
Yeah, they're really focusing on Shopee, Adara, because it makes more money for them. So we'll get to it in 1 second. Q2 earnings, guys. Top line revenue, $7.79 billion, up a very healthy 48.1% year over year. Net income coming in at $458.1 million. However, it's one of those kind of anomalous situations where the net income is positive, but when you look at EPS, it missed a little bit. That's because of 2 issues. One, they diluted their share pool through share-based compensation. That's always a bit of an issue there. But they had a couple of one-line items that are not going to reoccur, so we do expect them to be profitable in Q3. Shopee, let's get to that one, Adara, because that one absolutely rocketed. 65.6% year-over-year growth on Shopee. That's their core marketplace. That's where they make their ad fees and their commissions. And they're really championing that and prioritizing over their logistics business, which lost about 9% year-over-year. Now let's talk about Money Loan Book, another high-margin business for them. Not as strong as Shopee, but this one also grew 62.5% year-over-year. It's a digital financing service, so think of like short-term loans. And you know, this is something that I keep my eye on. I want to see how delinquent or the rate of delinquencies with these loans. Adara, 1% of their loans are in delinquency, very low, just to give you guys an idea, very, very low. Last but not least, they did put money back in the shareholders' pockets via share buyback, $416.8 million.
Yeah, lots, I think, to look at, as Shreve mentioned, the different businesses here when it comes to SE. Is this one that you guys are looking at here today, CE?
I don't think this isn't, like, I mean, this isn't a name that we talk about quite often. Shreve brought up a lot of the numbers, but when you see double-digit growth across the board in this, I think that's where a lot of the strength is derived from. Revenue rose 48%, EBITDA up 12%, revenue rose 33% in this Genera, Post, strongest quarter. So I mean, aside from that, like this isn't a name that we continuously talk about or look at quite often. For me personally, a nice bull flag intraday, just not liquid enough for my liking.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Singapore base. This is like the Amazon and Tencent of Southeast Asia. So for that reason, yeah, I mean, I guess it's an undercover gem. Like I never even knew about this stock. This is basically, I mean, I knew it was C limited. I knew what we talked about this, but I didn't realize it had that kind of a comp there with Amazon. And I don't know. We'll see if, as Sharif was mentioning, there are many different business levers to be pulled here. It's kind of like above earnings, like before earnings, this would have been a good look. I don't know if 10% is, I mean, looking back here, that 10% looks like a pretty big move for this name. And fundamentals aside, which they never want to be aside, they're very, very key. I like the way this looks technically at 110. I mean, holding that sort of 200 period moving average, those are good dip buy zones, generally speaking. And when you break through them, you want to see this hold. So there was the break back about a week ago. It retested it, bounced off of it, and now you get this move higher. So yeah, if you're in C, for me, this is a big hold at this point. SE, it looks like it's a hold and a run back up to, I mean, not knowing enough about the business is hard to say like, oh, this has, like, I don't know, do they have an AWS type system that's going in there? I see BTC businesses happening there, digital gaming, e-commerce, fintech. Nah, don't love the fintech aspect of it. So I don't really see any data center stuff in here or cloud stuff, but I like the name. Think it's going to be tough to get back up there, but yeah, definitely a 150 would seem like that's coming through. So yeah, C limited, a good one. We're going to go back over, talk some more space, but I just want to show you what these imbalances look like quickly, because at 925 they just dropped. I bit with a quick sell. We didn't talk too much about Bitcoin today. Joe and I will do that when the market opens up. I'm sure we'll be looking over there. Plug, I thought that was moving around a little bit today in the pre-market. Yeah, so up 16%, nice little move there for Plug, finally getting off some of those lows. $2 might be the low for that one. We've seen Netflix busting around off that 70, so that's had a nice couple days now, up to 76. That's good. Reminds me, I got to get out some Uber today at some point. And then other than that, man, oh, there's Intel. So Intel's on the node today. I think it's a 98 break long. I actually wrote down for Intel right into there, or whatever this sort of pre-market looks like, maybe 97.50. Watch out. Now that we know the pricing of $95, let's see if it gets down there. I still think Intel holds 96. So with only 3 minutes left, Intel doing a lot of volume, man. 12 million shares so far for INTC. Yeah, that should be a good space to look at right there. Oh, by the way, I saw Sia in the kitchen there, and we were getting coffees, and I said, okay, see you later or whatever kind of thing, or whatever. And she was leaving, and she said, oh, have a good time at the gym. And I said, yeah, I gotta do the show first. And then, so we were in a little bit of a time warp.
Oh, time warp, yeah.
There.
Was it time warp dance?
Time warp dance, yeah.
Isn't that a song? What is that from?
Something about that. I keep saying that one of my kids needs to build some sort of a time machine, man, go back in time or something like that.
Yeah,
time just goes way too fast.
Well, then let me...
It's amazing.
Let me invest in that.
Yeah, okay, yeah, you can just write me a check, it's fine.
Anytime,
yeah, give it to my kids. My kids got that Starbucks over there. All right, let's go back over the desk. Only a couple more minutes left, and me and Joe are going to discuss some liquidity issues with my kids' businesses.
Yeah, in the meantime, let's talk about these space stocks. You had ASTS and RKLB. I guess the nature of these reports was quite similar. The stock move was quite similar. You had a situation where this quarter not so good, but they're guiding a bit better than expected for both of these companies. So which way do you want to take this?
I'm just going to take ASTS, Adara. So not a bad look here. Look, net loss still driven by almost $126 million write-off from the Bluebird 7 launch anomaly. Who remembers that from Blue Origin? Well, I'm just going to skip through some of this and get right to the nitty-gritty here. So they dumped Blue Origin, and they're taking on a new relationship here with SpaceX, and they've bought launches 8 through 13 are not going to go through Blue Origin. They're going to go through SpaceX here, and they're going to do it within 50 days. So according to the company, their launch cadence still on schedule despite the issue with the Blue Origin. And they've got some, they made about $31.5 million in revenue, and that's largely generated through the mobile network operator gateway, as well as the U.S. government defense milestone contracts that they have. And they have some money here, Adara. It looks like they have $3.7 billion in cash. that they were able to raise through a $1.15 billion convertible note. They're going to need it because obviously the space business is expensive stuff.
Yeah, and Rocket Lab, meanwhile, missing EPS, just barely beating revenue and guiding better than expected Q3 sales. So nice look for these space names. Make sure to like and subscribe as we send you over to the guys for the opening bell.
I mean, as for AS Spice Mobile here, guys, 239 million, 70-cent loss here per share, a little bit more than expected, but their backlog is growing to about 1.3 billion and 125 million in aggregate U.S. government awards supporting national security applications. So they're starting to get those government contracts. Bell opening now. This is just a name that's been beat up, obviously, with some of the space plays. We are now open, ding, 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 ding. I'm not going to be necessarily looking at ASTS here.
Yeah, SpaceX right now falling to the downside. We want to thank everybody for being here with us early and often as this show continues to build momentum. We want to thank everybody for watching, and hit the like, hit the subscribe, get involved in the chat, right? Because Joe and I will be looking there for some trading ideas as we watched out for WXM there. Joe and I bet a quarter that this would halt. And right now, it's going to halt. Right now, WXM is on the... Oh, I tried to get over there and buy the halt. I missed it. WXM, that's too bad. Yeah, it's really too bad. Yeah. I bid 1183 there to see if we can get some going, but there goes WXM. So, Joe, that quarter is Neil's still because both of us won yes on that one. So, good call on that. All right, Intel, look at that, man. Flush right into that level, Sharif and everybody. Right into $95 right there, which was that buy zone there. As we talked about, they did have the offering down there at $95. Looks like that wants to get bought up. So now we wait to see. I'm still on that 98 rip long. So we'll see if that winds up happening. We want to take a 98 long fill here on Intel if it does wind up coming through. But we are trying to be very patient here as this market goes early. People talking about HIMS at HIMS is $31. No, that's not right, is it? Unless it just absolutely, yes, it is. Wow. Okay. Nice move up there for HIMS. We did talk about a good base happening there at 29 and change there for HIMS, bouncing again off of its 200 period moving average. HIMS looking real nice like right there. I'm still liking the long, man. I think this long could work out for us at some point there today. Wish we would have had that dip buy opportunity, but we're not going to cry over spilt milk now. We're going to wait to see what winds up happening there with Intel as it goes up to $97. And then the other play that I had, I don't want to talk about something you might talk about, but NVIDIA right now on a little bit of a pullback, looking for 220 on NVDA. But I think the first trade that I'm going to be involved in is going to be the Intel long through 98. But it might be like more of like a 97.50 situation right now. But let's see if we have enough volume to push through 98. NVIDIA's coming right back to 220 right now. That's not a horrible spot either to think about a long for NVIDIA.
No, not at all. So, guys, we have our eyes on Riot here. We're going to wait for price to turn around if it does, and then we're going to look for some form of continuation in the strong price action. If not, it might be an all-day fader, so we have to keep our eyes out on this one. NVDA, Sean mentioned that we're back up to 221. NASDAQ to the south side here, though, ladies and gentlemen. Hims and hers, this is what I was talking about earlier this morning, is that I believe that it's either we break that $29 mark or it holds up and find some form of a recovery. It seems to be the latter half so far this morning. With that being said, I'm not in anything. Sean's not in anything. We're waiting for the right setup and for these levels to come into play. Now, the NASDAQ might turn around. Uh-oh, Katina, man. I'm liking the TQs here. We better be able to switch our charts quick. There's some indecision prints around the lows. Let's start really small here on the TQs to see if we get any form of a rebound.
I was going to say, are we looking for a bid there?
Yeah, a quarter unit is probably about quarter risk right now to see if it cracks the low of the day, then we're at a dodge, which it looks like it's going to right now, being led by the likes of SpaceX and NVDA.
We all do things a little differently, but I do like the fact of talking in units like that.
Yeah.
I know Neil doesn't really talk like that, which is fine. I just think it's important that we talk about like early on what the idea would be, because if it's a trade that you really like I'm going to go like a unit and a half or so on the Intel break. So, normal sizing, like something like 3, if it was something that was, building into like that right there. So, quick little trade there. You're still in the queues?
I'm going to hop out. As soon as it broke the low of the day, if it doesn't rebound.
I still think there's a rebound coming.
I might just be a little bit early, to be honest with you, on this trade. That's why you start really small, and then if the setup shows up better next time, then we just add more shares to the position. Didn't get the best fill right at 74s pretty much there, but right now, if we have NVDA, SpaceX, and some of the other larger names continuing to sell, makes it significantly more difficult, like Google to the downside, Apple moving up actually, SpaceX and Microsoft, who put in a day yesterday. Microsoft and the three top names moving lower, going to make it significantly more difficult to catch a long in the NASDAQ. And sure enough, there it goes, putting in a new low of the day. Yeah. And I am out of Dodge.
But I think that's, I think that's a good idea, though, when you talk to, like I said, though, not getting in too hard, waiting to see what winds up happening. Exactly. I'm actually going to think about taking here comes SpaceX down to that 135. I mean, we are getting close. I don't like the fact that the NASDAQ is, as you had just mentioned, straight downside fire right now. So that's a little bit of a problem. I do see in the chat that Google's making moves down. Yes, wow, yes it is. Google into yesterday's. So by the way, I don't want to get too away from Intel here because it is pulling back into some buy zones right now, I believe. I'm going to test it here at 75 or so with Intel's. Got 72s there. Just falling right back into VWAP. Again, don't want to hold this too long. If we break 96, let's scram. This is, for me, a quarter of a unit right now on Intel, waiting to see what we can do there. And so far, so good. I mean, if it does, let's get like a piece out at O's if we can, a 97, and then another piece out like a 97.50, where that high's sort of been, and then we'll deal with it there. But so far, one position in right now, Intel long at 72, waiting for a break higher. Right now, we're also going to get into a small piece of NVIDIA, which we just did. Let's give it a second here on NVIDIA to see where that bleeds down to. I don't want to give this more than 219 right into there. Too choppy yesterday in and around this level for your boy NVDA. Damn these flies there. So at least they can't get lost in my hair. I mean, there's nowhere to go, so that's good.
Lord of the flies.
All right, Lord of the Flies, yeah. Coming back in, let's average. So there it is. We get the out. That's a good one. Money right there on Intel. But right now, it's our boy NVIDIA that's giving me a little bit of a problem, as we'll dip down into some NVIDIA. But right now, Intel working to the high side, long 96.70, 96.72, and just buying a little bit of NVIDIA down here near 219. We do not want to be married to this name. I think we both love NVIDIA, but at the same time, it's a love-hate relationship when the market goes down against you, because you have to flatten that position out if it does go. So right now, we're long NVIDIA. We're 20 cents in the money there and 20 cents in the money on Intel, but waiting for a bigger play. It's still early.
Yeah, we got 10 cents here on Riot. I'm just going to stick with this game plan. But the way the price action's starting to formulate, I think we might see an additional leg lower south of 21. So any pop here back into 22s, we might like to take a little bit off because we are slowly starting to curl over, and that's not something that I want. Every time we do bid back up, it's relatively weak and immediately met by some form of defense. We don't want to jump the gun too early. So there you go. You pop into 75s, but there's no continuation. Okay, 83 is just like that, Katina, man. So already eliminating the losses from the triple Qs trade, but we don't want to count our wins too early and see if we can head back into the volume-weighted average price. Now, there goes NVDA 220.12. You're doing it, and Riot's starting to come back in. So 219.83 really working out for you off of that play on NVDA.
Yeah, I still want to give this a little bit of time here on NVIDIA. We already have that plan of action. Let's see if it goes back up to the upside. We just, we're long at 219.80. We just took an out there at the 200 period, moving average right there of 220.10s or 15s, whatever. We're going to wait here at 70s. I mean, I still think we can get back up there to VWAP, but this market is a ever, moving thing here. I don't think we have, I didn't check I didn't put out a watch list today that involves, economic data, but
it's very, very minimal, and it's at 10 a.m. existing home sales. Keep an eye on if you're trading open or something that might be of note. Otherwise, probably not massive.
Yeah, okay, so I just wanted to show it on here as well. So here it is. You can get this information live right now. Just check out TTVL, Trader TV Research. We have it out now. Adara's posting, all the numbers all week on her weekly sort of report that she's got there. And there it is there, existing home sales at 10. So, not much going on as far as that is concerned. But right now, man, I mean, we celebrated NVIDIA when it was winning, and now it's losing. So we're long at 60s now. The plan is in. This is going to be a 60-cent hit. If this breaks to 19 to the downside, we are out of this name. Hopefully a rebound coming in the market for NVIDIA, but I liked it down here. you know, my bad if it doesn't work out, but you know, we have exactly 1 unit on right now. So I think we planned this perfectly. We took a quarter of a unit the whole way, right back into this level. And if we break, then we want to get out, because I will take the long again down here at 217, but I don't want to be stubborn with it.
Ooh.
You know, because you lose 1 unit, $3. It's like using three units, $1. And it's too much. Right there. So we're going to bleed away on this one and see what winds up happening with NVIDIA. It doesn't look like it wants to go higher, although I love the name and I'm happy sitting in it, and I don't even have any offers out. SpaceX, so it just came into 135. We do not want to catch a falling knife. So I know we talked about 135 long on here. Yesterday, our SpaceX trade was actually long, and then we wound up going into the short. But look at this. You do not, there it goes, man. It's a good thing we're long. Both the other trades are in the money. It's a good thing we didn't take SpaceX. That is now sort of expanding its shot here into the downside. Maybe a wick bottom right there. We said, could we get into 133 on SpaceX? And it looks like the answer to that is yes, we can. But right now, here we go, man.
There we go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
What's up, Fiddy?
Oh my God.
Here we go, man. It is a nice trade. Back to the upside. There goes NVIDIA. Nice move here, 40 cents in the money as that's starting to get going. So, yeah, buddy, so far so good here on the day for these trades. It's 50 times 2 right now coming through there. It's NVIDIA 55 cents. It's Intel 65 cents. And we're starting to get a little bit more excited here to the upside as these plays starting to work out. You can see the market's starting to go now. So let's go, man. Almost that daily goal right here with our 1 unit. Should be a little bit higher, obviously, but let's see if we can get going here with NVIDIA.
Absolutely, man. So there it goes, right? Katina, man, we get out. We take a loss on Riot. We see the print that exactly what we were waiting for. We hop back in, but instead of going a quarter of a unit, we go into a full-size position right now, eliminating the loss here on RIOT and also on TQs. So you start the day 1 for 3, that one winner outsizing your losses, and we're continuing to move a little bit higher here, ladies and gentlemen. So not too bad of a look. Let's see if we can get some form of continuation. 2220s is where I'm going to look to take a little bit more off. So a nice little play to start the day on RIOT. Listen, if we just stuck to this one, there it goes. We catch another fill on this bad boy, my guy. So Riot looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, Joe getting it.
Yeah, exactly. So let's just break this down. Gaurav, did you see this one? We're in play. See this hammer? I was long off of this one here bright and early. I'm like, oh no, flushes me out. Good thing we were small size, but we weren't afraid to pull the trigger. No hesitation nation on this one there. Get right back in. Not the exact same entry price, and that's what I'm talking about. I punched that one. I didn't post, which can have a drastic effect on your risk to reward. But again, a couple of pennies. Let's see if we can get this move north of the volume weighted average price. I'm now sitting on 33% of this posiciones. That's Spanish, if you didn't know.
What did Marissa send me over here? What is this?
I heard it was about this play.
What is this play over here? Are we allowed to show this? Let me see what happens here. Nice volume. Catch. Okay.
That's it.
I don't know what happened here. We'll have to figure that out. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know why she would send me that. Okay, so right now, NVIDIA, it's starting to cash out a little bit. We still have 60% of this trade. We did have 1 full unit, so I think that was a good idea to get involved there. We are getting more out of this name here as well. My boy Intel made themselves a run right from basically the lows. I mean, we just played the range. You know, the low there at 96, 97 into the highs there of 97.40. A brutal way the Red Sox scored. Oh, we didn't even throw it in? Is that what happened there? Brutal, man. These Jays are something else this year.
Yeah, they're having a really bad year, led by Vladdy.
Vladimir Guerrero, the 5th highest paid player in Major League Baseball, has 7 home runs, 0 at home.
Yeah, I know.
And is batting 5% under the league average for like OBS or something like that. So we got to talk to Neil about that one to figure out what's going on there. Not great look for your Toronto Blue Jays. However, they beat Boston yesterday, and Boston's been on fire. Congratulations to Boston. Boston was like 31-56 or something, and now they're like 65-61. They won like 31-7.
Yeah, they won like 20 games in a row or something.
I don't know if it was that much, but yeah, it was something ridiculous at the end of the day.
15 games or something.
Impressive. That's the thing about baseball, and I'm not going to say the Blue Jays are like going to make the playoffs, but they're only 3.5 games out, which is crazy, being 7 games under 5.
But see, the thing is, though,
you just got to get hot.
You need other teams to lose, though.
That's the problem. How many are in between you? Yeah. So, anyways, good look there. Not a good look, I guess, for the Blue Jays last night. But okay, so NVIDIA, and then, by the way, Intel, I have lowered my expectations on this trade because it's not I thought 98 was a thing. I'm going to cancel that 98 now. And we've already made money on this name. We only have, I forget how many, we only took a quarter, so we have about 40% left right now. And I don't really want to be in this if we break this level right there. So let's watch out for 96, 96.20. It's coming into play again in and around this area. I think it's worth taking and then dropping it if we break 96. So I'm going to bid down here at 96.40. And if we get it, then great. We'll live with whatever winds up happening, but that stop now is going in at 95.99. I'm not going to take the risk of a shutdown here for Intel. I won't get shut down.
Yeah, I was going to say, bro,
getting locked out of the.
What do you
yeah. Not taking like 10,000 shares here or anything like that. But let's just wait to see what winds up happening with Intel down at that level. That's going to be an area of concern for me as well. Yes, Patrick. What's up, Patrick? Hope you're doing well, my friend. I still am in BBAI, but my average price is $4.20, and we haven't really done anything on BBAI. Like, if I have $10,000 in Eli Lilly, I have 1,000 in Big Bear AI. Like, this is not a name. It's just in the swing account, hoping that something winds up happening with it. I like it, but I don't love it. I thought there would have been more to do during the World Cup, and it actually went the other way there, as they're big into the security. They're big into all of that with stadiums and whatnot. Shout out to the Buffalo Bills. They're getting hammered online for that new stadium, apparently, coming through. Okay. All right, let's go up to SpaceX. Well, they built it, and there's like sightline problems and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, really?
So, look, not a surprise here. I love to go to a game. I think love to go to a Bills game, man. Maybe we should do a Trader TV Live Bills game.
Well, we can't even get outside the city. I think you might be asking for much.
What do you mean outside the city?
Well, I mean, we don't really do anything. We haven't gone outside the city as a collective.
Oh, as a unit.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that'd be a big one. Going into the United States.
Right, yeah.
That might be a little bit of a jaunt there for all of us. But I think that'd be fun.
I
think the boys. I think that, like, my crew is looking to do something. I think.
Who's your crew?
To get there? My crew from high school, like Neil's involved.
Oh, your boys. Yeah. Okay,
yeah. So all of us from high school, we're all in the same pool. Football pool, I think it's like 24 years or something now.
Oh,
The pool's been going on.
That's
and
cool,
I've only won twice, so there's like a big thing there.
So you are the Bills of the...
well, no, I've won twice.
Okay. How many times has Neil won?
No, the Bills have won 0 times.
Yeah,
I think Neil's won 3 or 4 times.
Neil
I traded Neil Josh Allen because I was a nice guy, and that turned out to be a horrible decision.
For you,
Yeah, for me, because Josh Allen's been super hot fire.
Yeah.
So he's had a couple championships.
Let me ask you this. Gavin McKenna...
Yes,
over,
number
under,
1.
No, hold on now. Over, under.
Over.
Go. Give me the line.
What is it?
17 and a half goals.
Oh, way over.
Oh, what?
Way over.
That's crazy.
All right, $20. Okay, there it is. Live, $20.
17 and a half, so he needs 18 on the year.
I understand what over
All
under
right,
means.
cool, man.
Okay, so we're going to get going on that. You know what? A lot of Gavin McKenna's, of course, depends on his line and all that kind of stuff. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, we're taking the bet regardless. Okay, so it looks like 135. I'm in this name here on SpaceX. Not exactly sure, how much I love this spot, but we're gonna try again, quarter of a unit. So we're in right now, trying off 135. I'm actually gonna use 134.50 as my out right there. So we'll get a little bit more at 135 if it does come into play. I mean, again, we wrote this name down. I thought I liked it. We're going to see if it wants to work out. And right now it's just pumping right back into the downside. We could use, just because we're only in half a unit right now, we could use half a unit as our sort of our base and really hold this for a little while. Or we could get a little more aggressive, maybe get a little more, and then use this 134.50. I'm going to use that anyways right now, 134, just because if it does drop down below it, let's just stop out. We'll stop out of 100% if that winds up happening. You know what? Scratch that. Let's stop out of 75%, 134, because I do have a feeling that I said we had to give it at least $1, and that's what we're giving it right now. So let's go 75% stop out on SpaceX if worst case scenario kind of happens. All right, it's not even worst case scenario. We want to apologize. There is drilling going on somewhere around us right now, so apologize if you do hear any of that noise, and hopefully you do not. Okay, we got reloaded right there. We're going to pass it over to Joe in a second to see what he's up to, but we did get reloaded on Intel down there. It almost breaks 96 and doesn't, so let's take that opportunity to get out some there around 50s. NVIDIA still doing okay, but they had a dip, duck, dodge, dive situation as well. So let's get out some more at the 200 period and see what winds up happening. Joe, the market still going lower right now.
Absolutely. We're taking one more attempt here on the NASDAQ to see if we can get a little bit of a bounce. Tick or sim. listen, it's subjective, right? It's all relative to what your risk is. Now, when Sean refers to a unit, it's just essentially a risk unit. So whether it be $50, $100, $20, X amount, and saying, okay, I'm in full amount, I'm in a full risk.
So I'm using it as like a shares. So like 100 shares would be 1 unit for me.
Okay. So I do
think about but I always think, to your point, I always think about the money.
Exactly.
So it's like if I expect SpaceX, to go down $1, then 1 unit would be $100.
Okay, Okay, so there you go. So you're giving so you're buying shares, but you're also
I'm always looking at the downside.
You're factoring in your downside, and that's what we talk about risk to reward, right? So relatively speaking, if each risk unit for you may be $10, $20, or if you go for a share amount, that can, as Sean was mentioning before, it can really tighten up your risk, or you can widen it. Less shares, tighter risk, less shares, wider risk, more shares, tighter risk, right?
Right.
So that's what he's referring to there. We're in the NASDAQ one more time to see if we can get any form of a bounce, but if these big names find no form of continuation, then I might be fighting the trend. Listen, we'll take our bats on this one, and if it doesn't work out, then by all means, we'll just have to hop out of it. But this is attempt number 2 on the NASDAQ. Attempt number 2 on Riot worked really well for us, eliminating the 2 losses prior to what we had. So that was a nice move. Comes back to our break even. Inverted hammer candle right at the volume weighted average price. I'm like, uh-oh, we have to get out of Dodge on this one. And then sure enough, we take that break even stop out. Now we'll move forward and take a look at what we got going on the triple Qs and see if this one's going to pan out for us, not pan W, by the way. Here it is. Boom. Starting to get a little bit of a bounce so far, Katina Man. But I'm going to be looking for at least 73.50 before I decide to take anything off here.
Yeah, let's get those bounces going on.
It doesn't look like it. NVIDIA is sliding. Looks like it wants to put in a new low here relatively soon. With that being said, it's going to make this trade significantly more difficult, so it could be a sell a day. This is going to be probably my final attempt at trying to bottom pick. After that point, we're going to try to just go with the flow.
All right. Thanks everybody in the chat, man. Let's keep it going. We want to do a little bit of a roll call. Let's see who's here with us right now and do that. We are getting out right now of Intel near the high zone right now of VWAP and of the 200 period moving average. As we mentioned, SpaceX a little downside, NVIDIA a little downside, but that don't matter. So who's here right now? Good morning, Sean and Joe, says Andrew. We say good morning right back at you. David's trades and dividends. You know, Joe and I loving those divs, man. We talked about that. What's up to Dead Shot Kit? Everybody there on TikTok, if you're showing up, man, we're yelling you out. There it is. Feitzelbar. Shout out to you there on TikTok. You seeing our guy Guarever? Is Casey here? Anybody here? There's Casey Mintus here. Positive Insight. T-Money. Let's go. We're going to look at some of those stocks just coming up very, very soon there. I just saw some TikTok people come through there. We want to always shout out some TikTok. What's up to Yeti?
Yo.
We just saw go through there on the T-Talk. Is that what the kids say? T-Talk? No, that's something I never heard that before. All right. So looking at all of that, thank you to everybody. There's Ruins for Ranger. Says, yo. Northwest Sasquatch. Be careful, man. Those Sasquatches I hear are pretty dangerous.
Very.
Okay, so SpaceX looks like we're going to drop out right now very soon here at 134. Boo-hoo, kind of sucks that it looks like it's trying to find its way lower. For me, honestly, I am very close to just debating not even punching out. We don't have that many shares. I do have just over half of a unit right now, but unfortunately, this is the spot that I've sort of built on and said we're going to stop out if it does break there. We'll hold 25%. We're going to stop out of 75 on a 134.50 break. And it's not even going to be that big of a hit, man, if you're looking at it from that side. And that's kind of what we try to do is minimize some of the risk here as it's still early days, right? It's only 9:52 right now. So, but NVIDIA's fallen right back into a level where I think we'll just buy it again. We've done some decent buys down into here. There it is. Did we get that more? Yeah, we got some more there at 30s. So, okay, we'll take an instant 18 cents on that one and then wait for a little bit higher here as we get into the 60s. But just to reload at that same spot that we had it. Remember, if this breaks 219, so just to talk about what Joe was saying there, something very similar. Like I already have my out before I even put on the position. So I think that's something that you got to think about here as trading.
You have to.
You can have a slippery slope because I always find myself like I'm buying into things and it's like, oh my God, it just broke, but that's a false break and I get back in. And then you keep on doing that dance. Next thing you know, you lost 4 times the money that you initially had planned. So stick with your plan and be diligent on what exactly you're doing. It looks like we might have got bank error in our favor a little bit as SpaceX comes very close to stopping us out there, literally a penny. close. So we didn't get stopped out, so that was good. But here comes right back up to the upside. Let's see if SpaceX can work out for us. But yeah, so far so good on that side of things.
Yeah, so far, I mean, we got a nice little pop up here into 73.40s, but immediately sold right off. And again, guys, I'm talking about NVDA. If this thing continues to slide, we talked about this candle opening up in the middle of the range and then putting in a new low of the day of around 219. If we zoom out and head over to the 30-minute, so, I mean, we've been on a nice little run a couple of days back to back. So I wouldn't be surprised if we pull back into that 212 marker in which I was referring to on the options chain. The derivatives levels come into play like no tomorrow, if you ask me. And also with that being said, I'll pull up the daily here so you can see what it is like, okay, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days, 6 days in a row to the top side. Now you've peaked out. Worst case scenario is that, hey, this is a failed high. We're not going to go back up into this 237 level. And then you come back into the middle of the range. If things get really, really ugly, which I don't believe is going to be the case, don't forget this pop in a couple of the strong sessions. We're off the back that, hey, Elon Musk said we're only using NVDA CPUs. Yeah, GPUs, I believe it was. So anyways, aside from that, 219, 189 worst case, we're going to look to buy a little bit more. And off of this pullback where I'm going to be looking for it to hold, oh, congratulations, correlation with that 212.50 marker, right where this prior resistance zone is, where we broke out, comes back, retest that, and then maybe we can go. The float on this is so large, it takes so much capital for it to move, and you don't get those crazy continuations. The pullbacks are a little bit deeper than expected because it's like a 23 billion share float or something along those lines, which is about 10 billion, almost 13 billion more than what Apple has. Apple going through a $100 billion share buyback program. So that's what I'm going to be looking for in the coming reports here for NVDA, is that I want to see Jensen start buying back a little bit more shares, to be honest with you.
We unfortunately we do have to hit a little bit of a fail there because SpaceX does dump. I mean, it just broke 130. So we only got it at 25%, or sorry, we only got it at 75%, holding 25%. I just put a bid down there at 134. It just missed us. I was hoping that might spike down, catch a bid, kind of like NVIDIA did, and then get back up to the upside. So I'm going to try to buy some more at 134. But we are out of the majority of our SpaceX. So we do have to say that was a fail on that attempt long. So yeah, woe is me, but I wish we would have. Oh, well, we still got 25% as it's trying to go upside. NVIDIA trying to go. I'm trying to hold on to this one. And then Intel, we've done a great job with as well. So we'll be green today, but it's the SpaceX one that kind of sucks. We're now being the money on it, but let's let this get going. All this has to do for me to get back to positive is basically get back to in and around this 135.50. So if we can sort of climb a little bit here with SpaceX, then, you know, we will put an offer up there near 135.50 and then see if we can just get it to run after that. So here it goes, man. Too bad we got stopped out. Our average price was 135.25, so it's right back to where it needs to be. But let's go over to the desk with Adara.
President Trump commenting again here on Iran, guys. Just be aware. Here's the NASDAQ. I'll show you guys USO. I'm not quite sure where he's speaking, but I am seeing some comments coming through from him, and it's not on Truth Social. He says he's frustrated with Iran's negotiating style. They're playing, quote, tricks on the U.S. by engaging in the meeting rooms and then refusing to make a deal through the media. He also is saying again here that the Iranian economy is in a state of chaos. If we get any more details, I'll keep you posted. Also, apparently today we're going to be getting a meeting between the U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer and Canada's Trade Minister. Highly doubt there'll be market moving, but just be aware that's also, I guess, happening if you're looking at any of these auto plays, potentially any of that USMCA/Kuzma move. Back to you.
Yeah, nice little bounce there on NVDA. It helped bounce on the NASDAQ. So far we go one for one.
Oh my God.
50% clip rate on that one. You got
no, Marissa's messaging me. Oh, I'm at a Tesla supercharger station. There's 44 bays. She's loving life right now. I should try not to fill it all the way up. Oh, so my car, so I have the small battery. So it's only 430 kilometers.
Yeah.
Like best case scenario, like full, and then you add, you know, anyways, about 20 to 25 bucks charged. Full. Yeah, but that's a supercharger, which is the most expensive, right? So, okay, by the way, there goes SpaceX right now. So let's go, man. We got that money on SpaceX, but Elon, my guy, got us stopped out there of 75% of it, but it just went to 136. And instead of hitting that stupid emoji thing, we should just hit an offer. But we are there now at the same time, 135.90. We're sitting at right here. But as SpaceX go boom, NVIDIA go blow to the downside right there, taking down that 219. So we stop out. We're flat on NVIDIA after all that, believe it or not, because we did take one little last reload there at 30s, and that one didn't work out, giving us that full unit, and we lost 30 cents on the full unit. So flat-ish now on NVIDIA. But I mean, you know, fine with it. It was more like, SpaceX finally got going there off that 130. Like we nailed it. I mean, the price was 135. I think that when we talked about that earlier off our sticky note today, 135 right there on SpaceX. It looks like, shoot.
Let's go, Katina, man. Meta is
upside.
ripping
We like
here.
that one. Yeah, Intel's doing good, 265 cents. And maybe we just get back into, oh man, there goes NVIDIA without us. Shoot, man, there goes NVIDIA right without us again, man. That's too bad. We just got stopped out of it. Wow, what a fun morning it's been here. We do have numbers, so let's go over with Adair right now and go get those figured out. Darn it.
I saw that move on Meta, Joe. I'm not seeing any news on Meta yet. If that changes, I will keep you guys posted. But in the meantime, we've got 12 seconds now until existing home sales for the month of July. Forecast 4.05 million. Prior 4.09 million. Also existing home sales change -1% is the forecast. Prior print here -2.4%. And at any moment, these numbers should be populating here again, guys. Existing home sales for the month of July. Not a massive number, but certainly one worth mentioning. Existing home sales 4.06 million, a little bit above the estimate of 4.05 million, but below the prior print of 4.09 million. You've also got existing home sales change -1.7%, below the estimate there of -1%. Let's take a look here at the NASDAQ. Bouncing nicely here off of lows. That bounce happening, though, of course, a little bit before the economic number. This wasn't a super market moving number. Keep an eye, though, as well on USO as President Trump continues to comment on the state of negotiations between the U.S. and Iran, most recently saying, quote, the Iranians are extremely cunning negotiators because they agreed to something, and then they go out and tell the press they didn't agree to it. Keep an eye as well on a whole bunch of earnings plays. You've got ASTS, Hims and Hers Health, RKLB, a lot of these here bouncing off of lows, though. ONON, I was seeing apparently this name on track for its worst day since its IPO in 2021. So not a great look here for ONON, certainly running in the wrong direction. AAPL also in focus. We didn't mention this name, but I was seeing you, speaking of bad performances, this name in track for its worst drawdown in 3 years and not being helped here by this downgrade from BofA Securities this morning, APP to the downside. They reported earnings last week. Back to you.
And I didn't.
Oh, you got the Intel move, though.
Yeah, Intel's fine. I mean, Intel's a $1.50 right there. But, yeah, it's coming back in. So there it goes. There goes 98. Now we're starting to go a little bit. I didn't mind the 98 long there on Intel. I'm still, hopefully we get some more coming through there for NVIDIA as it's coming right back down so we don't have to worry too much. Let's just buy a little bit up here. Maybe we're getting fooled about that 98 break, but let's just see if the market does want to get going. It's at VWAP, so we'll just buy a little bit more there, add about 1/4 of a unit to it. It's been a good trade for us so far, so let's just trust sort of our instincts on that one right now. But guys, here's an offer that you should not refuse. This is one that the broker isn't giving you. Markets have been extremely active lately for traders. That kind of environment creates opportunity, big move up, big setups equals more momentum. But to take advantage of these conditions, you need two things, both discipline and access to capital. And that's where Trade the Pool comes in. Instead of being limited by the size of your own account, traders can access firm capital and focus on executing their strategy and, of course, managing proper risk. No more fear of blowing up your own personal account. No more moving your stop loss too early because you're worried about your own savings. This is what we call limited risk trading. So if you do want to take advantage of volatility in today's markets without risking your own capital, please go ahead and visit tradethepool.com, all one word, and scan that QR code to take you right there on the screen. So scan that QR code and get involved. Intel, while we were doing that read, ripped up to 98.40, by the way. So that was a good little move there. 98.35, giving the high of the day as that name wants to keep going. So we did have $1 on SpaceX, and we take it. So there goes SpaceX. That's too bad because we did get stopped out of a decent sized position there. On SpaceX, we had almost a unit there, got taken out. So we take out of 75%. Now let that next little bit go higher, which kind of, we only had half a unit on SpaceX. It was was the NVIDIA trade that we had a little more juice to it. So yeah, that's what we're doing now. Just trying to give this one a little bit of room here to the upside. That SpaceX, we want to be right with it. NVIDIA, we'll take another bid down here if we can get it. I still believe in this name, although it's not really reacting properly, Joe, to what this market is doing. So maybe NVIDIA, we do got to give it a little bit more room. I'm going to give it down to 219.10 and see if we can catch a bid somewhere down there right now for that name. So that's going to be NVIDIA. And then it's Intel trying to work higher off those levels. And I don't want to forget everybody that's, what's up to T-Show, what's up to everybody that's part of Halt Nation right now. So here we go. DRIO, that's one that's halted back and forth. Not much going on there. This WXM, I mean, that first halt right there at 940 does go higher. So I think buying that first halt would have been okay. It did dip against you. But if you just hold it 1 minute, it goes back up there to 1280, gives you those highs again. And now right into here, 950 has been a good buy zone for WXM going off today, that name. So that's not too bad. This KPLT, not horrible with the volume right now, 27%, 28%. KPLT trying to get going just a little bit right there. So that's going to be positive action for them. I'm not really seeing anything else. Oh, WYHG, Wing Yip. This is another name from a couple days ago that's trying to make some moves back in basing out. We'd like to see that one get above 850 before we go on YIP. So that one's trying to go as well right now. But yeah, that's what I've got going on now. Just long SpaceX, which is working. That's $1.50 in the money, trying to bounce off VWAP. We can put another offer in and around VWAP right now on SpaceX. Why not? Let's just take it right there. We'll take a 40. Oop, we tried to take 47. There it goes. We got that. So good outs for SpaceX so far. Like I said, this name, it's almost positive for us, but dropping out of 75% hurt a little bit there. And remember what we said, Joe? Like I was getting nervous about, I was saying like maybe we don't want to get out. It looks like that was the bottom. So our spidey senses were pretty good there. They were but at least we were able to hold it. So, all right, your TQQ long is looking sweet.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good. I mean, helped by Meta. Meta's going parabolic here at this point. 15 minutes, no news so far. The volume stepping in, so the stars are like maybe it'll come in momentarily, but again, it could just be a technical move here as well too. In the bigger picture, you can still see we're trading around that $607 marker, but the volume most definitely stepping in, almost comparing with that opening drive in 15-20 minutes of just straight buying. I would use METU for this. Wow, still going 608, man.
There has to be news, no?
There will. I mean, it's probably somebody knowing something that we are going to be obviously a little bit delayed on. Probably some form of news, but Tesla starting to pick up a little momentum as well too, ladies and gentlemen. Back up to 335. I said no need to worry around these neck of the woods. Why? Because you're at levels of October of 2021, so almost 5 years ago at that point. So you can still look for some potential value here in Tesla. You guys know where I stand when it comes to AVs. Robotics, not so much, but most definitely are teachable cues. It took a while for this, 2 attempts to get this ball rolling, and then boom, off to the races we go. Bang, bang. We would like to have more shares. That's the issues of a trader, is that you always want a little bit more, especially when things are starting to work out. But Sean and I's good friend, even though he probably doesn't even know we exist, is Kramer. Kramer stating, own it, don't trade it, even though we love to trade it here. But not participating in this strong uptick here, Sean, is NVDA 219.59. And it looks like it wants to sell off a little bit more here, to be honest with you. Hopefully for your sake it doesn't. Oh, you're not even in it anymore. So yeah, it can do whatever it please. And then Lindenmeyer also going long off of the $500 marker here on MSFT. I'm hearing something about Adara here momentarily, so whenever we're ready, we can send it off to her.
Guys, I still do not have anything on Meta. I put it on the screen for a couple of minutes. There's nothing on Meta. And if that changes, I'll keep you guys posted. But we're seeing this in some other moves. I'm seeing people talk about circle running, etc. So nothing on Meta yet. I need to keep you guys updated. That is not, though, why I'm talking to you guys right now. I have a little bit of a story on Apple. This is not massive. But apparently Apple aggressively boosting their iPhone production in India to hedge against China risks. Once again, if anything changes here with META, I will keep you guys posted. But I'm seeing a lot of people in the chat ask, what's the deal with Meta? The deal with Meta is right now, there's just no deal. And if that changes, you guys will be the first to know. And I'll let you guys know. Back to you.
Okay, thanks, Adara. Yeah, well, Adara will be the first one to let you guys know if we catch any of that. We're catching some love on SpaceX to the upside. We can have a quick look. We did reload this, so we have a little thing for that. We are reloaded there on Intel, like the long here today. Let's see if it wants to work. Still upset. We only have one losing. Well, we have SpaceX, but one losing stock today, and that's going to be NVIDIA, where we again basically stop out right there near those lows. But here's that Meta stock that she's talking about, and yeah, it does seem like machines turned on right now for Meta. So is this a spot where we could potentially have a quick little look? Yeah, so we're up to 610. That was yesterday, right? Yesterday morning at 7 a.m. is what we got up to. 7:30 there was 610. The hive yesterday intraday 10. About 11 o'clock there was 608. So, definitely moving around here today is Meta extending its highs. Good short look potentially there for Meta on what we can't really find any news. But yeah, 610 coming into play there. Do we want to try that maybe off of yesterday's levels? We can give it a go here if we're able to get some shares. We'll cross into it. There we go. We get some 10s or 11s there, as we're just going to stop at, what is that recent high there, 610? So let's just go 610.01, honestly. Oh, shit. Okay, that was good, man. We just take $1 there immediately. Let's go. Fill me on that bid right now, man. That's me. Yes, sir. Wow, that's a face slapper. Where's my guy Joe at right over here? That's a good move right there on Meta. We'll take that. Happened real quick, so we got out of half of that right away on Meta. This might not work out for us. I don't know what smack that to the downside, but what I also have to notice here too is that there is not much liquidity here. It's been a minute since I've traded Meta. Obviously, it's a $600 stock, so you're going to fly around a couple bucks here. But, we just get that short at 25s. If we can cover just a little bit down there, even at O's and then down into 08 and change, because when it falls, but we're also going to get stopped out at 610. So if this winds up breaking 610 right now, I don't know what the slippage is going to look like. That stop order is already in. So just a little nervous hands here as we short Meta against yesterday's high. Looks like that might go against us. We hate fighting trend. So that's not going to be good. So that's why we take that real quick. Look at that, Joe. We just got short and then we took a buck, but now it's going to run us to the high side. And we're going to get out 610. That was crazy. It looks like we will. Okay, there it is. All right. So nice move down. We take a fill there at O's again. I am bidding lower here on Meta. We just got that fill too, I believe. I'm bidding, 608.78 for some reason. So let's see what winds up happening here with Meta. Intel's fallen back in just a little bit. So that could be a trade that we look at here today for it falling back just a bit there. What's going on, Randy? We will look at Ford in a couple of seconds here. I just got a little bit on the plate over here. $2 right now in the money for SpaceX as that's trying to go higher. So yeah, a couple issues there. NVIDIA making some moves. The TQs are still cruising a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to reload this trade for sure. We got Randy in the background as well. Hit the Randy emote there. I would like to get a reload though, Sean, at the volume weighted average.
There he is.
There he is. Bang.
What's Randy. What's up, Randy?
So you scheduled yesterday
Bo
off.
Bandy.
Bo Bandy. Do you know who Bo Bandy is? The cheeseburger waller.
Trailer Park Boys?
Yeah, of course he knows. But other than that, guys, in all reality, I would like to take a little bit of a reload, add some more shares here at 73.80, especially if we're going to get a continuation. Microsoft had a nice little bounce off of that $500 marker, now up to 501. But what's really driving the train seems to be, at this point, is META up 2 1/5%, starting to come back in there. Nice short, Katina, man.
Yeah,
getting that breakdown, $1.50 over there. Like it was nothing. Nice trade. Hey, listen, I was going to mention this before, is that it's not a bad idea because we've seen what has happened the past time when Meta has these strong pops. They get immediately faded and giving back the majority of that move. So good call out there, brother.
Oh boy, thanks, Joe. Appreciate
Man.
that. Look
How's
at
the iced coffee, man.
Yes, coffee is
coffeeing.
it's nice, man. Well, I get iced coffee every night.
Yeah, you get
not every, but I like to drink it in the afternoon, I should say, as opposed to pretending like I'm an addict over here. But yeah, there goes SpaceX. What a shame. We wrote it down, man. And sometimes you got to give things a little bit more room, and we do talk about that. But there it is, man. SpaceX 135 long. It's printing right now 138s. 137.50 there on SpaceX. I like that 98 long on Intel. We were lucky enough to get it at 96 and change. I am flirting with it now at 98, so that's a little bit of a problem. And then NVIDIA man, that 220 long didn't work, but the 219 did, and we still punched ourselves out of that, which was a mistake. All right, so just getting out some more intel. Like, I don't know if this is going to work or not on the high side, so let's just get some more out here of intel. I know it's a loss for right now, but just letting it breathe a little bit. We have a quarter of a unit left on that one. And then, yeah, man, it's just all about this SpaceX trade that continues to climb higher. So just so you guys know, we had 25% left. We now have... I got it at 40% of that, so whatever that math is, we're at like 15% left or so of our initial position now on SpaceX. So it's climbing nicely. I like the stock. I like the trade. Just unfortunately, we did get stopped out there near the lows. Here's one that's moving on. Okay, new entry into the halt zone.
Oh,
now it looks like it's being plagued by something, but it is PLAG with a move up to $1.30 there, giving it that halt. Tapping right now 129, so it looks like it'll be a nothing burger on the open up. We'll see what winds up happening with that one. And then damn you, NVIDIA, man. Joe, great trade on the TQQQs long. We like that one here. We have a button for that. But yeah, it's just coming into right there, right? These futures on NVIDIA just came back in. We took it again, stopped out on the break. We always talk about having those stops. And unfortunately, that stop should have been about 20 cents lower, and we would still be jamming. But look what just happened to Meta. It just ran again. So we were able to take out some profit there on Meta. Now we're basically flat on that stock as it's trying to break back above this 10 area. Maybe we got stopped out a little bit too early on it. So let's try it one more time. I'm going to give this one to 611. Okay, on that break side of it until we find a little bit more news, and we don't want to just keep doing this. Remember, we kept on saying like we find ourselves sometimes, caught in something where, we're feeling like we're averaging in and we don't really need to be. So one more try there because I'm emotional. I have emotional damage from NVIDIA and from SpaceX today. So let's give it one more try here on Meta. See if we can get going back in. We're going to bid a little bit of this, see if we can take that 60 cents or so at 09s, and then we'll work on it from there. But Meta short after we just got run, but it was good outs, man. We got some outs there at 08, so hopefully we're a little bit more aggressive with our outs here on Meta if it does wind up, there it is, if it does wind up coming back in. Nice move higher there, looking to stop us out through 611. Whatever that story is on Meta, man, they like it.
They really
and there it goes higher. So, okay, we'll stop on that one. Small hits on Meta, man. Like we basically didn't lose a whole heck of a lot as we were playing with like quarters of a unit there. Meta just going upside.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's up 2.8% here at this point. So, did we find something?
No, I still didn't. But I guess what I am seeing, apparently this came out way before the bell, like 8 a.m. OpenAI push from Meta puts pressure on private AI valuations. Meta's open source bet, it's stuff we already knew. It's nothing new. And again, the timing of it, there is nothing close to explaining the random surge at 10. If that changes, keep you guys posted. But Circle and Coinbase started doing something similar around then. I couldn't find news on either of those either. So it's not just Meta. Meta's just the most pronounced example.
I mean, on the bigger picture, right? You got to see this name got hit heavy once again, finding it's finally on the road to recovery. 524 holding up. Listen, it's one of my top holdings. I have a big bet, long-term bet placed here on Meta. PE, it's still relatively cheap. One thing, there's clearly a supply zone. There's multiple things. So even if there's no story right now, we've seen it before in regards to getting the big deal with Anthropic, I believe it was, and adding paid tiers to Instagram, getting into the betting markets. There's just one story after the other, and eventually they all got faded. It's just because I believe that all these potential lawsuits are weighing on this company's shoulders. And I keep going back to the example between Apple and Google's antitrust. As soon as that was complete, they paid their fines, the judge ruling in both the company's favor, then off to the races they go. I think that can happen here with Meta because they are also placing themselves in a good position. Muse Spark, relatively cheap here. They're selling compute power as well, too, cheaper than what some of the other names are doing. So, I mean, at the end of the day, once all of the weight is lifted off of this company's shoulders, I think it can go on a big-time run. And a company that is yet to split, Meta has not split. So I'm a big shareholder of this. Around just south of $600 is my average price on this bad boy. So, Sean, today we're slightly in the money. But it's definitely been turbulent because I've been in this name for probably over a year and a half, 2 years now at this point. So. Yeah,
What happened to our boy Google? Oh, by the way, I have a new
Google.
position right here. I took the opposite of what you took, so I'm sorry about that.
That's all right.
I shorted the TQs up there just now, so we just got a short there at 74.15s. So not bad. We're in 1 unit, so we took a 1 unit there. I was going to give this one, basically we have the 200 period there, 74.50s, something like that. So, okay, here we go, man. Okay, it's going to be a good one, hopefully. Let's cover some more right now, as now we're 40 cents in the money here. We did have a nice little dip down into SpaceX, so we're just going to try to let this one continue to go here. But it looks like we do have a nice move lower now. Let's go. I hate cheering against because I know Joe has the other way, but
from a different price.
From a different price, yeah, different price, different shares, everything. So you've already gotten some out, so that was nice. I'm just getting some out right now, so I've only got out of 40%. Let's see if it wants to work, but I think Adara has news.
Yeah, it's nothing massive, and I would love a lot more context on this, but just letting you know, we're getting some comments from, it says Abbott. I am assuming based on context, which we'll get to in a second, that this has to be Texas Governor Greg Abbott, but apparently he's saying that Oracle is committed to comply with data center standards. Now, we know that Oracle has some data center work going on in Texas. That's very likely what this has to do with. Again, no move on Oracle, and super decontextualized. If I get more context, just let you know, but either way, point is we could be getting comments on Oracle live right now. Back to you.
Good stuff. Yeah, I want to point this out here, Sean, because I like what Majid says here in the chat. Love how Joe and Sean are 1 long and 1 short on the TQ. Shows you can make money and how you can look at the market. Exactly. We're all displayed the exact same data, but how we relay that and how it's perceived behind our own is completely subjective. I'm in at the lows. He's in at the highs in complete opposite directions, with the both of us having the ability to extract some profits from it. So you can most definitely go long and short, and traders can make money both ways with that.
Yeah, good look there, and we're trying to, prove it. And again, it's not like I saw that Joe was in the long. It came up to some levels that I liked, so I did.
It's positioning though. Look where I'm in at, right? It's not like you're taking the opposite.
You answered the question perfectly.
It's not like you're taking a short right where I was going long.
And every trader, like you mentioned there, man, everybody has their own ideas, and it's just like we don't display our, the share sizes or anything like that. So we're talking about getting out, we're getting filled, only having 40% left, and we're we're scalpers. So it's like you get in and you get out and you try to do the best you can with the information that is in front of you. All right, NVIDIA did drop down a little bit there, so I am going to take advantage of that. We did buy some there at 30s once again, the same price that we always have. This time we have 37s, but in that zone, we got out at 50s on that first pop. So now we'll wait to see if there is a little bit more action. SpaceX just hovering around this 137, so we'll take another out right there. So that's going to be a good trade to come through with. That plague opened up and halted again. So this name here up 110%, not going on much action there. WXM still hovering around as well now. So there isn't like a whole bunch of movement. The one stock that you guys were sort of hollering at us for, and I think that we had missed it, and it's a stock that Joe and I both really enjoy having in our long-term accounts. Google, I don't know what was going on with that there, but a nice dip back in. It's funny because the last couple times I bought was 350 and 320. So
that's nice.
Yeah, we're adding to the portfolio here and trying to build up our positioning on Google. And I know you're trying to do the same thing there on NVIDIA in the longer term ports. So far, so good there. And everybody's saying HTZ. So what's going on with Hertz Global right now? Maybe we'll get an answer from Adara. This is a small cap name, and we do have a small cap recap happening right about now.
I quickly look into Hertz here. They had their price target lowered to $2.50 yesterday, and they had EPS and revenue beat on Thursday morning. So this is like what this would be day 4 earnings now here for HTZ. I don't have anything else though, unfortunately. WXM, WF International. Now, I didn't have anything on this in Benzinga. Sharif was saying that he saw that they reported earnings when I Googled it. Some outlets were also saying that, but it's super inconsistent. It's kind of hard to tell what's what here with WF International. What I can tell you here about this company, this is a Chinese company. You've got a $12 million market cap and a 580,000 share float. So Chinese company with a very, very small float for WXM. PLAG, a name that I know Sean was mentioning a couple minutes ago, Planet Green, this morning announces their entry into the commercial operations to source, market, and distribute something called lactoferrin for the Chinese market. So this is actually a U.S. company, not a Chinese company, despite this catalyst. $18.5 million market cap, 11.6 million share float. GLE, last but not least, this one giving up the ghost a little bit here, but Global Engine Group in focus, announcing a strategic collaboration agreement with Angkasa X to develop something called space to AI digital infrastructure platforms here in Sarawak, Malaysia. This company has a $10 million market cap and a 7.8 million share float. Back over to Sean and Joe.
Good stuff. Yeah, a lot of love in the chat, guys, today. And thank you all very much for that. There's a couple here. Get it, Joe, Drew Farrell, love and show, Joe and Sean. The others saying straight, but between you and I, but just straight stock talk. That's what we're here about. And we like to have a little bit of fun, too. I know you like the straight talk, stock talk there. The others, but we have a $5 super chat, Katina, man. Joey, I picked up. Joey. I picked up 149 call expiring next week for coin. I'm up 30% with the news they just released. Should I continue to hold? Man, oh man, Coinbase has definitely been, I think a lot of us can agree on the fact that it's been a tough hold as of late. We can pull up Coinbase. You're up 30%. If you only have one of these contracts, anything can happen, right? That's a strong volatility. If you have multiple, I would look to lock a little bit in. Personally, again, not financial advice. You have to come up with your own game plan. But where is the risk to reward? If you ask me, you're down 60% off of the highs plus. Like Coinbase was, Sean, guess, Sharif and I play this. From a percentage metric, you might have looked already, but off of the highs, what are we down on Coinbase percentage-wise? 66%, right? So if you ask me, the risk to reward here is most definitely to the top side. You can get out if it breaks 138, but hey man, there's nothing wrong with taking profits out of this market. It's one of the hardest things to do, and if you have the ability or you're in the situation where you can do that, I would look to do that. Great day, love the show. Demetrius, €5. Oh, we missed another super chat. So that's 10 snow pesos, Katina, man.
Hello.
Just in case you were curious, 10 snow pesos. But there's another euro super chat. €6 here. So that's almost 12 snow pesos. Love you guys. Sean, a quote for life, please. Number 300 stocks, SPX at 108. Wish me luck. We're wishing you luck.
Always a lot of luck. What was that, Andre, my guy?
Send it over.
Okay, we'll go to Adair. We just bought some more Intel down there. Should have got it off the 200, did not. Missed that one, so we're going to wait to see what's going on. We're exiting out some of these Qs. I only have a third left of this trade as it keeps on bouncing off VWAP. And of course, that's back to the futures on that one. And then let's go.
Let's go. Oh, there goes NVIDIA.
Come on, NVIDIA. You thought you had me, my guy? You thought you had me, my guy?
It's over.
All right. We're having a lot of fun here today. But we got back into NVIDIA. As Sharif, what does Sharif say when this happens?
Give me my money?
Exactly. Give me my money. Oh. Right there. Yes. Over the desk with Adara.
Keep an eye on Lionsgate, guys. LION, this thing just keeps pushing higher. Semaphore reporting that the company is facing activist pressure to sell itself in the AI era. Again, LION, nice push up here. We're talking like 60 cents for stock like this, fairly significant. Again, as Semaphore reports that they're facing activist pressure to sell itself. Back to you.
Yeah, it's no longer exactly.
Marissa's pissed because she took. Well, I guess we don't ever get the skate sharpened at Sport Check.
Oh, why'd you do that?
I know because most of them have the Sparks, the machines, and she thought they had it.
They didn't have it.
So she gave it in, and I don't know if they couldn't run it through the machine. Because her skates are like, they have the titanium black blades, and they're all completely kind of, And anyways, so the guy started doing them by hand, and now she's just like, "Oh man, this is not uneven." But whatever, maybe the person knows what they're doing.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't hate on that. So just that, skates. Do you have your skates profiled?
Of course.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah.
Of course.
Hers are profiled as well there. So you don't want to ruin that, Phil there. But okay, Phil, that's sharp. Well, glad everyone's enjoying the show, man. The first thing got to do is hit the like and the subscribe. So let's get that going right now. Got to give a big shout out. I mean, do it for Joe. Forget about me. I'm here every day. Like, doesn't matter about me. Right there. 8. Look, 80, yeah, do it for Adara then. Yeah, forget Joe and I. There you go. 8,200 of you watching.
Oh.
And don't be like me and hit it for the first time, but hopefully you hit it earlier. But be like me and hit it now anyways. So right there, we're going to double check this in about 3 minutes at 10:30. And hopefully some of you have hit the like button for that. And, you know, hit it on TikTok, wherever you are. Make sure you get the reminder that every single day, Joseph, myself, Neil, Adara, Sharif, Sia, we're all on every single day. So make sure you do join us here. No matter what the market's doing, we're going to have it covered for you, long, short. Joe, you're giving me like some kind of feels here. I'm in 4 positions. Yesterday I traded 2 names.
Yeah.
And then got into a third one near the close. But yeah, we're long NVIDIA. And it's a good thing we had our Sharif moment there where he said, give me my money. Because now it's like taxing me and taking it right back. But we did get that out at VWAP, so that was a good out there as we hold a little bit back into the end of that trade. And good identification there on SpaceX, I think. Getting out more and more as we had a problem with the 200 period. Moving average, you are falling back in on SPCX. So I want to respect some of these levels at least. So we're going to buy a little bit down here at 135 and change off the 200 period. We just missed that opportunity. So I'm now sitting at 135.70 to get a little bit more. And then I want to try down here again. So if SpaceX does fall back in, let's bid let's not do anything until 134.50. Okay, so we'll buy some here if it comes in right now at 70s. There it is, we're in. And then we'll wait for 134.50. Let's go put a bid down there and give this one a little bit of juice to see if it can get back down. And we only have right now 1/5 of a unit, so pretty light, light days, light work here on SpaceX so far as we look for some more. Oh, there's WXM. WXM just halted down right now. So 887 was the halt down. I think this should be a good halt. It's going to open 9, it looks like right now, and it just happened. So we've got to give this a little bit of time. It happened about a minute and a half ago, right there. So whenever we halt into support, it's an interesting level. So if we bounce back higher, I want to take the next halt long. So that's going to be the look there for WXM. Halting now to the downside. Let's see if it holds this bid, and then we'll take the long on WXM. So hopefully that winds up working out for us here. And then we'll just go off of that, right? And so, yeah, so far so good on that trade. Intel, decent reload. We did say, as Sharif would say once again, Intel, give me my money, as that's making a move higher now. So we'll get some out in the 40s if we could do. There it is. Yeah, good little reload there on my guy. And then the TQs, still doing the same thing. We still have that 1/3 of a unit. Let's get a little bit out here as this market may be on a run to the upside. You're still in your same positions. That's a great trade there, 85 cents there for my guy Joe. But I'm just trying to manage all these positions, and it's a little bit much now. So SpaceX, NVIDIA, TQs, and Intel, all with roughly a 1/4 unit on all of them. Pretty much. My largest position is Intel, share size-wise, but that's because it's just the cheapest as well, right? So just a $98 stock here. Wow, Intel just flew down. That was not nice. This is the problem with looking at with holding too many shares. Too many stocks. You can't look at them all. So I think we got to think about getting some out. Like Intel just flew to the downside there, and so that's creating a problem. So now we got to wait to see what happens with Intel as that's trying to break a little lower. Stop on Intel, guys. Let's do it this break right here, 96.40.
Good look there. I was looking for a potential reload on the NASDAQ, guys, but the way the price action is really starting to formulate here on NVDA, I don't like it, and I do believe it's going to drag the overall market down. I could be completely wrong, but we were discussing this level here at 225, 55,000 contracts. This is clearly acting as a resistance zone on the underlying asset because we've had the inability to break and hold this zone. So we're starting to see some more downwards pressure. Now we'll head over to the actual stock itself and look at the technicals. You can see that there's a flat bottom starting to be formed. If that breaks, then we are going to start to see the teens. And once again, I wouldn't be surprised if the majority of this gap is going to be filled, okay? So you do have a gap from 217 all the way down to 213, okay? So watch out for this. Again, I just stand in the camp that the float is so large. It takes so much liquidity and capital in order to move this name substantially. It's something that you need to be aware of, all right? So now as for Amazon, Amazon did find a little bit of a bottom, but here's a name that just popped 30+% off of the lows. Absolutely parabolic name, or 27% we should say. So a complete recovery running into all-time highs, and the exact same thing with Microsoft. These names that were beaten to a pulp almost, starting to find some nice recovery, and we're seeing a rotation. And yet, out of all of the indices, the NASDAQ is the only one that is yet to make an all-time high, right? We've seen all-time high in the IWM, in the diamonds, and in the S&P 500. So a little bit tougher of a look, but I cannot and I will not reload here on the NASDAQ unless I see price action change on NVDA. It's just too heavily weighted. Speaking about heavily weighted, Sean, did you know that apes together are strong, right? Apes alone, not so strong. Now, SanDisk, Western Digital, STX, DRAM, and SK Hynix, all positive here today, which can help add a little bit of momentum to the overall market. SanDisk, a name that it was beaten, cut more than in half, 60% almost to the downside. But this is what happens when you have a large amount of participants, and what I'm referring to, and I often talk about on a daily basis. Joe, I'm sick of hearing you talk about South Korea. Well, this is what happens when you go on 1,000+% move, and then you have a large majority of the participants eliminated because they are trading leverage products, all right? This is what happens. You just don't have that snapback and that rebound as quickly as you would be expecting. And that's why I believe some of these memory names, regardless of the bottleneck, if there's no one to buy the stock up, you can have a bottleneck out the wazoo. It's just really hard for it to recover. And shablamo.
Shebang.
Shebang.
Shebang. You know, there's something that he just like, shebang. Like this. Yeah, Darren knows all the words there as Drake, more bangers. All right, here we go. 135.30, shebang right there, $1.21 now in the money. As we say, what's up to Brendan? What's up, Brendan? Hope you're doing well. Over there we're back to Greensville now finally. So SpaceX, they were up, we're positive on SpaceX. I mean, a couple hits right there, took that hit, got out, average. Unfortunately, the average in is working out perfectly, but you know, that small unit there, small. We actually wind up having one full unit by the time it comes down here, actually over 1 unit. We oversubscribed to that trade by accident, but just over. So we panic out. We have half that position left now, as it's been a shebang, SpaceX. It's been a tough one to trade there. So we'll have to watch out for that one. Coming back in, Intel's given me like a little bit of fearsome trading there on Intel 97.20. Oh, let's see what WXM opened up as, by the way. Okay, let's get ready, man. If this shebangs to the upside, I'm going to trade this one. I just got to make sure I don't punch too many shares. Like, we have hotkeys here that we can change it from like 1,000 to 2,000 to 200 to 20 to, you know, all this kind of stuff. And sometimes you can hit the wrong button, and the next thing you know, like you think you're bidding 1,000 shares and you're bidding 10,000 shares. So be careful with keystroke errors. You often hear us talk about that. I haven't heard you really make a keystroke error in a while, or have you? You're pretty specific on. Do you do it all the time? Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, like, that's like, not as a bad thing. It's just like, that happens to us. We're hitting so many keys. I have 137 fills already.
There you go. So for me personally, it's just like if I make an error, it's just I go the opposite direction, because for some whatever reason I just hit the wrong F button.
Yeah, you're right.
And then, so it's not like, oh, I did all.
You did too many shares. You just went short instead of long.
It's just, exactly. Joe, how do you feel about straddling the big horse? What is that? I don't even know what that is, my friend. That's crazy. I don't even know what that means. Anyways, $20 super chat. Thoughts on crude oil, Katina, man? I'll let you answer that one. Not a big oil guy over here. USO, Brent, all that stuff. I'm not a fan of why? Because it cost me money, Sean, just in case you weren't aware of that. Hangry wife, Joe, you can lecture me. You can tell me bedtime stories. Okay. Oh my God. You're crazy, Hangry wife. Let's send things over to Adara.
I'll be brief. Just want to let you guys know a Fed is speaking, and this name might not be that familiar to you. It's Fed's Cheryl Venable. Now, she is the interim Fed president of Atlanta. She's not a voting member, but she's making some comments right now saying that inflation's too high. She's hearing the same message across from contacts across the Southeast. So again, it seems like we've got more Feds being a little bit hawkish here. We do have another Fed that is set to speak at 12 p.m. That is Fed's Goolsbee. So let's see if he spooks the market. Again, we won't find out till 12. Back to you.
Whoa,
come on, shebang. NVIDIA, let's go. If we can get this going. We just bought some more down here at 219. All right, let me just refresh everything, because I got to figure out all these stops, man. I mean, I'm taking too many I'm not taking too many positions. It's just we've got a lot on here. I got to make sure the stops are in. Like I don't even have one in for NVIDIA. So 218, it's crazy. 218.69. Like I feel obviously very uncomfortable whenever I'm sitting here and don't have stops. So let's put them out now to make sure. So we just hit a refresh on our system to make sure. All right, man. Yeah, there goes SpaceX. So we talked about how much we had left, a third of a unit, and so now it's coming back down for that. So a good couple outs there as my stop for SpaceX is in, that's for sure. And that's a break of 133. So we wanted to see if we were getting some good bids in there. I still have another bid down here, don't I? 130, yeah, I do. 133.50 I have. So if it can come back in right into this level there, and then we'll give it 50 cents off that and see if we can get a little bit of a bouncing moment there on SpaceX. So, all right. What's up? We had someone just said there in the chat, we do not ever want to avoid you. $20 super chat. There it is. Okay.
Yeah, no, hell no.
Okay, so yeah, hell no. We're not about avoiding that.
No.
Unfortunately, like I was saying, Joe and I, if you add up all, we've got a couple, like $100,000 or whatever worth of, even more than that, of course, of positions here. So sometimes it does create a little bit of a problem, just like right here on SpaceX. There we get that fill, by the way. So let's go, man. That was a good one. We got back into one full unit now on SpaceX. So we're going to average this out if we can get a let's go and get going to the upside. Thoughts on crude? So do you mind if we just look at USO? We don't have a continued contract on this system, this platform. So it's tough to look at, CL Light. Right now, let's go. We're gonna get another piece out on SpaceX. That's woo! Wow, that's a good move higher. All right, thoughts on crude oil. So when this went this way, I thought that was too far too fast. I thought that was too far too fast this way as well. So we actually commented on both of those trades, and I thought that was a good short. And although the long was tough, maybe we thought it was going to get into the 200 period moving average. I think right now you're in an interest rate increase environment, and I don't have to think that is what's happening. So if we're going to start increasing the interest rates right now, I think oil could be a good spot to sort of sit around. However, we still have, I don't want to talk too much macro like that, interest rates, because we do know what's going to happen. And I think you're getting closer and closer. I don't know how you feel, Joe, with potentially something coming from the Strait of Hormuz, like some sort of a deal. I don't know. Maybe it's just like news exhaustion. And we can ask Adara. Adara, I know we're going to go to you, Adara, for something else. We could talk about this when we get back, but I just wanted to get your opinion, Adara, on where from the news headlines and everything that we've been getting, do you think we're any closer to anything with Hormuz or with Iran or no? Okay, so she just said no. We don't have to go to her there. So if there's nothing new coming, man, I think oil's going to get stuck in this range. So I do appreciate the super chat there, and I wish I had more of like a directional bias here. But I'm going to say that things are going to get ramped up worse before they get better. I think there could be one more strike of just like FU kind of strike.
Yeah.
And that should spike this upside. So for me on USO 135, if we're going to look at oil, what is the current oil contract? Someone might ask, and I'm actually asking it. Let's go to September. Right now, 138,000 shares traded. So our contracts traded. What about $90 right here on crude? That could be a trade. I think that would be a spot that I'd look at. Another outside blow up there for crude on potential problems, resurfacing there in the Middle East.
I'll tell you one thing. My opinion is that Iran cannot stay in the West, and I highly doubt that a deal.
Well, that's been like that for
exactly. So
yeah.
It's the issue. It doesn't really matter about what the issue is. These people don't want to make deals with the U.S. I think Donald is just going back and forth with himself.
So do you think that this is going to last until the
significantly longer?
Regime? How long? President Trump has 2 more years.
Think about how long everyone thought the Ukraine war was going to be over in a matter of months. It's 4 years. Again, that's why. So, anyways, Adair.
All right.
Yeah, so guys, I do want to get into Sector Watch. I want to start though by answering this question. So here's my thing, is I think the biggest issue is both the US and Iran seem to have the same issues with one another from the comments we're seeing. They're saying that, each side is saying the other side is posturing too much. They're saying one thing in public, another in private. Until that changes, which I don't expect it will, then I don't think we're anywhere near a deal. And I think that's regardless of however the countries feel about each other. I think regardless, you have a situation here from a negotiating standpoint. And I honestly think the whole idea of this has been a longer conflict going on, I think that's kind of a smokescreen. I think in terms of the conflict we have right now, which is between chiefly the US and Iran, I think the issue is that neither country wants to come to the table, or at least, they're saying they don't want to come to the table in the same way in public that they are in private. I think until that changes, I don't think the situation will change. That's just my opinion. And I don't want to get too into politics. That's just my view as someone who reads a lot of these headlines, who watches a lot of these hearings. I will get into the sector watch, but I want to start here with Intel. Apparently, they're saying they gave no shares to roughly 33% of the orders and offerings. That means they only filled 2/3 of the orders in the offering. Again, we got the sense that this Intel share offering of $20 billion was well received. This kind of continues to back that up. So with Intel in mind, let's start with electronic technology. Intel is relatively flat, but you have some mixed performance here. Dell really weak. KLAC, though, up 4%. NVIDIA up about just under 1%. Let's take a look here at producer manufacturing, quite strong. In energy minerals, strong. Again, conflict with Iran in focus. And consumer durables looking pretty good here. Communications looking good. Distribution looking good. Industrial services looking good. Weakness here in tech services. Meta, the one exception, we know this name had that big $600 plus bounce and move from that level earlier today. You had IBM also to the upside, getting some NVIDIA chips. But then you've got weakness in the likes of Oracle, AAPL, and Datadog, Google, and Microsoft. Retail trade weak. Health tech mostly weak here. And this is actually coming off a session that was quite strong for these names. So yeah, we'll take a look here. We'll have to see what's happening. But kind of a mixed board so far. And even the sectors are not really trading together as a unit, which is also interesting. Back to you.
Wow.
We definitely like that one.
Listen, we took a little scalp. I was telling Katina, man, watch out. It opened up, pulled back a little bit. Just once again, reading the tape, guys. That's what I really like about these names, is just the ability to read the tape because it's so distinct. What's it? You're over there.
The wife is at Costco. Oh no. Shit. 150 to 162. Better start ripping immediately.
What are we looking at here?
It doesn't matter. The minute she's in Costco, there's a problem.
Steak.
Yeah, strip loin steaks, man. Six times, what is that, 28 grams? I don't know.
265 grams.
Yeah, so how many ounces is that, 8-ounce steak?
I couldn't tell you, man.
Is this a good price, everybody? You guys tell me right now. This looks like this is probably local farmed. I think I'm going to tell her to buy this right there. I mean, for $10 a steak?
That's pretty good.
I don't think you can go wrong there. I'm sure
you're not getting that at farm.
Yeah.
Unless you find the right ones, though. If you get 2 for $17.
It was more like, oh my God. Now she's at Costco. You don't know about Farm Boy? Farm Boy is
I know about Farm Boy. I just don't get the amount that Farm Boy is invoked on this show.
It's just a hot spot. That's all.
Should I start shopping?
But we can understand why we talk about protein so much.
Yeah, Adair, you have to shop. It's fun. It's a good experience.
Okay.
You go there.
You don't know Farm Boy?
I know Farm Boy.
Go to the butcher. You go over here. A lot of Canadian products too, though.
Okay.
That's the reason. Yeah.
How is Farm Boy not a sponsor?
How is it? Listen,
we're literally sitting here calling it the best grocery store in the whole world, basically. Man.
And then, sure enough, maybe we go talk to the manager. I'm a regular
pictures
there.
of something else.
What do you got there now? It looks like some bites.
Wings.
Wings.
Is this
how much you got going on there, guys? Okay, so back into these markets. Plague, halt. I get out right at that halt band. So 150 all the way up to 162. We get out of that one. As soon as it opened up, I'm like, let's see. Let's wait for this pullback and then things to turn around and see the strength step into the tape. Boom, off to the races to go. So a nice little scalp. But once again, I would like to have significantly more shares, but that wasn't the reality in which I was sitting in. So I handled the cards that I dealt myself.
You played the cards.
At the end of the day, played the card. Exactly, played the cards that I dealt myself. Joe introduced Farm Boy to Sean.
That's it.
Yeah.
They said that. Who put that out
Ryan
there?
Carlos.
Watch this.
What's up? Bang.
Watch
you're
this.
Gone.
You need to go for a timeout. You need to go for a 10-second
10
timeout.
seconds.
Just 10 seconds.
10 seconds. That's it. We put him.
I'm not that hard. I'm not Sharif sensitive.
I shouldn't have let you do that though, because he is backing me. So if I could unblock the 10-second timeout, then maybe.
Where's Joe's name?
Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. Don't worry, I got you covered, Brian.
He's got you. Yeah. 10-second ban. I don't even think you can post every 10 seconds. I think
you
can.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's all fun and games, so don't take any offense there. Guys supporting, but no.
Joe, let me guess. Joe, someone else introduced me to Costco. If I showed you my Costco bills over the last 30 years or something since we've had these kids, it's absolutely crazy. We did get a note there about AVAV. Good. Okay. I know. that software name, the Zeta Global, I got to do more work on this. People are asking all the time about Z. Go, I'm gonna give that job to you.
What's that?
Stop looking at the chat.
Well, this guy called me a meathead, so I'm like, all right.
Oh,
man.
that's it.
Yeah, he's gone.
That's it. Oh, who I see him right over
Sorry,
there.
but it's open
Joe
up.
is a meathead.
Yeah, you see that one? It's that. No, don't do it, man. Let him live.
Let him live?
Yeah, let him live. Yeah. Listen, I'll do the. I'll let him live. So there it is to that guy. Flag is moving though. It's opened up once again. If anybody was curious here, $1.70. I like it. See, I always get confused if we're talking about $100 names, but $1.70 is starting to come back in a little bit here.
I think the guys on the midday show are a little more sensitive than Neil and I.
Yeah, you guys are good at that. I'm kind of jealous.
You guys, I feel like you guys are blocking and you guys are always looking at the chat. And if someone says something about protein, she gets all upset.
Then it's on. It's on.
Or it's like it's on like
immediately. You wouldn't know
there.
who the Crash Out Boys are, would you?
Do I know who they are?
Crash Out Boys?
Probably something on
no,
TikTok.
Yeah,
exactly.
So it's the
Does
Crash
Sharif
Out
even
Boys,
know that?
man. Maybe.
Yeah, you guys are definitely crashing out a lot. Okay, so right there, averaged out more. We're getting out, man. We only have 20% left of this one. SpaceX is let's go, man. Yeah, we like that one. Coming out yesterday. What did you think of the lunch yesterday? It's almost what's for lunch. It's a little salty. Every time we get that.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. I added a little salt on it. There
that
it goes
plague.
again.
You and I both tried to get long on this.
I know. I tried to go again.
It just rehalted and reopened up again. I tried it, bidding 63s. I was sitting there on the New York book. I was sitting there using BAT-Y and everything. Didn't get it. Good open up there for Plague, P-L-A-G. I should call it by the right company name because Plague has a U in it, of course. Planet Green Holdings. Okay. Oops. Sean, can you please do SpaceX technical? Sure. Okay. So yeah, I mean, look, I always say a day ending in Y, right? SpaceX is going to be my #1 stock today, believe it or not. Actually, it's because we had one unit on there on the upside, and we have a unit again, and we're trying to go back upside. So can you please do SpaceX technical on the hourly? Okay. I'm just gonna, you know what? I'm gonna call down, and I'm gonna use e-signal for that, just because sometimes our charts will be a little bit finicky when we open back up a little bit on the stock. So let's just zoom out a little bit here. So on the hourly, this of course 200 period moving average. Those are all gone right now. We are starting to go. What did you ask for? Oh, this is Plague. So that's for space. Thank you so much. I don't know what I was looking at right there. All right, so SpaceX on the hour. Let's zoom back out here because we don't have too many hours of trade. Yeah, look, I mean, this is what we're looking to break, that 140. Like, that's that whole level that we've seen the last couple of days where it's got really excited. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day right now because NVIDIA is starting to moon. So that's not moon, but we're having a nice move higher there in NVIDIA. I think the machines are on in NVIDIA. Machines are on NVIDIA temporarily. Okay, so for me on this one, it's a good little look. I think if you're going to get real aggressive with it, this 125 to 126, I think, you know, that's going to wind up being a decent level. That's where sort of that top action happened back into there. So for me on a technical level, I mean, we can call it volume and see, but you're just stuck in a range right now between 130 to 140. So we're trying to break out of that. And I actually think the next breakout is higher. I really do think that we're going to test back into this 150 area where we did have a lot of consolidation. This is 150, 150, 150, and there it goes to the upside. Everybody that's messaged me about bending spoons, like, wow, that stock has been an absolute beast. And I think SpaceX can get back up to its IPO level, and then we make a judgment call from there. So for me, this looks like it's a better bid through 140 than it is coming back into 130. I think we can come back in there and hold it. I think that's a good long with 130, 125. But there's people in the chat that are always talking about like, hey, SpaceX back down to 80, back down to 50. And I think you just got to be careful that, you know, Elon Musk and the rest of the crew, they can get these stocks going. And it's just a matter of like, you know, sort of rallying. As you said, man, the apes are strong together. And you just got to watch out for SpaceX. One good story here, and this thing could really fly. Like, I'm also wondering, and it's the same case here, and this is what I meant by, first of all, NVIDIA, I guess I was wrong about those machines because they completely stopped there again. They just got upside there. I thought it got going there for really no reason. And then there, that level. But I think SpaceX can get going for numerous reasons. And one of the big ones is that Tesla merger. And I think one that we're not talking about here, and this is why I go back to Intel a little bit, is what about a U.S. involvement in SpaceX?
You think that would?
I do. I don't think that that's out of the question that Donald Trump and that group say, you know what, we have Space Force here. Remember, they used to be locked up with Elon Musk, and I don't
Yep.
know exactly how that relationship is. I don't think it's overly healthy, but I think that there could be something there with SpaceX and the government. And put on the tinfoil hat. I don't even think that's really tinfoil-y. They've invested in MP materials, trying to protect rare earths, right? They've talked about investing in Intel. They want to keep some of the growth shoreside, also protecting NVIDIA's chips from going over into China, right? And very protectionist of some of the resources that they have, and SpaceX being obviously a strong American business. I could see the U.S. government potentially taking a stake in SpaceX, and that would be something that really rallies the stock to new limits that you won't even like. I don't know. I'm not saying like get back to that 225, but the day that that's announced, I really think everything gets turned on and up jumps.
Get a
the
deal
bogey,
with Space Force
right there. I'm just gonna get out. Like
you think-
TQs has been a pretty profitable name. Just hold on a second. I'm just gonna get out right here on the high side of that. So now we're flat on TQs. We're at the absolute highest spot we've been at all day net wise, which doesn't normally happen. Well, lately it's been happening, but we've been holding 3 or 4 names all day, and that's SpaceX right now. That's $1 in the money. NVIDIA's 50 cents as that's trying to go. I think we can get a bigger winner there. And then, our boy Intel trying to go as well. So we've been really having some good fun today, playing off some good levels. And Sharif, I used your line of give me my money or give me my money on one of those trades as Sharif sits back down into that there. Not raining, right? It's quite nice outside. Quite gorgeous outside right now. So Cerebrus coming with earnings very soon. We got to go to Adara back at the desk. It's Money Talks.
Not too much to say about money, guys, but I want to prepare you for what's going forward this week with economic data. So let's do that. This US dollar still, you have this at this point, kind of a triple bottom on this prior resistance level at 99.4. Today, relatively green, not too much to speak of when it comes to technicals, but tomorrow, CPI. That's going to be coming out here at 8:30 a.m. CPI core and non-core. We're actually expecting a little bit of an increase here, so a little hotter than prior when it comes to core CPI month over month, but core CPI year over year expected to be a little bit cooler. CPI month over month also same with the core, a little bit hotter than the last month's print. CPI year over year expecting a little bit cooler. So again, we're looking for hotter or an increase here, a heating of month over month CPI, but a cooling of year over year CPI. That's kind of an interesting look, and we'll have to wait and see if that actually comes to fruition or if it's just estimates. Then on Thursday, we're going to be getting PPI. You are expecting a cooling, again here, cooling year over year, heating month over month for PPI. So that's going to be an interesting look here. When you look forward, right now, basically 50-50 when it comes to the rate decision in September, 50.1% chance here of a hike, 49.9% chance of a hold. So that is a dead heat. If you look forward, we're seeing again still very likely that we'll get a hike in October should we not get one in September, then another hike potentially in April. But now we're expecting if we get the hike in April, we could actually get a rate cut again in December of 27. So I'll have to wait and see here. I'll keep an eye here on this market, see if there's any updates news-wise here before we send you back over to the guys. Not seeing anything, we'll send you back over.
Okay. Wife also picking up a 5-pack of salmon right there. So we got to get bullish on Costco as definitely spending more money than I'm making here. So I got to have discussion.
You're gonna have
okay.
shares.
So SpaceX, up the shares, a good one. All right. So SpaceX right now trying to go. And by the way, we got a super chat. I don't know if you saw that, Andre. If we could throw it up, or maybe we already did. It was about SpaceX. So there is one in there. And there it is right there. Long play this morning. Thank you, Sean. You're a beast. Great look. So, Gus, whatever. I'm just putting on the trades. In order for you to make money, you got to put them on. So I say congratulations to you at that one. I agree 1,000%. Shout out to TikTok right there. I think that SpaceX does have a 150 handle on it, and I wouldn't be surprised if it hits that next week. So SpaceX 150. I like it. I really think they could even hit it tomorrow right now.
160?
And it's not, well, 150 first is what I think. And then, because it's not that far off. 6%, and you're back up there. So I think that there's something there. And honestly, man, everybody in the chat saying Trader TV Lives loves pumping SpaceX. I think since the IPO, I've made more money going short on SpaceX. I don't think that's rocket science to say that. This has been a good short for SpaceX. Sure, we called the 105, we put that down as a low, right? And actually hit that. But for me, we don't, everything that we're trading here, I think we should just say this. I think you guys all know this. Like, this is all individual decisions, right? We don't have anything running in the background that's telling me to buy or sell anything right now. This is a prop floor. So those of you guys that are on prop would know, right? This is like an eat what you kill situation. And so just like how Joe was long on TQs and still is, and I've gotten out of it, and you know, who cares who's made more money on it? We each trade our own accounts. So if I make $100 and Joe makes 200, you know, that's in his pocket, that's in my pocket. You know, we trade completely different. We all get paid, obviously, as individuals, not as a team here. So whatever anybody makes is completely their own risk decisions and all of that. So whatever size everyone's using. The only thing we have to say is we do have different buying powers. You know, I've been here for almost, 25, 26 years. Joe's hitting on two only.
Two and a half.
4 years, so there you go. So 4 years. So anyways, you build into your account. I mean, I think that happens on all prop floors anyways, right? So
24, definitely here 24, man. Yeah.
24,
yeah,
good. Well, we're so glad to have you
24.
anyways, regardless. So yeah, thanks for Joe for being here. And
Plague halted again.
Did it? Yeah,
Yeah,
Plague did. I
up
just saw
to
it there.
180.
Oh, that was okay. I don't know if I would have taken this one, but yeah, Plague is a new runner there. Plant, what did I say it was called? Green Plant again? Planet Green Holdings there with that upside play. And then the other one today is WXM, which unfortunately it's underneath VWAP. We were really hoping that this halt rate here would have created a little bit more action, but it doesn't look like that is the case at all. So, all right, I'm going to say bye to Joe. So
yeah, man.
Everybody in the chat, can we go on the double screen? I want everybody in the chat in 3, 2, 1. I want everybody to wave at the screen and say bye, Joe. Okay, ready?
Wait,
so get there. Everybody get ready. So no, not yet.
Oh.
3, 2, 1. Bye, Joe.
Bye,
Thank you
Joe.
for coming through today.
See you in
Enjoy the midday. I'll see you very soon. Hopefully
60
lunch
seconds.
will be a productive one there. So
Yeah.
there we go. Everybody saying that. And also happy birthday, Joe.
Thanks, man.
To that as well. So we say bye-bye to Joe. And we say hello to dollar clubs. So right now, that's a good dollar club on NVIDIA, as that just pop goes the weasel. Like NVIDIA is more of a trade. Like I'm proud on SpaceX, but honestly, I was a little bit thrown off by this SpaceX move or this NVIDIA right there. So all we did, man, was just put on our big boy pants and just got right back into these names, right? And started to believe in them. And we talked about having that confidence in some of your trades and not having to go from one stock to another stock to another stock. Although I did trade 5 stocks today. My worst stock today is going to be Meta. And that's just kind of hovering around. They went parabolic there. We took some small hits. We got some small winners. What we lost on Meta is, we've made more on NVIDIA. We've made more on Intel. We did not make more on the Qs. And SpaceX, we have made more on it, but I'm hoping that this can be a position pending name with 135 coming and going in just about a minute. So there we go, man. Everybody loving that goodbye, Joe, there. So that was a good one there. Shout out to Golf Franchise. You want me to look at this might be a name for the midday, VFLO, which we're about to throw it over there. Oh, no. Okay, this is a big one. I don't know anything about this. VFLO, Victory Portfolios, Free Cash Flow ETF. What's up, Golf Franchise? I'm up almost 20%, but it appears to be hitting another leg up. So did I write that down right? VFLO. All right, I don't know much about this name. Maybe we'll have to do some work. Free cash flow. I don't know. So if it was a based on cash holding ETF, it definitely wouldn't look like that, as that's not what the interest rates look like.
Yeah, I'd have to do more research into this, and I will when I get back from my break. But apparently, they just track, I guess, this free cash flow index, which I didn't even realize was a thing. So I'll look more into this. But it's an ETF that tracks an index, just like we have the SPY, the NASDAQ. It's just a much more obscure index. So as I look more into this, I will keep you posted.
Yeah, very interesting name there. And I guess if that's monitoring the amount of cash that's out there in the world, as the stock market gets a little higher, we could start seeing some traders go back into cash, especially with the interest rates getting higher. It makes that yield a little more attractive. So you're up already 20% on it. You've obviously done your due diligence. I would say keep holding. I mean, I would think free cash flow is going to get higher as more people might deploy cash into shorter term securities. And I don't know if that would affect this name. As I said, I'm not in it and I don't know. All right. I'm going to wait for 135. That's my next outs there on SpaceX. It's been a blast. Thank you to everybody who came through today, right? We put that challenge out to see if we could get 1,000 likes on the stream. Let's see if we did it. We got 1.2K, so my hat's off to you. That's another show, followed by another one. And then Joe and I are back. Another one. And we will say, hopefully Neil's tendinitis will get better. We hope that he's coming back very, very soon. And I can only imagine, man, that must suck because our elbows are always hitting the tables here too. So a little bit of violence there. So we say, get well, Neil. Hopefully he'll be back tomorrow. It was a great pleasure of mine and honor to do the show with Joe. So let's throw it back over to the midday show. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Thanks, Joe, again. Thanks you to Adara. Thank you to everybody in the back there running the ones and twos, especially my guy, Andre. So we'll go back over to the midday, and I will see you guys back at 2 p.m. Thank you for enjoying the show. There goes SpaceX.
Whoa. All right. Boom, 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 boom. I like the song, but I think we could use a little bit of a different intro, maybe.
You think so?
Yeah.
What do you want to make it?
No, not the. I like the animation intro. Just maybe a little bit of the music.
Song?
Yeah.
What are you thinking?
Huh?
What are you thinking?
It's a good question, Joey. We're gonna have to figure that out. Boom. Greetings, salutations, beautiful people. We can't sell MLS. I know. Why would we sell Miles Lewis Skelly and to Chelsea of all people? Benton, what is going on over at the Emirates? I'm not very happy about that. All right, let's wait for everybody to come on in because they're taking their sweet time today. Shout out to Juan, Tisha, Ricardo, Andrew, the Skip. Shout out to Hangry, Adam, Jong, of course, Benton. We got Vern, we got Scott. Shout out to Brown Lightning as well, man. Taylor Batty's in the house. Fluffy frickin' hippo. Shout out to Black Hole Sun, Jake Hoengi as well, joining us. Speed Wobbles, Jacob Savage. We got the Nos Lamb. I don't know, something like that, man. Cox, Manny Olives. Shout out to Orange, Crazy Dirt Weed, Taylor, Kirk D, Rex Banner, Gorev, Slim Trady. Okay, I do like
Slim
that
Trady,
one. I like that one, Katina, man. Eclectic Passions, Yannick, Coggy Vids, Your Paradox, Day Trades and Dividends. I do like that. And he's talking about the Q's breakout soon, which I know you're involved with, Options, man. Bustin, Grunfeld. We got Bag of Beans. Good day. Right back at you, my man. Mescala. No respect. Does Joe MU have legs from here? He will look at it for you. AJ Easy. We got Chris. We got Mr. Panda. Shout out to Medical Meatball. What happened to Medical Marinara? Gamecraft Nico. Good day, sir. Right back at you. Christmas 1023. Hani Shop. Tyler Lordy and Joppy. Brooke Levy. We could keep going, Joey.
Yeah, we could.
There's a plethora of individuals.
I don't want to forget. So you guys know what positions I'm in already. So my spiel will be a little bit short here today, but I have to pay a little bit of respect. Every morning we should do this, and sometimes we do forget. Tesla starting to move a little bit here. Some volume stepping in, but we have to give a shout out to our good friends over there on TikTok and Bravely as well, for he is posting the names consistently. And I was going to say I might have spoke too soon, but anyways, aside from that, guys, NK, Junior Peters, Ruins for Ranger, what's up, USA, with the Canadian flag. God is my judge, Daniel, I like that one. Love and hope. And then we have Kevin TX, Happy, Entrepreneur, Turtle Hurdle, Eusti, Awel, the Litz Bar. Okay, what's going on? Gregory, how's everyone? Paul, Joshua Wright, Sam, aka Bullpick in the chat. Once again, seeing you yesterday. Doll's New Power TV. Oh, I know this is Trader TV. Scooby-Doo in the chat. The House City, Uganda. Bryce Sorelli, Frizz, and a couple more. Amir Realtor, Freebird, Steven Jackson getting the shout out once again to Saint, and obviously Doug, Leanne, and Dragon Fluff with chicken stuff. Sharif likes that one there. Good material, guys. Hey, listen, we're still long the NASDAQ off of the lows. What I do believe is going to be sending this market a little bit lower is the bull flag that is being prolonged, or sorry, the bear flag. Even though it's not the cleanest of price action that is being prolonged, but look at this hefty rejection candle right here on the 5-minute go rep. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some more downside here on NVDA. Oh, where's the most amount of open interest that we're seeing on the options chain? $225. Where was the high of earlier in the week, Sharif?
Yes, sir.
$225. No coincidence there, my friend, as we are struggling to break through this level. Once again, Adair bringing us some news, partnering up with a couple of the big banks. I believe it is $500 billion in debt raising there. So the street not loving it. Pullbacks tend to be a little deep in this name. But hey, ASML is up 4.3%.
Piece of crap.
That's not today, Sharif. It is leading the race. And then CrowdStrike negative, and then PanW, both names that hit all-time highs yesterday, slightly red today. Other than that, NVDA to the downside. Watch out for the lower teens. That's where I'm going to be looking to buy a little more.
A little more? You noticed up on that one. He threw a little English accent in there, Katina, man. He tends to do that from time to time, but I like it. All right, guys, let's get right down to work. Plague. We're just going to call it plague. I know plague's not spelled that way, but you know my affinity for naming these things. But here we go. Joseph, options. We are halted to the upside on PLAG. Right into that $2.01 area. We're going to open this up on a trading screen momentarily. But this one's been all over the map, man. It broke trend. It was putting in higher lows, higher highs in the pre. And then it dipped down here at 9. It caught a bid at random time, right? 10 a.m. reclaims VWAP, and it hasn't looked back since. So plague, where we're going to look at that. CIGL coming from the very expensive price of 41.96. That is the area low, high 69.50. But take a look at what it did in the pre on volume. It got to 92 pennies on volume. These are the biggest volume bars on the day. Whether or not they occurred at 5 a.m., they are the biggest volumes bars on the day. RPD broke out, looks like yesterday in the aftermarket around 4. So this one could be an earnings play. Don't really care. Just going to trade it with respect to momentum off technical levels. RPD. QMCO, we've seen this one before. This is a former convict. It did catch a bid as well, like RPD, in the aftermarket yesterday. 4 or 5 breakout. We're ramping up today through that $15 area. $14.50 high today, yesterday. $18.80 high. We could see 20 by the time the day is done. And Joseph, it's not Big Spile in the house, not quite yet anyway. But look at HTZ. It broke out yesterday at the open, 9:30, gave it all back within minutes, did it again at 4:25, broke out, gave it back within minutes, and it's not giving it back within minutes this time, but my spidey sense tells me there may be better trades here. So watch out for HTZ, FSLY. This is the second day in a row we're putting Fastly on. Look at the rippage yesterday on Fastly off 22.5. When all was said and done, it had touched 28 today, 28.85. Not strictly a small cap gapper, of course, but we're mentioning it. ABCL. This is a second day play. Look at what look what it did yesterday. And the fact that I have the ticker on there from yesterday tells me that I was alive to it. Guys, I forget some of the tickers that I trade because we just go through so many. I can go through like 15, 20 different names on the side chart within a day, so I tend to forget them. And then last but not least, SION, flat top break. I would suggest to you guys through 5.25, touched 5.5. I wouldn't mind seeing a retracement into 5.30 or 5.25 for a pullback, and then another move here to the high side. So that's what we're just going to do in 1 second. Assassino, I just want to get Arthur. Thank you for whatever RON currency is. 10 RON. Sharif, sut, dog. What? Any zero DTE plays, Fabian. He said, S-U-H. Dog. No, not Sue. That's a good one, though. Sue. I do like that. We're going to get to that one in 1 second. And another one, short side, Sharpnel, 199. Sharif, TTV. When do you ever go long the Qs? Never, my friend. The answer is never. No, I can't say never. I really don't know. I only trade small caps, though, right? But I will talk anything you guys want. You want me to look at technical levels for you for a specific name? It's my job to do so. So make sure you're tagging me, letting me know, Joey.
All right, good stuff, guys. VinFast reported strong Q2 momentum, delivering more than 70,000 EVs globally, up 96% year over year. First half deliveries reached nearly 129,000 vehicles, up 78%, reinforcing the company's growth trajectory across expanding EV portfolio. By mid-year, VinFast had already achieved approximately 43% of both its 2026 4W and 2W delivery targets, putting the company firmly on track across both growth engines. VinFast, shout out to them. VFS on the NASDAQ there. Here it is, guys. Look, watch out. Something's stepping into the market. As Sharif says, the volume is upticking, and you can see an aggressive moving lower. It's our boy. What's he got to say today? So, hey, anyways, you rang? No, we did not ring, man, at all.
I rang, bro.
Hey, I'll take that. No, he's been nice to me lately, man. So do you know who Thomas Shelby is?
I don't.
Oh,
Tell me,
I can't, man, my guy.
You're not allowed to tell me?
No, shout out to Thomas Shelby, the man himself. But yeah, Cecino loves that one. Listen, we were talking about AMD. How are those AMD plays? Sean and I don't even think we brought up Advanced Money Destroyer here, Duplicator, over the past 3 hours that we were trading together.
Whoa.
This is what I was referring to. I'd like to trade. Why? Because I do believe that this shelf is going to give way. Just wait for the momentum to really step in. You can see how it's been prolonged, and we're not breaking 422, 420. There, hit the weed, Batman, Katina, man, boom, to the downside. So this is what I'm looking for. I wouldn't be surprised if we see high 300s in this thing. It just might take a little bit of time in order for this trade to really start to pick up its momentum. But at some point, I do believe it will. I could be completely wrong, and I'm totally fine with that. Speaking of that, this is my opportunity to add a little shares here in the TQQ's trade. Whether it works or not is going to be a completely different story, but from a price action standpoint, I'm seeing exactly what I want to display. So I'll start with my original size here, and then we're going to be looking for a move and a rebound back in towards the volume weighted average price and even potentially the high of the day. So shout out to Thomas Shelby and the Peaky Blinders, Sharif. You would know
people, Joey?
The Shelbys, man. You never heard about them?
Like the people for Shelby Mustang?
No, not them folks.
Shelby, Peaky Blinders is like a show, British show. It's set in like a very time like
early
back,
1900s.
and it's really good.
Yeah, everybody knows this but me.
That's all right, man. You're not. Hey, man. Let's be real. You're not missing out on anything. So on that one here, let's see if we can get rocking and rolling.
Dunked on the show.
It's not bad. It's not bad. I think this is more important though because we can. Whoa. I'll just hit that. Someone hit the fail. Whoever hit the fail.
Oh, it's probably your friend Ram.
Aside from that, 7350.
I can hear her laughing back there.
She's not even here today. She was here bright and early.
Bro, she's
actually,
outside
9:30.
There she is, man.
7350 is probably going to be our out because you can see our average has been raised. We're now slightly out of the money on this one. Oh man, 218.91 on NVDA. Looks like this floor is about to be broken. We'll have to keep an eye out on this one.
All right, Archer news. Let me look. ACHR looking. I know they had a headline yesterday. Here it is. They reported better than expected Q2 sales. Also, Cantor Fitzgerald reiterating their overweight rating on the stock and maintaining an $11 price target. Archer Aviation up 11 and 4/5, 11.82%, $5.3 billion market cap for Archer Aviation. So that's the headline there. All right, let's get right down to work, man. So CIGL, I'm looking at this one. I'm looking at SION. Where's that hot garbage SION? There it is. Okay, good. It's back into that 5 1/3. So we're going to give this the old community college try. We're going to stop out below that 5 1/5. So let's go ahead and do that, Joey, so we take the subjectivity right out of that. Now, you're probably wondering, Sharif, Plague is up 255% and it's halted. When the hell is this thing going to open? Good question. I don't have the answer to that. But what I do have a response to is the fact that it is on the Amex network. So we have no idea what the theoretical auction price is during the halt. And you can see that very clearly here on my tap, which will always be right there on my level 2 saying 201. And that's the halt price. Joseph Options, this halted 11:02:04. It is currently 11:16. So the earliest this will open is 11:17:04. We shall see when and if it does open at that price. Get it, Assassino, but you know what I'm getting? We're taking profits already, man. There goes SION into the high. We're taking a little bit more here. We're looking for a 530 hold, and then we're looking for 550. What's going on over there, Katina, man? Oh, that was not you. Oh, that was your friend, the option.
That wasn't me either. That was not me, trust me.
All right, here we go. SLC, $5 super chat. We thank you for that. Hey, guys, I thought I bought the dip for app, but it seems like people aren't app loving it. Okay. Your thoughts? Thanks. Let's take a look at APP, Joseph.
All right.
We're going to load this. But you know what we're going to do, options, man? We're going to go on this screen here, lest this open without my knowing about it. And that will disappoint me greatly. So what we're going to do, we're going to bring in the old trusty, stupid side chart that's found its way. Oh, it's open. Here, hold on. We're going to limit up here. We're limiting up on PLAG. I tried to get some. It won't let me in. It's not letting me in here. Okay, so that's fine. Limit up PLAG 257. Dang, man. Up 354%. This is really going now. And now we're above 2.5, and we could be seeing 5 very shortly. Get ready, because if PLAG is gonna do this, well, we've seen this story before, haven't we? Now, just allow me to get this stupid chart from my back window over here. There we go. Up. No, it's not letting me drag it, Joey.
Uh-oh.
I know, right? Sucks. Well, whatever. We'll just do it over here. We'll bring it in on this one. Let's put APP up on there, and then we'll get to Big Spiles. Because I did see that super from your friend, Big Spile.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to the weekly first and foremost, so we can get a better look at what we're gonna do here. Okay, so sadly, we are below 350. Okay, I was looking for a hold of this area. That is trouble that we didn't hold up at this area. However, that $300 area is of import as well. Why? Because it's basically just a couple of dollars above the 200 exponential moving average on the weekly, okay? I don't like the fact that we lost this area, which would have been a 375 to 350 support. We did get as low last week as 298. So the fact that we defended 300 is good news. The fact that we have a lower high this week is bad news, but it's kind of assuaged a little bit by the higher low. So the low of this week is 319.60. So we haven't even been close to 300 yet. I would say 300 is an interesting buy area. You're going to have trouble, though, on the way up between 350 to 375. And then, obviously, you're going to have trouble with 4. It does feel a little bit weak here. This is not an easy chart pattern to read because you've broken down from aerial lows, and now you're basically looking to the moving averages to keep you afloat. That's the weekly. Let's go to the daily. Let me see if I have a bit of a different look on the daily. No, my opinion stays the same. That we lost this shelf here. Now, the only thing kind of keeping you a little bit, maybe feeling that we may not bleed into 3 again is this area. That's from July and August of 2025. So this is a year ago price action. It's an area bottom here that we held for a number of weeks, if not months. Looks like a month of support at around that 330 to 325 area. So that's app. I got to tell you, I'm not a big fan. Okay, the chart doesn't look good. But hey, man, if you bought the chart when it looked great, then would you make as much money to the high side, right? So good luck with that. I hope you print. Want to cover Big Spiles?
Yeah, absolutely. Pull up that super chat. Joey took half that AMD put play off in the down move at the open. Really smart play. Might roll the profits forward to a further out strike. Okay. Still got the SPY puts on. I agree. I think that's a pretty logical and smart play, Kyle, just due to the fact that you do have that void below that that support level, right at 522 or whatever it may be, 422. I do believe we're going to head a little bit lower. So I do believe the out of the money strategy is something that can definitely work out really well for you. What's working out for us really well, I'll pull it up here momentarily. I just want to touch base on this NVDA trade off the low. Gorba, I was going to message you there, brother, to see if we're going to get a little bit more of a bounce, but not too bad so far. Small size once again on this bad boy. But let's head back over to our big spile. Lele, I didn't see what you meant. This isn't a scanner. If this is what you were referring to, this is just my watch list. Sharif has that as well, too, so we can probably get that to you momentarily. But anyways, aside from that, I really like if you're buying these 400s at a later date, I do like that play. Because if you do get some strong momentum sessions, then off to the races you go to the downside, you can really gain some time value off of that one. So nice play there, brother. We also have another super chat that I would like to go over as well, too, Assassino. When you get a chance, look at Grab and AXON. For sure, we got a chance right now. GRAB. Let's see what we're going to grab from this one. Okay, so what I'm taking from a Grab Holdings, not overly familiar with the name, but I mean $3.27 is that potential base. Moving forward, let's actually zoom out quite a bit here and see what we got going on the weekly. I mean, not disastrous. Not quite familiar with what they do. Lakeside Holdings Limited is a company. The company, through its subsidiary, Hupan Pharmaceuticals, that's crazy, is a medical injection and pharmaceutical distributor. Okay, interesting. So you're getting into the biotech. That's definitely Sharif's world, if you ask me, something that I'm not overly familiar with. Before I send it back to him, one more name on that super chat. If he wants to go over those, he can. Ooh, Axon Enterprise. This is a really, really good move here, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this from May of 22 all the way to where we're currently trading at 600%. We'll take that all day, and then a bounce from earlier in the year, April, from 347 bucks, almost a double up in that level. Would love to know your average price, but things are looking pretty good if you ask me in both of those names, brother.
All right, guys, quick reminder. Trader TV Live members get Sharif's, mine, daily morning research note every single trading day that I am in the house. We're talking about the big market stories, Joey. How about the key levels, the trade plans, the catalysts, and what we're actually watching into the open? It is only $4.99 a month, and you also get members-only videos, you get posts, custom emojis, and loyalty badges. Hit join. Hit the join button below this video to sign up. And Assassino, if you'll allow me, my man, I just want to show them quickly over here kind of how it looks like. So there you go. You got the main headline of the day, NVIDIA $500 billion plan being backstopped by the Wall Street boys. They like it. So you get the story there. You get the, the main story. We're not going to go into the nitty gritty. It's just to give you an idea why this is running. But more importantly, you get the technicals. This is a trading show, so we got to talk technicals, right? You're going to get the intraday levels, which we chart off the 15. You're going to get the swing levels, which we chart off the 4-hour. And then you're going to get an explanation of structure, especially if you're a newer trader. Sometimes it looks like the chart action or the price action is all over the map. We help make sense of that for you. We show you exactly what the chart structure is on the 15, on the 4-hour, and then we give you a bias. We tell you, look, moderately bullish. The $500 billion financing framework could remove a major capital constraint on future AI infrastructure, although the lack of committed contracts could put this a little bit into question. So we explain why we're moderately bullish, why we're moderately bearish, and then the trade plan, right? How do you get in? If you get A, then B, or if this price comes in, then you should be looking for this certain event. And you get that for both the intraday, as well as the swing, as well as the catalyst, what we're watching, and the execution mindset to kind of help you make sense of it all. So thank you very much to everybody who signed up. And yes, I got stopped out of that. We're going to get right back in, as I do like the look of this one's jib. I should have been putting my out at around 520, but it did dip down a little bit. So SION back involved in that. We're still waiting for PLAG to kind of open up here. Halt time 11:17:19. It's 11:25. The earliest open will be 11:27:19. All right, so I see a lot of tags coming in the house. Made me think of the house party and somehow you guys as a kid and play just fits. Okay, well, we have a good time, right? Adam wants me to look at YYGH. Sure. Let's have a look at YYGH. Yeah, a little light for me, Adam, in terms of volume, 496,000 shares. It's obviously up about 9%, higher lows, higher highs, but the volume is a little bit of an issue for me with respect to this one. How about Gabzor? Wait,
You cover big caps for your morning show, but only trade small caps? Yes, exactly. That's exactly it, right? TA is technical analysis, of course, is fractal. You can look at it on whatever time frame, and it basically works the same way. Execution, however, is a little bit different on these bad boys. So HTZ, says Alex. I've got HTZ on the side chart, brother, right here. So HTZ, we've got that right over here, 265 high. As I mentioned, this one did retrace the entire move yesterday, both in the pre-market or in the open and in the aftermarket as well. Today, it's not as retrace aggressive. It's holding much closer to highs than it is near the lows. 260 right now, high at days 265. Definitely keeping an eye on that, but haven't quite executed on it yet. In two positions, SION and CIGL. Trying to build a position. I didn't mention anything about my CIGL trade, so let me do that right now. I see a flat top break possibly brewing here at 70. It's a 69.50 high. There's been multiple wicks in the 69, the 70 area, all of which have rejected. However, there are higher lows into that 70 penny area. To me, that says one thing, mostly one thing, which is an ascending wedge pattern that I lovingly call the flat top break. So we're going to build a position, nice and slowly here on CIGL with a view to clearing 70 pennies. And if all goes well, maybe we even see the dollar options, man.
Nice. There goes Sandus, actually, $1,200. But also, Gorab, nice grab off of the lows here. We're long via NVDL, so that was a nice little grab right off the bottom. Risk to reward was there for us for a potential rebound, and a lot of the stars were aligning for us here. Let's break it down momentarily. So what we have...
Song by Majid Jordan and Drake.
Yeah, we were talking about it the other day. There's a couple of Majid. You know, they were performing at Due West Fest. Apparently, they did a little pop-up. Yeah, someone was telling me. It might have been someone from here, to be honest with you, telling us that they did a little pop-up at Due West Fest.
No way, bro.
Yeah, in the summer.
I would have liked
Due West Fest is such a great time, man. That's pretty much what I...
Limit down PLAG.
NVDA, right? So again, you have this breakdown here, and then this nice little indecision print was like, okay, maybe we can find some form of a rebound. Now, I want to know what's not helping the NASDAQ move a little bit higher. Like, as we're down a little bit on this one, how many shares do I have? Oh, okay, that's why. I'm like, what is even going on here? I have significantly more shares than what I thought I put on here on the NASDAQ, so that's not working out for us. But what is NVDL? We need to find some form of a rebound. But who is the large cap name that is raining on our parade here today, Sharif? Is it Meta? No, because it's up 2.5%. Who may it be? SpaceX down 2.7%, but bouncing off the lows. Gorb, you might like these signals right here. Sharif's printing up a storm, but Amazon, oh, nice indecision print. So I don't know what's dragging us down right now. Is my question. Is it Google? Yeah, Google might be the culprit here, as we are about to put in some new lows, giving back some of the gains here from not too long ago on NVDA.
All right, man. Plague is it's going crazy here. It just went into 3 different false halts. 2 to the upside and 1 to the downside. We're long here. We're long into the high of the day. But this has been I don't know why there's such a resistance level at 57. Kind of bizarre. The initial halt up at 11:15, 257 high. Then it was a 10-minute halt. And now this is the 11:25 bar on the 5, 257 high. Interesting price action here from PLAG. So we're going to keep a close eye on this one. We'll let you know exactly what the situation is. Of course, we will have to fly blind. By that, I mean, if you're a newer trader, of course, you don't know what I mean by that. We don't know what the theoretical auction price is. So there's essentially a price that the exchange can give us based upon how many buy orders and sell orders are coming in during the halt. The way you send those in is a limit or market on open order. And we have that option here. And when they get those orders, the exchange pairs them so that there's an orderly resumption once this thing opens. And based upon the pairing of those buy and sell orders, we're able to get a theoretical price of what it's going to be at the open. You will not get that unless you are trading a name on the NASDAQ. So that includes the NYSE, the New York Stock Exchange. So be on the lookout here. We're flying blind on PLAG. Go ahead, Joe.
Dude, I had like think about it. I got so Sharif. Take a look at this, my guy. $1.50 is when I got in after this one halt. I get out at the halt band, and then after I'm like, oh, okay, maybe this is the end of the run. Yeah, okay, AC Slater to that, as we're all the way up to $2.57. So not too bad of a look right there, ladies and gentlemen, on Plague. Shreve's getting involved in that one, 254 in that halt, bad boy.
Ooh, get it.
Nice little look there, my guy. Now, as for the NASDAQ, not finding any form of a rebound, as Sandus really starting to pick up some momentum to the northeast, ladies and gentlemen. Not too bad of a look here. Excuse me, I just drank a cranberry juice, so now I got the hiccups. But man, this should drag us higher. If we can get the volume-weighted average price, it's going to be cash money.
Ripping CIGL.
You want to go over?
Breaking out, Joey. So taking out the high, this is the flat top break we spoke about. We're involved here at 66s. Here comes 72. There goes 72. Give me my money, man. There we go. Now we're going to post at 73. And then can you guess where I'm going to post after that?
69.
Come on, we're at 73, bro.
Oh, my bad.
This guy is not even concentrating. I love it. Here we go. We're going to this guy killing me, bro. Here we go, man. We're posting here. We're going up to 75. Topping tail candle. This is not good. This is very bad. No, I'm kidding. I don't know if it's very bad. 73.68, it's bleeding its own blood, coming right back down. It has to hold trend. If it loses 60, I'm out. Wow, man, this is a bamboozling entry over here. Holy days. Let's see exactly what we get here. Let's add into this position, see if we can pop up a little bit more into the area high. If it loses 60, though, I will have to get out of this one. So keeping an eye here on CIGL. Wow, man, someone got a hold of this. Look at the sell order coming in on CIGL here. This is aggressive from 73 down to 62. Come on, bro. Let's go, man. Let's trap the bears here who are obviously piling in quite aggressively into this short. We've got 66s on. Let's see if we can recover, Joey, back into 70. I stop out south of 60. Let's send it up to the big desk where Juan and Adara are hanging out.
11:30 a.m. It's not just the time that AMD was set to begin speaking at the KeyBank Leadership Forum in Technology, which was 11:30 there, a couple minutes into that presentation. But 11:30 was also the time that the Euro market closed today. So here to take us through the European market performance on the now closed session is Juan.
Thank you, Adara. So European markets closed mixed today as oil price pressures remained on sentiment for investors. So if we take a look at the stocks Euro 600, consolidating near highs right now. I mean, they paused their following recent gains as healthcare as well as financial beats offset that of industrial lags in the region. We take a look at the DAX Germany, up by 0.42%, holding steady. Strength in tech as well as chemical lines offset that of yield pressure. The losses were led by Allianz, down by 0.5%, Airbus down by 1.4%, as well as Adidas, down by nearly 3%. But those declines were offset by gains in Deutsche Telekom rebounding to 1.4%, Siemens Energy up by 3.4%, as well as Infineon up by 1.6%. Over in France, the CAC 40 up marginally 0.04%, ticking into positive territory, buoyed by, of course, banking as well as luxury line stabilization. Energy also continues to outperform, supported by higher crude prices, with Total Energies up by 1.4%. Industrial and healthcare also came a little bit under pressure, with ST Microelectronics down more than 3%, Safran down more than 0.5%, and Stellantis down by 2%. In the United Kingdom, energies also continued to perform well due to rising crude prices. BP, Shell both up more than 1.5%, while UK retail sales rose by about 1.3% year over year in July, below that of the 1.8% 12-month average. However, Barclays consumer spending rose by 2%, its strongest 2026 growth. So we've got a lot of consumer spending in the United Kingdom, stabilizations in the economy in that sector. Now, what's coming for tomorrow? Of course, yields are going to be rising. Well, they've already risen ahead of US CPI prints. Sovereign yields such as the Germany's 10-year Bund yield reached 3.21%. That's up by 2 basis points. Higher than expected print tomorrow for the US CPI definitely will reinforce that of hawkish sentiment and will also put a lot of pressure in tech growth as well as real estate equities at the opening for European markets tomorrow. We've also got Eurozone industrial production and trade metrics coming in. So upcoming German and also French industrial production data will be coming in tomorrow. So see if factory activity will be expanding, especially amid higher energy costs in the region. So that's what to look out for in the European market tomorrow.
And before then, you can look out in this space at 3:30 p.m., where one will take us through the Asian markets. But in the meantime, we'll go back up to the midday.
Thanks, Juan and Adira, for that one. Yeah, absolutely disastrous. Google, I shouldn't say disastrous, but Google really dragging the market down here, guys. Curl over turtle shell price action, and then now heading towards the low of the day. And I'm like, what is holding us back? Because you have so many names moving higher. What's up, Randy? Moving higher. And I'm like, why isn't the NASDAQ moving alongside with it? And I found my answer. It is GOOGL. Now, as for the NASDAQ, let's pull this bad boy out. We're going to have to get out of here. And with that being said, I have double the amount of shares than what I was anticipating in. And we're going to have to get out momentarily, especially if there's no snapback relatively soon. And then we give back the majority of our profits. Funny how that works. You put on all these winning trades and then one allows you to lose and give back everything. That's not how you want to trade, but that's why it's such a difficult game, because when you piece out your winners, right, and you get all out as a loser, it just makes it hard. But we took a little bit off here, the top on NVDL. NASDAQ not finding anything. I mentioned that multiple times. How are the banks performing? We'll figure that out. JPM up 0.4%. Let's send it over to the desk.
It seems to people in the chat asking what's happening with USO. We did get a little bit of a move up here, so I'll talk about it. Basically what happened here is apparently in a post on X, the advisor to Supreme Leader, I guess this advisor's name is Mukhbar, saying that the Strait of Hormuz will not be reopened until Iran's conditions are met. This is not new information. This is not shocking information, but either way, looks like this could be what the market's reacting to, or rather what USO is reacting to here. So again, for those wondering what happened with USO, just more reiteration here out of Iran saying that they want their conditions to be met before the Strait of Hormuz can be reopened. Back to you.
All right. Yeah. I mean, same stuff going on over there. TQs. Let's pull this bad boy up and see what we got going on. Come on. At this point, we're just looking for our initial capital back. We'll get out break even, but now you can see my risk to reward has drastically changed. That's why it's key to get out when you're supposed to. 73.50 should have been our Gonzino. Volatility spiked to the downside. Now, how deep and how big is this snapback going to be? You can see that we continuously hit the bid. So when you're paying attention to the tape, guys, and when I'm playing the momentum plays in the small caps, you can see the difference. A lot of a mixed bag here. When you're trading small cap, it's momentum and very distinctive. So whatever it is, what it is, I'm not going to take any more attempts on the NASDAQ.
All right, man. PLAG is very, very random. So it got caught almost in an up halt upon resumption. Got caught in a halt down perimeter, up halt perimeter, down halt perimeter, and then halted up. So it is very difficult to trade this one, at least for me, okay? I don't know how I'm going to trade this. If I'm going to trade it at all, I feel a little silly, you know, not trading the biggest small cap gapper on the day. You know, it's really difficult to read because it just keeps getting caught in these parameters, both to the upside and the downside. So I'm not sure how this cookie crumbles. Maybe I'll trade it with smaller size just to get the reps in, but I feel like I don't have a read on it. And CIGL also bamboozled me. Into the high, we took 73 at the high, 73.5. And then look what it did. It lost 65, even though it reclaimed 70. Look at it, just bleeding. PLAG is open. Ooh. PLAG is open. All right, watching here. Looking for a move down and then a move back up. That's been this one's modus operandi. Let's see if we can kind of catch that. Limit down is 69 here. Oh, God, we're going to get caught in this halt here. Let's add it to this position. Let's see if it bounces back up. It's done that almost every single time. Right back up it goes. Watch out here for the false halt parameter. It's doing it again into 74. No, there's no continuation though. See, it keeps getting caught in the halt parameter to the downside, right? But it's not popping up. far enough. So it keeps getting caught in that 63 down halt, which I don't mind getting into. Let's defend it into the 50 if we can. Look how bamboozling this right back up again. It's just this, you see what I'm saying, guys? But this time it just keeps getting caught in the down halt. I feel like I should be getting out of this, but let's, oh my days. Look at this, look at this. 59 limit down. Now I have to get out of this, man. This is just too much for me. It's completely unreadable. What am I going to do with this? It's just completely unreadable. It keeps getting caught in false halt parameters and pops back up. I don't think this is the right use of my energy, to be quite honest with you. I'm leaving Plague alone. Do we have a bad loss on it? Not at all. Actually, I'm almost break even on the name. And then it's going to halt up now at 89. Wow, I haven't seen one like this before, man. Let me tell you, it keeps getting caught in down halt and up halt parameters. Look, now it's going to halt up. 289, limit up. And then false halt, right back down again into the mid-80s. Yeah, so this one, woo. All right, I'm going to let that one go. What else do we got over here? Let's bring in the side charts. I'm leaving that one alone. RPD at VWAP, bouncing off the volume-weighted average price, but doesn't really look appetizing. SION, I had to get at that because it can't get through 535. So this one looks like it's headed down to maybe 510, maybe even 5 at the volume-weighted average price. Grunfeldt, since Plague, it came down from under $1. It'll be a halt fest, as you probably know. I'm fine with the halt fest, brother. It's just, I finished explaining why I'm not involved in it. It's because it keeps getting caught in halt parameters, both to the upside and the downside, and I just can't risk, you know, being caught in that kind of move. So I'm gonna let that one go. I don't have any good ones right now. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. So I have to look at the scanner to see what is coming up. MSGY, I see that one is making a move. Perhaps we can take off CIGL, which is lost trend, MSGY. Let's bring that one in. Doesn't look the greatest either, but there could be support here at 5. It had a bit of a double top into that $5 area. Here it is, right back at 5 after making a 588 area high. MSGY is the ticker, I believe. MSGY, yeah. Let's load that up. Yeah, so there is $5 support, but as you can see, it's spready. The spread on this one is 5 pennies, 4 pennies. I'm just looking at my blotter up there, and my scanner, I mean. 488 seems to be a level where people keep buying. That was a double top originally, and then this candle has a low of 488, so that could be something we keep an eye on there. That 488 level could be interesting. Let's take off CIGL. Ooh. We do apologize for the noise, guys, but you guys know that we're still in construction mode here. So, yeah, just a little while longer. The other side is almost done, by the way. So, continuing to watch here, MSGY come back down into 5. Let's see if we can bottom pick this. This one looks like a big mover as well. With 121 percentage points under its wings right now. I will have to give this to 88 if I do get in, seeing as that is the candle low. So that's what I'm looking at right now, Joey. What are you looking at, brother?
I'm looking at my stop out here on the NASDAQ as it starts to find a rebound here. We get out at those lows, 73.30. Now I'm thinking about a re-entry on NVDA, but again, the tape is just so choppy. This is the tape here on NVDL. It's going to be reflected to the actual underlying price asset itself. Again, it's just such a mixed bag, and with that being said, it's probably, if it's like that, then you just got to avoid it at all costs. Same with the same narrative here. You can see how it's just coming in, multiple different prints at the bid in above the ask. Even though it is started finding some form of a rebound, it was Google himself that was helping drag the overall market. Now let's head over to our watch list. Again, we had a couple of trades on here today. Apple not doing too bad, only negative about 1/3%, but volume really starting to uptick here, ladies and gentlemen. So maybe you're getting somewhat of a rotation into AAPL. Surprisingly so, SpaceX still down 3%, Microsoft down 1%, Meta up 1.8 at the peak here around these highs. It was closer to 3% there. Palantir, who had a couple of extremely strong sessions, bleeding a little bit south of the volume-weighted average price, so not the best look on Palantir today. But Taiwan Semi, how are you doing? Not our average day trader, but things aren't looking too horrible. Let's send it over.
Yeah, baby.
So just something coming in here, there was a bit of a volume spike, not a bit, quite a bit of a volume spike on USO. So Mohsen Razai, who is the Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council of Iran, has said that the United States must end the war and release blocked Iranian funds. Just repeating that Iranian outlets reporting that Iran's Mohsen Razai, who is the Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council of Iran, saying that the United States must end the war and release blocked Iranian funds.
Thank you very much for that, Sia.
What is this stupid thing doing? Why is it blocking my messages? All right, guys, I have to cover this. MSGY just ripped up into area highs. We got 06s. It's taken out. So the current bar high, 78s. We got 06s on this. It's fighting with the $0.50 now. I've got a bunch of prints waiting at 69 Ozan, and then I'm waiting at 88s. There it goes into 69. We still haven't printed 88s. This one is ripping up here. Look at the tape move on this. Okay, so this one is very active. So watch for the loss of 5. MSGY. Oh, my Lanta. MSGY. It's not updating on my side chart, of course, because I didn't put it into the side watch list. Out. It's going to fail 5. What an out, bro. Look at this dip. It's going to limit down here, I think 470 something. 472 limit down. What a move back into 5. Jeez Louise. These are very volatile today. There is just there's no chill on any of these names. 423 limit down on MSGY. That was a good move to the high side, but an equally aggressive move to the downside. My days. Let's see if this one can kind of reclaim 5. I'm not going to say we can use 5 as support. Certainly we cannot. Current bar low is 488. In fact, I was actually waiting to get more at 88. So let me see if we can kind of build another position here at 5 now that it's moseyed back into that 5 area with a view to taking this out at 88. There we go. Let's go ahead. 4. We're going to go 85. We'll give this to 70. So we're in at 06s. Let me just set something up here. We'll go 525 for that, and then we'll go 533. Should probably put it a little bit higher, 555 on that. Let's see if it holds up at 88. We got 06s, 15s coming in. Let's see if we can get a big price spike up through the $0.25. Seller at 13 here that we can't shake. So yeah, some selling locally, but I want to give this a try. That $5 seems like a recycled support level that keeps coming in. I'll give it to the 88s, which is current bar low. I know for a fact somebody was buying at 88s. Whether or not they continue to buy or others continue to buy at that level, we'll have to wait and see. They were selling at 15s. Now they're selling at 14s. This is typical algorithmic behavior that takes it up. We get the beak wet at 25s. We're looking for more options, man, into 33. There's no continuity quite yet. Let's see if we can price spike up. Big seller at 25. So we saw 27s there, but nothing at the third of a dollar quite yet. So good trading here on MSGY, but I don't think we're definitely not out of the water yet. I saw this dip from 88s into 5s, quick as you like that. So hard to kind of trade anything else when something is this volatile options, man. So we're gonna keep an eye out on this.
All right, yeah, I'm just running through my scan. I got my eyes hyper-focused on NVDA just in case there's any form of a rebound there. We'll head over to our small cap, look for some solid momentum. PLAG right here, guys, on the Amex, I believe. We took a trade on this one, 297, halted to the top side, so we'll keep our eye on that bad boy after it opens up. Read that tape and see if we can find ourselves an additional entry. CIGL, other than that, the NASDAQ, Juan, I seen you ask me how I feel about the market at these lows. Listen, we're in this perpetual downtrend right now. I would avoid it, okay? Look, you're going to break some support. You're breaking support here on NVDA as it's putting in a new low of the day. Google's curling over, and it's just been a mixed bag. Yesterday was a complete chop fest in the overall market. Today, I'm not surprised by the exact same thing. What we will do is we'll head over to our watch list, zoom out on the NASDAQ and see what we got going on. Why? Because it could be potentially condor time. Once again, we have this breakdown. Hangry Wife and I were discussing this a while ago. Until it broke that level, it was AC Slater to that one. But think about it. You have 2 straight months of sideways price action within this range. I think we're going to fall into the exact same neck of the woods. Now, take this into consideration. NASDAQ is the only major average indice that has not hit all-time highs yet. We're still about 5% off of that marker, 4% to be exact. So be patient, wait for that. But the way the look of NVDA right now, At some point it will, just not yet. But a couple of the other names who have been lagging, if they decide that they want to play catch up, then by all means, you might see a new all-time high in the NASDAQ and on NVDA. I really want to take the long on this bad boy, but I don't think it's going to play out. And I'm going against the trend. You know what Kramer says? Own it, don't trade it. Even though I can't help but trade it. Gaurav, are you still sitting in it? Because we took a small scalp on it and then we took the rest out. Otherwise, we would have ended up taking a small loss on this. 40% up here at the highs. We take that bad boy out, and now it's starting to find a rebound. Now, I really want to refine my system because I'm sick of having these days where it's like, okay, I go on this insane streak, and then for some reason, I just go ice cold, and not a good ice cold, too. It's super frustrating. So what I have to do is I have to limit my systems and my entries. With that being said, very, very decisive. The more deep in criteria you get and the more specificity is key, that means you're going to trigger less trades, but the higher probability really starts to amp up. And that's what I need to get back to, especially when I start to go a little bit cold.
Yay.
I mean, yeah, it's not, hey, man. Okay, so a lot of people ask me about Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. I don't even know. Is it even existent at this point? Like, here's IBIT down another percentage point. Looks like it wants to curl over. We're going to have to wait a couple of years for this stuff to get into play once again. Now, Coin had a little bit of a pop. To the individual who was asking us about this, Coin, you take that. You take the money and you run sometimes in the market, especially with names that are down 60+% off of the highs. See you later. Now, I mentioned if I'm buying Bitcoin again, it's via MSTR or BMNR. Leverage plays, I'm not going with the direct asset itself. Doesn't make any sense, especially at these lows. Considering there's already so much removed from a price action standpoint from these bad boys that if they're going to go back to all-time highs, your risk to reward is much greater in these leverage plays. But that's not going to happen anytime soon. In my opinion, I could be completely wrong. And with that being said, I probably am going to be, because come the new year, once you see a rotation out of some of these plays, who knows? It can go anywhere and it could be into the crypto space.
Let's send it up to Sia.
I have my earpiece in.
There's more comments coming in here from the same person, Mohsen Razai, saying that if agreement between Iran and Oman over transit in Hormuz is reached, this will be a separate matter from the closure of the strait. Also, another comment that's coming in is that as long as America, he said that as long as America does not change its behavior and does not accept Iran's conditions, the Strait of Hormuz will not be reopened.
All right, yeah, so here it is, right? Like, so on the NASDAQ, I'm not going to be selling these lows. So I have to wait for a pop if we are going to go short on this thing. Sean had a prime time entry over here, 722.27, then all the way to the downside, looking like it wants to crack through that support. But as soon as if I were to post up here a punch at 719 or whatever that may be on the TQs, 73.26, it would find a rebound, and then therefore my risk to reward isn't where I want it to be, right? At the volume weighted average prices where I would be wrong. AMD there, and you can see everything starting to lose all of the gains from earlier this morning. That's all I have right now. I could head over to small caps and see what we have. I would rather play a momentum style play than sit here in these grinding bids in these large caps.
Yeah, well, there's not much better luck today in small caps. Everything is kind of dropping except PLAG. Got stopped out again of MSGY. We did well on this one initially through 5 into almost 6. Added again into 5, into 5.5, added again into 5, then it failed 88. So we give back a little bit there. I got to tell you, other than PLAG, I am not a big fan of anything that's happening right now. I don't want to trade PLAG. It gets caught into too many up and down halts, so it's a little bit hard to trade. I could keep my eye here on HTZ, which I feel may be setting up a little bit better than some of its compatriots over here with some higher lows. But by the same token, it's got lower highs on it. So, yeah, I don't really know how this cookie crumbles, man. Yeah, everything is headed to the downside, possibly QMCO breaking out into 18 1/3, 18 1/4. But that's also still putting in some lower highs, as you can clearly see there with that bull flag. So, yeah, a little bit of a lighter bunch today. HTZ is not a small cap yet, says Jackie Eisen. You're absolutely right. We did mention that at the top of the show. Said we will trade it like one, though, but thank you for pointing that out. Hesh, damn, you got some guns on you. Oh, wait till I start flexing, brother. Then you'll see the guns. But right now, we're not going to do that. Tom Cutter, Sharif, you got to know when to fold them. You're absolutely right, brother. If you're just punching in blindly,
and just, punch and pray, as we used to say around here, you're going to get in some trouble. But I'm not touching PLAG. I just don't have a read on it, right? What's the point in getting clipped on a name that I don't have a read on? I get it is ripping up 478. It's above $3. It could see 5, but I've tried. I did poorly on it, so going to keep my eye on something that I can actually trade. We're going to keep an eye here on HTZ. I think I want to work into this one. Where did I put that bad boy? HTZ. I know. I hit enter, but it didn't hit enter twice, so it didn't update the charts. What I can do for HTZ is I can wait for the breach of a local area high. To me, that local area high is around 63. Now, the problem is 63 is like 2 pennies from the high of the day, which is 65. So it's almost like a breakout trade, unless I pick it up off an area low. So previous area low is about 51. So I could wait at 55s, 53s. Just don't have a read. Yeah, that's the problem. I do not have a read on these ones. And yeah, that's basically the situation I find myself in at the moment. Let's flip to the 5-minute chart up top here, see if anything else is moving. Just taking a quick look. Let me bring in the scanner so everybody can follow along here. So we'll just maximize that bad boy, and we'll look to see what is breaking out. If anything, Rumble's on there, but obviously Rumble not a small cap gapper, as Jackie would say, not yet. CELZ, low vol, DXF below VWAP, KOPN trying to curl, but failed VWAP. AEHR far too expensive. NIQ, not a small cap gapper, but it's into the high at 1591, up 36%, almost 4.7 billion. Market cap on the day, very sideways ever since getting above, I want to say that 1550, but stair stepping up, so not a bad look. Continuing down here, BISP, or BSP, excuse me, definitely not a small cap gapper. Bending Spoon's really interesting company, guys. They were on with Morgan Brennan in a morning call, I think a couple of days ago. Very interesting company if you guys want to read about that. C-Cup is back, but it's not tradable, as it just lost the volume weighted average price, 188 high, 175 trading right now. Yeah, it looks like, the best of the bunch are towards the top end of the scanner, but the top end of the scanner has the names that I don't really want to trade. So we shall look for more. And as always, guys, if there are any small cap gappers I haven't mentioned, please tag me or Joe. Let us know what's going on. Trade like I play CSGO. I like that. I guess you play first-person shooter, spray and pray, right? Do you camp, though? Right? Like, are you a camper? Not like I really understand a lot of the gaming lingo, but there's a couple of things that I know, man. I haven't gamed in a minute. New to investing. He dropped 10 nice ones in the chat, Joey, but no comment.
No comment, because he's new.
Because he's new. Well, we're going to thank him anyway. Oh, he did?
He did.
ONDAS, O-N-D-S. Can you take a look? You want to look at your O-N-D-S for your friend?
Absolutely.
Our friend, our new friend.
Our friend, he's new to trading.
He's
Our
new to trading.
Our new friend, we should say. T10X here. We got our eyes on this one. There's a couple of names that are forming this bull flag. I had another one drawn up. We're going to pull up ONDS here momentarily. Was it MTEN? Who mentioned that bad boy? STON. There are so many along the lines there. Here's another one that broke through $18, a little bit more expensive for these small cap names. But let's go head over to your ONDS, ONDAS Holdings. Let's see what we got going on with this bad boy. ONDAS Inc., I should say. What do I think about this name? Now, I could tell you I'm not overly familiar with what they do. So defense, security, critical infrastructure technology company through its business units, ONDAS, autonomous systems. Okay, so hey, I like the sound of this one. Do we trade it typically? No. I remember when it was really in play and it went on a pretty big run. Now, if you think you're at value at this point, it did appreciate like quite substantially. So you go from 50 cents of May of 25. What the heck? All the way to $15? That's crazy.
What the hell is even that?
That's a great question.
On that one, man. So, like, big time move. And hey, at this point, if it breaks 656, then maybe look to avoid it. But at this point, if you continue on this path, who knows? Maybe you head back towards this $15 mark at the all-time high. It's not going to happen in a couple of days. You can see we're on the weekly and how many weeks it took to establish new all-time highs, pull back, hold these levels. but this could be some good stopping volume, and then maybe we can ignite and break through the supply zone and head a little bit higher into that $12 marker. So it's not looking absolutely horrible, that's for sure, on ONDS. Just typically not an intraday trader. All right. Now, as for the large caps, guys, nothing going on there. It's a chop fest. I will just get rinsed if I continuously focus on some of these names. So I'm not going to for now until we have some volatility, or maybe into the latter half. Right now, it's the momentum style on QMCO. QMCO might get going a little bit. We'll keep our eyes on the tape with this bad boy. Trend line officially broken. And then now you have a 1 minute candle on the back side of it. You want to see that momentum and the volume really start to pick up. And there's another name. Hertz was doing the exact same thing. Lower end of the range to increase your risk to reward is extremely important. Not going to be buying the breakout, especially you've had multiple legs to the top side. WXM, was that another name? No, it wasn't. AIHS. There's so many of them, it's hard to remember which ones you did some TA on. But anyways, aside from that, MSGY, not looking horrible. $5.87 is that previous pivot high. If things start to turn around, momentum picks up, you see the increase in volume, and you have that next wave of participants step in, I'm looking to get involved in some of these small caps.
All right, man. There's a new one here. It's not strictly a small cap, right? 2.32 billion NN, dancing with 17, beelining into that 17 area, taking really small share size because we're getting in at the top, and it's always a kind of a precarious situation when you do get in at the top there. But I want to mention MSGY has been holding VWAP here for a while. So right around 4.5, not exactly a glowing endorsement to get in because it's an unbroken downtrend. So continuing to watch that. Also continuing to watch PLAG. This one's been halted since 11:52. So it's almost 10 minutes or so since we've been halted at that on that one. So be careful with MSGY. If it loses VWAP, it doesn't have support until about $4. So we're going to keep an eye here on NN as it dances with 17, a little above, a little bit below. It's not up big, but it is beelining into that $17 area. I wonder if it beelines into 20. So let's give this one the old college try. As we hang out here, we're going to send you up to Sia with Happening Now. Neil is off today, as you guys know, because Joey was filling in for him. So no Neil's lesson of the day. We'll be back shortly.
I would have sent it to him. Thank you for reminding me, Sharif. I would have definitely just sent it over while I know there's no one sitting in that chair. The SPY currently down 0.13%. You have the triple Qs that is down 0.24%, and the Dow down a little bit. Nothing too crazy happening here. Let's take a look at two tickers that I do want to talk to you about. First of all, Under Armour. Barclays has downgraded Under Armour to underweight just a couple minutes ago. Analysts also cited 3 reasons for this downgrade that include market share loss from higher competition within the athletic apparel and footwear market. Second being the company's lack of brand pricing power to offset tariff as well as input costs pressures. And finally, the slower turnaround because of lower and long product lead times. So the company said, Barclays has said, that it prefers brands with quote-unquote increased pricing power and has given examples and stated names such as Ralph Lauren, Dick's Sporting Goods, and Decker's Outdoor Corporation. Let's also take a look here at Airbnb. So Phillip Capital has downgraded Airbnb today after its recent earnings beat that pushed shares higher. Firm is also currently Airbnb is almost flat on the day, but the firm had also raised its price target to $158, which is just roughly a 14% downside from Monday's close. Analyst Paul Chu has said, and I quote, while Airbnb should see revenue and profit after tax in minority interests, PATMI move higher in the second half of the year. The stock has gotten expensive. Airbnb currently flat on the day.
Thank you very much for that. Joey, you looking at anything?
Yeah, I got HTZ on my mind here. Let's see if this breakout's going to happen. We're at the lower end of the range, 254, now printing 259s. We'll keep our eyes on this bad boy. We talked about the large cap game right now starting to cool down. AMD really starting to bleed, and you can see that the NASDAQ is almost at the low of the day. We went over some of the financials as well, too. I mean, nothing crazy from an appreciation standpoint, but it's something, and something is better than nothing at times, and we'll take that. JPM, slightly positive, 1/3%. Citi, 0.5%. MasterCard, 0.5% as well, to Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs, slightly red here today, Sharif.
All right, VinFast reported strong Q2 momentum. They delivered
more than 70,000 EVs globally. That is up 96% year over year. And the first half deliveries, they reached nearly 129,000. That's also up 78% year over year. And it reinforces the company's growth trajectory across its expanding EV portfolio. And by mid-year, guys, VinFast had already achieved approximately 43% of both its 2026 4W and 2W delivery targets. And that puts the company firmly, Joseph, on track on both growth engines. Good look for VinFast, guys, at a time where, growing deliveries is a hard row to hoe here on some of these EVs. Just ask Lucid how they're doing with that. Just ask Polestar how they're doing with that. So the fact that VinFast is able to grow their deliveries right now, like them or not, Vietnamese or not, that is an anomaly in this game at the moment. So good look there. And there goes double N, into 733s. We've got 09s. We've taken out half the position over here. It's a wide spread. Right now, it's respectable at 5 pennies. I've seen it as wide as almost 19. 19, exactly. Why? I don't know. I hedged, saying almost 19. We've taken out all my prints, but we're still holding some sharage over here. And we're looking for more, man. Now, whether or not this drops into 17, to test support, we'll have to wait and see. I'm going to wait at 43s, showing me 33s right now, looking for a little bit more. I'm thinking $0.50 on this monster, right? Now, initially, my stop was at 88s, 1688 that is. But I think now, having ascended in the way that NN has done, it behooves me to move up my stop to defend the whole dollar level. Now, I'm not going to put it right at 17, nor 1 or 2 pennies. When I say whole dollar level, I mean like 5 or 6 pennies away. And where you place the stop should be directly correlated to the spread on the ticker. And clearly, right? Because if you get caught on a spready dip down because the spread is like 6, 7 pennies and you've only given it a buffer of 5 from the support level, you're going to get clipped on that and you're going to feel a little annoyed because you're not going to get the fill. And there it goes, options, man, into 43, ramping up. Hertz is breaking out, Joseph. Hertz is taking out high a day. And there goes NN into another area high. Give me my money. We're looking for 18s now on NN, Joey. A good breakout here. Guys, watch out for the turn back here, though, on NN. There is no red candles at all on my 5-minute chart. I mean, this is a recipe for things to turn around. Look at this. Nary a green candle. Sure, there were red candle, there were plenty of red candles over here, but that's not where we were doing the move. The move came in at 11.25, and I don't know why, and I don't care, okay? We'll talk about the big boy news, but when it comes to these small caps, I care very little, options, man.
All right, yeah, I was just having some chat with somebody. With that being said, I missed this Hertz play. Man, nice breakout on this one, man. That was a really, really, really good play. Volume steps in. Look, this is what we want to see when we're talking about breakouts, ladies and gentlemen. You want to see the volume supporting it. If you're like, oh, hey, we're breaking out, but there's no volume, watch for a fade. Now, as for some of these other names, Plague, this thing is going absolutely nuts. It's halted all the way at these highs, $3.85, but it can't stay open for very long before it hits that halt band. So keep an eye out on that one. Sharif doesn't like that one. FRTT, Siegel, what's going on with this one? Ooh, this one might get going. Siegel over here, Sharif. We don't want any Siggies around these neck of the woods. So 69 cents.
You know my biggest pet peeve?
What's that?
Coming out of the morning, Joe.
And just getting a fresh
like 6:30 a.m. Like, can I just go an hour after waking up without inhaling all the cigarette smoke? Like, give me a break,
Come on,
bro.
Like, give him a break over there. He doesn't want
so
to
annoying, dude.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, it would be a different story if it smelled good. It doesn't smell good, like the other stuff that you can ignite there. I genuinely think it smells good. Anyways, I hear it, but to Easter Rome, right? So here's 10x. 10x here. I'm looking for the 10x on this trade, Sharif, but there's no volume. There's no volume on the over here on 10x.
We're printing, Joey.
So, man, I mean, there's nothing really going on for me right now.
Someone should give Sharif a Kit Kat. I'm supposed to have my food right now, but your friend Neil isn't here.
Yeah, it's
so
good.
I'm unable to have my food, Randy. We're gonna have to weasel it over there.
I've seen the lunch. What is it?
There goes NN into 69. Ozan, we took it at 69, so NN is Rip City. Rip City. Guys, this is got no red candles. This has got to be a short squeeze here because there's no red candles on the 5. There's none. Again, from the breakout time, which is 11:25, and here comes 18. And I thought, like, okay, I'm getting in at 17. I'm getting in at the high. You know, this is trouble. Take it easy with the smaller position. All right, I made that mistake because this is absolutely ripping to the high side. It's not a big, it's 15%, but it's a clear, steady state, higher high, higher low. Here comes the high of the day again. 78 it is. 76 now showing up on the tape, Assassino. And this could absolutely rip up into 18 sooner rather than later. 69 pays, baby. Get it, Ozan. Shout out to my man, Andre. Another one, NIQ. I put NIQ on the side chart. We're going to get to that one in a second. But I want to see if there's going to be a dip trade here to be had at 1750 on NN. The spread opening up pretty wide, 45 on the bid, 53 on the ask. That's not what I'm looking for here, but what I'm looking for is a general hold of the $0.50. So I want to watch here as this one continues to develop its price action and the ticker there. Nope, it's not holding the $0.50, at least not yet. Okay, now moving back a little bit above the $0.50, seeing if we can possibly get in here, but yeah, let's see here. We give this one maybe like half the position that I took originally, right? We'll take that, and then maybe we can give it to 40. Let me flip to the 5-second chart on this one so I can see where the buyers did step in. So they stepped in at 47s, 42s. Yeah, no, I don't think we're done selling off quite yet because we keep dipping below the $0.50 level on both the bid and the ask, and there it goes, flashing 30s. That ain't for me at the moment. So tap on PLAG, brother. We're not going to know the tap. Gamecraft Nico. I explained that. I'll explain it again. The only time you will get a tap, a theoretical auction price, is if the ticker is on the NQ. You will not get one on the .AM, which is the Amex. You're not going to get one on the NYSE. So that is part and parcel of trading small caps off the NASDAQ. You're going to have to deal with that, right? And that's why I always say flying blind. That's kind of what I mean by that. All right, we're right back above here on NN, above the $0.50. And if I start seeing 60s on the ask, let alone on the bid or the ask, I'm going to punch back in. Here we go. All right, let's see if we can kind of give this a little room. All right, let's go ahead, post some orders on this monster. And then we're going to save a piece for above 18. But where do I stop out at? I'm going to have to stop out below the 40 penny area. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. And I have to give it lots of room, lest this turn against me. So waiting here for a price spike up, looking for 69, Ozan, as the first level, 68 showing up here. But the spread is opening up. And as a result, even if the ask goes into 69, I won't get the print. So we're looking for a hold up here, looking for support generally at the $0.50. There's 68 again, looking for a bigger move up into the 70s to get that print. We're not getting it. We're not getting it. So that sucks. Continuing to watch. Ozan, what's up the tap? Explain again, please. Shut up, Ozan. I hate you. Could you give your thoughts on SoFi intraday? Nick, can you ask me that in maybe like half an hour when things just do calm down a little bit? Because right now we're kind of in the middle of small cap trading and the small caps are a little bit all over. But tag me again in about half an hour, Nick, when things do calm down a little bit. And of course, I'll give you my opinion on that. PLAG open. Let's see what this one does. Here we go, options, man. It looks like there's some selling here at 52, which is the area high. There we go. That's going to be a limit up, possibly at 52. Let's see what we get there. We'll post at 58, but that won't obviously fill. We're going to give this one a try. It's probably going to false halt 3 times before it actually halts, seeing as how this one has traded. Okay, I was wrong. It halted up again this time to the high side, 520% options, man. Off that 3.25 now, just above the $0.50 actually. How we doing over here? Okay, there goes NN taking out 69 for me. 77's next, showing 77 now. Boom! Into the high on NN. All right, now we're looking for more like 18. We're going to go 17.98. We're looking for that 18 touch and pop.
It's a 1783 high a day, so we're going to have to breach the high of the day in order to get that print. Nothing changes with respect to my stop fill options, man.
All right, man, good stuff. So it's definitely been a little bit tougher of a look here on SpaceX. Now you're down 4% on the intraday session, and then you just have this massive volume spike where you take that leg lower. So what it did was just trap a bunch of the bulls, and then boom, you have that massive seller step in, offloading a bunch of shares heading towards. And the way this price action is really starting to curl over, I'd be cautious. Watch out for a new low of the day, sub 132.65 incoming on SPCX. All right, so just keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. Now, as for the small cap names, Ozan, would you say there, Gaurav, on this one? No, I don't think you missed anything. It's just a volume spike, right? You consolidate for so long, and then sure enough, you're just gonna you have some large participants step in, offload a bunch of shares, and then now you're just continuing its momentum to the southeast. With that being said, what I can do is SSPC. Oh my God, why aren't I trading the SQQs sometimes on this? I don't know why I don't do that. I used to trade the SQQs quite often, to be honest with you, because don't forget, I started in 2022, right? So I started right at the peak of a bear market when I started day trading full time. So yeah, definitely interesting stuff. Maybe we try a little scalpy here on this bad boy. Yeah, it is gonna happen. So we'll go relatively small on this one. Look for that lower the day break on SPCX, sorry, I should say, via SSPC, the inverse ETF on this bad boy. Why don't I trade the SQQs? Ozan, I can't answer a question that I just clearly tried to myself, and I don't know the answer. No, honestly, being sarcastic, I definitely should. I'll keep my eyes on it. So there we go. We go for the low of the day break, and it comes back instantly against us. So yeah, I mean, good times on that one. We'll hold off a little bit just in case it's somewhat of a breath in the underlying asset. But what we do have is USO up about 0.8%. We're talking about this 35 level holding up. We're at 126.91 right now. All right. Netflix yesterday, referring to its digital ad revenue doubling in the fiscal year. Bang. What happened to Netflix here today? 75.24. And I was telling Gaurav, I'm all out of that bad boy via my long-term portfolio. All right. I'm not dealing with Netflix. There's so many other trades that I want to put on. And once again, listen, this is me personally. Okay. And I tell you guys this all the time. I've had greater success with concentration risk opposed to being diversified. Now, there's the risk to that, obviously, and that's me personally. There it goes, SSPC. We'll take it for what it is, but that's just what I want to get involved with. Just considering we're having this massive infrastructure build out, whether it's a bubble or not, a lot of people referring to it as that. I beg to differ, and I'm going to take an opposing view, which is totally fine. But other than that, guys, it's just me doing the due diligence and just trying to stick with the best names. And I was telling Gaurav some of my holdings. Let's send things off to Sia with Small Cap Recap.
The Russell is currently down 0.5%. Let's take a look at two individual tickers here. You have UWMC, that's UWM Holdings, currently up almost 5% on the day. The company has sued Two Harbors Investment Corp, that is TWO ticker, on the stock market in federal court as of yesterday. It's seeking more than $500 million after a failed acquisition has left the company, that is UWMC, with a $603 million loss that is tied to interest rate hedges. Let's take a look at ACHR as well, Archer Aviation. So this company reported its earnings as of yesterday. Stock is soaring above 10.5%, but this is also soaring on the news that it's maintained with an $11 per share price target by Cantor Fitzgerald, and also the stock is soaring on the company's agreement to acquire the Boeing companies, that is BA's Whisk Aero, Instu, and SkyGrid subsidiaries. Currently, ACHR is up, well, close to 11.5% on the day, and you have UWMC that's up almost 5%.
When you talking about, yeah, thank you. So yeah, when you're talking about Commodity Kings, it's not called Uptober for no reason.
Oh, you want me to hit it?
Hit it.
I got it, baby.
Hit it. Uptober.
It was funny because Fabian made me that animation because I asked for Uptober. Don't look at my eggs, bro.
I'm not, bro. You don't think I want them, my guy?
He's looking.
Oh, what's that?
You know we're carbon up.
Oh,
now, Joey.
carbon up, man.
Having a good time. So Fabian made me that animation, right? And then the actual October that we made it for ended up being one of the worst, right? Thankfully, the next year after that, we did have the October, but it was good. And Joey.
Yeah.
There goes NN. I saw you, Case, trading NN in the chat. I saw you, Case. All right, here we go. We got it. Yeah, she's in the house, my boy. Bovin's on the way, guys. By the way, everybody freaking out that Bovin isn't here. He's on the way. He's going to be here at about 20 after 1. He's coming in from work today. So shout out to my man, Bovin.
Yeah, let the bro work.
He's got to make the money. You're not trading, Case?
All right.
Why? What happened, Case? You're taking the day off? You're chilling out?
She's chilling in the
Relaxing,
G-Wagon.
maxing. Yeah, she's got the G-Wagon.
She does have the
G-Wagon.
G-Wagon.
Don't forget the 750 or the 760 Li that she had before that.
So,
Right?
so what do you do? How do you drive both of them at the same time, Case? Like you just
That's how she trades. She trades multiple small caps at the same time.
No, I'm saying you can't drive both cars at
Who
the same
knows?
time. So what do you do? Drive 5 meters down the road, hop out, grab the other one, leapfrog it, hop out.
FSD,
FSD.
Randy. Get it, Randy.
But do you have to be in the vehicle? You might have to be in the vehicle.
Yeah, but you got to see what some of these Chinese guys are doing.
What are
with
they
FSD,
doing?
man? They're putting these little I don't know. They're kind of like action figures.
Yeah.
And they're tricking the camera that's supposed to be watching you to make sure that you're
at
paid.
that.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
That's
You gotta
stuff
see what
I
people
that's
are
stuff
doing,
I'd be
man.
doing, man.
You got to see what people are doing. Fantastic stuff. All right, guys, we're in Plague. We're long here. I don't know how this is gonna go, man. You know, I'm in small share size here because, well, I haven't traded it well. So we're gonna keep an eye out on this one. We did pretty well here. In fact, quite well here on HTZ. In at 17, added at 1750, and there goes 18 into the high of the day. 1817, 1819 now. NN is on its horse. Guys, we could see 20 here, okay? This is got one red candle in a sea of green on the 5. I'll submit to you from 1120 onwards, there is one red candle and it's a bottoming tail, very small body red candle. That's the 1210 bar on the 5. Everything else has been green. This feels like it's a short squeeze to me. I just wonder what the short float is on NN. I don't have that information, but we'll get that to you sooner rather than later. NN, the ticker, up 17.75%. Still waiting here on a resumption on PLAG. I just wanted to mention we will not know what the theoretical auction price is on PLAG as a result of trading on the MX. So that is that's the situation. And I should have been adding more into NN. Because look at this, Joey. You want something here, bro?
Yeah.
Look at this, bro.
Send it over.
NN. That's it.
So I've seen
NN.
someone-
Like no.
No.
Right? It is Rip City. Rip City.
now.
1842 options, man. This one's really going right now. I think really we have a shot here at $20. If there is a higher short float, I'll discover that in a second, and I'll let you guys know.
Yeah, commodity gain. No, trust me, brother. You know, you always give me good shout outs and everything along those lines. I just figured because you're typing to me in all caps, you were yelling at me, and I'm like, geez, man, it's not that big now. Yeah, it's right. SSPC, let's take a little bit off the table, man. We're going to get in trouble using that one too much. I told you guys I have a limit on the Stream Deck. I can only hit it so many times in a day. But anyways, obviously being sarcastic. Listen, KC526. We take a little bit off here on SSPC. And Shreve mentioned that one. We're up only 18% on this bad boy
but
so
it's a
far.
beeline.
But it is a beeline. It's beelining straight to the north side. 1826 strong. Listen, if you want to talk about buy programs, this is one of them on NN. All right, here we go, Casey. What do you got going on for us here today, girl? Biggest day of 2026. Since Neil isn't there, lesson of the day. Stick to your rules. No revenge trading. I'm in trader rehab for a bit, sending you all positive vibes, and Prince, stay safe.
Yeah, she's still super chatted.
She's still super chatted. Yeah, I know, man.
It
That's
shows you what
crazy.
kind of person she is. bro.
Massive character. Massive.
There you go, Case.
Oh.
He's not far away, man. There's my man.
Yeah. He's just around the corner to be annoying. I don't know. He's at home relaxing.
Yeah.
By the pool. But anyways, aside from that, yeah, Casey, don't relapse or anything. If you're gonna call it a day, just call it a day and go enjoy some of the NYC weather. I don't know if the Yankees are playing this evening or anything along those lines, but go go for a nice little heel toe express and take a walk. That's what I like to do, especially after I eat lunch. I like to go for a little gander around. I walk down to Dundas Square for those who aren't familiar with it, and then all the way back up, put in a nice little 3 kilometers, clear the mind and everything along those lines. All right, so here's the SSPC. We're still looking at NNE, or NNE, I don't know why I named it. But anyways, this is looking pretty good, right? So these pullbacks are extremely micro. So if we do get any little bit of a dip, but what we can do is tell on the tape that it's extremely strong, because every time it dips, here it is, boom, it gets bought right back up. So let's see if we get an additional wave. Oh, there's a nice little pullback on this bad boy, Sharif. So NN is something that is most definitely on my radar, and we're doing not too bad here on SSPC.
All right, PLAG, watch out for the loss here. I'm keeping an eye on 3. Anything below 90, I'm out. I've scalped out the majority of the position into high teens, but this is super bamboozling now. It did stop me out originally, right? Looking for a possible add here into this level. Let's see what we get. Looking for a hold, all right? 284 limit down, buyer at 94. Watch out for the loss there, out. Looking for a little bit more. Let's see if we can buy into the weakness there. Yeah, this is just all over the map. You got to be able to hold into the down halt, and that is just not my cup of tea. I got to be honest with you there. So let's see what this one, if it gives us another attempt here at the highs. There's 3. Looking for a little bit more. Seller at 99 now. Can't even get to 3. Watch out for that out. Yeah, I don't like that. There's a seller at 99, 98. Oh, there you go. Got removed. Jeez Louise, man. This is just, yeah, I'm not trading this well. I got to be quite honest with you here. All right, back into the high 14 limit up, but 14's been limit up for a while. So here we go, dipping right back down to 3, all over the map, man. Let's add a little bit over here. Let's see if we can kind of catch that bottom. Nope, it's still defending 3. So just watching here, it's all over the map, guys. 11s, I got to get a better cost basis. That's the thing. If I can get a better cost basis on this, it can give me some buffer, a buffer between the limit prices, which is super tight for whatever reason. So watching here, there's the bump up. Let's see if we can kind of, there we're nice. Okay, good. Let's see if we post up some at 7s. It's not halting. This is, I guess, like the longest it's gone unhalted. I don't know. 90, 86, 84 limit down. There it is. You're going to get caught in the limit down again, it feels like here. Continuing to watch. Let's see if we can pick up some here for a move back above the level. Let's see if we can get above 3. It's been tough trading here at 3 lately. So there's a limit down again, but buyers are defending at 84s. Even if we get into the halt parameter, my observation has been that it just ends up popping back up. But we don't have the buyers this time around. It doesn't feel like look how it's just unable to get above 3, right? 94, 99s. I did see it pop up into 303. There's 99s again. So aggressive short selling into the $3 area or profit taking. Yeah, and that's the thing. Now they're stair stepping down. 96s, 98s, right? Where the selling is coming in, not at 3s. There's 3, 303. Look at the bid. It doesn't move above 3. 303 on the ask, but the bid wasn't able to move. So yeah, we've got 01s, but that's like, that's what's the point in that? We need a bigger move above 3. We got a double bottom currently, I think at 84, but that's because that's where limit down is. It's not because there is an aggressive, well, there is an aggressive buyer there. There we go, 04 showing up. No continuation into the high 3s though, Joe. So this is a tough one here. So let me just send it to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Gaurav, I do believe that we have a 1-minute signal that we will like here, still giving us a good opportunity to get in. Increased volume. This is going to be the largest print since 11:35, so about an hour ago. Nice indecision print off those lows. He's also looking at the 5-minute print. After this downtrend, we had the exact same pattern here on NVDA, so we're going to be looking to increase that. Where's our out? Someone said learning from Joe and Sharif about risk to reward. Absolute beautiful stuff. We get out at the low of the day, 1-minute candle break here, and then sure enough, our target is going to be the volume weighted average price. So where's our risk reward? About a 2.5 or a 3 to 1 here, especially when you stick to your out. Let's wait for price action to turn around. The issue being is that a lot of these larger participants, and I pound the table about this one, shout out to Dan Ives, I forget what his new firm is called there, but here it is, not Wedbush Dan Ives, the other one there, Google You see all these names going to the downside. SpaceX, ooh, Apple sliding. That's not going to help our thesis whatsoever. SpaceX down almost 5% here today. And then Microsoft, I don't know why I said it like that, but Meta, here it is. One thing, something that was hot, now not. But I might look for some form of continuation in this name via FBL. Hot, super hot fire today, and then now starting to form a print that I may like. But let's send things off to Sia.
The SPY is currently down 0.17%. Let's take a look at the sectors here. You have electric tech, Nvidia, and Apple flatness right off the bat, but then you have Broadcom, MU, AMD that are sliding a bit towards the red. Intel, GE, RTX, Qualcomm also a bit flat on the day. Just as I said that, Apple has turned red. Cisco down 1.7%, but you have names like SNDK, KLAC that are up, soaring over 3% on the day. ANET up close to 2%. Let's take a look. Tech services. Google down 2%, whereas Microsoft is down 1%, but Meta seems to be, very definitely in the green, up 1.5% and over. Oracle down 4.3%, and Palantir is down 8%. Netflix down almost 2% on the day, with PA&W that could be considered flat, but is down, tilting close to 1%. CRWD also down 1.5%, and IBM is up exactly 8%. However, you have names like DDOG that is down 4% on the day, and APP that's down 5% on the day. Finance, you have a bit of bearishness in names like BRKB that's down 1.6%, and WELL that's down 2.7% on the day. But then you have names like APO that's up 6%. Visa is up almost 0.60%, but you have a bit of flattishness and I would say a mixed sentiment across that particular sector in finance. JPM, MA, GS, MS, BAC, WFC all flat on the day. Retail trading of Amazon down 2.2%. Walmart is flat. Costco is down 1%. And Home Depot is up close to 2%. TJX down 1.3%. And finally, you have LOW that's up 1.7%. And CVNA that's down 3.14%. Producer manufacturing, bit of a strong sector here. LRCX, GEV, AMET, CAT, all up on the day in the green, and you have ETN that's up 3.2%, as well as GNRC in the sector that's up over 4.2%. Consumer non-durables, process industries, transportation, commercial, as well as non-energy. Mixed bag of stocks here, a lot of mixed sentiment across these four sectors, but I'm going to take a look at health tech here. We do have a story later in the news segment with Lilly that we are going to be talking about, and Novo Nordisk. So Lilly is currently down 1% almost, and J&J down 1% as well, whereas ABBV is flat. MRK as well as Amgen tilting towards the red, but then you have a name that I want to mention, BSX, that's up 1.7%. And energy minerals, we have XOM that's flat, CVX that's a bit towards the green, names like PSX up 3% on the day. Consumer durables, Tesla is trading flat right now, and you have names like GM up 1.5%, Ford up close to 1%, HAS that's up over 3%, and that's all for your sector watch.
Oh no, you caught me mid-eating. Could you maybe look at another sector? She didn't get it. All right. We're caught in a downhaul. PLAG. Halted. What do you guys want from me, man? I got to eat. PLAG halted, 284. Halt time, 12:28.56. So I'm 5 pennies out of the money. This isn't good because it's on a downtrend now. So let's see how this ends up going, man. But NN I don't think is done. Here it comes again. Defending 18 generally, still 1842 is the high. See if this one's got the juice to hold 18 and possibly take out that 18.5. We got a couple bottoming tail candles into 18. So yeah, I don't mind giving it. Well, that's the problem though. It's like we have that 18 defend, but all those candles just have like lower lows. So I'm feeling like maybe the shorts are in right now. Let's keep an eye out on this one. I just want to see where they're selling at. So I saw 22s there. So current bar high is 27s on NN. Dipping down a little bit into 18. Current bar low, by the way, which is
a lower low than the prior bar, 1791. So if you're going to get in here, yeah, you'd have to give it the current bar low. You don't have to, but my suggestion is Medical Meatball. Where do we send flowers and get well teddy bears to Neil?
Oh.
Here, brother.
Yeah, here.
We send it to the office over here. Just watching. Sorry. Oh, MSGY. Yeah, I don't want to trade that one. It's losing the volume weighted average price. It's at 421. VWAP on MSGY is substantially higher at 450. So I did trade that one earlier. It was a tough trade. Watch out for that. I don't want to trade MSGY, but it does have support between 375 to 4. Thank you very much for that. Canadian. His name is Canadian, Joey.
I like
All right. Current bar high is 27s, as I mentioned. I want to see if we can print anything above 27 on the bid. If we can, I'll probably work into this guy for a possible take of the $0.50. 1842 is the high. So that's what I'm looking at there. Plague, random guy. Plague, do you see resumption, brother? No. I answered you in the chat. I said this before, but I'll say it again, no problem, because not everybody is always with us. So anything on the MX exchange, which this one is, you'll always be able to tell by the ticker, by the call sign right there, .am, or the NY. So MX and New York, you won't see the tap, only on the NASDAQ. So keep that in mind when you're trading these ones. We will have to fly blind, sadly. So that's what I'm keeping an eye out for here. NN, definitely looking for a break of 27 on the bid. If I get that, Joe, I'm going long.
All right, good stuff. Yeah, Gorb, there we go, my guy. Here we go again. As the Nasdaq starting to, I'll never do that again, I promise. TQ's here, guys. We'll see. We'll let Sharif do his thing. We won't call him out or anything, but a nice little pop-up.
You missed the whole thing.
What happened?
You were gone. See, it was doing the sector watch.
Yeah.
And then I was trying to, because that's like the longest segment she does, right?
Yeah.
So I was trying to get in a couple of eggs
you're
over
trying
there,
to
Joey, but
get the pros.
She finished, and then I was mid-eat.
Oh, the mouthful.
Did you just say it's the longest segment? I do.
Yeah? Is that a
Okay.
bad thing?
No.
Okay. Thank you for just double checking on that.
All right. Yeah, where do we go from here now? I don't know. I kind of just ran into a little bit of a roadblock. 73.15s, Gorb. This is what we're talking about, my brother, man. A nice little pop as SSPC is starting to come back in. This is the largest position of the day, right off the low, 73 flat. Nice little rebound on that one. NVDA starting to find its road to recovery. So let's go is correct. Now, do we wait for 73.20? Where's that next structure, which I believe we're currently sitting at right now? If we reject this too aggressively, Gore, we might be in a little bit of trouble, but I know you got patient hands. We're going to allow this one to work out for us, but you can see there's clearly a support zone right here, but we're punching through it right now. Would like to see some more upticks in volume, and this name is definitely help us drag the overall market a little bit higher. So let's see if let's see if we can extract some more, Sharif, as you would like to say. Bang, we'll take some off right there on the T-triple Qs, not the teachable Qs there. Blicky Spears, as you say, man, your Canadian accent gets me all the time. Well, I'm apologize for that one. I don't really, but anyways, aside from that, Google starting to find its rebound. Let's see if we can head up into 73.30. This one's looking pretty good, and then we also have SSPC on. So short SpaceX synthetically, and then also long the NASDAQ around the lows. So not too bad of a little move right there, my brother.
All right, man. We're still waiting for resumption on Plague. I saw 27s get taken out momentarily on the bid on NN. Let's give this one a try. 1842 high. We've got higher lows and higher highs on this current bar, but the bar just opened. The high of this bar is 36. The high of the day, of course, is 42. So keeping tabs on that. Waiting for resumption on PLAG. This could be trouble here. So we're going to have to wait and see exactly how that cookie ends up crumbling. But looking for an interesting move, at least into the $0.50 here on PLAG, which we're certainly not getting, at least not yet. So I will stop out in the mid-teens because I won't be able to give this that much room. Here we go. 37s now showing up, looking for a big move here into 50. There we go. 37s, looking for a little bit more. High days 42. Let's see if the bid can move up above 40. We're not getting that quite yet. 38's now showing up. So yeah, just packing the patience on this one. Let's see if we can get a 40 print. The bid, the
the time in sale is super slow on this one. To be kind of expected, right? It's only up 19%. Okay, PLAG is open, limit up, we go. Not quite yet. Let's take out some here. We're in the money on this one, or are we? Here we go. Take out a little bit more on PLAG. It's basically right at my level. I just got to get out of this, dude. If it pops up, I'm just going to get out. Yep, out. I don't want to expend mental capital on this, especially if it's going to go against me. So we'll focus here on NN. What are you looking at, Joey?
Same thing here, man. We're getting this rocking and rolling. Let's see if we can break through this 73.20 zone. If we do, I may as well post up at 25s maybe. That'd be a big time move. Thank you, sir. Low key. It's funny, but I keep having a lower vol. Yeah, we but it's not saying that, but I can see where you're getting at there. NVDA getting the rebound. Now I know why Neil's out. Did you hear that one? Just wrecked that elbow off of the table, celebrating. Here. I remember one time I scored this wicked goal in hockey, and I was like, yeah, whoa, yeah. And then you know the first thing my grandpa said after to me, he's like, yeah, Joe, it's a beautiful goal, but act like you've done it before. And I'm like, man, come on. And what did I do? I scored again. I'm like, yeah, yeah. Can't slow this train down. But anyways, aside from that meta, guys, let's see if we can get this ball rolling. It doesn't want to turn around at this point, right? So 1 minute time from, I don't know why I have a dual 1 minute. I would love to see a nice recovery in the NASDAQ back towards the volume weighted average price. But I'm going to be honest, Gorev. I think that it's going to be a little bit of a stretch for us to get that far, that deep of a pullback, to be honest with you. If the same doesn't want to recover, you can see how weak the price action here is. Every time it pops up, it just sells off immediately. And then, oh man, we should have took some more off here at the highs, man. Oh man, there it goes. See, this is what I'm talking about. This could be a fake out. If the volume upticks, then we might be in trouble, but we'll be patient. Can you look at TLRY? Yeah, absolutely. We can look at Tilray. I can tell you a little bit about Aurora Cannabis. I have a story for you about that one, for those who know. Anyways, aside from that, not the most liquid thing. How is the weed game? MSOS, I believe, is one of the ETFs on that, but Tilray, $23. It definitely reverse split at some point. Yeah, it did here. So it's an absolute disastrous run. If you ask me, I don't know if the marijuana craze is over, but it's definitely been a while since it's really been in play. And what we've seen in the Canopy Growth Corps, the Afrias, the Aurora Cannabis, all those names that I once owned and no longer, actually I still own one of them that is absolutely disastrous, down 99.9%. So I officially can't lose anymore on that position. $3.70. I'm not in love with what we got going on in the weed space, to be honest with you. I think there's so much, man, and I pound the table about this all the time. It's like, hey, yeah, I understand that there's a lot of volatility in the tech trade, and we cover it quite a bit, but just what's going on with the AI build out and the use of these tools, I think I'm just going to remain with my focus elsewhere, and it's not going to be in the ons of the world or the Lululemons, the Nikes, and the Tilrays. It's just, hey, tech is forever growing and expanding, and that's where I want to park some of my money. Don't forget that. Trend is down and dangerously slow. Why go long the TQs? Well, there's multiple signals displaying themselves that said, hey, we might have a little bit of a turnaround in price, and it was exactly so. So we posted up at those lows, and that's why, like, think about how precise this entry is. You post, and it barely heads towards, like, I wasn't even sitting in my seat when this position got filled. And this could just be a dark pool wick, but you can see that it never really breaks below our entry price, and then off to the races it goes to the tune of 20 cents. So, hey, not too bad of a look. That's why, and that's what I was mentioning not too long ago before we sent it over to the desk, is we may get a pullback, but the question being, how deep is this pullback going to be? And what I'm seeing so far is that it's going to be extremely shallow. Let's send it over there.
Let's take a look at the money markets. Here's the USD JPY pair over here that is not currently doing that much, but it is trading around the 159 range right now. Let's take a look at USD INR as well. The Indian rupee trading around 95.4 to be precise. It's up 1.14. So Indian rupee had slipped to its, however, weakest level as of today, Tuesday trading day in nearly 2 weeks, because oil prices had jumped on fading hopes of the U.S.-Iran deal to end the war, to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Let's check DXY levels here as well. Currently around the $98.8 mark. That's almost, well, it is flat on the day, holding steady ahead of tomorrow's more anticipated consumer inflation report for July, which can potentially shape near-term expectations for the Fed Reserve policies. With that, you have the DXY flat on the day, the Indian rupee a little bit lower, inching a little bit lower to its lower level, but trading up 0.14% right now, and the JPY also flat.
All right, yeah, so this is what I'm talking about. So look how deep this pullback is. We get that move, we only remove about 20% of the position, 25% of the position, I should say, and then now the majority of the unrealized gains are now evaporated off of this pullback. So yeah, we are downtrend. It's a fantastic question. Like, why am I going long against the trend? And that's what I was stating to Gaurav. Look at this. It's clearly a downtrend in a channel sell program, but there are some risk to reward ratios where, I mean, we're at the low of the day. If it cracks, then you get out. But then we also have the opportunity and the chance, the probability, I should say, of us heading back in towards the volume weighted average price.
All right, man. We're still holding NN. It's still generally holding trend, but it's having a lot of trouble taking out the 2/3 of a dollar. We've got a couple of profit takers there through the high, but it's not really showing me a positive trend at the moment. More lower lows and lower highs than anything in the opposite. So continuing to watch here, the bid does step in right around the 1/5 to 1/4 of a dollar. So see how this one goes, dipping in a little bit now. I feel like I need to give it to 18. I haven't. My stop is a little bit higher than 18, but just given the proximity to the whole dollar, you feel like this one, you should gift to 18. Here comes 18 as well. So now this current 5-minute trend has a lower high and a lower low. Let's see how this goes. Do the buyers step in at around 18 into 27 again? 27 has been the problem area as well because it wasn't moving north of 27 on the bid. And then it did, which is why I got in. There you go. See, into 31s and then 30 now. But there's no continuation. 33s. Nothing into the 40s though. But so this current bar does have a lower high and it's about to take out the higher high as well, 833, 832. So we have a 32 high. Let me see if there's any 33 prints coming in here. Not quite yet anyway. So this is technically a lower high and a lower low. Even though the bids do keep coming in, look at all that orange and green on the time and sales. That usually means above the bid or above the ask, excuse me. Here and the spread is tightened up to 1 penny, 34 on the bid, 33 on the ask. No continuation above that though. So the buyers are buying, but the short sellers are selling, and the buyers aren't buying enough to push these short sellers out of the way, at least at this specific level. So down we go again into 29. QMCO is breaking out though, guys. It's about a few pennies off the high of the day, so it has broken this more prolonged downtrend. Be on the lookout for that. There could be support at 18 1/4, 1880 high, but that was made earlier. I like that 18 1/4 for consolidation as well as many topping tail candles. I should make my point a little bit clearer. 18 1/4 to 18 1/3. Closing prints at the quarter. Wicks go into the third. So something to look out for there. 37s now on the bid on NN, looking for something in the 40s, right? 42 pennies the high. Now we're break even on the trade. I see higher lows and higher highs on the 1, but not necessarily on the 5. There's 41. So that does test the high of the day. 42, 44. Let's see, can it take out 50? Let's go, man. We got good size on this one. There's a huge seller, 46. Looking for a little bit more, especially above 50. See if we can squeeze out some shorts, man. Let's post above 50 because I don't have much in the way above that level. And I want to post in the 60s as well. You know where I'm going to post those in. Yeah. Jeez Louise, man. That one always gets me right there. Yeah, I have to clear that order that I just put in because it's distorting my chart. So let's take out that last one at 19. There we go. That should fix it up. 47s. 48 is the high. Let's see if we can get a little bit higher here. I'm looking for that 50 breach and take, right? Because there it is, into 54. That is a new high a day. Looking for a little bit more now. This could see 19. 55s, that's the new high. Nothing printing for me quite yet, so we'll take off a little bit here. 56 is boom. Looking for 69, Ozan. Keeping an eye on this. I see QMCO, brother. Shout out to Jackie. I just called it out. 1880 high, showing 1863 right now. So be on the lookout for that. But it's just got to focus here on NN. There's a seller of note at 55s, even though 58 is the high of the day. See if we squeeze up into 19 here, Joey. Not that this matters, but I can see limit up. It's 2018. This is not going to be one of those ones where I think we're going to have to deal with halts, but it's more of a steady state, higher high, higher low, into the high, 59 showing up, 64s, taking out most of my orders here. We got some at 69 O's in. Now we're going to post at 75. Here we go on NN, ripping up into 73s. That's a new high a day, 73 and 69 just filled for me. Now we've got 77s waiting. So let me go ahead and wait at 80. Let's go 85. See if we can get it. Usually I wait at 88, but whatever. Now this one could dip down pretty aggressively, but I'm happy with how this trade has resolved. Nice flat top break. You want to make the case maybe above 850. There's a new high, 83 pennies. Go and go and then on its horse here. Let's see if we can get into 19. We took good size on this one into that 18 hold, but you know, definitely wanted a bit of a better price. Not going to lie, I should have been more alive to the 18 hold there. 1884, 85 now. Looking for a little bit more. Let's take it out here. Cancel that order up top. Move it into the 90s because they're like a penny off each other. Might as well just take it here. Looking for that 19 move, Joey. But happy with the breakout here on end. Shout out to my man Blicky. Looking for... Bovin's in the house. Get it, Bovin. I told everybody you'd be here at 120. I guess I lied, Bovin. Maybe you got here earlier. So Bovin was telling me that he was all over PLAG and he was in from low single digits. If he wants to tell you where he was long from and how much he made on that, he's more than welcome to. I won't because that's his trade, not mine. But he killed it on PLAG in the exact opposite way of me, which didn't kill it on PLAG, but we're doing a lot better here on NN, and I'm looking for 19s. Let me pack the patience. 1884 high, Joey. That's my man Bovin. Now, Bovin, you're in the house. People are going to demand the booms. So you better have some good trades, Bovin. Shout out to you, my man. Bovin's in the house, baby. What are you looking at, Joey?
He's in the house, baby. I'm trying to type in some orders here. All right. So we got two posts up right now on Meta, and then also on the NASDAQ for a re-entry, Gorb. I don't know if you got in or out, but this is what I'm talking about. You get this pop, boom, we take 25% off right here, and then it comes back to our break even. Price starts to turn around once again. So what we're going to do is post up at a better price and see if we're going to catch that one. Now, Meta displaying prints that I want to see, potential downtrend break. We're going to try to look to get involved in that one via METU, $22.25 is our order. You're out of it. Okay, maybe that's a good call maybe here, Gaurav. But again, someone's like, where's the turnaround in the overall market? It doesn't necessarily need to happen, right? I mean, it's definitely been a mixed bag. Look at the Mag 7. There's only a couple of them green. Meta being one of them. NVDA, who was up almost 2% at one point, now only up 0.25%. Tesla, 1/3% here. And Broadcom, how you been performing? Down 0.8. Yeah, how you doing? And it's not doing too good, but I mean, it's better than multiple percentage points to the downside. Now, Lam Research, Applied Materials, how you've been performing? TXN, SK Hynix actually up 3.4% here today, so not too bad of a look. Sharif, you know what I say, apes together strong, and SanDisk and some of these MU trades are looking pretty good.
Fabian liked that one.
Yeah, Fabian did like that one. I'm waiting for the next one to come out. iBit and the cryptocurrencies, once again, not performing very well, which is, I mean, it's the narrative. Are we surprised by that? I don't think we should be. But come on, we need any form of a pullback. See, look at this. It's posted up at 72.95, and then off to the races it goes. Of course it would. Of course. And then now we have METU off to the races. This METU position is definitely going to be the largest one of the day if we are fortunate enough to catch a fill, but it doesn't look like it wants to pull back right now, Sharif. With that being said,
force it.
Well, I wish I could. I wish I could, my boy. I wish I would. But anyways, aside from that, it is a little bit of a slow one, and an additional print on the NASDAQ, Gorb. That's why I'm going to take another attempt at it. If these trend lines do break, why do I still have SanDisk up here? Get this garbage out of here.
Get that garbage out of here.
META. I went to show you these videos. Zuckerberg and company. He was on like some lake, and he was sparring with a former UFC.
I saw that. Of course I saw that. I was right about to send it to you.
They're obviously going mad light on.
Yeah, of course, bro.
Yeah, but
Can I say something?
Yeah.
God bless him, bro. He's trying something that he clearly was, not great at. So you got to give him his credit for doing something like that.
Absolutely, man.
But what do you think about his technique and his just overall athleticism?
He's not a natural athlete, but he's worked hard to the tune where he doesn't look horrible.
What are you doing, Fabian? Is that a Sharif filter? What the hell was that?
It looked like you had a filter. Is that your actual mustache?
Is that your actual stash?
Yeah, it is actually. I noticed him
Get it,
walking
Fabian.
away. Was that a Sharif filter? Oh, he's got.
That's a Neil filter. I'm not.
Oh,
I almost swore,
I thought
bro.
Ashram oh, wow. Whoa,
guy.
That's crazy.
This guy, man. Fabian,
Who's
can I
that?
say something to you, brother?
Yeah, that's Neil still, right?
Can I just describe you in 3 words?
Oh.
Creative, talented, and hardworking.
Oh.
That's exactly what I would say to Fabian. This dude never surprises me.
Yeah.
He doesn't surprise me because he constantly does it well,
Keep
bro.
doing his thing.
Shout out to my man Fabian, bro. This guy
bro.
always kills me.
Go pull up that.
Get it, Fabian.
Let me get that Neil filter for when I'm over
Joey.
on the desk. What's up?
We did it live.
What'd you do?
We took NN to 19, Joey.
Oh, attaboy.
1898. There goes NN 899s here, Joseph Options. Boom into 1905. Oh, my money, man. Get out of here. Boom into 1914. New high a day on NN. We're almost $1 in the money, man. Let's go. Now we're going to post that 1934, 1933. Okay. There we go. 12's options, man. We're looking for more. It's a 15 high a day on NN, man. We've been all over NN since the breakout. What time did I get in, Joey? I got in at 12 o'clock now. It's almost an hour here of NN. This is the best of the bunch right now. To me, this is a short squeeze, right? It's just too slow of a mover for this one to be, you know, a volatility. Sorry, I just have to put my headphones back on. For this to be kind of just more of a buying as opposed to short covering here. So it's looking fantastic. I did check the short float on this, guys, by the way. Borrowed for short right now. So shares sold short, 16.23 million. That's about 9.78 days to cover. And the float, the short float percentage, if you want that, right around 13, 12.9. Here it is, again, knocking on the door. Bovin says METN. So now that we've done well here on NN and we can kind of rest a little bit easier, let's look at the OG special Bovin. Okay, Bovin, this is looking like it's going to flat top break here. There is a key seller, Bovin, here at 145. That is the high of the day, but it was also the pre-market high, Bovin. Look at these. That's 145 area high. This one over here. 145 area high. The official high of the day is 145. We were above it in the pre-market got us to 155, but that was right at 4 a.m. and that closed red. It turned around right away. Now, I want to point out that this one broke in the aftermarket yesterday. This is MTEN for everybody following along. Sorry, let me throw in the ticker. So I want to point out there's that 155 level that we couldn't close anything above. So be careful with that. And then the ultimate high right around 525 yesterday was $1.72. So be on the lookout here. MTEN taking out the high, Bovin, into 148. MTEN here, new high a day. It behooves you to keep your eye on this one if you're small cap gapper inclined. That hot garbage PLAG is still halted. I hate that stock. So we're going to put MTEN on the side chart, Bovin. Great call out. It needs 165 to be broken. I kind of agree with that, Bovin. I would say maybe 155 just because of the closing prints. I would say something in between what you're saying, Bov. I would say it needs to close above 155. So these ones, these candles from the aftermarket, none of them could close above 155. Then at 4 a.m., lo and behold, we get to 155 again and we sell. So if I get a closing print, above 155, I'm going to keep my eye out on that for a possible long. But Bovin is going to trade a little bit differently. I hope you print Bovin. And then rejecting 19 now, Joey. 1917 high, dropping down now into 1888. So I have one out left, guys. This is a big winner for me here on NN. So we're pleased with this one. Added 3 times into this trade, initially at 17, again at 17.5, again at 18 and a third over here. and now we're looking for either a retaking of 19, a decisive retaking of 19, so we can ride it into 20, or I stop out below my entry. So let's see exactly what we get on this bad boy.
All right, so so Gaurav and I are discussing here. This is definitely, it has to be the last attempt, right? We're just counter trending, and you're not getting the bounces. The market has most definitely cooled down from a directional standpoint, right? It's been definitely been a quiet one, but we're posted up at the right levels. Let's see if we can get a move back up into this prior zone, 73.05. That might be a little bit of a stretch, but what I do want to catch a fill on is this bad boy. Like, come on, like, give us one more penny on this. It keeps printing 20, 22, 26, and you're telling me on this name, on a $600 name, you're not going to pull back a little bit more just in order for us to catch this order right now? Come on, what kind of nonsense is that? So we are in the TQs right now. We'll go back. We took a loss on it earlier today, and then we take some scalps on it not too long ago. So a nice little scalp city there. We take that loss, and then sure enough, we take an entry, get that W right here once again. So we may as well just continuously try to hammer the trade. But if it's not going to work out, at some point we have to abandon the thesis.
Wow, that's big.
And then Canada and U.S. trade officials are planning a potential deal to present to Trump next week, according to CBC sources. Yeah, that's good. That's okay. Nice. You know what's even better right now, Sharif, is this pop in the NASDAQ that we're getting. So not too bad of a look, maybe off of that headline, but immediately met by some form of defense at $73, and then now probably going to put in a new low of the day. This is why we reject it. Make the market go up. Big say, I wish I could, man. Unfortunately, I do not hold that type of power. And with that type of power comes great responsibility. You guys know this. Don't forget that type of stuff. 22, 26. Let's see if we can get that move. Other than that, NVDA giving back all of its gains from bright and early this morning. Now about to go negative. You got about 0.1% positivity. Apple, all the Mag 7 red, but that's all right, man. It went on a nice little rally, and then sure enough, now it's starting to pull back some.
All right, I want to comment on this headline here. So we have a trade team that has been negotiating directly with Jameson Greer, being led by the minister, I think, in trade or something, Dominic LeBlanc. I forget his exact title. And he is being assisted by a couple of other individuals. And so far, the meetings have gone way longer than scheduled. For example, I believe on, it was Friday or Monday, they had a half an hour meeting scheduled, and it ended up being an hour and a half. To me, that's usually good news. The problem is, though, now, the Americans are quite irritated with the provincial removal of American booze, American alcohol. The problem with the negotiators being able to help the Americans with that is they don't control that. The federal regulator doesn't control what the provincial governments can do with alcohol. Oh, I kind of skipped a step here. Alcohol sales in this country is governed by the province. So in the province of Ontario, we have something called the LCBO, the Liquor Control Board of Ontario. They used to have exclusive domain to sell all alcohol with the beer store. That's changed a little bit. Now we can kind of buy it at gas stations and convenience stores and grocery stores, but it's limited to what we can get. So hard liquor essentially only can go through that LCBO that I just spoke about. So that's where the Americans are a little frustrated, because we took off in this province. Only 2 provinces, I believe, haven't taken off American booze. I think that's Saskatchewan and Alberta. I could be wrong. Maybe there's more. But those are the main 2. So the Americans are highly irritated by that. The problem is the Fed can't force the province to put booze back on the shelf. So it's almost like the party who can actually kind of remove one of these trade irritants isn't even available at the table during negotiations. That's part of the problem here. Now, some people feel that the Fed could put enough pressure on the provinces to get them to kind of acquiesce and put American booze back on in exchange for a better deal. That's the thing. What does a better deal mean? It could mean one thing to the Fed and entirely different thing to all the different provinces that we have here. So it's kind of parcelized or kind of broken down negotiations, I would say. That makes it a little bit trickier. But to hear that, they do have some sort of
possible progress here in the negotiations is nice, because it's been basically fruitless so far. They are a little worried though up here about the upcoming tariffs of about 50% on certain sectors. It's about like $50 billion or something like that worth of goods on a yearly basis. So hopefully that goes well, and we'll see exactly what President Trump will and will not accept as part of these negotiation processes. But it's been Jameson Greer. I think he's been leading up all the negotiations. It hasn't been President Trump and Prime Minister Carney at all negotiating. In fact, when they did meet at the World Cup, the next day, we got tariffs put on us to the tune of 50%. So my question was, what the hell did Carney say to him? Because it looked like they were joking around in the box, right? It was him, Scheinbaum, and Trump. And then literally the next day after the World Cup final, we got clipped with those new tariffs. So it's a little bit of it's been all over the map in terms of negotiations here. Anyway, continuing to watch. NN, topping till candles, 2 now, in fact. They're above 19 right now, with the price action just right at 19, 19.21 high. I was waiting for 33s. We got 34s on. It looks like it might fail 19 here because, yeah, that's the second topping till candle in a row that we have. So we'll see exactly how that goes. Kilgore, sup, Habibi. Provincial citizens started the movement. Yes, there was a wide agreement amongst the Canadian populace right now that American booze should be kept off the shelves unless a trade deal comes in. That's the popular kind of vote, but we don't work that way, right? Politicians, we have that trustee system. Provincial citizens started the movement, and there is nothing to be done because it's a grassroots. Kudos to my effectual American reps for ignoring the leaf. Well put, Kilgore. I don't agree with everything you said there, but I do like the vehemence with which you put it. Ozan, can you please re-explain the booze irritation? I hate you, Ozan. Jay, Gutubes, I'm disciplined to acquiesce to your request. Shout out to my man, Bovin. Cast. Bovin doesn't talk politics, bro. Bovin wants to know about the money. Flat top break, Bovin, through 140 on that, showing 143 CAST. Ramping up. Darth Trader, Quebec is one of the 2 provinces that removed American product. No, brother, I think it's more than 2 provinces who removed them. I think it's only 2 that haven't removed them. Double check for me because I'm pretty sure it's Saskatchewan and Alberta. I could be wrong about that, but when we hang out here, I'll take a look at it for you. Big. Money. There's my man, Sharif. Thank you, first of all, Big Spow, for the $10 super chat. Sharif, you said you want to use Huadunk more. And right now is your chance. Give me my money, man. Spy, keep Joey's name out your mouth.
Bang.
AMD. I like that. He's standing up for you.
Yeah, I know, man. That's my guy. He's turned to leave.
Shout out to my man. You want to look at the spy for your boy over
Big
there?
Spy? Oh, yeah, we could do that.
Trump going to tax your maple syrup. Yeah, he wants to tax a lot more than that. The aluminum, the lumber, cars, I think, are all included in these new Section 300-something tariffs that he slapped on us the day after he met with Prime Minister Carney. And again, guys, I'm not even hating on Prime Minister Carney. I'm not. I didn't vote for him, but I think he's doing a pretty good job given the circumstances, and I'm willing to give him more time. Go ahead, Chip.
Wait, I mean, if the other guy can do 10 years, I'm sure he can do hopefully double that or something along those lines. Anyways, aside from that, here's the SPY. Hit all-time highs not too long ago, coming off of that level. So I mean, in the bigger picture, this is nothing. Even though it seems like a pretty negative session, that's not necessarily the case. So we pull back to the tune of, it was like 4%. This is how shallow these pullbacks actually are, is at 4%, and then off to the races you go, putting in a new all-time high. Obviously, I mentioned this before, being led by the banks and healthcare. So keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. But I wouldn't be surprised if we come back and retest 750, 57, 55s area. So that's where I stand when it comes to the SPY. Now we're in some META via METU. Let's see if we're going to get a nice sustained rebound. We posted up around the lows off of this 5-minute print here, Gorev. I'm like, hey, man, we may as well put our money where some strength is at least. And sure enough, we are on the backside of it, but it's still in a downtrend, and it can give back the majority of its move. move. We've seen Meta do this multiple times. Katina Man was short all the way up here, so I don't know if he's still short Meta, but we are now long off those lows, looking for that move back in towards the volume-weighted average price. So here it is. Watch for slow grinding down markets. I get some patience to close shorts and optimism. Yeah, I completely agree. Watch out for big bounce on Google, says Lindenmeyer. We'll keep an eye out on that bad boy. And we have another $5 super chat. Venezuela before Iran. This replaced loss of oil form war. We need y'all to up your nat resources production to sustain U.S. larger goals, not about alcohol. Yeah, I think the alcohol thing is kind of a small factor, just a pawn in this whole chess game.
Well, it's what the provinces are citing, so it's not just me making it up, right?
I'm not saying that you're making it. I'm just
so
saying.
I think what he's saying is he doesn't give a,
A beep about the alcohol.
We need to up our oil production, and I think we are, brother. Like, look at that pipeline that he agreed to with Danielle Smith in Alberta.
Yeah.
That's going to run through British Columbia, whether EB wants it or not. He doesn't have the last word. It's Carney's word that's gonna be decisive here, and Carney has undertook to kind of negotiate or what they call consult with the natives. The natives are completely against any sort of pipeline or tankers coming into the North Pacific. What I find to be a little interesting about that is that you have American tankers all over the North Pacific. They're there. So if you were worried about an environmental disaster, the Americans are already there. So by saying the Canadian tankers can't go there, just puts us at a disadvantage, right? And so that's kind of how I feel about that. But I get it. You guys need oil. You guys got more oil than us, man. Why don't you go and dig it out of the Gulf of America? Right? There's plenty over there. So shout out to Nick. It doesn't make any sense. No, it doesn't, brother. But they're not happy about it. It's the American trade representatives who are saying that they're not happy about that. They weren't happy about that, and they weren't happy about the digital service tax that we were going to levy on the American streamers like Netflix and stuff. So apparently that's still going through because that's by this governing body called the CRTC. So apparently the Fed is just going to cover the tax on behalf of the American streamers, which is interesting. It's like, why do Canadians have to pay for that? Because that's obviously going to come out of the public purse. So I didn't really understand how that was going to work. Anyway, Adair's got news.
Keep an eye on Serve Robotics, guys. This already kind of dropped right now, trying to recover, I guess, off these lows. Bloomberg reporting that Uber has exited its stake in Serve Robotics. Again, Serve Robotics here. Uber was holding this. They've exited their stake. UBE are not reacting at all, but Serve not reacting too positively as one might expect from this. That being said, we're still relatively flat compared to where we closed yesterday. Back to you.
Thanks for that, Bovin. ALEC ripping up. Good call out, Bovin. This is a better one here, more directional. Right above 2 it goes. This is ALEC, 10 EMA at the $2 area. You also had a longer period of consolidation. I would say about 15 to 20 minutes. It looks like there's 3 or 4 bars there, right around $2 could be a nice hold here on ALEC. I guess if it loses 95, perhaps that could be your out. Volume on ALEC, 3.75 million shares. It just started picking up volume here. It looks like the majority of the volume started coming in at 12:15. So this is a newer-ish trade, not exactly a new trade, but PLAG is still halted. Oh my goodness. So I'm going to put this one on the side chart above and see if we can execute something on that. Still holding NN. It did dip down into 1875 at in-add. So this is a bit of a consolidation area here, but it's above 1921 high. I just saw this one make its way up to 1915, but there was a seller at 15. So let's see if we can get in a little bit more if it does dip or if it takes out that 21 high. I'm waiting at 33s, Joe.
All right, good stuff. Yeah, thanks for the lookout, brother. We know once this cracks and holds the low, then we just get out of dodge on the meta trade. It had that nice volatility spike bright and early this morning. We had no idea. There's no real news backing it, but here it is, the NASDAQ bleeding as we really start to amp up the volume in the NVDA selling. Yeah, it's really starting to bleed. Let's get out of this this meta trade here momentarily, just in case there's no form of rebound. And I said to Gorva, I'm like, you know what, that's it, man. Enough of this bottom picking here for the day. 212, I believe, is going to be completely in the works on this name. We can head over to the daily and see what we got going on. on. See, we're going to start to enter this gap. This is where I wanted to see it hold. If it comes back into the middle of this range, anything more than that, I wouldn't be surprised if we give back the majority of this move back into the lower 200s, I should say, even though we're at 216, but maybe even back to $100, $195. Again, I'm just forward looking. It's not going to happen in the span of a day or so. It takes a lot of capital to move this name in either direction. This is where your boy Burry is short from 210 up in this neck of the woods. So still slightly OTM on that one. We went over our watch list. We can keep our eye on it. But this is what Gorb and I were fighting. And that's why the pullbacks were so shallow. Right, so it's like, okay, you take the profit and just get out of there. AMD does look like it's going to break down. Watch out, because if it's going to decide to play catch up, it's lagging what NVDA is doing right now. You can most definitely see that momentum and volume kick in with this name, and you break 463. Man, oh man, this thing can really start to slide. And I still stand in the camp, regardless of the report. I do believe that we're going to see some more downside. And I think it's healthy to have that form of a pullback. What we experienced over the past month, a 4% pullback in the SPY, like, man, that just speaks of the strength. I would like to see a little bit more, to be honest with you, just so you can, some of the weak hands, more liquidity absorbed, and then you can take an additional leg higher. But right now, 4% just isn't doing it for me. And I think it's the same thing for a lot of people. It's just like, okay, you're waiting for that opportunity to get in, and then it's just like a micro pullback, and then off to the races, establishing new all-time highs, which is like, okay, well, we were expecting maybe 10% at least, but that's not the case. It just speaks of the strength. You got 11% in the NASDAQ. That was the deep, and then boom. We still haven't put in that all-time high, but it's not even comparable in this name. It's a fraction of this is what diversification does. Just really, really limits the volatility, and then sure enough, bang, off to the races. It goes to the top side. Yeah, I'm gonna hop out of Meta here momentarily.
All right, we got into walk. Remember Manchu walk?
Yeah, it's still around. I'm pretty sure.
Still around, eh? Okay.
Yeah.
We got into walk over here. Risky trade, not gonna lie. We're in at 56s, defended 50, wet the beak all the way up into 70, pulling back now into 2/3, looking for a move into 3. Separately, I saw that NN got to 1931. I'm waiting at 34, so it doesn't quite fill me there. Let's see what walk has to offer here. The tape is starting to pick up a little bit more aggressively. Here's 63, 65. Let's take some profits here. I'm looking for a breach of 70, selling at 64, 68, 69. Looking for the move here. Selling coming in at 2/3 of a dollar consistently. So it does price spike up into high 60s, low 70s, but at least not yet in terms of continuation. Into 70 it goes. Let's go, Manchu walk. Let's go. We're going to post up a little bit higher here. Into 80s. Yep. Continuing to sell at 65 here. So I am worried about a bit of a flash drop on that. Oh, my foot, man. It's not good. It is not good again, man. Take over.
Yeah. All right, METU, guys, still starting to find some form of rebound. 222, and they're printing 24s. You can see that we're in at 25s. Bit going over there. Let's see how the banks have been performing on today's session. TKO, how you been doing? Even though we removed it, listen, it was a good little buy for us, and then we get out of that one. TKO Holdings, where did you go? Starbucks up 1.3%, just in case anybody was curious. I know you guys have been asking in the chat, being highly sarcastic there. TKO up 1.6%. Buy off these lows, $180, now finding some form of a recovery. So that's a pretty good look. I'm not going to lie. I do believe we're going to breach through this supply zone on this bad boy and then continue to move a little bit higher. Something that's been really disappointing for me is Walmart. With that being said, I think it's a good opportunity to get involved if you're looking to diversify and get into some staples. Still down about 13% off of the highs, 16, sorry, on that one. So, hey, basing out at 108. Not too bad of a look. There we go. Should we finally, Meta getting a nice little uptick, 27, 22, 27. This is our largest position of the day. Looking for a break of this 22.30 marker. We're at 5s. Need at least a 35 before we look to take anything off of this specific posiciones. Now here it is. I know I'm saying that wrong. Fabian, don't shoot the messenger, my boy. Where did that go? Oh, did I put it over here? Okay, yeah, I did. So yeah, other than that, guys, the AMD, I'm glad that you pieced some out on that big spile. I think that's a smart play, just because it hasn't broke down yet. But when the momentum steps in, you'll be able to identify that the volume will kick in, and then I think they'll give you a good opportunity to get involved. Now printing 28s, Joey OG, keep the show rolling. If he dies, he dies. Who? Me? Yeah, yeah.
Drago, you know,
Drago.
that's where it's from, right? Rocky 4. I know you're not a fan of Rocky, that's why.
If he dies, oh yeah, if he dies, he dies.
if
I
he
know that.
dies,
I know that part. The big Russian guy said
Yeah.
that, right?
Ivan Drago.
Ivan Drago.
He was so sinister, bro.
Was he?
Yeah, man, of course. And then at the end, he disavowed communism because they were using him as the kind of puppet boy there.
And this is in the movie.
Yeah, yeah. And then this like communist leader comes up to him and he's like, "You're a disgrace." And then he's like talking smack to him in his ear because Rocky's catching up on points. The fight is kind of changing hands. So the guy comes up to him and he hits him in the side of the head. Drago loses it. He grabs the guy up by one hand, puts him he's like, "I fight for me."
Oh.
And then he looks at the Politburo who was sitting like in the stands, right, where the Secretary General was there. And he's like, he looks at him, he's like, "I fight for me." Right? So get it? Collectivism, individualism.
Yeah. He fights
Go
for
ahead,
himself.
Sia. I am. Is it? Your dad's awesome. I like it. All right, guys, we're having a good time. Boom! Here we go on Walk. Shout out to Manchu Walk here. We're looking for more options, man, but the sellers keep coming in at 64. We got 55s. We keep defending that 50 area. We're not being aided by the sellers. We need to take out this 64 seller here, man, and we're unable to do that. There he is again, 65. Can we get a little higher? The answer to that is no. So we'll continue piecing out here, sadly, as we can't take out that seller. So I don't want to get caught in a flush below 50 bucks as a, you know, possibly an aggressive short seller comes in, 50 pennies. And here we go again, dipping down into 55s. I'm running out of patience with this one. I feel it is a little consolidative here. I'm not really sure how to feel about this. I should probably, how many shares do I have left? Should probably flatten out here as 50. There it is. My God, why would it go all the way down there? Goodness gracious. All right. Good luck. All right, here we go. Spoiler alert. Sorry, it's from 1985, man. Like, if you haven't watched it, you haven't watched it by now. Kilgore. In Soviet Russia, it was the premier, not general secretary. Sorry, brother. They said general secretary in the movie, so, you know, I'm just copying what they're saying in the movie. But, yeah, you seem to know your stuff. When did it work? Oh, Tisha, get it. Yes. Well, I don't know. I called it Manchu Walk, right? Because we have like a Chinese kind of fast food place called Manchu Walk up here. I don't know if you guys have it down there, but that's what I was calling it. But yeah, keeping an eye here on Walk. Shout out to my man Jacques. He's in the chat. He's in the house. Look, guys, we got to 1931 on NN. I was posting at 33s, so didn't quite make it up there. Now I'm just hanging out here at 19s. Nothing for me to do. We'll see how this trade ends up going. But a little disappointed here with how I traded Walk. We had into the highs. We defended, but ended up breaking 50. So that's kind of the way that cookie crumbles, Joey.
All right, yeah. Let's see if we get this bounce here, Linda. I see you mentioning this. Okay, nice little uptick there back in Meta. That's what we want to see. Google, hey man, anything? I want to buy a little bit more. I still have some capital to deploy for this name. Are we going to head back into this zone? I don't know. That's a great question. If it breaks, then by all means, let's get involved in a little bit more. I don't have much more capital to deploy to this name, but I do have a little bit that I'm going to grab up, and I have another tranche or two that I'm going to be looking to grab on SpaceX, and the rest is going to wherever I please. Sharif,
yes.
In Soviet Russia market trade.
I love that. By Tam Panda.
Yeah, Tam Panda. Yeah, bang, there it is. I heard, do you know, are you familiar with the Russian stock market?
No, brother, I am not. All I know about the Russian stock market is O'Leary got involved before Gazprom got nationalized. It's like one of their biggest oil companies.
Yeah.
And he said he lost his money because of the nationalization of it, and he would never invest in Russia again. That's what he said.
Yeah.
So I don't have any more information on that.
Yeah. Well, I don't even know if you can pull it up, to be honest with you.
The Russian?
Yeah.
I don't even think so. Maybe TradingView? Or are you on
MOEX. Yeah, I'm trying pulling it up here, but apparently it's Jose was telling me this, that it's absolutely disastrous over there. Like, it's pretty much non-existent.
Yeah, I would imagine something like that.
Really, eh?
I wouldn't compare it to the Chinese market, though, guys. I'm seeing your Paradox or China. I don't know. I don't think they're the same thing. right? I think, you know, you definitely have a lot more security for your money in China than you do in Russia. Even though, yeah, you know, China, it's got its quirks, to put it.
I mean, it's not disastrous.
Is that the Russian market?
Yeah.
Yeah, bring it in, man.
Let's see what we got.
I bet. What are the constituent elements? Is it just like all oil?
I have no idea. I don't know what the components are.
When's the last time you saw like a DVD player or a GPU or a TV come out of Mother Russia? Not crapping.
I don't know if I've ever
but,
seen any of that.
Yeah, there doesn't seem.
Yeah,
like
we used to get a lot of stuff made in Russia. I remember.
Really?
I don't know. Did we?
I don't think so. Not that I remember. Maybe I'm wrong. Fact check me, chat. I do remember us
36.
getting the Lada. Do you know about the Lada?
No, what is that?
That's a Russian car.
Oh, the Lada. Yeah, the Lada. Yeah, the
Lada.
Lada. Yeah.
It was here for a bit, brother.
Was it?
Yeah, man.
I seen there's a couple of clips of the Tate brothers, how they were just talking about. I know a lot of people don't like those guys. Anyways, they're just saying how the Lada is the best vehicle, and there's like this guy driving a Lada down the highway, and it's just like dodging missiles. No, it's real. You never seen that video?
Is it an AI video?
No, it's real. Yeah, there's like missiles going off behind him. They're like landing behind him, and yeah.
Lada's Italian. Says Cat Molfar. Really? I thought it was Russian.
It doesn't.
Even Assassino thinks it's. Is there some joint venture between Italy and Russia where Lada's kind of like made both? I thought it was Russian. I know that there's a bunch. There's obviously a lot of Italian cars. Fiat. Mercedes is Russian.
The web says it. Yeah.
The web says it's Russian. Yeah. So Assassino just checked. Joint venture with user. Well, Fiat joint venture with USSR. Really? I didn't know that. Interesting. Lada is Russian, yeah. I know Yugoslavia, the former Yugoslavia, of course, doesn't exist anymore, also had its own car. I forget which one. Is that the Topolino? Is Topolino? Am I wrong on that, guys? Double check me. Eddie, Lada is Russian, but built under licensed Fiat models of the 60s. Interesting. That makes a lot more. Yugo. Yeah. Yugoslavia, Yugo. Oh, so the Topolino is Yugoslavian. Yes, that's what I thought. My old man he taught me this stuff, brother. Yeah, the Yugo. Look at the chat's educated, eh? They're coming in fast.
Remember that? This is the movie I was thinking about. Remember this movie, Eastern Promises?
Put it before Assassinos.
Yeah, Eastern Promises. You remember that one there?
No, I haven't.
With our boy.
What were they promising? You know what I'm going to promise people?
What's that?
The
news segment?
The news segment, because Sia has been waiting. She's ready and going. So let's talk. Sia, I see here the first story. American chip maker.
First story is indeed INTC, the chip maker. Intel has announced a $15 billion common stock offering yesterday, but the price now has changed from the $15 billion mark to a $20 billion now, with offer price of $95 per share. So Intel has said that the offering is set to close on the 12th of August, and it is expected to raise net proceeds of $19.7 billion after deducting underwriting discounts as well as commissions and estimated offering expenses. So Intel has intentions of using the proceeds for, and they said, and I quote, general corporate purposes, including but not limited to CapEx and working capital. So Intel has, as of yesterday, also highlighted a physical AI purpose-built silicon and advanced packaging among the major growth opportunities, and also said that the company will be using the funding to support corporate needs, including, like I said, capital expenditure and working capital. So the announcement includes a 30-day option, important to note, that will allow underwriters to buy an additional $2.25 billion in common stock. INTC is currently down 0.5%.
Thank you very much for that, Sia. All right, so as she mentioned, this is an upsized offering. It was going to be 15. We reported that to you guys yesterday. All of a sudden, it's going to be 20. And guess what? That 20 could be 100 if it was left up to the investors. It's 5 times oversubscribed, meaning the amount of individuals that are willing to actually invest in this, right now individuals, I'm talking about institutions, of course, is to the tune of $100 billion. So there's a lot of demand there for that. Also, it could be $23 billion. I'm not saying it could be. It actually may be. And that's because the underwriters here were granted a 30-day option to purchase an additional 31.58 million shares. So if fully exercised, the total raise could be $23 billion. That's the other part that I wanted to talk about there. And then, not all of the 20 billion or 23 is going to go directly to Intel. In fact, the underwriters here are going to get a healthy cut. So of that 20 billion, JP, Morgan or Goldman and Morgan and Citi, they're going to get 300 from that 20 billion, 300 million.
300 schmil on that one? Yeah, all right. Yeah, I got.
And then the direct equity offset for revised capex. So essentially, all the money they're bringing in here is going to go to finish their plant out in Ireland, where they're looking at making chips. So the money is already earmarked. WOK took out the high of the day, 273.
So yeah, I mean, 210 million shares priced at $95 a piece there. Sharif mentioned the individuals who are participating in that. Also granted underwriters a 30-day option to purchase up to 31.6 million additional shares at the offering price. Shares of Intel closed 4.1% lower. So we've seen what the street has got going on. When you start issuing debt, a big time issue. Right? No pun intended, I guess, there. But as for Intel, a name that's been on a big-time run, obviously, with the government stake and how Donald Trump's administration is involved with Intel. You've seen the substantial run all the way up to $130+. Now that has come back in. But I think at the end of the day, there's going to be a good opportunity to get involved, allow price to turn around, and then sure enough, what we can determine from that point is, hey, is this worth us getting involved? $143, pulls back 41%, and now starting to find somewhat of a rebound. I just believe from a technical standpoint, there's going to still be a little bit of time before it does a complete turnaround, but shelves are holding up. These prices, the issuing is right around where we're trading at right now, so not too far off of that level, slightly in the money at that point, just like this METU trade finally starting to work for us. Let's send it back to Sia, talk about the next story.
Let's talk about the OpenAI IPO story here. So OpenAI has completed a secondary share sale totaling roughly to $7 billion, which will now allow the current and former employees of the company to sell and sell stock at the company's $8.52 billion valuation. So the tender offer has been in the works since OpenAI had closed its record-breaking $122 billion funding round in March. But this deal will help alleviate some near-term pressure for liquidity, also allowing employees to cash in a portion of their holdings ahead of this massive IPO that we're expecting. And the company had confidentially filed its prospectus with the Securities and Exchange Commission, the SEC, in June, but it hasn't disclosed as of yet an official timeline for its debut. And another thing to keep in mind is that we know Anthropic is also eyeing this and is in a similar position.
Talk about the OpenAI IPO quite often, right? We don't know if it's actually going to happen. I think there's more, we can shed some more light on the Anthropic side of things, but in regards to what's holding OpenAI back, I think there's multiple questions looming. It's like, hey, you're supposed to be a nonprofit, Elon Musk, Sam Altman, not a lot of people liking the likes of this guy's jib and how he's been moving around certain investors. For me personally, what we could do is, it's a private company at this point, offering more shares and having the ability to sell them off. I really can't see what goes on behind those scenes, but I believe Anthropic is most definitely going to report before OpenAI, Sam Altman and company decide to as well. So yeah, let's see. Only time will tell. I don't believe it's going to happen this year. We would have had some more information. We're heading into September relatively soon, and with that being said, only a couple more months left in the year. And if we're not hearing anything else, then I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't happen at all in 2026 and then takes a little bit of time while in 2027. Sharif just rolling back in. What we can do is send it back to Sia, unless you want to comment on OpenAI IPO. We can send it back and talk about Eli Lilly.
No.
Let's take a look now at Eli Lilly, LLY. So it's won its first approval to sell weight loss drug Foundayo outside of the United States. And now this will basically allow it to compete with its rival, as we do know it, Novo Nordisk, Wegovy in the UK. So this is the second GLP-1 weight loss pill in the European market, and it comes just after 2 months that Novo launched its Wegovy pill just there. UK's Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency has, as of yesterday, said that or Forglipron, sold as Foundeo, will be available for weight management and type 2 diabetes, but it will be available on prescription. So regarding new treatments, they will need to be evaluated for cost effectiveness by the National Institute for Health and Care Excellence, that is NICE, NICE, to be available through the country's National Health Service, NHS. So Lilly has also sought to emphasize that Foundeo, which is as small as a molecule medicine, can be taken without any restrictions on food or timing, but Wegovy must and is, on the other hand, should be taken first thing in the morning with a sip of water and no other food or drink for at least 30 minutes. So to compare the two even more, Foundeo has seen a significantly slower uptake in the US than the Wegovy pill. Lilly is currently down 1% on the day.
All right, so it's great that they're expanding their total addressable market. That goes without saying. Love the look, but for me, Lilly, you're basing it right now. If you're getting involved in Lilly, you got to be looking to the next thing, and the next thing is going to come either in late 27, early 28. We know that to be retatrutide. We don't know exactly what the name of the drug is going to be marketed as. That is the chemical name. That is the triple agonist. It's by far the most advanced in the market. Everything else is either a single agonist or a double agonist. And most of these ones, they work off basically appetite suppression, whereas retatrutide actually changes how your body synthesizes fat, right? And how it uses its different energy sources. So appetite suppression, not the only path to weight loss that retatrutide uses. I would say, you're building a position in anticipation for that. But with respect to growing outside of the market, you got to love that. Of course, having your foot in the door in a country obviously makes it a little bit easier to get your next drug in there too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a total addressable market is key, and we talked about the pill form as well too, which helps a lot of companies, or countries, I should say, with storage and a lot more cost efficient as well. Other than that, METU, guys, really starting to work for us at this point. Once again, I mentioned this being the largest position of the day. Let's see if we can get this move back into the volume weighted average price. Maybe we take some off at $22.40. So this is slowly starting to cook up. I haven't looked at the overall market right now. Our focus is on META. Send it back to Sia.
We're going to take a look at NVIDIA here. So NVIDIA, close to the bell yesterday, had said that it is attempting to turn its AI chips into Wall Street's newest asset class, partnering with 6 large asset managers on a $500 billion financing push that is designed to treat compute infrastructure much like the commercial real estate, toll roads, or any other assets to borrow against. So NVIDIA has signed MOUs that are memorandum of understandings with Apollo Global Management, Blackstone, BlackRock, Brookfield Asset Management, Goldman Sachs, and KKR to establish financing platforms for this effort. So all of this for NVIDIA's customers and the company that is set as of yesterday. So this effort will more than aim to mobilize more than $500 billion in third-party capital for hyperscalers, frontier AI labs, and enterprises to build out data centers, also acquire NVIDIA hardware, marking a rather potentially important shift in how AI infrastructure is funded. So NVIDIA will be helping its end users secure this kind of financing that they need without tapping their own balance sheets, also using institutional credit, insurance funds, and private capital to underwrite GPUs as well as data centers, with that NVIDIA flat on the day.
Yeah, and I like the way that they're looking at this. They're kind of looking at the GPU as a yielding asset, right? That has basically a depreciated capital cost that you can offset against taxes, but it also helps you realize revenue in whatever your business is. So I like the way that they're looking at that. I see how Sia mentioned that it's not going to affect their balance sheet, which is fine. You're not on an accounting statement, but when you look at liabilities, outstanding liabilities, all the guarantees that they're putting for these companies, whether they're guaranteeing their CPUs or the GPUs, that they're buying, or infrastructure in general, or they're guaranteeing their leases, these are all actually contingent liabilities on NVIDIA. And maybe they're not recognized from quarter to quarter on your balance sheet, but they're certainly recognized by Wall Street, who's much smarter, of course, and realizes that they're accruing liabilities on their balance sheet by guaranteeing this build out. Now, one thing I do like about this is that Wall Street, who I guess have to make the assessment here, are more sophisticated investors, and they're liking this enough to be backing it financially. I guess, that is a bit of an endorsement there. So it helps you sleep a little bit easier, Joey.
I mean, listen, we're starting to see this across the board amongst all these hyperscalers. I mean, if we talk about where the money is funneling to, without any question, it's going into some of these chip makers. Now, as for the deal with IBM, NVIDIA is getting their hand in almost every cookie jar at this point, and that's exactly why I'm going to remain heavily long, as long as I possibly can be on this name and continuously buy some more until the hyperscalers really start to stop spending their cash. Now, how will we be able to identify that? Through the earnings report. They're raising debt right now, so with that being said, what I'm seeing from that and what I'm taking from it is that they have no intentions in slowing down anytime soon. So that's why I'm going to forever remain long until the narrative changes, and I don't think it is until the next couple of years. See ya.
Let's take a look at Hims and Hers earnings here. Adara, I know you want to talk about this. So revenue has grown nearly 40% year over year, more than $753 million in the second quarter. Subscribers have been added 300,000 net new subscribers, ending the quarter with nearly 3 million. Domestic revenue accelerated 16% year over year growth, generating a whopping $622 million. International revenue has increased over 17-fold year over year to $131 million. GAAP gross margin 64%, down approximately 6 points quarter over quarter. Adjusted EBITDA $60 million, that represents an 8% margin. You've GAAP net income, which is a loss of $86 million. That's impacted by non-recurring acquisition, restructuring, as well as legal costs. And then you have just a couple things that I do want to mention is the third quarter guidance and the full year 2026 guidance here. So third quarter revenue is expected between the range of $880 million and $900 million. Adjusted EBITDA between $75 to $95 million. Full year guidance on revenue has been raised to $3.1 billion in the range to $3.3 billion. Adara. Adjusted EBITDA expected between $275 to $325 million.
Talk about one aspect of Hims and Hers revenue, and it's the same aspect that I talked about over on the wall yesterday during the To the Window, to the Wall segment. Here's my deal with Hims and Hers. I think it's very interesting that this is the second quarter in the row, at least the second quarter in the row. I didn't go back further, though. You guys know me. If I'm left to my own devices, I probably will. It's really interesting how U.S. revenue is well over 75% of the company's total revenue, but it's barely growing. And then this smaller pie here, the rest of the world revenue, is growing exponentially. So last quarter, what you had here was just shy of 1,000% year-over-year growth for the rest of the world revenue, while U.S. revenue actually declined. Now, at least this quarter, U.S. revenue is still growing, but only by 16%. Now, 16% might not be too bad if the rest of the world revenue wasn't up by 1,641%, 1,600 plus percent. So again, I'm not saying it's bad that the rest of the world revenue is growing. I'm not saying that at all. But I'm saying if you look at, I guess, the fact that our best growth is coming from a segment that is such a small, like literally small piece of the company's overall revenue pie. I don't know. I think it's an interesting look at it. It really makes me wonder, again, what we do next quarter. What do we see next quarter? I would like to see, I guess, a reacceleration of U.S. revenue. But then again, I think it makes sense. You're acquiring stuff like eucalyptus, right? You're acquiring into other branches. I'm not saying that the rest of the world revenue growth doesn't make sense. I'm saying that the extent to which it's trouncing U.S. revenue, given how like small of a piece of the pie it is, I don't know. Worth noting, something that stood out to me that I wanted to mention to you guys.
Yeah. This is an interesting report, right? Because you got a lot of, interesting things, some good, some bad. I do like the eucalyptus acquisition, of course. That added about $130 million in top line revenue. That is the look that I wanted to mention there. So they did close that transaction back in June, and it drove the rest of the world revenue, as Adara just mentioned, from $7.5 million up to $131.5 million. I gotta send it to you, man.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, the company highlighted subscriber growth, as Sia mentioned earlier, to around 3 million. That's a 19% increase year over year. To be honest with you, that is the highlight of the report for me. Aside from the full year guidance, looking ahead, 2026 revenue outlook to 3.1 billion and 3.3 billion versus 2.93 billion, what the analysts were expecting on that one. And I mentioned this, we were talking about this during the rundown as well, is that, hey, listen, it's a competitive space. You got to look at who their direct competitors are going to be. Now, if they're going to get involved with the peptides, they can most definitely be first in class with this, but with the compounding and the branded GLPs, that really, really hurt their margins. So for me personally, outside of the double-digit subscriber growth, which is fantastic, can help drive revenues, it's a little bit tougher of a look for Hims and Hers for me personally.
All right, so let's talk about their gross margins collapsing to 64%. That's down from 76 in Q2 of last year. Well, how come that happened? Well, they had a lot of different costs that increased on them. Fulfillment cost. There was also a lower international mix because of the eucalyptus. And then there were also upfront investments in their weight loss supply chains. But this is a company that printed $42.5 million in profit this time last year. When you look at their profitability this time, what are they down? They lost $86.3 million. Well, why did they lose money this year and make money last year? Simple. Because they were selling compounded GLP-1s. So I'll just give you guys a little bit of a backstory here. The pharmacy business in this province is super complicated because the markups on drugs are statutorily limited. You can make up to 10% on generic and up to 15% on brand names. Where there are exceptions are compounded drugs. There's no cap on the compounding, so I can charge as much as I want. And that's what they were taking advantage of there. They were buying very cheap input costs, and then the output was like almost 1,000 or 750% profit, what they were making. That has absolutely gone out the window because now they're having to buy Wegovy brand name, Ozempic brand name, Fundeo, whatever the other one is called. And obviously the margins are being made by Lilly, by Novo, not by them. So that kills the way that they were operating last year, and they still haven't recovered. And the way you know that is they were negative on the quarter, 83 or an $86.3 million net loss when they were profitable last year, $42.5 million.
Talk about Google, guys, here. GOOGL, a little bit of a bounce here on the market, a little bit of a bounce as well of Google off the lows. They have an event tomorrow called their Made by Google event for the new Pixel. I checked, it doesn't look like that's where these comments are coming from because, again, that's not supposed to happen until tomorrow. So Google CEO Sundar Pichai commenting on their Gemini, saying that Gemini is Google's fastest growing product ever and now has more than 1 billion monthly users. So Gemini growth being praised here by Google CEO Sundar Pichai. Good look here for GOOGL potentially.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, to directly compete, out of how many of those are paid subscribers is what I'm curious to know, Adair. But other than that, listen, ChatGPT and Gemini definitely leading the race as for MAUs, right? Monthly active.
Flag is open.
Monthly active users. So by all means, I mean, it's a really good look. It's continuing to grow and getting mass adoption. And then we also seen Microsoft Copilot gain 10 million paid subs on the quarter. So that's a pretty good look. What we got going on is METUNQ. Let's see if we can get this move north of the volume weighted average price. We removed 60% of our position up here. So now we're just going to wait post up at 22.42 to see if we can get a good price.
All right, PLAG is open and it's halted up. I can't believe this kind of price action, man. We were halted down for, I don't know, 12.39 it halted. It just opened up, 145 say. We were halted down at 266. We're halted up at 505. It's up 792%. And there was no way you could have known that because you wouldn't be able to know the TAP, the theoretical auction price. So whether people were sending buy limit or market on open orders or sell, there was no way for you to know that. So this one is as lottery ticket as it gets. But hey, good for everybody who killed that. Good on you guys. I know what's his name was worried about that one. Zion Lala, looks like you're okay here, Zion. Sending it back to you.
Final one, IHG. So CNBC had reported as today that IHG reported that for IHG, the quote-unquote growing middle class is boosting their travel demand because the company had reported a boost in its profits despite the conflicts that we're seeing in the Middle East. So IHG has reported today that operating profits from reportable segments have grown 10% in the first half of the year to $665 million. Revenue from reportable segments is now up 7% to $1.3 billion, while global revenue per available room, that's RevPAR, has grown 4.1%. So RevPAR reported that it was up 4.4% in the first quarter compared to the previous year, but currently the growth has slowed in the second quarter to 3.5% as the impact of the U.S.-Iran war and the travel slump, as we do call it, in the Middle East region has been felt. But the company has said that the accelerated growth in the United States, Asia Pacific, and Europe has helped offset the disruption from the Middle East conflict. The ticker IAG is flat as of today.
Yeah, I got to tell you, Sia, not a ticker I've ever loaded in my entire life, nor do I know too much about international intercontinental hotels, but they are a $23 billion market cap. I just can't comment intelligently on this, so what I'll do is I'll just look at the technicals. Let's start with the weekly. Looks really good. Looks quite good. So that's the COVID era low. There's the pullback into 22. Look, barely pulled back from 73 into what, 46. So that, what did it lose? It lost about 33% there, which isn't too bad given the COVID era highs. And then since the 22 low until not today's price action, but the highs, the all-time highs, you're up 272%. So whatever they're doing it right. Good for them. What do you think about this one?
I honestly, I'm not familiar with it either. I pulled up the Kospi here, guys. I wanted to talk a little bit about this because I feel like I didn't talk about it last week or anything along those lines. What we do have here, thank you, though, Sia, still down 32%. So the reason why I pulled this up, we're long some meta, and I was looking at some of the memory names a couple of seconds ago. So what I'm looking at here is why haven't we had more of a stronger snapback? And you guys know exactly where I stand when it comes to this. It's going to take a little bit more time. So if you're looking to get involved with SanDisk, accumulate some size, then I believe you'll have the ability to do so. But right now my focus is on METU. Are we consolidating, just accumulating more shares so we can have a nice volume spike through the volume weighted average price, I should say, and the continued momentum? HIMS did find its ground. Think about it. So this is a name that we were referring to not too long ago, earlier this morning, I should say. Strong holds the volume weighted average price, but what I was talking about is that I do believe you're going to find some form of a recovery, and then you can see there was a clear resistance zone at this 3152 marker on HIMS. So not too bad of a play. Man, Meta's starting to come back in. What is the NASDAQ up to? We'll get a little bit of a market update. Small rebound, but nothing crazy. Same thing with the SPY. A little bit weaker here today, but again, this is an extended move in my opinion. Let's see if we can get some pullback. This is getting awfully... Listen, I don't like this. And this is starting to remind me a little bit about Microsoft and what we've seen in some of the other names. I can't recall right at this given moment, but we're not pulling back deep enough. We're just consolidating, making those additional legs. And I understand what we have going on via the hyperscalers, but I want to see more of a healthy pullback. Things can get really dangerous. The higher that we climb, at some point we will come back into this zone. Mark my words, I could be wrong, but I have a lot of conviction in the fact that we will see 700 again on the SPY. It's just prolonging that. I don't like how we're just continuously going up, going up, going up. It can get really dangerous for a lot of traders, especially at these levels. We're looking at Moscow now, not too long ago. Silver and gold. Gold was hot for a couple of days, still breaking out. So you have that breakout level of 371. You climb 8%. And then now just taking a little bit of a breath. So let's see if we can find some more recovery here in this name. Only down 21% only. I guess it's not fun when you have wealth depletion like that, Sharif. But what's depleting my unrealized gains right now is this Meta, no continuation north of VWAP. This is acting as a hefty defense. Should have took a little bit more off on that strong uptick. So here it's coming back in some more, but not too bad of a play. We did take 60% off right here. Still looking for a little bit of a move higher. Let's send it back to Adair.
Keep an eye here on Apple and Klarna, seeing reports that the Apple executive in charge of the pay and wallet services for the company is leaving in October. Now, I was curious, so I pulled up Klarna because we know that Klarna and Apple have some pay-related combinations. I didn't necessarily expect Klarna to move in this, but KLA are actually moving here again. Not clear if it's related to this story, but either way here, KLAR and Apple in focus as an Apple executive in charge of Apple Pay and wallet services is leaving the company in October.
Yeah, great call out there, Dara. Let's read more into this, obviously, because Apple, continues to be my #1 holding. So Jennifer Bailey, a longtime head of pay and wallet services, is retiring from Apple after more than 2 decades at the company. Reported Bloomberg, citing a staff memo that Apple Services Chief Eddie Q sent to announce her departure. Under Jennifer's leadership, the memo reads, Apple Pay has changed the way hundreds of millions of our users pay. Before Jennifer's transition at the end of October, okay, good to know, we will announce her succession plan, and Jennifer will continue to be available to support the transition in an advisory role, the Q-man wrote in a quoted memo. Okay, cool. Interesting to know there. Needless to say, Apple Pay, glowing success. So this woman clearly knows what she's doing, and it'll be sad to see her go. Hopefully, whoever fills her shoes knows what they're doing as well, because Apple Pay is ubiquitous. Anywhere I go, Europe, the Middle East, all here, Apple Pay is available, and it's like one of the most convenient things ever. And I was actually showing this to Sia when we were at the Jays game. Apple Pay now, I bought a bunch of shoes using Apple Pay. So I'll go to the checkout, right? Say I'm buying from Coach, I'm buying from Foot Locker, or wherever, right? And then at the checkout, you can either, choose however method you want to pay. You want to enter a credit card, you want to pay over time using whatever, Affirm or Klarna, or now you can obviously PayPal, or you can just pay with Apple Pay. So I don't have to take out my wallet, enter my credit cards, anything like that, nor do I have to enter my address. All that is plugged into Apple Pay, and it makes the transaction as seamless as a point of sale transaction. Like when I go to the store, I just double tap the power button and you tap at the point of sale terminal. It literally is that easy, and it just scans my face to make sure that I want to go ahead with the purchase. So I love that. I think it's great. Knows about them Coach shoes. Yeah, I know about them Coach shoes, Brooke. Got a bunch of those. But anyway, I do like this. Obviously, it would be nice to see some more advancements in Apple Pay. But hey, Joey,
What do you want? What do you like? So you and I can send without going each.
Didn't they say that was going to happen?
They were planning on that, having to. You can have a group chat and you can send it. Listen, I like pardon me?
Should be still on track for that.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. I agree with everything that you just said, because if you go to buy like event tickets with even other things, you don't even need to do the old traditional type in your credit card, do all this, all that. You just double click the side of your phone and then you're off to the races.
And I like that. I like that.
It makes things a lot easier. Right? I think it would be even more convenient, because if you can just transfer money, if you can eliminate Zelle and PayPal and Cash App and all of these other features where you can just say, hey, you send somebody X amount of money via Apple Pay, if that's the case, think about what it is. So it's funny.
Okay.
So my friends and I, when we go to Mexico, the majority of them are American. So we're just have to transition cash. It would make things significantly easier if I could just send you something via Apple Pay and not have to go through that whole process in which PayPal and all these other methods
and that's the thing,
are just giving you just issues, man.
What I'd like to know is Apple Pay able to kind of do these cross-border transactions without problem? Like, think about that.
That's a good question.
Yeah. See, because there's AML stuff, anti-money laundering issues that you have to take into consideration when sending money abroad. So I'm sure that there's some sort of like capped amount that
you can't send me, like, think about it. You're not going to be able to send like 20K or 10K.
Exactly.
Or
you know what I mean? Just so that you don't raise the ire of the regulator, right?
With that being said, again, there will always be a limit on what you can actually send. But could that be a small disruption to some of these stable coins? Because think about how many people have iPhones. Being able to transact money just like that, obviously you'll have currency headwinds, but I think that most definitely should be taken into consideration, regardless of what's going on with Circle and all of those other names. So BTC has entered the chat.
Go to. I'm not even going to answer you. All right, let's look at Cerebras for Luis Suarez, because they're going to report today. So looks like we've bottomed out here. I don't know, but this could be a big spile rounded bottom. But like, look at this. So kind of we found that support right around 160, 170. Since that time, we've been putting in some higher lows. We got some higher highs. Sorry, the fly is attacking me again. We see some higher highs here. Well, we've clearly got a bit of a resistance level. You can kind of see between 240 to 250. A lot of topping tail candles do reject that area. I'd like to see it take it out. I mean, we're not working with too much information here because this thing just IPO'd for the first time ever back on the 14th of May. So look, I don't know. This could be a more prolonged bear flag, or it could be a rounded bottom. You've got the right ingredients for a rounded bottom. You've got the downtrend. You've got the basing out, right? And then you've got the incrementally higher lows and higher highs with that kind of neckline, the cutoff point, which I would say to you is about 240 to 250. So, hey, man, Cerebras, plague is open again, and it's halted up at 555s. It is up 881%.
It's going. So whoever is still in this, if y'all were crazy enough to hold from that halt into 266, your craziness has been rewarded amply. What a move up here, 555. But to take it back to Cerebus, yeah, you've got all the right ingredients for that rounded bottom. Whether it ends up coming in or not, you'll have to wait and see. But I do think that they do have a defensible moat, at least for the current technological environment, to put it that way. What do I mean? I mean, when RAM is at a premium, and I really do mean at a premium, you're paying about 4 to 5 times what you were paying for HBM now as you were last year. This is where their kind of specialty comes in, because they use a different type of RAM, a more available type of RAM, and a less expensive type of RAM in their kind of packaging with their GPUs and CPUs. So that could be, a needle mover now. Is it a needle mover 4 or 5 years down the line when we have a lot more supply of HBM, or possibly a technological change not requiring us to use as much? So do they continue kind of to have a defensible mode at that time? I'm just not intelligent enough to know that. So I do like them for the moment, though, and I do like the price action rounding here, Joey.
All right, yeah, that thing has been definitely difficult to navigate. So here is METU rejecting. So I thought we'd get somewhat of accumulation, but that doesn't seem to be the narrative as we're starting to come back in. Now, considering I have 40% left of the position, I have to hold it till I don't have to do anything. I'm going to hold it until break even. You can see that trend line broke and we're starting to head lower. If I'm fortunate enough to get any more back into 2238 or 2240s, I will remove another 50% of my 40%, so cutting that position in half. We did give back a little unrealized gains, that is. So yeah, not too bad. I'll do the super chat and then I'll head over. How goes GMCO looks like for shorting? I'll let Sharif handle that one.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you for the super chat.
Thank
I'm
you.
heading over to the other desk. Trap
Get it,
Man, I'll
Joey.
see you over there, brother, momentarily. I hope you got everything sorted out with the kids. Katina Man got his coffee. I will be 1 second.
How's the coffee, Katina Man?
Oh, he's got another.
GMCO?
Katina Man's on the
GMCO.
ice, baby.
He's got a nice coffee. Okay, get it, Katina Man. GMCO? GMCO. I think you mean QMCO, right? Because GMCO doesn't come up, and QMCO is making a move on the day. So I'm just going to go ahead and say QMCO. Yeah, no problem. Shout out to SLC 88. Thank you for the 10 super. So I already got that on the side chart. I didn't take any trades on it because it didn't give me a reason to take any trades on it. It broke this downtrend, I guess, so there maybe was a reason in hindsight, but hindsight's always 20/20. I don't think it's a great time to go short, just my opinion. I wouldn't take QMCO short until it loses VWAP, and that's at around 1770, 1775. You could. It's up to you, really. I mean, Luis does do this, by the way, in case y'all are wondering. He does take them short almost into the high of the day. And the reason he does that is so that if he's wrong, he knows almost immediately, because it'll stop. He'll put his stop above the area high. Case in point, what do we have here? We have a 1915 high, right? So let's just say, for the sake of example, you were to get in at 1875. You're looking short, and you're looking for $1, right? Because the VWAP's at 1770, 1775. Plague is up. It's open again, and it's going to halt at 598. 598 limit up right now on PLAG. It's up 957%. Be careful with this one. And it's halted again to the upside. PLAG, 599, limit up. To continue my comment here, so if you get in at 1880, you're putting your high or your stop right above 1915. So I do like that about Luis's strategy, is he gets short near the high when he likes what he sees, with a purpose, getting short at the high, of getting stopped out at the closest possible location so that you have to take the least amount of loss. So I do like that about Luis's strategy. I've never employed it, so I can't vouch for it personally, but he seems to do quite well with it. And with that, we're going to send you over to the big boys. It's Joey in today for Neil, if anybody who's waiting, but the Katina Man's here. Take it over, boys.
What's up, everybody?
Get going on there. Yeah, thanks for watching the midday show, guys. We're back here, ready to rock and roll into the close. Couple good earnings. We'll review, what's going to be reporting here tonight. I've got the NVIDIA short on. I got the Intel long on. I flipped short once NVIDIA. I mean, what's up to easy peasy,
Oh.
we were going long off 219, until eventually in here, you can't see, we got stopped out and then I went short at that same level. So that looks like we bought it, but there is, maybe if I zoom in, you can't really, there's a red candle in there, red tick down. So we stopped out there on a 219 break. And then I was just like, you know what, that's too key of a level that I was looking off of. Let's play the short, you know. And then it's funny too, because just there's that TQQ short that we punched out of just before we went on air, or we left. I didn't want to hold the futures for too long there heading into the afternoon. So there that goes to the downside as well. So a little bit of a missed opportunity, I guess, holding on to that trade. But Intel's been pretty good. Intel's coming back in right now. We were able to get an out there at 97.75. We're long at 97 flats right now on Intel, just to talk about that. And oh boy, SpaceX will be red on it so far today. Let's see what winds up happening. We did, again, you know, caught the long, got stopped out there. Stopped out of, remember, 75%. We only held 25, so we didn't make it all back. Then we took some there, which was good. You know, and we were positive. Remember, we were positive on SpaceX, and then all of a sudden, it dropped from 135 down to 133, and that was at noon right there. Immediately downside candle. So we take the long there and stopped out. That's a 50-cent hit, and that's about what we're down right now on SpaceX. And guess what, man? It's bouncing off of yesterday's level of 130 here, SPCX. So right back in, right into this level from yesterday. Again, they're 130.50. So the problem is I wasn't really looking at that. No excuse, you know, like we always say, oh, I wasn't here. It just happened right now. So it was a good opportunity to get some love there for SpaceX just in the last 5 minutes at 130.50. We'll see if it comes back down. SpaceX doing its best to get back down to 150 or get back up to $150. And even this morning I said, you know what, let's wait to see if it hits 150 first or 130 first. Looks like it's 130 first. We're seeing updates right now out of Origenics. And of course, their ticker is OGEN on the NYSE American. Very important thing for me too with this concussion talk is, you know, my kids, both my kids, my one kid just starting football and my one daughter now obviously been in hockey for a while. So it's very important. And then, you know, family members, as I get older, as my parents get older, you watch out for those slip and falls. The company has now activated its phase 2A clinical trial in Australia with its first site fully operational and patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP-002, an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury as an area where there are no current FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Origenics has spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, raising capital, resolving liabilities, and restoring exchange compliance. The focus now shifts to execution with clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation. Go check it out. Just for those reasons I said, OGEN, especially if concussions are something that your family or, you know, you've experienced yourself as well. We had them on, CEO and I believe a doctor as well, and they were showing the intranasal.
Pat LaFontaine was on.
Pat LaFontaine was on. Brett Favre was on. Two guys that had suffered from big-time concussions in the past as well, and both retired basically due to that reason.
Yeah, so, yeah. I mean, Favre did have a lengthy career, opposed to.
Yeah, Favre was awesome. One of the best quarterbacks of all time, bro. Has many records.
Sorry, Green Bay fan over there.
It's okay.
It's all right.
You're forgiven.
But as for Pat, his career I feel was cut a little short.
Yeah, I mean he had a great career in Buffalo, and then he went to the Rangers, of course, and that's where it kind of
it didn't work. Same with your boy Lindros over there.
Falls down. Yeah, Lindros, unfortunately, that was he would have been an amazing concussion story, Lindros. Like just to have, you know, see that some of those experiences. I run into Lindros every once in a while.
Oh, really?
His kid. I think it's either his kid or he coaches up at Weston.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So one of the rinks that we.
I don't know if you guys have ever.
Pretty
played
big boy, 6'4", 6'5".
Oh yeah. I don't know if you ever played in New York Simcoe, but we always used to see Cujo's kid.
What was the rink?
Bob Follis.
I've heard of it. I think he may have played there once, but not
the home
enough.
of.
Is he a goalie as well?
Yes, he was a goalie, and I remember I played against Malcolm Subban.
PK's brother,
I mean, here it is, guys. Meta, we're all out of this one now. No continuation. Ran right into VWAP. We did take 60% off here. Wish we took some more off, but hey, we'll take it for what it is.
Neil knows PK Subban.
Yeah. He said he.
We went to a Bills.
Babysit them or something like that.
Yeah, I don't think PK, but the family. There's the
like
mothers know each
the
other.
Younger ones.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
I think the parents know each other, and maybe because PK wouldn't have babysat Neil. PK is not old.
No, Neil babysat.
Oh no, I don't think that was.
That's what he said.
There must no, but I think
That's
there must
what he
be.
said.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, that's what he said. You can obviously.
Yeah, we'll double check with that tomorrow. With Mr.
I can either confirm or deny.
As soon as
whether
Mr.
it's, you know,
Tendinitis comes back, we'll get that
Yeah,
all figured out.
hey,
So anyways, PK Subban. Oh, the story was Neil and I were at a Buffalo Bills. Well, it was a bar here in Toronto. We were at a Bills game, watching the Bills playoff game, and Subban was at the bar.
Was he? Yeah, I seen him walking down. I seen him walking across.
Yeah, it was
the
King
street.
Taps, by the way.
King Taps, yeah, that's where all the hockey lads go. My cousin,
lads.
my cousin was actually the manager of King Taps. And she said that Austin and the lads would go there and just obviously do whatever they did there. But as for MET, pardon me.
Do hockey things?
Yeah, just do hockey things, drink beer, and hang out. And I don't know if they were eating any pizza or anything along those lines. But eating pizza and drinking beer? Most definitely.
Yeah, that's all sports things.
That's
men's league activity.
The beer is definitely a part of it. But anyways, aside from that, men's league too as well. Here it is. We take some out and then stopped out 60%. The NASDAQ looks like it wants to curl back over. The SPY is, you can see you're heading towards a key pivot low here in Meta. And then Riot Holdings not doing too good either, Sean. NVDA has definitely been leading the race to the downside. Now back to 217. You got a rebound to 217.80 and then now starting to slide. So I don't like the look of this one. 212 is where I'm going to be looking to load up another handful of shares here to see if we get a move into that all-time high.
This Adara is killing me, man. I just saw one of your posts. It says, investors are hungry for Kava earnings or something like that. It was pretty funny. That was a good one, making me laugh. No, here tonight. So pre-market, of course, we had on. We should look at C Limited.
We were talking about C Limited. That was Michael.
That was Michael? Everything okay, Michael, over there? Where is Michael?
It's broke.
Okay, so it's just not something something broke. On C Technologies there, SE. Could have had a look at that as well earlier. Maybe we will, but that's tonight. I mean, I think there's some big names tonight, right? CoreWeave, Supermicro, Kava, Lumentum. I mean, that's all. And then tomorrow.
Sorry, I was going to say I have earnings previews on all four of those. In addition to the big pre-market earnings name tomorrow, they're already all out on X at TV Research. Yeah,
exactly. So we were just going to about pumping that there. Not only is Adara, number one around here, she's also got her own logo right there, Trader TV. I'm just actually realizing that right now. I'm just realizing that right now.
Trader TV Research.
Yeah, you see that?
Research.
Yeah. That's crazy. Yeah. So anyways, that's awesome. But yeah, CoreWeave, it's funny because CoreWeave and Nebius coming back to back. So, you won't get an opportunity to really trade those against each other, but CoreWeave should set the tone for Nebius tomorrow morning. We'll see if some of those Neo Cloud plays have anything in them. And then I like Supermicro. I mean, it's too bad because they're in the right space. They sell the right products. Apparently they're great products. I mean, talking to people around here in the tech space, putting together servers and all that. But of course they have the problems with their integrity, I guess, to put it one way. They're always getting investigated, shipping parts where they're not supposed to.
Integrity Farms.
Integrity Farms. I love South Park.
Integrity
Some
Farms.
of the newer South Park. When is South Park coming back? I don't know. When do they come back?
Yeah.
What else have we been watching? Oh, I was saying, you're kind of a wrestling guy. I don't watch it too often anymore, but the Unreal, it's called.
Is it?
Yeah, it's behind the scenes.
Oh, is
and
it?
It's really good. Like it's like real.
It's unreal.
It's unreal. Yeah. And this season, I'm just watching this season. It just came out, I think, maybe a couple weeks ago. And it's John Cena's retirement and everything and building up to it. But it just shows you behind the scenes stuff.
A lot of people saying it's a pretty good show.
Yeah. Oh, are they? Okay, good. I hope they like it. And then we have Cisco coming up, and we should have Brian Shannon on later on today if he's back.
Oh, is he?
I don't know if he's back from Alaska or not.
I mean, that'd be a quick trip. He only left last week.
No, 2 weeks ago.
Was it 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, last week. No, because I remember Neil and I were like,
you didn't have Brian.
We don't have him on because, yes.
So we don't know when he left, but we know he was gone as of last week. So he could have left 2 weeks ago. Also, I did Alaska. I was really lucky to go to Alaska when I was a kid with my family. You need you don't need more than a week to do Alaska. At least in my opinion. I'm sure I could have seen more had we done more of a week. But the other thing too, and I was seeing people in the chat talk about this when Brian mentioned it, a lot of times when you go to Alaska, you also go to Yukon for like the gold panning. So you should ask him when he's on if he went to Yukon too.
And maybe if you go to Yukon, you can see Justin Bieber as well. And you can see. Go to the Yukon. The song Yukon?
The song Yukon, yeah.
And then obviously if Joe goes there, then he's got to stay an extra week because you got to fight those polar bears.
I wouldn't be
wrestle.
doing that.
Those things are
They're huge. They're massive.
mean as
They're
hell.
massive, dude.
Apparently,
Save
polar
the
bear.
Save the polar bear.
Funny, a funny tidbit here. Polar bear is my favorite animal.
Is it?
Yeah.
Mine's a gorilla.
A gorilla. Okay.
Silverback.
In the mist or not really?
Shout out
Yeah,
to
we have
shout out to Jane Goodall.
yeah,
I know
exactly.
she was-
Yeah, it's a good one.
R.I.P. Jane Goodall.
All right. Oh, is she ripped? Yeah. So what I was gonna say, yeah, you know why? Because at the Toronto Zoo, they have that sick polar bear exhibit, and it was just I remember going as a kid. Always they would come right up to the screen there, right up to the glass, and they were just huge.
Free the.
It's not really an off
Free the
there.
animals, no.
Yeah, we're big into that. Like we don't go to Marineland. Oh,
don't,
Marineland's gone anymore. Forget about. My wife will never go to SeaWorld or anything like that. I'm going to short SEA, SeaWorld. Okay, so right here, NVIDIA. Okay, let's go. Bang. Just getting a couple of fills right now. Now $2 in the money over there. It's funny because NVIDIA going one way, which is good for Joe and I because I think everyone's looking to pick up some NVIDIA on the cheap, and that's not going to be happening unless the price goes down. And then Intel, which I'm kind of long in my own account. I just recently bought some Intel. That's kind of going up. So I'm kind of surprised that I'm able to take Intel long and NVIDIA short the same time. The problem is right now, I just heard a little bit, Adara. Whenever Adara throws her voice a little bit, I feel like there's definitely something Trump-related coming. 97.40 right there off your 200 period moving average. Adara, what you got for us?
It actually wasn't Trump related. I just threw my voice because of the company that's involved here. So this is C3 AI. AI, actually not a bad story. Often you see more negative stories with this company, but C3 AI reportedly, according to the information, could benefit from an agriculture department deal. Apparently the Department of Agriculture is tapping C3 AI to trim the Salesforce footprint. So I had to pull up CRM, Salesforce. There was a little bit of a drop on this. Same with C3 AI, a little bit of a spike higher, but really no follow through either way. Just keep an eye on this story. Also, keep an eye on USO. I know I said I didn't have anything Trump related, but I do have something USO related. No massive moves here. NBC reporting that the U.S. is considering Iran's priorities have shifted from nuclear weapons to the Strait of Hormuz. So I guess now they're saying that the issue with Iran is no longer nuclear weapons focused, which again was what the U.S. said was their main reason for going in. Now they're more concerned here, I guess, about the Strait of Hormuz, at least in the U.S.'s eyes. So weird headline, not super shocking. We'll have to see if anything else comes through.
There's no problem with the Strait of Hormuz. There's no problem with anything. And then all of a sudden it was nuclear, and then they solved the nuclear problem. Now they got to find another one. But you know what? I guess they're kind of tied together. Yeah, what's up, George Lima? Yeah, Brett Favre threw a lot of interceptions. I believe and you can check me on this, I think he has the most touchdowns and the most interceptions of all time. Yeah, you throw the ball, you make those plays sometimes. So we can double check that. But I think Brett Favre, most touchdowns in the NFL, history of the NFL, and most interceptions. We double check that one as well. It's like Lenny Wilkens, I think, as the NBA coach, has most wins in NBA history and most losses in NBA history. And like, it wouldn't be surprising if Michael Jordan missed the most shots in NBA history as well, right? I mean, it's just part of the game, just like Gretzky was shooting as well. Probably Ovechkin has the most shots and the most goals in the NHL. Amazing that Ovechkin overtook Gretzky, by the way. What a stud. Okay, let's have a quick, a little bit of a broader look here. So that plague has plagued many people that have been short today because look at that, 999.599 right there. Oh, by the way, yeah, Marissa bought a lot of stuff at Costco. It was nuts. So we'll see. I'll talk about that. Apparently, there's a ghost blanket that's really popular for this Halloween, and there's like a mad, Halloween. I know it's insane what retail gets you.
How early do you guys go Halloween shopping? Like as like a family with several kids.
Halloween shopping? We
for costumes or decor or whatever.
Yeah. So I mean, generally speaking, the problem with the kids are they don't really get too excited about costumes until it's a little bit closer. But I think like right now, Costco and all that have their little run of costumes out even right now. A plague is halting down. So oh no, it false halt. There it is. Let's see if it goes again. See if anyone buys 605 and prevents this halt down right now. This is probably going to be a short. This is at the highs right now. Just false halt. I guess I have to pay for it. I mean, I can try to get 100 shares. Yeah, I can. I have to pay for it. So right there, 605. My default set to 100 shares. Like if there's a stock that I haven't traded and I hit the offer like that, it comes out at 100 shares. I hit enter and it just says rejected, like prom night over there. Rejected for the short. on that one. It's throwing shade everywhere. But yeah, so there it goes. Plague right now looks like it wants to halt the other way, and the other way is down. Finally, we did have a couple down halts right into there before, $4 down to $3. Oh, by the way, the little fajita, chicken fajitas, I didn't find them that spicy, Adara. I think the salsa. We'll let Joe finish. Oh, you didn't use the salsa. Okay, I felt like the salsa had a little chili-ish in it. But yeah, I mean, I'll give it on a spice level out of 10. I think I'd give it like a 3. Like I don't think it's crazy spicy, but my 3 might be related to what does Island Man? What does Island Man say?
No, there is a little hint of spice on them, right?
But
on the chicken,
of 10 being like the max.
But yeah, no, it's on the lower end of the spectrum for sure. But we know Adara.
No, and that's why I told.
Not all about the.
That's why I told Adara. She was like, man.
She said she was using Frank's Red Hot the other day or something.
That's like a 3 or a 4.
I have had wings that have had Frank's Red Hot.
And?
Plus other things on top of them.
Oh. And spiciness for Frank's?
Oh, it was, I mean, it takes me a really long time to eat the wings. And I'm like, I'm taking my sweet time. Everyone else has finished their wings and I'm on like wing 5 or 6.
Right.
But if people are willing to be patient with me, then I can eat them.
We can get behind that. We actually had I think the best chicken when you were gone on Friday. It was the best chicken.
My mother.
Here. I mean, yeah, I know. Neil did. It was good. See?
Fried up? Fried or?
Yeah. It was really good, man.
So Sharif did not eat mine, I guess, because it's fried chicken. Yeah.
No, he had yours for sure.
Sharif?
He definitely took.
He took off the fried.
Yeah. I tried hiding it, but then he found it and took it. Yeah.
Sharif is very sneaky around here, man. It's like if there's a problem with the heat, it's probably has something to do with Sharif. Stolen food now. I'm just learning about that. Probably Sharif.
Definitely Sharif.
Again,
Neil's plate was gone, so I was like, boom. See you later to that one.
Took that out. Actually, I have to admit something.
What? You took Neil's?
I took the salad on Neil's.
You took
the
Neil's?
little bowl of
So
salad. You can show everybody the bowl of salad there.
That's fine.
That we get. Yeah. Because I was like, it's just, no dressing, just throw that down.
I like that. See, the
dressing is spicy.
No, the yellow, no, it's good. That's the
good.
best
It's
dressing
great.
that they have. Yeah.
But is it not a little spicy?
It's like 12 Islands or whatever it's called.
1,000 Islands.
1,000 Islands dressing. Yeah. So it shows you
it's
what I know.
It's not 1,000 Islands, but it is similar to
It's something along those
I thought
lines.
I thought you had 1,000 Island dressing and you add some pickles and like a little bit of mustard, and that's the Big Mac sauce?
Yeah, sure.
What? You don't believe me on that one?
Someone said 988 islands. So yeah, there
Yo,
it is.
Enos Cantor, what, did he get drafted? Did you hear about this guy?
Yeah, did you hear about, what's going on with that?
There's another guy too that wants to get in. Why?
Why?
I feel like it gets political very fast. If the other guy's Royce White, isn't it?
Royce White, yeah, that's
Yeah, okay.
But I never heard of him as a player. I feel like that guy's just throwing his.
He was also running for politics though. Like he ran for office
okay.
a couple years ago. I looked into him. I'd also never heard of him.
No, but why is that a political thing? Like I don't. Yeah, I get it. It's a transgender thing there, but aren't both these guys like male? I don't know. Oh, okay. So they're just doing it to spite. I don't know the whole story. If they're trolling, then okay, fine. But I was just gonna say whatever. Maybe we just shouldn't.
Yeah, maybe we just go back to the 12 island.
I was just gonna say
12 island dressing.
Yeah, 12. Maybe you meant 12,000 islands.
No, I did not. I genuinely didn't know the name of it. But there's a place in Eastern Ontario, the Thousand Island. What's that place called?
Like Bay of Quinte or whatever?
The Thousand Islands, man. You just drove out that way. And you know where it's
Up
like
north, Parry Sound?
No, east. If you just go east on the 401, there's a Thousand Island.
Yeah. You
know which area I'm
just outside of Montreal, of Quebec.
No, man, we're Kingston. Not even.
Kingston,
No. That's not even anywhere close to where.
I know what you mean. No, you're right.
Yeah, there is. It's in between there.
Gananoque.
Sure. Dude, I just said 12 islands, so I'm not going to get Gananoque.
Brockville.
No, man. Anyways, all right.
Rexdale, yeah. That's what it is.
I dare say Rexdale.
Rexdale is actually where you get 12 island dressing.
Is it though?
Is that where you're from?
Yeah.
Well, what the hell? Okay.
All right,
let's get going on here. All right, so plague has now halted again, and it seems like we have the plague. It went up and down there, and I said we would maybe take a shot there at $6. The last halt was at 2:17, so about to open up in approximately 3 seconds, 2 and 1. No.
Yeah, Bill.
More than 5 minutes.
Yes.
Right there. So, we drove through Tweed as well to get to Ottawa. We were in Canada. of course. All right, so let's look around here. So that's what's going on right now. Some stocks to look at, SpaceX. So yeah, it's about what? Oh man, that stupid 12 island dressing. I mean, I got distracted right there because 130.50 came in again. So the question really that we'd all have to ask ourselves is A, do we like 1,000 island dressing? And then B, what about breaking this 130? Because yesterday on SpaceX, this was the jam right there. We had sort of wicked down a couple times. We didn't break. We didn't even really test 130. The lowest we got to looks to be in the 20s or so. By the way, this NVIDIA position is kind of cruising right now. We have a decent position on, so it's actually going quite well. We'll have to look to a spot. But there's 130 from yesterday, and there's 130.50 from today. So we're up about 25 cents from yesterday's low. I'm going to have to be, one of the first ones to admit it today. I was sort of dumbfounded by this early move. We had talked about that possibility. Realistically, the best trade today, I mean, there's better trades, but this was a trade that was a little easier. That wick bottom right there, that created whoops back there to the upside. Oh yeah, that's right. Randy and everybody's leaving now because they got the stuff set up over there. Bye, Michael. Bye-bye. Thank you for joining us here at Trader TV Live for the last little while. There he goes. Yo, what's up, that's Fabian. No, who is that?
It's definitely it's Sharif, man.
Who the hell? That's Fabian, but that doesn't look like Fabian. That looks like me.
That's me, maybe. It's Sean.
Did I? I mean, when I was in Chile about 25 years ago, I did have an experience. And maybe that's the Chilean nightmare. Wow, that's amazing how that works with that AI. That is amazing. Don't do that to my wife. I might get in trouble over there at some point. Wow, okay, that was weird. Okay, but anyways, there we go to that. I mean, by the way, I'm speaking a lot better Spanish. If you go over to our Spanish channel right now, you'll be able to see that. But okay, so SpaceX, I think we want to try that. So I'm going to try it again, 130. I'm going to try it for the first time. 130.50 if we come back down into SpaceX. Let's try it against 130. I mean, the last couple afternoons, bang to the upside, bang to the upside right there. Where's it the day before that? Okay, so that's 2 days right there. The day before, and when it worked so good that day, and then the day before that, we did have an upside move there in the afternoon as well. So 3 of the last 4 days have given us upside surprises at the end of the day, including late day imbalances, right? With CoreWeave, are we going to Adara? In a second, okay. Oh yeah, we got to go from the window, and then we got to go to the wall.
Oh yeah.
Well, don't forget about that. Yeah, so there she goes. Do not rush. That is for sure. Yeah, so CoreWeave today, good balance off. We did have that situational awareness. Yeah, I got it again. Boom. I told you last night, man. I was like, I got to get that fund, the hedge fund, figured out because I keep misthinking what it was. Situational awareness, but yeah, got hit. Nice rebound. Thing about CoreWeave is. This is actually, if they can come up with a good number, I really like the potential for this name to get back to that 120 to 130 level, bouncing right now in between the 50 period and the 200 period moving average. If it's got a good number underneath it with good guidance, and I don't know what they're going to announce, but we saw a good deal today with Riot blockchain and Meta. No, Riot was with Anthropic. Yeah. If CoreWeave can announce like something about something, then I think there is a good opportunity to get back into 110 and 120. Why did everybody hate so much? I looked at that take that I had earlier and I just said, what if the US government gets involved in SpaceX? People were like, yeah, what is Sean smoking over there? Why is that so unbelievable that the US government will take a shot at SpaceX? I mean, I don't think that's unbelievable. Now, I'm not going to say that's going to happen to CoreWeave or Nebius, but I was just thinking about that. Like we heard that, NVIDIA's investing their money in some of these companies and so on and so forth, possible. And it's all just one of those big circle, that we call it, where circular financing, basically, I give, I buy Joe's product and in turn, then we have, a deal for the next 5 years and I'll, support his business and in turn.
I don't know if you read up on, or I'm sure you did, but anyways, if you
I probably didn't.
No, you definitely did. AMD's previous report. So the difference between what's going on between NVIDIA and AMD, anyways, one aspect of it is
that NVIDIA is gaining market share from its partners, opposed to what's going on with AMD, where they are going to be giving some of their personal, the company share to Meta and I believe
Right.
it's OpenAI.
That was 10%,
right?
wasn't it? Or 5% or 10% of the company?
I think it's 10% each, respectively. So about 80 to 90 million shares of the current open float. So I mean, hey, NVIDIA taking stake, while AMD has to give stake. I think it's a pretty big difference, if you ask me, in regards to what we got going on into this chip game. So.
Well, what we got going on right now, like here, for everybody, there's people in the chat saying, oh man, all we talk about is SpaceX. Like this is me shorting SpaceX at 110 down to 106.50. Like the fact is that it's like, I'm trying to look for the best opportunities. If they're long, they're long. If they're short, they're short. They're on SpaceX. Believe me, I wish I was awarded some SpaceX shares to start talking more about it, but we are not. All right, let's go back over to the window and figure out, or to the screen, and figure out what Adara's got on her mind. It's going to be a graphic. Let's go find out what it is.
For one, I want to just mention, I saw someone in the chat say AVGO is falling. It is falling. I could not find any news on it. But with that in mind, it's time for today's segment of To the Window, to the Wall, where we take a look at one of these infographic windows and we talk about it here on the wall. Now today, it's really actually quite nice here, Sean, that you just mentioned SpaceX, because this is also space related. This is ASTS Space Mobile. Let's talk about this because this is their revenue going back here from Q1 2025 all the way to Q2 2026. This is about like 6 instances of data, or what you have here, 6 different quarters, a year and a half of fiscal years. So let's zoom over to this quarter here, Q2 2026. Now, the reason I chose to talk about this infographic and not any of the many other infographics that I have in the works that I've already posted is because I think this really shows how high investors' expectations are right now for some of these companies. So ASTS posted revenue of $31.5 million last quarter. I don't know why I emphasize million. It's not theoretically a lot, but it's clearly up sequentially. It's also up more than 2,600% on a year-over-year basis. But they missed revenue estimates. So that's right. Even though they posted nearly 3,000% year-over-year growth, investors and analysts wanted more. They were looking for 35 million in revenue. So that's, I think, a pretty significant look here. Even though you have, strong sequential and annual revenue growth, it's still not going to be enough to satiate what investors and what analysts are looking for. So I thought this was kind of an interesting look. That's why I chose to talk about this visual. But if you're like, hey, Adara, I want to hear about what we're expecting for CoreWeave, Lumentum, Nebius, Kava, SMCI on earnings. I have visuals for all of those on X at TTV Research. I also have some visuals on Hims and Hers. One is already out. The other one's getting released tomorrow morning. So we've got everything you need and more over at X at TTV Research. But in the meantime, that's today's segment of To the Window, to the Wall. We'll send you back over to the guys.
Oh, that's all right. Those types of things happen.
Yeah, like what just happened to Apple?
Yeah.
Like they just got nuked downside pretty good. I took that from somebody in the chat. Someone was like,
they got nuked?
Right there, but I bought it, so, you know.
You bought some there.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to, and it was just 2 minutes ago, right? So I just, it fell down, was waiting for one of those bottom tails there, hit it. We got long at 310, whenever we're long at 303.9s there. We just took an out at 30s. And so that gives me 20 cents. That's basically that bottom wick. That bottom wick is 30 cents. Not going to average in. Let's just see if it works. I do have an offer at 50 to get it just over 1-to-1, and then we'll wait to see what happens there. But yeah, big, like pretty decent move, right? And I mean, we're also seeing the same thing happen right now in your boy NVIDIA. So NVIDIA downside, look at the Qs as well, right? NASDAQ downside. Let's take advantage of that.
NVIDIA is going to pull back to 212, I believe.
Yeah, I heard you say that earlier today. I think that might be, that could be a hot look. I'm not sure.
It's only $4 away. It's already dropped like $10 today.
It's not unbelievable. It's there at the end of the day, to be honest with you. I mean, I'm short, so I do hope that to be the case. But all right, so that's what NVIDIA is doing right now. Look, it is, as Sharif would say, bleeding its own blood. I don't know if I like that statement, but
why?
I don't know. It seems kind of like.
That was my thing.
Oh, was it? I don't know.
From Dodge. It's from.
Yeah, I know.
Dodgeball.
Good movie, Dodgeball. Yeah. Neil and I talked about that the other day. No, it's fine. Just it's so gruesome.
Bleeding your own blood?
Is it? I don't know. Maybe it's not. Maybe I'm being like that.
There's a lot of super chats there. I don't know if you want to cover.
Oh, gosh.
What we got going on here.
We can. I mean, I just looking for an out at 30 on Apple. That's all. All right. You want to? Whenever Andre is ready, man, we can start dropping
some of these
super chats. Drop it like it's hot. We should be.
Ogen, SLC 88. Pull that bad boy up.
We're,
I'll go over and,
Fabian potentially is refreshing the stream.
okay, yeah. If they can't
For the
pull it
super
up,
chats.
so that's no fine. Sean's got a banger right there off the
There you go,
lows
Ogen.
on
Do we have
AAPL.
one?
Yeah, Ogen is looking very interesting. Thoughts? We went over that one. We'll go over Ogen momentarily. We have Adam James, OGEN. Listen, concussion pro. You guys know I suffer
I mean,
from
it doesn't
that
do a
stuff.
whole bunch
It's
of volume.
definitely doesn't do a whole bunch of volume. But if you're thinking value at this point, it's only 51 cents there, Katina, man. Ogen, not too bad of a look whatsoever.
Yeah, but 51 cents. I mean, I'm not. I don't
Not
ever
looking
like,
for
I don't ever
value.
like to look at a. Yeah, I don't ever like to look at a stock like
Yeah,
based on
value.
its price because, like, if you put $1,000 in at a 51-cent stock, how much can you lose?
Yeah, it's $1,000 bucks.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly,
Yeah, so,
exactly.
but no, for Orogenics, I mean, I think that I'm not sure how far we want to dig into it, but the chart does look like on any kind of a possible take of earnings or a new development. We talked about looking for that FDA approval right now. Breaking through, Orogenics does have a decent opportunity to break through some of those levels. I mean, we can discuss it in more detail. I just want to see what its short float is right now. Orogenics 17% short float, and just 4.5 million shares out on Ogen. So
That's it?
yeah, good possibility to get going. It's only 27
4.5 million shares?
float. Yeah.
So someone with a $2 million bag can come in and just buy them all pretty much right now. I don't know if you would do that.
Tempt me.
Yeah, whoa!
But,
yeah, with all that
okay, here we
firepower
go.
you got.
Boom, as my guy Sharif always is going. Well, he goes, he has that deep boom. Boom, that's his.
There you go, the boom.
Right there. What's up, Adam James abroad? Thank you for coming through. One more time, STKH for the WNBA. Okay, STKH. Was there a story about that? Is that why we got that Enos Cantor thing? STKH today.
I don't even know what that is.
Stakeholder Foods. Yeah, the wife grabbed those
steaks.
steaks from Costco. Let's see if they're any good. Later on, I will report back. I don't know if you've heard of that store before, Costco.
I told you about it.
Oh, you told me about that one. My bad. On that one as well. STKH over there. So Adam James is saying boom on that one. I hope, Adam, you're still chilling somewhere nice and beautiful in Canada here because it's a gorgeous, gorgeous summertime around some of these spots right now. STKH. Okay, so this is Steakhouse. What did I just call it? Stakeholder
Foods.
So let's go in. Did I miss a story here? There, STKH. Let's go in. Stakeholder Foods. Only 4%, but there's the problem. And it's not much of a problem. It's 1.7 million on the float. It's done 1.7 million today. So definitely something to look at there. Short float of only 4%. Probably a decent story. And if you're looking at it, you are at some decent levels right now. It doesn't seem like it has the firepower to really start getting blown up here. But yeah, definitely a nice move up there. Okay, so nothing on this. We'll see if it can hold $5. A pullback into VWAP. I mean, it's just doing volume right now. So it seems like there, Adam, there might be something brewing underneath right now with some stories. It was doing nothing all day. And all of a sudden right here at 2 o'clock, halted right there on an instant move higher. So I would say this is a go for me. 475 break long on STKH. That 475, it hasn't really ramped up. We halt once, it tried to go, coming back in, basing, and boom shakalaka to the upside. All right, Joe, tell me about this. Funding Joe's search for 988. Oh, 988 island dress.
I appreciate that, man.
Yeah, because you've got the 12 islands. We just got to find.
You got the 12 island. I think that's a little bit more catchy, 12 island. Dressing. But anyways, it works great.
Fine.
All right, we'll leave it with that one.
Yeah, okay.
Apple free fall. There's one for you.
Yeah.
How will you trade that? There you go. He's
I'm already in
taken
it, and we're already in it. Guess what, guys?
Dollar.
Yeah, thanks, Fabian, for doing that one. There it is, man. We bought the dips. As if Neil was here, I have a more appropriate joke for buying this name today. It's like we bought the dips and then we bought an apple fritter. Neil loves those apple fritters coming through. I'm gonna get him one, make him feel a bit better about the tendies over there, the tendinitis. But yeah, no, I think Apple. You guys did make a good comment there about Apple today and where it potentially looked like it was going. It was getting hit. Like this, I don't know. I think Adara was searching. And I don't think she got anything on it, but yeah.
So there was something on Apple, but it was probably about 5 minutes before that drop really crescendoed. Basically, what occurred was their long-time payment and payment services in Apple Wallet executive is leaving the company, retiring after 20 years. That was just a report as far as I know, but it was citing a memo, so it seems like it's pretty likely it's happening. That is going to happen in October. Klarna actually moved higher on this, which I'm not sure why it moved higher, but I expected it might move on this because Klarna and Apple do have some payment tie-ups.
Right. I mean, this Klarna, there was a firm, and then there was, I'm not sure I like the fintech space. It just seems like it's a little bit oversaturated right now with all these different offerings. There's Klarna just IPO'd. We have PayPal's doing something similar. Every time I buy something with PayPal, it's like, do you want to do it in 4 installments? Like, interest-free and all this kind of stuff. So it's not necessarily such a unique, it's not really a super unique product, that installment type of stuff. But looks like we just were happy with Apple, and then all of a sudden it all falls down again. And there goes Apple one more time, down to the downside into 303.20s again. So we should just maybe start taking a little bit off here as Apple kind of going a little different than what we had hoped for on that front. Thank you for that. Joe's going to later on look for the rest of those islands. But working on earnings. Here we go, Joe. Yeah. Potentially for you here. Options trades would like thoughts on for $5, man. I mean, that's a lot of work. SMCI, CoreWeave, Nebius, simple up or down predictions. Simple up or down predictions. All right. Do you ever look, Joe, at sort of first of all, do you ever play earnings related names this close to earnings? Like, would you, because it's so expensive now, right? On the options.
The options, you have implied volatility. For me, like full disclosure, I was never crazy. I would always go the equity route. Why? Because you can't close your options unless you have the capital. So I'll go over that momentarily, and then we'll go over the expected moves. So what I would do is play a straddle. So that's just an at-the-money call and at-the-money put. And the objective via the straddle is just to exceed the expected move and one contract to heavily outweigh the other. Now, the issue with that being is that after hours now, you cannot close your positions. So what do you need? You need the capital in order to either sell against that position or buy against that position. So for me personally, what I would do is just earnings reports, is I would play the volatility spike. I had a really good system when I was trading at home for after hours, and it was my favorite time of the year, to be honest with you, is it's just a 5-minute opening range break. And what is that opening range? The announcement candle. You wait for it to cool down, and you play that break of the high, or you play the break of the low, either to the long side or to the short side. So yeah, that's what I used to do there, Sean. It does get really expensive, and there's obviously an issue when it comes to closing those positions. I have a bunch of data based off of that. Here's Kava that's reporting after the bell, Sean. Just in case you were curious, we're looking at an 11.2 expected move here, with a high of around $67 and a low of around $54, all right? And then we'll also take a look at CRWV. CoreWeave here reporting after the bell as well, looking at an 11.8% expected move with a high of around $98 and a low of around $77.47, all right? So yeah, that's what I used to do. I used to have a lot of fun doing that stuff. Also, Short Gamma is expanding on SpaceX. Thank you very much for that. A lot of takes here. Let's see if we can go. Joe, your beard grew in the last 2 hours. How many times a day do you shave? Times a day? None. Yeah, exactly. Anyways, can you boys look at our own Canadian company, OGI? They had earnings this morning and are the biggest Mary Jane plant in the world. Sean and I are well versed.
Organigram.
Yeah.
This was one of the ones I never got involved in. I mean, I'm minus 98% on all the other ones.
Well, same. Well, I mean, the one that I still own.
Yeah, OGI. We'll definitely have a look.
I just think the Canadian weed boom is obviously done. Like, you're still on there's no split adjusted or anything along those lines, but you're still down 50%. This is a name I didn't even know existed. I just stuck with Canopy, Tilray, Afria, and Aurora. Aurora. ACB, yeah, down 99.9%.
All the best ones.
Down 99.9% on that one. So,
I think for OGI there, I mean, you got to look at it from a longer time frame here. I mean, it's a great pop, don't get me wrong, but these names have been really, really disgusting for a long time, man. And finally found a base there at 90 cents. It looks like nice little pop through. I think what Joe said there is right. I mean, the minute, first of all, I've already been cooked on all of the cannabis plays. So, but the other thing is too, we had on the show about like 4 years ago, some dude literally from Colombia, and he was saying that over there, they can just grow it in fields, basically like we grow corn and wheat and all that stuff. Like they have the right temperatures. It's even too hot. to grow down there. And he was talking about like pennies a gram is what they can do, right? Like it doesn't, it's just literally planting a seed. So when I started hearing that, it was kind of like, maybe the money is in the distribution rather than the growing, the retail side of it, like what the margin looks like. But then all of a sudden when you're into retail, and TrueLeave was a good name. TrueLeave just switched over. Is it TRUL, TrueLeave? There it is. It's on Blue Ocean. Yeah, TRLV. Yeah, so these guys are multi-state operators. So I believe their biggest is Florida. So they're the ones that are going to be selling the weed. So, that there's a good opportunity, I think, in that space rather than the growers. And of course, we don't have, this was again, just from when it went over to New York, still holding out decently there. But honestly, Trump has talked about legislation. I mean, we've had the ETF again is MSOS. Yep, good one there. So MSOX is, I think, the 2 or 3x levered one. And I would just say, honestly, I mean, thanks for the talk there on OGI. But it's just, if you want to get involved, I think you just buy whatever ETF and you just hope that at some point it gets legalized or something like that happens. And then you get just some love back in this. Back in December, maybe Adair can remember, December of 25, there must have been some stories, maybe President Trump talking about it or something, their legalization. Oh, that was when I think, remember it was going to go from Schedule 3 to 1?
Yeah, I think that's when they had those.
Yeah, and then look, so like all that happened.
1 to 3.
Yeah, 1 to 3, 4, 5, 6. And then all the way back down. And because, marijuana should be classified probably the same as cocaine, realistically.
And heroin.
And heroin, all that kind of stuff. I mean, it's just as bad, right?
Being sarcastic?
Pardon me, Adara?
I can't tell if that was sarcasm or not.
What do you think? Adair, do you think that?
I don't think it was, but the tone, I can't tell.
Do you believe that marijuana should be classified the same as heroin and cocaine?
No.
There you go.
Well, we think it shouldn't.
Probably, man, that's crazy.
We think it shouldn't.
Yay.
Right there. But anyways, there are back and forth things about just legalizing everything, and then getting people the proper help.
Portugal. Everything is decriminalized.
Right.
Decriminalized.
Yeah, exactly.
You got everything.
Yeah.
No,
I know.
For a long time, Portugal, I'm pretty sure if anything.
I've read some papers on that. It's not an unbelievable idea to decriminalize basically all substances, give people the help they need when it comes there, let it become easier to acquire. Yeah. Therefore, there's less underground, there's less but see the issue, quality control issues. Because like fentanyl, they're busting out this fentanyl from China. And look, I mean, it's an addiction and it's deadly. And it's something that we shouldn't really joke about. But there are studies about decriminalization and how that does help the population.
Well, they tried that in BC, which I don't think what they were doing necessarily went
you got to give it, I think
you have to give it a good runway. There still has to be some regulation behind it, obviously. But the issue, Sean, with that being is that considering jails are privatized in the United States, you know what I mean? So that they're going to be losing.
I know what you mean.
Right?
Yeah. There's a reason why jails are privatized
exactly.
and why money keeps flowing back and forth with that. Okay, guys, we are still ear to the ground about all of these trades. Apple's not, it did have a move up to 303.40, 303.50, coming back in right there, 303.70, decent outs. I said I wasn't going to reload it. That might have been a bad idea, but we're still hitting it right now. Right there as we hit the sirens up for that trade and get rid of it by hitting the bang. Intel, so I have less than 5% left of this trade. Out at VWAP, out at the 200 period moving average, possibly looking to reload against that level, but this Intel is actually just bothering me. I don't even really want it in the account. So this is how I treat those kind of positions: offer, enter, out. So that's it, man. 5% was doing nothing to my net, if anything, $5 or $6 up or down. So we'll just wait and now regroup that on Intel. I just don't want to look at it anymore. So we have Apple long 43 cents. We have Nvidia short. I mean, that seems to have been a good idea. I'm going to get out another bid right here as we're just kind of hovering around. And you can see right there, this is your 25 period moving average. So we'll take a bid right there and get out. And remember, I just want to remind everybody, and we're going to go over who's making all the money around here these days at Real Trading. We'll do that in 1 second. But we are on a prop floor. And so when you're prop trading, it's not a transactional fee that you worry about as far as trading, because there are rebates you can get. And we always talk about professional execution versus retail execution. Professional execution would be more on the side that we're talking about, whereby, and I think there are some platforms, don't get me wrong, does IBKR does not offer rebates, right? Like if you're bidding a price and you get filled, no.
No, because I think they go
Because
through
some
their own.
crypto-
They go through their own inventory. I don't know as for gateway. You're not going to get gateway.
Yeah, I know they go through their own inventory. So but sometimes they'll pay you to sit there.
I'm not familiar.
Okay.
Yeah.
Some crypto exchanges will do that. I know on Coinbase, I think they do it. I think on Binance, they'll give you a little bit if you add liquidity rather than remove liquidity, depending on the status of your account. Obviously, here at Real Trading, just by me sitting there, you saw me sitting there waiting for the fill as we were talking. So when it comes in, and like if I bid right now 81s using ARCA or NASDAQ or any of these sort of stores, they're called electronic gateways, ECNs, then what winds up happening is you get hit and you get the credit into your account for providing the liquidity into the market. And when I used to teach this, which I did before the show, was I would just treat each one of these, and maybe if we go to something a little bit slower, let's go to AT&T. If you, like IEX, these are all stores. So there's IEX, there's BATS, there's New York, there's ARCA, there's NASDAQ. Let's just stop there. If you go into any of these stores and look for shares, they have them for sale, basically. And right? And in this situation, you would get paid a rebate if you are the store. So you're sitting there giving your liquidity into the market, and anytime someone executes against you, you're going to get a rebate. So, that's why when you have NVIDIA here today, and just to tell you guys, I have 71 active fills so far on NVIDIA, and you know what my fees are? $3.70. So $3.70, and I have 71 fills, and a lot of that money is money that we can't do anything about because there's an SEC fee, which is a certain, and actually they might have either reduced that or gotten rid of it temporarily, but that's another fee that we have to pass on, as well as clearing fees. Remember there's a fee to go short and all that stuff as well that are embedded into prop trading. So that will be another thing there. And without any further ado, one of our good friends that I know has prop trading experience, it's Brian Shannon, back from Alaska. And how was your little vacation there? From Alpha Trends. Thank you so much coming through. Brian Shannon from Alpha Trends is back in the building here live with us at Trader TV. Welcome, Brian. And you look relaxed. Everything looks great. How was your little vacation there?
It was excellent. I would recommend everyone goes up there and looks into all the awesome activities to do. We just had a great time.
Good. Yeah, Dara was mentioning that and saying that although there's a lot of activities to do, she thought maybe a week or two might be the cap over there. But what was your favorite thing to do?
Without a doubt, walking in the river with about 20 different brown bears out there. Just insane.
Wow.
What? That's so
insane.
And you didn't fear for your life or anything?
They really, at first it was a little bit intimidating, but they walked, Sean, within 10 feet of me.
Oh my God.
And they just don't care. There are so many fish down there that they're eating. They eat 60,000 calories a day when they're fattening up.
Oh,
so they're just fishing, and we're just kind of a nuisance to them. They're like, I was standing there at one point with my wife, and 2 bears came up. We didn't even hear them.
Oh my
and they just kind of looked at us like, get the hell out of the way. So we did, and they just continued walking upstream. It was really amazing.
I'm sure there was a guide there in case things went a little south.
We did have a guide, but you don't need a guide. It's crazy. They'll just let you go down there.
That's
crazy.
Yeah, I mean,
awesome.
What you have to fear is the hungry bear, right? So
exactly. They're not hungry.
These guys are hungry. They're feasting on salmon.
Fresh salmon. Yeah, my wife just got some salmon at Costco. I wonder if there's a difference. All right. So thanks, Brian, for being with us one more time here today. Just a quick question. When you go on vacations like that, especially with family, do you just completely, unplug? Do you keep a couple positions on, or is that kind of the furthest thing from your mind when you're enjoying some good family vacation time?
I had a couple positions on. I mean, when we pulled back prior to me leaving that Thursday, we pulled back, after the Leopold low, we pulled back the next day to the 5-day moving average and the anchor off that low. So I bought a couple of things, nothing really big, but I'm still holding them. And fortunately, I was able to participate in some of that strength last week. But I didn't spend any time obsessing over them, looking at them, looking for new ideas, or even doing anything other than adjusting stops.
And we've done this long enough to know that time is more valuable. We can have a lot of seat time in front of the screens, and you and I have definitely combined for many, many years. But your history is in prop trading, right? You started out as a prop trader?
I didn't start there. I mean, full time I started there. Yeah, actually, that's true. I started out, after being a retail stockbroker.
Right.
I went to a prop firm called Generic Trading out of New York. And back then it was 24K dial-up. And then I remember when we went to a 48K dial-up, it was, lightning faster. So it was, crazy stuff.
Yeah.
And trading in quarters and in eighths and then sixteenths and all that good stuff. So yeah, that's kind of where I got started, Sean.
Amazing, amazing. And I was just thinking about a joke. Like I remember reading that book that you were working for somebody, and every time they made a trade, a big cannon would fire off. That was a funny story there in one of your books. I was just thinking about it. Every time Brian goes on vacation, he anchors with the VWAP. If you're in a boat or something like that.
I guess
anyways, lame ass joke.
I should have taken a picture. There's a town in Alaska that we drove through.
Yeah.
It's called Anchor Point.
Anchor. Oh, okay. We both
And I should have taken a picture. Like this is the point where you anchor.
Could have been the cover of your next book, man. We could have got something going on over there. Well, you mentioned that bottom there with, oh shoot, now I forget the name of it again. Situational awareness. There we go. Bottom. And today, Brian, we actually had a super chat, and I was kind of secretly trying to leave it for you. And it was CoreWeave and Nebius. Both those names are reporting. One tonight with CoreWeave and then Nebius tomorrow. I'm not trying to get a prediction, because anybody that thinks, that we can, predict what's going to happen on earnings, that's a tough gig. But if you're looking at charts right here, CoreWeave underneath the 200 period moving average. I was thinking, actually, and I know we're in the penalty box, and I get this from you, so shout out to Brian from Alpha Trends. We want to thank him for being on with us one more time here. But, you're in a penalty box until you're out. And right here, underneath the 200, underneath the 50, CoreWeave not looking the greatest. However, I think if they can come up with a good story, we had one from Riot Blockchain today about Anthropic. Boom goes the dynamite. I think you're at a good level here, potentially coiling up, maybe getting going. That's what CoreWeave looks like. And they also had that bottom there with the fund. And then NBIS, your next name over here, looking a little different on the daily than CoreWeave. Once this loads up, I can get it for you once it does. Again, underneath the 50-period moving average is Nebius, but over the 200. So if we were going to sort of pick and choose, does one of these charts look a little bit more interesting to Brian Shannon than the other?
They're both interesting, but as far as buying them ahead of earnings, I have zero interest. And, if we look at CoreWeave first, like you said, we're right up against that 200-day moving average. That's that black dashed line. And the blue dashed line is the 50-day moving average. The orange line is the year-to-date anchor. This is on the right, the 30-minute time frame, the anchor off the Leo low. So, maybe we drop in towards that level, come back up, rebuild, and then we can make it through this 95. I think you've got to make it back above and hold above 96 just to become more neutral here from a longer-term structural point. But when I look at this daily chart, it's just a mess. I mean, I really don't understand the fascination with this stock so much, because it is just it's done nothing really since they've come public. It's up a bit, but a lot of volatility and great for shorter term trades, but just volatility all over the place. I think there's saner stocks to trade. NBIS is probably a little bit saner. The thing is, it's below the anchor from the Leo low, and this is one of the positions that was in his account. So basically, the average price since that low is now above us. If this one can get back up towards that 50-day moving average, create a higher low, and then I think you've got something here with NBIS. This one I like better. We had this low, we have what's looking like a higher low. So now on the daily time frame, one more rally up, higher low, and then get going.
Okay, good. I'm glad we're similar on that one. I did think that Nebius was a little bit of a better look on that. Have you seen Bending Spoons, which is symbol BSP? This is another recent IPO, and what they do is they take sort of old apps. They're big engineering for computer science, taking old apps, bringing them back. I think maybe Vine is one of theirs. They're an Italian-based company. They just IPO'd, and I know we just talked about CoreWeave, you know, what they've been doing, and Nebius and SpaceX now and Cerebras and some of these most recent names here. But check out Bending Spoons. I mean, this has had a great IPO down there at 31 bucks, pops up to 40, gives you all the love down here where you could have really just kind of gone long against some of those lows. Maybe you stop out on July 15th or this day right there when it pops below. But if you're lucky enough to have a little bit of a lower stop, or you even get back in once it builds strength again, there goes BSP. So is this appropriate here? If we're trying to get in, like this is a missed opportunity, but it looks like the buyers want to come in and continue to buy this name. Huge day yesterday, 44 to 54, trying to get higher. Can we place an anchor? And unfortunately, this software that I'm using right here, Brian, doesn't have that, but is anchoring something to its IPO day one trade? Is that something now, or do we just not have enough data yet to use an anchored VWAP on BSP?
No, that's something that I do from the very first minute of trading, and then it often becomes important for a long time, like we saw in the case of Intel that we talk about once in a while. Back when they IPO'd, that became the anchor to keep an eye on for this last move. Anyways, Bending Spoons, didn't one of your kids tell you to buy this one, Sean?
Yeah, that's these kids cost me a lot of money, and then when there's an opportunity for them to make me some money, I don't listen to them.
You don't listen to them.
So you're 100% right. Good memory. Yeah, my son that just graduated from Waterloo, he was saying that he's looking for a job, and he actually got one downtown here with an AI private firm, and he's been really glad to have that. But when I told him about Bending Spoons, he's like, "Oh my God, you got to get in. That's like a very high quality. They're looking for everybody graduating, trying to get in there." So I didn't know if that was like bubble-ish, but at the end of the day, yes, was a good recommendation. I think trading on stuff like that is actually fine. I mean, if there's companies you don't understand, some of the youth these days definitely know.
Yeah, if they can educate you on the story and then you see a chart setting up, then by all means. I mean, I view it the same. But the anchor from the IPO, we got back above it over here, and it's been up and away. I mean, the stock has nearly doubled here in the last couple of weeks. Yeah. So buying it here may be a little bit stretched. I think you look at the anchor from where it started getting going here. We touched it a couple days ago. So maybe in the next few days, if it works its way down a little bit in towards this 5-day moving average and the anchor off the beginning of that move stabilizes, then I think you want to buy it. But up here, it's just getting a little too stretched for me personally.
All right, Joe has a couple of topics.
Yeah. Well, we're going to touch on a couple of things. What's going on, Brian? Good to talk to you once again.
You too.
Listen, I want to talk about the indices here. Now, we've seen the SPY, we've seen the Dow Jones, and we've seen the Russell 2000 hit all-time highs, the ETFs, that is. But if you're someone who's been sitting with some cash on the sideline, and that may not be the best thing right now, but I'm looking at some of these pullbacks, Brian, and respectively with the SPY and in the DIA and IWM, it's 4, 5, even 6%. I'm finding these relatively shallow. At what point do you think we can get in some of these runs? Because we're only getting 4 or 5% of a pullback. Are we going to see that 10, 12 anytime soon, where I think a lot of people are looking for? Because you and I had the discussion is that, hey, are we looking for this pullback, which would put us at around 8%, but we got half of that, and the next thing we are making all-time highs. How are you looking at this?
Pretty amazing, right? I mean, when we look at the daily chart here on the left, we broke this resistance, and then it was up and away off that, what was the Leo low. So I've got the anchor off of that Leo low right here. And what I'm really hoping we see in the next couple days, because as mentioned, I only had small positions based on it touching we made that low, and the next day we gapped up, pulled back to the 5-day moving average and the anchor off of that low, and it's been up and away. Now we're having trouble with the 5-day moving average. I'd love to see in the next couple of days, maybe we pull back down and test that anchor at about 760. So if we would come down to 760, it would actually test this prior resistance as well as that anchor. So we could actually put that on the daily chart and see that, it pretty much ties this prior band of resistance up in here. So pulling back towards 760, if we start to stabilize and move higher, I think that's where you get involved, is strength after a pullback to 760 in the SPY. For the Qs, maybe down towards that 705 would be ideal, and that would at that point be testing the 20-day moving average, and that 20 would be rising because we're averaging this data out over here. So I'm hoping that we get maybe another 2 to 3 days of pullback and then set up for the next leg higher.
And that, I guess that's the narrative in which you just kind of explained there is it's a continuous buy the dip scenario for individuals like myself who would like to see something a little bit deeper. But from the metrics that we just explained right there, that's 2.5%. That's not very deep. I feel that's relatively shallow.
It certainly is. You know, the only if the semiconductors fell apart, which it doesn't look like they're going to, then maybe that puts a little damper on things. But we've got, you know, here's the anchor off the Leo low. So maybe we pull back to 555-ish in there and then make a higher low here. And then when we look at that, you could look at this daily chart and say that's a shoulder, that's a head, and that's a shoulder. And then we get back above that 585, 590, it could be up and away to new all-time highs in the SMH as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And to lead into more of this discussion, I'm looking at NVDA here, and we've been consolidating. Like, we had this long consolidative base here from August 25 to March of 26. It breaks out, but then now we're moving sideways again. What do you see going on with this name in particular? Like, why aren't we seeing some of the moves that we've seen in some of the other names here in NVDA?
Well, you know, who was it, you know, that sold their big piece back in May or something like that? And it's just taken some time. We saw an important move last week that it made it past this resistance here at 210. Now, if it can pull back down into that zone for, you know, maybe it does this for a couple days, pulls back down into that 210 zone, that's also the anchor off that Leo low. Then the 20-day moving average is catching up to it. The 20 is above the 50. And you pull back into there, if that resistance does in fact become support, then I think you've got your next move in NVIDIA to new all-time highs.
Perfect. And final question here. What are you thinking about some of these memory names? I mean, again, massive runs here to the tune, some of them going 1,000%, SanDisk, and then obviously some of the other names, Western Digital, just going on these substantial runs and then losing half of their value, but you're not seeing participants really step back in some of these names here.
Yeah, they're still having problems, obviously. Like, you look at Western Digital here, it's below a declining 20 and 50-day moving average. I don't think there's a lot more downside in these. You've got the year-to-date anchor here, which has been important for Western Digital over and over again. And below that, if it were to get worse, you've got the rising 200-day moving average. But I think they're just going to take some time still to, you know, digest in here. SanDisk, same thing. We bounced perfectly from the year-to-date anchor. That was the absolute low of that pullback right there on the 29th. And we've bounced up to the declining 20. So it's kind of doing what it's supposed to. And maybe it's just going to need some time, get that 20-day moving average flattened out, run up to the 50, and then consolidate a little bit. The 50 flattens out, then you're ready to go again. I think the worst is probably behind us right now, but it doesn't mean you can expect them to buy them here and just quickly run. A couple weeks of you know, settling down in here seems like the best scenario for them.
Thanks.
$2 super chat.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. Yeah, I was going to go ahead and do this. Looks like Andre beat us to this. But yeah, here we go. We have a question from the audience, Brian. Then we're going to get maybe a look from you if there's any stock that you're looking at. This is Zeta. This is a online marketing company that has an all-in-one platform. So if you're a big business looking to, you know, buy software or buy ad space, what they have is in an all-in-one platform, cloud, AI, to help big businesses basically find, it's kind of like the trade desk, try to find out, you know, good spots for them to be investing their money as far as advertising. Tons and tons of clients underneath them with earnings just out. What does this look like to you, Zeta? And it's been a very, very aggressive move. And for me, I mean, breaking through this $25 mark, I mean, this is off to the races here. The highs go all the way back into March right now, running into potentially something over here. But this looks like it's trying to break out here. ZETA, another one of these names involved in the AI race.
Yeah, let's not compare it to TTD, though, because
no.
that one's just a disaster. So Zeta, whatever you want to call this thing, the thing about this when I look at a weekly chart is it just broke this resistance, like you said here, Sean, and that is a place where we've been rejected several times in the past. Now we've broken past it. The past rejections have been really hard, too. So they came up there and got the crap knocked out of them 4 times. This time we're holding above them. So I think this 25-ish area is going to be important in terms of a level that it needs to hold if it begins to pull back. The thing that really just makes me a little bit concerned about a new position here is it's gone from 19 to 29. So it's just rallied basically 50% here in the last 2 weeks. It's still positive. It's still running. So I think the name of the game in here is if you're long, you raise your stop up under these higher lows with that rising 5-day moving average. And then if it starts to pull back deeper in maybe a couple of weeks, and comes down and tests that 25 level, that will really kind of pave the way for what could be next. So we had this 50% move. It hasn't really had much of a correction opportunity yet. If you are, making new purchases, I'd say a stop goes under here, just underneath that higher low from this morning. But it's getting a little bit too stretched for, to be able to think it can continue at this pace, I think.
Yeah, looks a little stretched to me. Zeta there, covered by Brian Shannon. We want to thank Brian Shannon for coming through from Alpha Trends right now. Oh, there's many names we could ask you about.
Could go all day.
Yeah, we could basically go all day. Is there something on your radar right now that you want to let our viewers sort of say, hey, maybe this is worth a look, it's setting up for something? A name that you could maybe give some of our viewers to go do some homework on?
Sure. How about Neogen, NEOG? The biotechs are strong. This one, NEOG, they just reported earnings and it gapped up on those earnings. Here's the anchor from that earnings report right here. So you can see we're right at it. Tomorrow, that 5-day moving average begins to rise as we average this data out. So maybe a quick pullback in the morning and then it gets going. But this is just huge volume on the rally up here for several days. Lighter volume on the consolidation is the volume pattern that, signature that we're looking for. It pulled back to this prior band of resistance. If you look at a weekly chart, it still looks like it's got some room to run. This is where we are. This is where maybe we could be heading up towards that 14-ish level, which would be a nice 18, 19% move from here. So I've got a close eye on Neogen, and a worst case stop would go underneath this low. Maybe you split your stop, put half of it under here, or a third of it here, a third of it there, and a third under that level, so that if it gets a little shakeout, you still got some left to go.
All right, just got a little story there. U.S. Treasury Secretary Bessent, we welcome Meta's release of Muse Glimmer.
Okay.
Does that mean anything to you, Brian? I mean, to me, no.
No, Muse Glimmer? What
exactly.
Yeah.
It's nothing.
Yeah,
it was just recent news.
Yeah.
Meta's been trying to pop up and down another name that we could probably talk to you about. But we want to thank Brian Shannon. He never asked me to do this, but I'm going to do it anyways. This is Maximum Trading Gains with Anchored VWAP. Still one of the best financial books that you can get right now on the market. And I think it's probably 4 or 5 years old, Brian, maybe more.
2023 it came out. So
wow, time flies right there. Yeah, 2023. So thank you to Brian for that one. Maximum Trading Gains with Anchored VWAP. You can go find that. Go to his page at Alpha Trends as well on X and on StockTwits. Absolutely fantastic, Brian. Thank you for all your stories about Alaska there. That was wild times for the bear. If you have any pictures, man, next time would love to see one or two.
Check out my X. I put a bunch of them on there.
Perfect. As soon as we leave, we're going right over there then. We'll show them. So don't go anywhere. Traders, stay with us. We'll show you Brian Shannon.
The adventures of Brian.
Potentially almost getting eaten by a bear.
Yeah. The adventures of
Brian Shannon. Yeah, maybe we
next book, right?
We can do that. Yeah, we'll get our team to put something together. But thank you so much. It's Brian Shannon. Go give this gentleman a follow. One of our original guests. It's Brian from Alpha Trends. Thank you so much for spending your Tuesday afternoon with us.
Thanks, Brian.
My pleasure always. Thanks, everyone.
Ciao. Thank you. And we'll just keep that book. We'll just keep that book right here for everybody's viewing pleasure.
I think it's been there.
Right there. It was on its side. So
okay.
Let's put it up there.
Well, guess what, Katina, man? I don't have anything. If you can hit it, some form of excitement button.
Okay, bang.
Bang. There we go. We're long some ME.
Very original excitement button.
Who was it? Bessent who mentioned this? Let's see if we can get a little bit of a uptick here in META. We had that nice move earlier. We're going with the same size on this one. It's light stuff. Only 100 shares down here. Katina Man 22.14 to see if we can get any form of a pop in this name. We're going to get out at 22.10s to see what we got.
I appreciate the honesty there on the share size. That is for sure. I want to say just real quickly here.
Bang.
Yeah, let's go bang again.
Just keep it
Let's
simple.
go bang again.
Keep it simple.
Looky.
Oh.
Look, what happened? What happened, Apple? There we go, down to 303. Now it's 304.50. Oh, all right, it's 50. 304.50. So there it is, man. 303. We're long. We're now $1. How much in the money? It's 50. But yeah, anyways, 304.50. We'll take some out, man. I mean, we're getting lighter and lighter on this position. We only have a third left. So good on you, Apple, for doing that, man. And thank you to Brian for having that interview with us, because it allowed me to not just get out of it like a maniac and, try to hold on to a little bit more. So there goes Apple cooking now to the upside. You know what? I had this as a 2-minute chart. I'm actually going to potentially change this. It's not long enough for me. And I had that actually with Brian Shannon last time, and he was talking to me about some of those 2-minute candles action going on there. But I'm going to change this to a 5 just to give myself a little bit more detailed look there, because I was just trying to find some levels there for Apple. Easier. I mean, it's going to look like the same level, but sometimes a little easier to find if you do zoom out there. But there goes Apple. We did it. We did it. We did ignore, though, this trade, and unfortunately, it wouldn't have came back in. I mean, if I was bidding, and this was right about 240, so we didn't even have Brian on at that point, but I didn't get a chance. The last thing I want to do is ask him about SpaceX, because then all the SpaceX haters in the chat will be like, oh, now they're asking Brian about it. But, this name here did have it bounce now 2 days in a row at 130. So potentially tomorrow's trade today, could be that 130 on SpaceX. Definitely looking at that. I mean, I have Mr. Options right beside me, and I think that there could be some decent opportunities there at that 130 level. I mean, good news, any moment for SpaceX really sends this thing, pun intended, but whoops. No, it sends this one to the moon on a rocket ship. So we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening there with SpaceX coming out very, very soon. All right, Sia's here, Adair's here, and we're going to go back to the desk.
Let's take a look at what the markets are doing right now. You have the SPY that is down 0.37%, the triple Qs that are down 0.5%, and the Dow that is down 0.40% to be precise. Let's take a look at two things that I want to talk to you about. JBL, that is Jabil Incorporated, a company that builds circuit boards. So they have received an upgrade to buy from UBS. Analyst David Vaught has said, we upgrade Jabil to a buy on a multi-year growth cycle fueled by AI investment from Amazon, Meta, and Google, rising healthcare demand as capacity comes online, and scaling automation and robotics markets. So JBL is currently up 5.3% on the day. Also, AAPL currently down 5.4% on the day. After Bank of America has downgraded the stock, its shares to neutral, the firm has also said that risks to AppLovin's revenue growth forecast have now increased, and Bank of America has also continued by trimming its price target down to $400 from $430 where it was sitting at. Currently, APP trading around the $320.5 region.
All right, good stuff. Thank you very much for that.
I have a new trade idea.
What is it?
SpaceX long.
SpaceX long. Okay, well, give me some more detail on it.
No more details other than that.
That's just
just SpaceX forever long, apparently.
How about Meta?
I just wanted to say, yesterday we had it going off. Looks like it's going off here right now. I'm going to take a long through 133. That's that level right there. We could be wrong. It could hit and come right back in. So we'll take half a unit and we'll see. We'll just say, let's ride. Russell Wilson style, let's ride. We'll see if we can get that back up to the upside right now. And I know that's what a ludicrous song too. Let's ride or let's ride. Let's ride. I think that's about right. There, probably one of his biggest songs, and I can't even remember how it goes. But there, 133 break there. We have a 200-period helper as well, helping give some support to that. That's at 132. Oh no, that's Chauclair. Let's ride. Canadian. That's why nobody knows it. Right there, 132 breaking higher there. So I'm going to try a 133 long. Did you say we had a super chat about SpaceX?
Yes, we did have one.
What was it? Was it like, are we going long?
Pull it up here. What we got going? I'm leveraged long.
Yeah, good move. I did see it.
The bull rev trap. Listen, so your leverage, are you using a vehicle or are you on margin? I think the question deserve two completely different answers. Now, if you're using a leveraged ETF, it's not good, okay? Because if things get disastrous, it's significantly more difficult than just funding your account on a margin account, all right? So for me personally, I would avoid using the leveraged ETFs. And if you are going to use that aspect, you would prefer, you're on margin, says Arthur. Yeah, you got to add a little bit more, to be honest with you. So yeah, hey, listen, it is what it is. So I'm long SpaceX for as long as I can recall now. I mean, since the couple of days after the IPO.
Okay, here we
and
go.
I will be for the foreseeable future. So you're looking to go long. This meta trade
I'm doing it
isn't doing what I wanted to do either.
Yeah, no, this is doing what I think we wanted to do. It just sucks because we had indicated down here around 131 that this was a long that we liked, and now I'm finally trying to punch into it at 133 there. Sometimes trades look so easy, like we were talking about the last couple of days, where it just worked, right? I mean, if we use something like that, I mean, yesterday it basically breaks this level around 315, which is actually right now, is when it started going. It's a little earlier today, obviously, on Meta as it breaks that, looking back, this little clump up and then the take of the 200, we should probably be long $1 ago, which is why we're only going to use half a unit. I feel like that's already been a nice aggressive move, and maybe there we go, we're long now SpaceX. It just breaks through. Looks like it just ticked into the 20s there, but I'm going to give this a buck. So we're going to leave it for a second. This was yesterday's play there at the end of the day. The day before that, we had a nice increase as well when we bounced off of 130, basically closing at 133 there. So we're going to see what winds up happening now as there's the move higher, with me. And then here's the pull back in. So right now it looks like we're going to be out about 20 cents or so. Yeah. On this trade, we got punched in. So we talked about this yesterday with Neil about he was trading the Toronto one, just not really. I asked him why, and it was, trying just to get used to some of the slippage and the fills that were happening over there. This is not horrible slippage at all, 4 or 5 cents. We were taking a 133 break anyways, so, we indicated that. The reason why I want to give this about $1, you're going to have converging lines right now of the 25 and the 200, so they're both going to be supported around 132. So if we do drop in, let's get a little longer ahead of that. And look, if we lose, we lose on this. I mean, there's nothing we can... this is a trade idea. This is part of the business, right? I used to always think like, oh my God, I don't really want to have any losers. We're going to be right now, before we entered that trade, we're at the highest spot all day that we've been at. And I mean, we can throw some of this money at it, like Apple, like this is now $2 in the money. So props up on that one there for anybody that hit Apple with me as well. So, that's going to be a good long. And you never want to throw bad money after good, like just because we made money, bless you, just because we made money on Apple doesn't mean that now all of a sudden we can just throw it away on SpaceX, although that appears to be what we're doing right now. Let's give this a go, right? We're gonna give it a go. I'm actually only in a third of a unit. I know I said about a half. Change it down to a third. I'm gonna use the other bullet somewhere around here, 132. Actually just bid 132.20 to get another quarter of a unit. So that'll put me up to just over half a unit, which is fine. Kind of what we want to do. Let me buy into this dip right here, give ourselves a little bit of a better average price as we buy some 56s there. And that one I had to go on and punch to get those longs. So there it is. Now our average price only down by a little bit to 98 cents. That's why sometimes our average price will change, because I'm averaging in and averaging out. How real trading calculates it is an averaged in and an averaged out price. First in, first out. So FIFO over there with their accounting rules. Oh, we did say that we were going to look at the top traders. Yes. So yeah, let me look at this and then we'll talk about it. So thank you so much from TikTok there with your 1 cent gift. What about CPI tomorrow? Maybe Adara, if she does have any sort of CPI graphic out, we can do that. She's going to have a look. All right, okay, good. We'll Adara, I'll throw it back over there. We can have a look at that graphic, or even put the link in the. Oh, it's not out yet. Okay. Maybe we could talk about it. But there it is. This is who made the money yesterday at Real Trading. So this is the top 10 traders yesterday. Amex New York, Amex Canada again right there, 17,000. This is unbelievable, dude. Like I hadn't seen the Turkish market on here for days. For years, I should say. Now it's been like, it's on here at least a couple times a week. Now someone's absolutely demolishing either a trade idea, some kind of a opportunity there in Turkey. So I think the best thing to do would be to look up which stocks are doing the most volume over there, because at Real Trading we have access to over 60 lit markets. So that's kind of cool. And then here we go, LSE, Paris, Turkey. So someone obviously there trading the European markets also, Amex. So it would be interesting to find out what exactly.
Who's the top guy?
18K, but just North America.
Pretty close race there between.
Yeah. I mean, everything's pretty good. This is a pretty good board, right? I mean, I'd be happy making 7 a day. That is for damn sure. And then 18,000, even more blessed to do that. But, again, this doesn't show the losses or anything like that. And I don't know the buying power that these guys have. The New York Yankees have just struck a financing deal with Apollo Management Group. I don't know what they need that financing for, the New York Yankees, but Apollo getting in probably a percentage of the business. $2.6 billion the New York Yankees were just sold for a percentage to Apollo Group. So there you go, man. I mean, MLSE is getting richer by the minute over here with all these Toronto teams. Looks like Apollo getting involved. What a business that is, man. Professional sports teams. People are spending money on these hobbies.
Pele has to go.
What's that?
Pele has to go.
Pele?
Pele.
Keith Pele.
Yeah.
You think so?
Yeah.
I think the Maple Leafs have done a fantastic job this last offseason.
What about all the other seasons?
Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Let's see what happens. And that wasn't Keith Pele all the other seasons. That's Brendan Shanahan, my guy.
But
Keith Pele is now the president.
No, but he was MLSE.
Yeah, I know, MLSE, but he wasn't nothing to do with the Leafs as much. Now he's more.
Oh, dude, he was heavily embedded with the Leafs.
No, I know, but now it's his show.
Now it's his show.
Yeah, so now he's got a new GM, he's got a new coach. Everything is under him now.
Yeah. Well,
let's wait to see how that.
I mean, come on, Leafs fan didn't like the.
Wait a minute, don't they still have Berube? Did they get rid of Berube?
No, he's gone, man. We don't have.
Yeah, so who's the?
I don't even know who this guy is. He's some NCAA coach.
Oh yeah. That's right. I was like getting all about that. Yeah, but so the Maple Leafs, I think they'll be okay. Oh, we're over under 17 and a half.
Yeah, 17 and a half. A lot of people. You didn't see the chat. A lot of people have me winning that one. Yeah. You think Gavin McKenna is going to score 18 goals this season? Well, yeah, clearly you bet $20 on it, so obviously you believe it.
Yeah.
All right,
sure, man.
All
right, Adara, anything? I mean, we just had that information on the CPI. Do you have the expected number, what we're going to look for tomorrow morning? Okay, let's go.
So this visual is actually technically the template that I'm going to be using to post tomorrow, but it's all up to date, so I thought, why not show it to you? The reason the actual has no numbers is because the number hasn't come out yet, but I'm going to update this and post this as close to 8:30 a.m. as I can. And when I say as close to 8:30 a.m. as I can, I mean after the number. So you guys are going to get a visual right after the number, as I like to do for some of these economic events. Either way here, guys, as I mentioned earlier, you've got an interesting trend where you've got, and this is also the case for PPI last time I checked as well, where you're expecting actually a heating, hotter CPI month over month and core CPI month over month prints this time than you got before. So you're expecting, again, month over month 0.1% versus negative 0.4% prior. Core CPI month over month 0.2% versus 0% prior. So we're expecting these numbers to heat up. But if you look at the year over year numbers, we're actually expecting them to cool. So year over year CPI 3.4% is the estimate versus 3.5% prior. Core CPI year over year 2.5% versus 2.6% prior. So it's kind of an odd look when you're expecting a cooling here for year over year, but a heating for month over month. We're going to have to wait and see if that does come to fruition. But it's worth noting for PPI, Producer Price Index, I'm seeing the exact same trend. Back to you.
For that, and you know what? Yeah, you're just gonna. Let's talk. We can talk about Google too, down 4% today. What's up with that? Right there. What's up with this?
Oh.
Let's go, man. Sirens up on this one, man. Like 50-50? I mean, based on what Adara was showing us there tomorrow, there's going to be some movement here, with the uncertainty of that CPI print coming tomorrow. Like the fact that this is 50-50 with a month to go, like that's right in line right now to give us really something to look forward to on September the 16th. So definitely get in there, mark your calendars like right now. That's going to be an absolutely fantastic day to join us here on Trader TV Live, as Neil and I will be taking you in to the numbers. At 2:30 is when the conference will be, the back and forth with Warsh. And, we really saw a turn of the tides last Fed day when, the market was really rallying, and all of a sudden some cold water, and we absolutely tanked the rest of that day. And then even the next morning started off decent, and then boom, more downside there in the NASDAQ and the ES based off last Fed number, as it got a little bit more hawkish dovish. And
Warsh's Fed is going to be nothing like JP's Fed.
no, I mean, well, you think because more communication or less
communication,
right?
Less communication.
That's his idea there with the
he's
task forces.
I believe what he stated when his last meeting was less data dependent and more forward looking, more or less. So again, anticipating, not waiting for the data to come in. A lot of interesting things coming from Kevin Warsh. So
Yeah, it should be, new ideas.
forward guidance. Yeah, exactly.
Trump picked him. He's Trump's guy. So we'll have to wait to see now, where that goes from here and what kind of control, these guys have on the Fed and the interest rate decision that's about to roll through. Okay, guys. It's not looking great. Yeah, I mean, we tried that 133. Good thing is, the bad thing is now we have that half a unit. I'm going to give a stop there, honestly. 131 breaking through. It's getting close. Like I was saying that we got to give this one a little bit of room, but right here, if we zoom back in, we have now not a great look here. It's back to 30s right now, but it broke through the 25. When we were looking at it, that was down here at 132. It's obviously pretty quickly appreciated upside. It's only a 1 minute chart, so these lines changing real quick, but the 200 period is still there. So I'm going to try to use right down here, 31.75. See if that's a little bit of a bump area there. That's 31.90. So 131.90. Hopefully that holds. Looks like we're going to try to break 32s right now. So and remember what I was saying, sometimes it just looks so easy that, hey, I'm just going to go long SpaceX because the last 3 days it bumped. Well, it's not bumping now. Maybe it needs a bump to get back to the upside there, if you know what I'm saying. But right now, SpaceX shorty got lower. We're still not stopped out, but that was real close there again. So 132.01. The trigger's in, man. I mean, I don't have trigger fingers right now. This is 131.75, a breakdown. You know what? Worth it to take a tenth of more of a share. Okay, now we have almost 3/4 of a unit now. And the reason why I take that shot right here is my stop out's already in 20 cents. So what is another couple bucks? We'll add to the position. If it's going to work, then giddy up. If not, we've just added a little bit to this loser, which is fine. This is not really going to hurt us here today, but it does hurt. I mean, losing $1 on this is not the greatest idea of mine. But here it comes, trying to battle. Darn. Yeah, that little rejection right there of 132. It needs to break and go. Stop it. Go. There's a lot of shares here, man. Each one of these is 100 shares, right? And you're seeing clearly today 92 million shares. So there's many more. Aurora Cannabis. Aurora Cannabis has a $4 per share takeover proposal under it right now.
I was going to say not $1,200.
No, where we're stuck in at? No, so $4 takeover rumor there, and they're going to review that. So there it is, man. ACB right here. So, that has something underneath it. So that is now halted for further review from ACB. This is a company requested halt. Okay, so it did not halt on anything other than they want to take the time to review the offer that they got. I think it was from TrueLeave. Not sure exactly who gave it to them, but they got a $4 bid underneath it. So we'll have to wait to see if that's going to be something there.
There's a couple of names. I mean, there's this NASA ETF that's just been getting absolutely destroyed. I was talking about DRAM and some of these names here with Brian Shannon not too long ago. Here's Robinhood still off of those highs on the weekly, $93.86. SoFi, a name that still can't find any form of, no, man, it still can't find any form of recovery, down 45%. So it's definitely been a tougher look in some of these fintech names. But JP Morgan around all-time highs. We like that. Let's send it over to the desk.
The IWM is currently up 0.44%. Not much has changed since before, but let's take a look at two individual tickers here. COHR, that is up 8% right now. The company will report earnings after the market closes on the 12th of August. That is tomorrow. Revenue estimate for the company is $1.98 billion with an EPS estimate at $1.62. ON holding is currently down over 21%. Reported results in the company has seen a rise in net sales, but the company has missed both estimates of EPS and revenue. Both estimates have been missed, EPS and revenue, by Zacks consensus. So that is why the stock is reacting the way it is. You can see a huge drop over there, and that's all. Sending it back to you.
Thank you very much for that. See, I mean, yeah, we've been trading some of these small caps, Sharif. Sean has that name, but Plague, this is so difficult to trade, right? Like, we are fortunate to get a nice little 10-cent scalp on it. But unless you're getting involved with this, what if it halts all the way up here at $6.30, and then all of a sudden you can't even read the tap on it because it's an Amex stock. It just decides to tank and fill this whole gap, losing 33% of its value just like that, down to $4 or so. That's what makes some of these significantly more difficult. And if it's south of VWAP, I want no business to do with it, to be honest with you, Sean, because they don't trade very well. It's either a fade. I think that's where Luis Barbados would come into play in regards to that. So there wasn't very many rocking and rolling here today. If you ask me, what was that one I was just on? MTEN? No, that wasn't it. QMCO, yeah.
Oh, Apple.
Apple's still going? Oh, it's coming.
No, I'll talk about it. Just keep going. Yeah.
No, does it come back in? Yeah,
Coming back
we got a nice little rebound here on Meta. I was going to take an additional long, take another attempt. So now this might be a good opportunity here for us to play the break of the trend. Once again, only 28 minutes left in the day here, Sean.
Let's go. Make SpaceX great again, man. Okay, so we just talked about Apple there. There's my stop out at the 50-period moving average. Okay, well, that was quick. Nice move down there, 305 downside. And yeah, man, let's go. Let's see if we can get, what's up, Brendo? Let's see if we can get this going right now on SpaceX. Finally back to flat. I did take a couple outs right there at this flat zone of 132.50. Remember, guys, like we were moments away, man. Our stop out was right there at 131.75. Like, so now I feel like this is bank error in our favor a little bit. So we have exited a little bit out. We got out of 20% there for this flat area of 132.50. We do need it to climb a little bit higher, obviously, to make any real money. So my next offer, I do have one at 75, and I have one at 33s, and then I don't know if we're going to get there. I don't want to be holding this too close to the imbalances. The imbalances the last couple of days have really sent SpaceX, moving. So we don't want to necessarily be too much involved in that, as these ones will come through. Right now, we don't have any look on the NASDAQ. It's all New York and Amex there, as Joe was just talking about Plague there being on the Amex as well. All right, it is time for our Asian market update with Adara and One up at the big desk.
The Asian markets have yet to open, and so in order to prepare for that opening, it's time to look back at what seems like it was a pretty mixed session yesterday in Asia.
Yes, you're absolutely right, Adara. Mixed session overnight in Asia, tracking that of overnight losses in Wall Street. We did see some positive notes, though. South Korean Kospi up 0.73%. AI sentiment improving in South Korea. The government is planning to pass a law this year streamlining that of AI projects in the country. Semiconductor exports also surged 155% year over year to nearly $10 billion for the first 10 days of August. So for the first 10 days of this month, lifting that of sentiment on AI in South Korea as well. We see Samsung up by more than 4%, as well as SK Hynix up 0.7% last night. Over in Taiwan, tech stocks also rose by about 0.5%, building on yesterday's 2.1% gain. So TSMC, we know, rose 0.6% last night. That's adding to their 0.4% gain yesterday on Monday. And also MediaTek up by 1.5%. Japan's Nikkei 225 closed for a public holiday, Mountain Day holiday. But over in China and Hong Kong, we see a lot of profit taking happening, especially within mining and AI hardware. Energy costs concerns, as well as the upcoming US inflation data, driving most of the rotations into defensive sectors for those regions. Now, I mentioned earlier the Nikkei 225 was closed, so they'll be catching up tomorrow for Wednesday's open. So see if the Nikkei 225 can hold above that 66.500 level, or they could face some catching up. Selling as well in chip tool makers on the open for Japan. And of course, everyone's got their eyes on tomorrow's CPI data report. That's going to be the main catalyst for Asian markets as well. Cooler print could support that of a Fed rate relief, while a hotter reading strengthens that of the dollar, which will then weigh on emerging equity markets, especially in Asia.
It'll be interesting to see, too, how these Asian markets trade the day before the CPI, because they're not really going to have that until their Thursday session. So interesting look here. And do join us every day at 11:30 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. for discussion of European and Asian markets, respectively, with One.
All right, thank you, One
very much,
and
very
Adara. Of course, we do have, this just came out. We're gonna do this in a second, so thank you, David. We will have it. I have it up for you in just one quick second. We'll talk about it. The imbalances you ask, you shall receive momentarily on the numbers. Their implied moves, sorry, is what you wanted. NVIDIA broke through the, it's been breaking through. It's just, we should have got out everything right there. We held that last 10%. I just took it out when it broke through 218. So out of NVIDIA there on 218. I think it was about, at the end of the day, that was a short 219. So dollar there, but we had already taken like 250. Like those were good outs. Like wish to have that back again. Now we'll just roll with SpaceX into the close, right? I have a 75, and then I have an O's, and then I don't have anything. O's Zan. How about that one, Ozan? If you're still watching out, right there. Okay, $5 super chat. And this is all Adara's work, man. So she's putting these together. So here we go. This is Kava. These are the implied moves. She could not. She's just letting you know. Let's go SpaceX. Just got filled in 70s. Oh, damn, why did I get some out at 50s? Okay. 10, 12, 15, 12. Firefly Aerospace. Don't love the aerospace space. I don't know enough about Firefly to worry about that. I don't know if you're able to see Nebius too, Adara, because Nebius, of course, is tomorrow morning. So we'll have a quick look at that, and we'll cover that too. But yeah, CoreWeave to me is the most interesting. Lumentum has obviously been a big, huge stock as well. And then Kava. I know there are, before I go on about all of this, what I do want to show, and I'm going to get to Adara in a second, but this is the Trader TV research page. Its X account is just type in TTV. I always say that. It should be the first one that comes up right there. Thanks, 30,000 followers. You're getting up there, That's nice. And then, just coming out, the earnings are there. You have Nebius. And then just what I wanted to actually show you was, all the other work that goes into this, like all those things, all those graphics that she's putting up, they're all, pretty much all on here, if not all of them are. And, here's a little bit on Kava, if that's the stock you're looking at specifically. There's notes on that. Here's AST Space Mobile notes and what to expect. Oh, you have Nebius right here too. There's Nebius.
I just don't have the implied move on them, is what I was going to say.
Right, okay.
So it doesn't exist. I checked.
NBIS?
Okay. Yeah, we do not have an
I can't
implied.
find it yet anyway.
Joe's going to look.
SMCI.
No, look for SMCI and NBIS.
I got SMCI right up.
Okay, well, we can show your screen.
13.3%.
We should give this one to Adara's.
Yeah,
Two options AI. Yeah, give that to her there.
I've been using this for
double check.
For a long time now. So here it is, 13.3%. Adara, I'll send you the link momentarily. Here it is, 13.3% expected move, and then NBIS. Let's see if we can find something along those lines. 12.2% as well too. So not too bad of a look here on both of those lines. A high of $215, also a low of $168 on NBIS. We'll go back to SMCI momentarily. We got a fill on Meta. It's not looking too good, but we're not going to panic just yet. $35 as a high, and then $27. Yeah, early imbalances. Sorry.
Yeah, no, they're not even out yet. I was just going to say, why, when we just had that 5%, did I sell it there? And there it is there, Sean. Intel's coming up to $98. Thank you so much, Terrible Trades. What a trade that would have been. Here's Intel. I thought the break long would have been something at $98 today. It looks like we absolutely nailed the price because 98 never broke. So that was, it did early and we did take it, but we were already long from down here. Intel will actually be, NVIDIA will be my top stock today, then Intel, then Apple, and SpaceX. It's position pending, but that doesn't, it just tried to run to 133 and stopped on a dime. I'll show you that trade in a minute. But yeah, there it is, man. And if you're, what he's talking about here is my page right there, 58,000. There it is right there, Intel 98 break long. Written down there, right? And so that looks like it's going to be a pretty decent key level there, as it doesn't see 98 except for right there at 10 o'clock where we did go long and then it lost the bid. So looks like that's going to be a good support area. But thank you for bringing it up. And with the imbalances coming out, nah, man, no mas. Too little, too risky on that one. What's up, Sia? Right there, 133, 132. So, we got those fills. There's 80s and there's 90s. So we do have a nice upside play there on SpaceX, just not as much as we wanted on this name. So gimme, never gets. You should have learned your manners by now. Give me
I'm
never
gonna get out of
your
this.
manners.
We doubled it up, man. Continue, man. We got like 200 plus shares there on this one, starting to come.
And it's
back
coming
again.
back
So,
in?
Yeah, coming back in. So we'll hop
So
out.
METU is, it's not the inverse, it's just a double?
It's it's 2x. Not hyper liquid, only 3.6 million shares traded. It's better than FBL though. This continues to, so we do get back the majority of our day and then some on this one. So I'm like, you know what, let's see if we get a nice little move higher. Not necessarily the case, a clean flush. To all the way to the downside.
We do have Sia ready to rock and roll over at the desk. Let's go find out what she's up to here at 3:42, moments before the imbalances. I have it in my ear, so immediately I don't hear a mic.
Yep.
There we go. Now we're back. Let's
Perfect. All good. We're going to take a look at the sectors. The SPY currently down 0.28%. Thank you for bearing with me over there. Electric tech, again, flatness still maintained in NVIDIA. Apple has slid further into its losses, down 1.1%. AVGO, Broadcom down almost 2% on the day. Micron, GE, INTC, TXN, RTX, Qualcomm all flat on the day. You have AMT that is up a little bit. Dell has slid further into the losses, down 4% on the day. Well, same case for Google here, down further into its losses, down 3.79% in tech services. Meta is still up 1% on the day. Palantir, PNW, flat. Oracle still down 3.8%. Finance, a bit of a mixed sentiment continues in this sector with consumer non-durables, process industries, consumer services as well, where McD and Disney are flat. And in finance, you have BRKB that is down 2% and Hood that is currently flat. One other name, well, that goes down more, 3.7%. Retail trade, you have Amazon that's down 2% on the day, very close to. Walmart is flat. Costco down close to 1% now. Home Depot is up 1.2%. And TJX has now slid further, down 2% on the day. You have producer manufacturing, still bullish momentum in AMAT, LRCX, CAT, and GEV right off the start. And as well as ECN that is up 3% on the day. Energy Minerals, XOM continues to be flat. CVX up on the day. And utilities, just want to check out one name over here, CEG and VST. CEG is up 3.2%. VST is up 1.8%. And to end it off, let's look at transportation. Uber is up 0.63%. Dash up close to 2%. FedEx is a bit down 0.80% on the day. And UAL not doing bad for itself today, up 2.5%. Let's send it to Adara.
Time to talk here about crypto, guys. And it's not Clarity Act related directly, but it did lead to a big move here. Basically, seeing reports that the SEC, Securities and Exchange Commission, is poised to unveil some major crypto plans. I don't have any more details than that, as we have the Clarity Act stalling out here in terms of progress there. So as that progress stagnates, the SEC trying to make their own move here on crypto. Not much of a move on Circle. Nice move on Coinbase. We'll take a look here at IBIT. Bouncing a little bit off lows, nothing crazy. But again, guys, you can also find a post about this that I just quickly typed on X at TTV Research. SEC looking to announce its own crypto plan because they don't have any progress yet on the Clarity Act. Back to you.
Okay, I mean, all those new plans should be somewhat interesting there, and we'll see where they wind up going. Okay, good decision on Apple as it's coming back into 304.50, which is basically where we're at. There was, I saw something and I want to talk about it. Do I remember what it is, though? I do not. Crypto 63,000. We could have a quick little look at that one right now as we're waiting. I'm going to get a little bit longer on IBIT at 132, just still giving it that 25 cents to the downside. We're now 4 minutes away. I'd like to be able to hold this into the imbalances. My stops are already in, so hopefully it comes out a buy. You know, this is the spot where it's like, I have half a unit, happy with what we have on SpaceX right now, and don't really want to risk too. Oh, this is what it was. Did we ever find out anything on Google? Like why this name is kind of on a tank city right now to the downside. So IBIT right now down 1%. No real news on Adara's most recent story there for crypto. So, but yeah, you know, Google's still getting hit a little bit. They had some of their key holders or whatever leaving last week come through for Google. Didn't think that was too serious. You know, kind of bought back up there one of the days on the daily chart there for Google. SpaceX is going to lose the bid, man. It's probably going to come a sell imbalance. I'm sorry about that, guys. It looks like we'll lose there on SpaceX. At least we were able to get something out. I still have half a unit back in, so Yeah, as I was saying, we did have some moves down. I think it was this dramatic day, 380 down to 357. And remember, we actually caught that long off the bottom, and then it looked like we were maybe recovering, but no, not at all, man. This is basically a 5-day kind of tumble down on Google, bring us right back into the 200 period moving average. Glad I bought at 320. I feel like if I didn't, I probably would be buying right about now, 335, 336. So another name, really like Google. I think we both do. You know, a name with a huge moat around it. I know their free cash flow was negative for the first time there for Google, but hey, it is what it is. And I hate that saying as well, but that is what the stock is doing right now. I still like the name, and I do not like SpaceX because SpaceX just flushed me out of that trade. So not a great one. I mean, we were able to battle back. We got some out, but at the end of the day, it's an L, and SpaceX will be an L today. So we will go red on that name. Still looking for some more. If we could do something, if this does come out a buy, maybe we can hit it real quick if the imbalances come out a buy, but that's too risky. I think I have to have a rule now, be like if it out at 345, especially on a name like SpaceX, because you know, like you had that move higher, maybe it was going to go, and then the last 10 minutes heading into the imbalances, we still do flush down. And like, did we just get stopped out? Maybe at the lows, maybe. I mean, that does happen to me all the time. Just means we're kind of picking good levels, just maybe executing wrong on them. So let's give us a little bit of a breather here as we'll wait to see. I already have this ready to go, man. So anything that, now you're going back up. See, this is where I feel some kind of ways, like I want to buy it back.
Oh.
But
don't feel a type of way.
No, I'm not all caught up in my feelings here. But we'll give it a watch, SpaceX. With only 2 minutes until those imbalances. Boo, SpaceX, boo. Would have liked to have that one going. Intel at 98, yeah. Beautiful short again. So thanks for that call out there in the chat about Intel and the level that 98 that we had written down. That looks like it's going to be a good one. Did we make a good decision? My number one stock now today will just be NVIDIA.
Okay.
And we got out of the short right there, so that doesn't look like a good look either. But now with only a minute and a half left, you're flat, we're all flat.
Yeah.
So let's go on NVIDIA and let's see what happens here. Remember, we can also play a reversal on these imbalances as well. They come out a sell, then we hit the long as it gets paired off. So that's another possible trade here. Waiting to see what happens with SpaceX, maybe a buy on this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And here it is, right? NVIDIA. So listen, we were positive on the day up until this METU trade. Nothing to write home about, that's for sure. But hey, what else are we going to do here unless we try to swing? Probably too big of a swing here in the end of the day. Like, should have got back in here, should have, could have, would have, and that's what if history. So 22.05 where you get out, you get right back in, increasing your risk reward, pops all the way up to 18s, and then sells off. Here Sean, I actually had like 230 shares or something along those lines right here, looking for that break for that move. I mean, nothing crazy, $22 name, but hey, it's better than nothing. Looking for that move back into 22.38. Didn't get it whatsoever. So whatever program was happening in Meta bright and early this morning, there was no continuation whatsoever, Sean. We couldn't find a story. Derek couldn't find anything along those lines, but it was 20 minutes of strong, aggressive buying, and then you just give back the majority of that move. You were onto something. Listen, credit where credit is due. Clearly onto something, because we've talked about this on multiple occasions, is that we see these catalysts step in, even though we couldn't find one here in Meta, and then it just immediately gets faded off. There's no holding it, whether it's the same day or the following day. So I think that's going to be the continuous narrative here in META until otherwise. What is that otherwise? I've told you guys on multiple occasions. There it goes, boom, flush to the downside. NVDA 217, Sean, and really starting to pick up momentum to the downside. So watch out for this one back home, ladies and gentlemen. Netflix down 2%. Strong session yesterday, giving back the majority of that as well, too. Well, guess what? Applied Materials is up 0.5%, just in case you were curious. DRAM and SK Hynix, again, inside days here. Nothing crazy going on in these memory names, ladies and gentlemen. But MSTR only down 1.6%. Do you believe this is value? Because I think you and I sit in the same camp, Sean, is that we wouldn't go Bitcoin. We would buy either BMNR and MSTR if we were going to look to get involved in some crypto once again. That's the camp that I stand in. I think I heard you say the same thing. But here's Coinbase as well, too, heading a little bit lower. So a tougher look. PanW and CrowdStrike all hit all-time highs. Imbalances are officially out, Sean, if you want to pull those up.
Yeah, I have them up now, and it's Intel with a bid. It's really small, like 1.2 billion. It sounds like it's a little large because it's a billion number there, but yeah, there's ON, so trying to recover today as well. It's still down 20%. Buyers coming in for that name. Amazon on the sell side, so that's now pushed down about $1 off of their level. Potential buy zone now for Amazon on that imbalance, down 2%. I mean, the market's going to be flattish today. Amazon down 2%. I like that name. NVIDIA continues with the sell. That's too bad, man. We were short NVIDIA. Still my number one stock, but we did get out of our last 5% about 70 cents ago. On the upside, Open Door. Are they reporting today? I remember something about Open Door.
They reported last week.
Okay, what about a late second run here in SpaceX? You want to try it? Let's try it. We're going to try a late second run in SpaceX right now. I don't see it on here. I know I can sort it by alphabetically, and I know Neil sometimes he has his own little book open there that we can call it up, but I'm not that smart. SPCE. Okay, I just got to do this, Jesus. SPCX.
It's like going through the dictionary.
Yeah, this was probably easier to do it Neil's way. Sell. Oh, okay. Sell there of 234,000. So kind of in petite put, so a little small piece there. We'll wait to see if it's going higher. We're long in right now at 132 on SpaceX. Of course, recent stop out there. Let's see if it goes a little bit higher on that. It was sort of back by size there, and then the zoom this up, sort it. There it is. So Intel, Amazon, FXI with a buy. Don't we have President Xi coming pretty soon? It was August, right? I mean, do we have an update on that one?
I was seeing September most recently.
Oh, okay. So we'll wait for that one on FXI. I think still like that name, FXI, which of course is your ETF for China big cap. So watch out for that once they start coming through and talking to President Trump. SMCI on earnings today. We don't have an implied move. I think it was 13%. Joe wound up finding for us. So we'll wait to see what SMCI does after the bell today. Netflix also catching a bid, but not really reacting that way. Netflix kind of flat on that. Watch out for Amazon. I think there's a potential pop back up to the upside as we're coming right into a level on their imbalance here for Amazon that could wind up being a sell. It is a sell, but could wind up being a buy as it turns itself around. Remember, at 355, all this paired action. So what that means is right now traders are submitting, or funds or whoever are submitting orders into the closing auction gateways, and they're saying right here, there's still 1.2 million shares to sell. So, if Joe comes in and says, I'll take 1 million of those, then all of a sudden that will now turn into 200,000 to sell, which all of a sudden the sell pressure for 4 o'clock has dissipated, so, and the major update from the NASDAQ happened. So right now it's just small little pairings coming off, but all the block trades will actually happen at 355. So that's when you'll start to see a complete turn. Oh, it just got bigger.
Yeah, it got way bigger.
So it got bigger there on Amazon. So, yeah, we got to watch out there for potential sell to the downside. So, people are adding to this sell here today. What's the NASDAQ doing downside here? SpaceX is just doing its own thing. We only have a quarter of a unit. It's not much. I want to give this a chance to flip as well. Okay, here comes Amazon. Let's get ready to see if there is some sort of a flip happening in any of these names. SpaceX right now still a sell. SpaceX got bigger. Wasn't that just a sell of 200,000? So
let's go.
Yeah, we're starting to go to the downside. What do you have? You have NVIDIA long.
Yeah. We grabbed the 100 down here at 217.20, Katina, man. Getting that 20-cent pop just like that. We posted up. It flushed. Bang. And it was just like bang, all the way to the downside. So there it is. Bang. There we go. Recovering a lot of the day. Oh, man, we took half off. If we held more of it there, brother, it would have been an absolute monstrous trade. There it goes. Bang. Let's go. All gone. What a pop up to 217.72. My guy, just like that. Oh, man, what a move up there. We got holy cow. Here we go.
And there goes SpaceX. We learning now, baby.
Just like
We've
that.
got our hats
From the depths themselves.
of hell.
There it was, man. What a move there, my boy. Let's go.
One more time.
Props up, man.
One more time. There it is.
What a move. The trading gods
Look what we're doing, man. Yeah, 88 cents right there for us on SpaceX. This man's got NVIDIA over there. Boom, shakalaka. We bought it just before that 355 reversal, man. I love trading with Joe. Has no problems taking a little bit of risk there at the end of the day. I like it, my guy.
What else are we going to do here?
That's what I always say.
Bro, what else?
It's like I'm here to do some work.
Post it up.
And do something about this, right? And so, and sometimes, it takes you for a ride.
Sometimes it works.
Sometimes the roller coaster goes up and never comes down.
Yeah, exactly.
But
the narrative can change pretty quick. That's for sure.
That was a good one there, man. We turn our frown upside down. I hope you guys like some of that. There it is. Thank you to Terrible Trades there. We will have Neil back tomorrow, and he's part of the Dream Team as well. But we're going to say thank you to that one, Tasty Trades, man. This is, hey, look, Joe and I, we're in sync a lot of the time. So that was a good trade there.
That was. You got the SpaceX? Yeah, I know you.
You know that, my guy.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, man, we both had that trade right there. Did Amazon do the wonders as well?
Let's go.
No.
No.
So we both
no.
For some reason, we picked the right ones, and I was thinking that Amazon was it. So now there's NVIDIA. Nice move by Joe to the upside there on that one. FXI. So see, like now we don't have SpaceX even on here. So we'll see if that one can climb just a little bit higher for us into the close right now. Snapchat up 3%, like that name moving forward, I think. I mean, it's had a good base there off earnings. See, like sometimes it's just so bad it's good. And there's a nice move higher for our good friends at Snapchat there, and I don't know anybody that works there, but okay, Apple, there's the bid on Apple that just turned around as well. So Apple finally starting to catch a little bit of a bid coming through. Oh, wow. SpaceX, there it goes, man. It is going higher. So all of a sudden there, now we good. We good all of a sudden. Elon, me and you, man, we're fine. We're friends again. SpaceX upside, what's up, Adair?
Quantinuum and Oracle, apparently in a partnership. Keep an eye on both these names. I mean, Quantinuum actually moving decently here. I wish I had more context. I'm looking for more context. If I get more, I'll let you know. But apparently, Oracle and Quantinuum saying that their partnership will be accelerating hybrid quantum computing adoption on OCI, with OCI customers able to directly access Helios from Quantinuum. So sounds like two-way partnership there. QNT seemed to like this catalyst. If I do get more details and context in terms of the partnership with Oracle, I'll keep you posted. Back to you.
Thank you to Brissa Budden. Loves the energy here. So we love to bring it for you. So, but you know, there it goes again. And yo, what's up, Trade Sniper?
What's up, Snipes?
All I talk about is SpaceX, apparently.
Yeah.
Okay, today I've traded Apple very aggressively just in front of everybody right now. We've traded Intel. We've talked about that numerous times. I actually have my most fills today. So I actually have 72 on SpaceX, 72 on NVIDIA, 16 on Apple, 47 on Intel, 21 on the Qs. So yeah, actually, it's too bad because we were short right there. The purple is short. So I would have liked to have that one. And you know why we talk about SpaceX?
Why?
It's $1.50.
Oh. Yeah.
Oh.
Hit that.
It's
what are you talking about? Don't do it. Don't do it to me, Katina, man.
I won't stop. Stop. Cut the music.
You can't. I can't come out.
That's like a wrestler. He used to say that. Cut my music.
You ever see that one meme video of like that? It's like that Spanish guy is like standing in line waiting for a drink or whatever, and then like they're playing music and he can't help but dance. They dance.
That's like me too.
That's like me.
It's like I'm at a hockey game and all of a sudden just like the vibes start coming in.
Someone said Joe.
Vibe coding.
Santander said Joe is still too expensive. Hey man, I traded at an elevated PE.
Joe is very expensive.
Yeah,
Joe is
PE, man.
But he's proving his worth.
Yeah,
you know, that's the thing. Like, if you get a good stock, the P doesn't matter.
Exactly.
We're playing the momentum.
Multiple
We're running the momentum on Joe right now.
Multiple expansion.
Oh shit, 30 seconds. Okay, I better think about what's going on over here. Having too much fun over here. Gotta lock in to SpaceX. No, we don't have very many shares left. But there it goes, man. Nice little $1.69er to end the day right there. Yeehaw! As we get going again to Greensville today. So it's always nice whenever you're in a ville. It's always nice when it's green. And there it goes upside right here for SpaceX. And hey, man, we weren't like that earlier as we did take that hit there on SpaceX as we were waiting. And then all of a sudden this happened. 3, 2, and 1. Get me out, SpaceX, to end the day there. I am still in 10% of SpaceX. Hopefully we do get a fill. There it is, out now on SpaceX as we just take that fill at the end of the day. So U.S. markets now closed. We want to say a big shout out to the NASDAQ that was only down 0.31 right now. ES also down 0.3. So a couple of points to the downside as we wait tomorrow's big CPI data dump. And that's going to happen at 8:30. So join us live tomorrow at 8:30. I'm not sure if CoreWeave or SMC or anything's going to report real early. And if they do, and I haven't said goodbye to you yet, then we'll have it. But right now, CoreWeave, $90.50. Good luck to everybody that has some CoreWeave love in them tonight. I think that's going to be a good opportunity for some great movements on some names tomorrow with CoreWeave and Nebius coming through. And then, of course, SMCI. And we never know when SMCI is going to report. Sometimes they've reported on days like this. Sometimes it's come at 5:30. Sometimes it's come immediately. Adair repeating 4:05 right now in our ear.
What was that term you used again when they got raided? They were supposed to be raided, but you used something else.
Invaded.
Yeah.
Yeah. You never want your
I
offices
got
to
it.
get invaded,
Yeah, you
like
want-
space.
don't want that. Yeah, man.
But SpaceX could be used invasion. What if those aliens invade?
Space invasion.
Space. That's what I'm saying, Joe. Like, this is.
Space invasion.
Remember, I said the U.S. government. How are they going to defend against aliens?
Space invasion.
You got to have some SpaceX in your portfolio, man.
go.
You never know. Elon goes up there, talks to them in Elon's native tongue, and then we get it all figured out
There you go.
from one alien to another right there. Okay, thank you so much for joining us, everybody. I think we had an absolute blast. If the tendinitis is still not under control, unfortunately, Joe, you'll be back in there tonight,
still
tomorrow.
flaring. If it's
I
still
hope it's not
flaring
flaring
up.
up. I hope he's got the Voltaren on there, the icy hot, you know.
Yeah.
And then he'll have some Advil, and Neil
ice up.
should be back in the captain's seat tomorrow. So thank you, my guy.
man.
What a long day for you, man. Go take a break.
Yeah.
Go tarps off, run around on
We
Lakeshore.
are going to. We're going to go do that.
Who's we? Is that you and her? You and
No,
Selena?
myself, yeah.
Oh, you
me,
by
myself, and I.
yourself and I. All right.
Yeah, you know,
Good.
Jim Carrey reference there.
Thank you, Adara. Great news today. Thank you, Sia, as well, for all of your wonderful updates. Brendo over there as well. Thanks, Fabian, my long-lost son. Thank you to Andre as well. Thanks to One for the Asian update there. I think we just got to do those a little more often. Why don't we do one at 2 and then again at 3:30? Yeah, exactly. 11:30 for Europe and Asia, then 2. You know, maybe do a little bit of.
Get the man a mic.
Yeah, he has. Yeah, one. We only have one mic
mic,
from
one
Nas.
mic.
We only have one mic right there. One can have my mic. If one wants to sit here one afternoon, 2 p.m., I'll do that Asian update, man. I mean, you know, have one here, throw some trades down. I think that'd be a hell of a lot of fun. Thanks, Brendan. Thanks, Ramin. Thanks, Tiffany. Thanks, everybody that's over there today. And everybody. Thanks,
And
Michael.
Island dressing.
Thank you to everybody that's participated in today's chat. And thank you for Joe for introducing a new salad dressing to us all.
man.
The 12 Island dressing.
You've heard it here first.
You've heard it here first. Just like I heard about Farm Boy here and Costco as well.
Watch out.
Thank you, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow, 8 a.m., where I'll do it all over again.
Later.